Chapter 561. Tear apart the eternal night. Debrief? You want to tie me up and hang me on the gallows again? Do you? I'll tell you. Do you think I'm stupid? Woodson was so angry that he didn't give the great wizard any face at all. That's fine. Originally there was a sandstorm over there in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which reduced our food reserves, and people were complaining. With this explosion, there is public opinion. The royal family has decided to use it to break open the Demon King city. Wright seemed to have become accustomed to Woodson's emotions. I want to inform you that the war has really begun. Let them do whatever they want. A group of people stuck in the duvet. Woodson continued to curse, but the light screen flashed past and silenced him. Don't be disrespectful to the royal family. Wright reminded Lee with emphasis. Disrespectful to the royal family? I am disrespectful to the one in my family. Woodson was silenced again. After Woodson had finished cursing and his mood had returned to calm, Wright removed the light from his mouth. When Woodson started cursing, the king's flag at the top of God's Oath City shot out a spot of light, from slow to fast, absorbing the anger of humans, and flew towards the eternal night of Demon King City. Are you calmer? Wright asked. Woodson's dirty words also became a ray of light in the light spot, and he was much calmer at the moment. At the arch of the blood-colored rainbow, a bloated sack demon held an egg in both hands, facing the hitting sun. Where's this Wallace? It's been a long time since he changed his mind. What else do you want? Just take advantage of the disadvantages to make a difference. Right? Godswear City talked about the Holy Army who had defected to the Holy See. What's coming? Let me explain. Jia Yao from the Colosseum was still asking the forest guard for details. While waiting for my answer, he saw this figure running towards the Demon King City through the Devil's Illustrated book in the mind of the forest guard. Son, it's just that I was hammered that time. With that said, Jia Yao sure took steps and walked towards the north. The city was shaken violently, even turning the bone room parlor on the Colosseum upside down. The two swords in the Colosseum were directly dyed into two bloody swords. The demon children in the living room were thrown away. Liu was withdrawn into the shadow space. Wei and I was able to sit safely under the stool man, and the forest guard had time to use vines to hold the bones to stabilize her body. The expanding sun certainly deserves the forest's attention. Where is he going? Guangren followed, without a trace of anxiety in his voice. Let him go. You must not explain anything to the royal family. And you must also ensure that the light of public opinion falls on the Demon King City. Wright's light dimmed and would disappear at any time. If he goes to the low tower, please try your best to control his mood. Only Akka and Ying disappeared in the living room in an instant and rushed to the inner wall of the library. The Demon King City was shaken. The city defense commander hits the sun. Along the way, God's Oath City continued to provide Liu with 4444. Where to go? To the low tower, of course. Godswear City's leg joints spread out and stretched, speeding up and throwing the ruins in front of him. You have to ask these old guys. Little Continent is not the only place where demons gather. Wright shook his head. What Burning Valley and Xiao Bing Gap are about to make a move, and the elders of the Dark Star Society have nothing else to do. It hurts the human race. We are angry. Jia Yao raised her eggs to exert her strength. Inspection? Godswear City pointed at the mess. Why don't we try it anyway? At that moment, killing became the main theme of Xiao Luxiao. The sun passed over the ruins of Sindrami, over the cracked gold mountain, the burrowed mountain and the fog swamp, washing away the sporadic monsters and Protestants along the way, and then smashed into the Demon King City in the eternal night. Lightman Wright stayed where he was, watching the Minister of Creation's back quickly zoom away before disappearing. The retreat route of Jia Yao was completely opposite to the light point shot by Woodson when Godswear City arrived at the low tower. The light point had not yet completed its acceleration and expanded into a sun before leaving the range of the Taz Empire. If you can, do it less. Godswear Chunkong waved his arms and beat Guangren. Is he also a little magician? Hit him too. Will more people support the Ministry of Creation this time? After all, we are the devil's #1 target. The Eye of Distortion rises from the city, and the eternal night in the Demon King City has been torn apart. The Forbidden Forest and Liwei fell into flames in the sun's rays. Wright was silent. Suggestions? Can we give bullshit suggestions? What you need to ask clearly is, what is the origin of this bone-playing guy? God's Oath City head also ran away. By the way, please ask us for any suggestions on that war. Wright seemed to be speaking in code with Godswear City. Anyway, the war with the Demon King City is finally over. Wright followed Jia Yao's footsteps, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. I hope his creation department will be rebuilt soon. Having seen the majestic bone tree and touching the dominoes that can be broadcast to all mankind. A weak sense of crisis broke out when checking Yao. If you say he is coward enough to appease the royal family and still be angry with Low Tower, then, God swear City said, and his voice was silenced again. This is where the Empire's magicians gather. The sun hits the city. The live broadcast of the Eyes of Distortion is intermittently fading in and out. This is whether they can continue to look directly at the sun, retreat and die, and then float from and around the city like an ocean. Oh! In his words, rebuilding the Ministry of Construction requires much less funding. He cannot submit an application to the royal family's treasury. The light under Wright's body flickered. The Ministry of Construction needs to resume operations as soon as possible. Because in front of the inner wall is not a library. That was not the light of public opinion during Zhao Yao's time. There were small holes in the city. And the main entrance was completely smashed. The bloody rainbows supported the sun, telling it to take a step back and smash the inner wall of the Demon King city. Iha is still digesting the burden brought by the White Devil. Wright was very vague about the situation of the little magicians in the territory. I doubt that after today's disaster, I don't have much time to delay any longer. The blood around the Bag Devil is thick, reflecting the dazzling light. The shadow in front of the Bag Devil is thick, like an ink sword thrust from the top of the Demon King city. The sun burned blazingly, evaporating the blood. Amidst the blood mist, the Demon King city saw the light of day for the first time. The light point finally disappeared in the sky under Woodson, and it was visible in an instant. I suddenly felt the Demon King city seemed not as bad as I imagined. Start live broadcast. The ring of the city defense commander also ended the restlessness. But if it can increase the operational efficiency of the Ministry of Creation, would not be bad. Humans use bone trees to emit the light of public opinion. And Liu uses that light to harvest even less good intentions and desire to kill. Who is this guy who is playing with bones? When will Kazuka destroy the Demon King's castle? Can a little magician do it? It was moving extremely slowly. Liu thought for a moment. Then immediately removed a few layers of self-healing bones. Picked up the testicles. And sent a telepathic message. And you need to allocate very little strength to deal with the Sea of Death, the small ice crevices, and the Fire Valley. The Demon King's castle experienced a hammer. Ah! The murmur of the forest rang in the ears of the ranger. Well? Woodson's glasses device rotated, scanning the distant light spots, and he had a bad taste in his mouth. The lives of our Ministry of Creation have become nutrients for the royal family to promote the national prestige. Liu used all his strength to live broadcast the event. How many little wizards are there in the Dark Star Club? One for each river. What's this dwarf's name? Mina? Playing with time. Lin? There's no such thing as this. Tim. Come on. God swear City. He named several names in succession. The little family saw it badly. That was a counterattack from Zhao Yaosher. The layers of cloth bags disappear and are woven layer by layer, sometimes revealing bones. The city defense commander and the 8 demons slash the sun with their swords. Of course, if there is more scrutiny, he has to be prepared. Well, what's going on? Negotiating with the ancient gods inside the planet? Stealing things outside chaos? Dying outside the tomb? Waiting for the dead to hate the living? Zhao Yao almost slowed down like a train, heading straight to the lowlands north of Woodson Tower. Although he knew what it was was obviously a heavy blow delivered by the Empire against the Demon King city. Chapter 562. Someone hit me. How is it? Liu exchanged the source of information and sent it into Danden's body, while holding the egg forward and pushing it into the sun. The egg needs to constantly withstand heavy blows in order to absorb the nutrients in the body, so currently, what heavy blow is heavier than the public opinion of the entire Empire sent by God's sworn city? This was an attack that gathered the anger of the Empire's humans, and was led by the royal family to destroy the city. Li relied on the Demon King level aka, and chose to fight head-on. At the same time, the maliciousness obtained from the live broadcast was converted into information sources, and stuffed into the egg. If you can help Iggy beat into a mature body, then this time, it can be considered as draining the value of God's oath city. Dandan responded with ecstasy. The whole body was soft and hard at times, and a large amount of white liquid was integrated into its body. Well, Aching also got out of the ring. Qingto's head was burned, and he scratched his head and looked at Liu. What about you? How are you? Is it still okay? The demon city was hit by the sun. Of course Aching responded, but it was only half a beat slower than the sons of the devil. Someone hit me. Achin looked aggrieved. Know how to repair. Know how to repair. That way. His old clothes will be put on first. And new clothes will be put on. Li Yuezhong dropped the blood from his 2 swords on Achin's head. And put some pocket money under him. But at the moment, it's peaceful. Who? Of course Achin understood. But when Qian Rong sent Achin the scene of exploring the Colosseum with Jesse for the first time, I understood immediately. Are you trying to repair the damage? Seeing someone talking at the top of the city, Achin finally found the opportunity to speak. That's not the first scene in the shot. Achin got the pocket money, and went directly back outside the ring to digest according to Li Yu's idea. Gentlemen, can he suppress those diseases temporarily? The city defense war was about to end, and Li Yu certainly hoped that no brave men would hide outside the Demon King city. With a few more body-breaking impacts, you won't be able to break out of your SHL at any time. Dandan jumped up and down. Li Yu's good intentions that had just been exhausted were replenished at that moment, and then continued to increase in the memories of humans and demons. The gap is small. We have to work. The distant look just now was like a deep breath before taking a deep breath. Li Yu had to plunge into reality again. He has to pay less for this. Achin looked at the double sword emblem. Li Yu realized that the power contained in the sun had been exhausted to the limit. So he finally delayed further, and stepped on the shadow to push through. Wait. Danger zone? It might also be because he didn't wear granite skin. Li Yu directly increased his investment in Achin. Li Yu was stunned. Does he know there is no danger zone outside the Demon King city? Qian Rong said about a concept spread among brave men. Achin ended his silent operation, and waited for the coating of the self-healing bone to be armed with the bone conductor cannon. But it hurts. Achin tried to cover his broken head with his match hand, and succeeded. Fire marks marked the road from God's sworn city to Demon King city, becoming a stronger addition to the small continent of chaos before the blood-colored rainbow. The giant bone tree in God's Oath city will undoubtedly arouse the Empire's sense of crisis. If the Demon King city happens to be destroyed, it will be more difficult to attract our small army to start a war. The sun exploded on the top of the Demon King city, destroying the city and burning the forbidden forest in the city. It would also soon burn out the distorted eyes that were watching the battlefield. Ying, Dandan, aka and Achin were affected by Li Yu's emotions and remained silent. Is this you? Aka raised the handle of the gun, trying to hammer his balls until they were ripe. In the live broadcast, a bag demon held an egg, stepped on the shadow, brought up a bloody rainbow, and smashed the sun. Even if all the dark elves are beaten to death, you still have to ask us to trace the shadow of the abyss's mouth as soon as possible and help him tear up a section. Isn't that the power of human beings, our species? It's so great. Li Yu has a way to distinguish. The broken wall at the top of the city has become thicker at the end, although it is as crisp as powder when viewed from the inside. The inside and outside are being strengthened. As a result, AKA's cloak was completely shattered, and the evaporated blood was no longer as thick as before. It's okay. Just be patient. It will pass soon. Li Yu had already noticed that the power of the sun was weakening, and the most ferocious wave was at the beginning. Yongye returned to the sky above Demon King city, and everything was as usual. That round of bombardment by the sun was also a preview of the hammer, to a certain extent. If the Demon King's castle was really used to hit the Imperial army, would the shock be much different from that time? It's very slow. Very slow. It's impossible at any time. Originally, according to Minto's calculations, it would take nearly 100 years for the egg to mature. If I have some desire to kill, I will recover quickly. Achin saw the 2 swords behind Li Yu that looked like blood sticks, and asked for pocket money as usual. At this moment, Qian Rong noticed that the size of the Colosseum had become larger. Ouch. That's pretty hard. Floating in the air, Li Yu breathed in the wind in the Demon King city and looked towards the direction of the Taz Empire, only to see a trace of fire plowed by the sun. Let the war end, ha. The fallen light sprinkled a sea of fire, and under the sea of fire, the devil stepped on the shadow and floated in the sky, pronouncing judgment on all creatures in the entire continent. Don't. Li Yu kept listening to Dandan's thoughts, and quickly stopped AKA. If you don't let it kill you, you can help it mature. There is no point in simply beating it. Worry. Remember? After the satellite and hammer are ready, you will waste your energy fighting with the Imperial army. If the demons are inexperienced, the damage will be greater. But what passed through Mintu was the end of feeding, and what passed by Xinyuan was the end of absorption. In addition, being with Li Yu on the abominable road, the maturity of Dandan is not yet behind us. Well, he is talking about your hero's disease. Aching identified the danger zone in the hero's cognition as a disease. There's a problem. Things that can be solved with good intentions and a desire to kill are nothing to Liu. Shadow spoke. But the Shadow's violent trembling exposed Normor's slowness. Don't worry. If you look glamorous and beautiful, humans will have to grind and chirp. And you will dare to fight. Liu has not yet considered the sequel to destroying the sun. How is it? Is it enough for him to mature? After landing from the night sky and returning to the ruined city, Liu kicked away a pair of bones that had been roasted into powder and asked Dandan. The previous sequel was assisted by Tom and Tom Lau, who used the hammer design drawings to set up Aching's terrain, size, location of the healing altar, etc. It was also at that moment that Liu discovered that the eternal night above the Demon King's city was dimmer. A familiar-shaped giant half-arc appeared in the sky, and the stars seemed to be bright jewels guarding the arc. Originally, Dandan's promotion to a mature body was entirely under Liu's plan, but he didn't expect that there would be too many shadows of regression. Liu felt that he had been glanced at by someone again. When our main force gathers on the dilapidated Demon King city, if we ask Aching to change into a new suit of bone skin and bone-guided cannon, it will be another bad show. Liu sent a message to comfort Ying. It's probably slower than him. Slightly slower than him. Dandan pointed at the shadow with a particle, wondering if cheating affected his mood. Is the inspection so sloppy? Or is there no breeding area? By the way, let's ask Aching to give us some earthquake-absorbing danger zones and come up with an emergency evacuation plan. Dandan's head was replaced with a particle drill bit, which was dyed with shadow patterns and blood halo. And he broke through. Liu seemed to be able to see the Imperial Army and creations that were about to follow that road and kill the Demon King city. aka retracted the gun handle. Chapter 563, I am the most important. A group of demons returned to the Colosseum and carefully inspected the land again. They only found that the size was smaller, but they still couldn't find where Aching had filled it. I really almost got bitten by the devil on the butt. Fortunately, this hole has been blocked in advance. Liu patted his head, feeling that maybe he was too busy, had insufficient brain power, and his memory had declined too much. Otherwise, how would you think of using Aching's power to block the safe zone? But the good news is that the size of the library has not changed at all. Obviously, there is no so-called safe zone in the library, and it is still a forbidden place and cemetery for brave men. So Library 13 is not a safe area, Ying reminded Liu. Liu patted his head and felt uncomfortable again. When Liu seized the power of Booty Borg from the very beginning, the 13th library was a mystery. He actually didn't think of dealing with it until now. After a long period of observation, the ranger felt that Nomor held a heavy weight in the heart of the king of the Colosseum, and Nomor seemed to be a more upright demon. As for whether we need to find loopholes in the contract and sway the authority of the Forbidden Forest in the future, we have to wait until now. Behind Liu's eyes appeared the bare woodland with scorch marks everywhere and bones everywhere. What's wrong? Liu sensed the past and found no injuries. The Devil's Sons and aka sat back down in the living room of the Bone Room and found that neither Winnie nor the forest guard had left. My memory has seriously declined. Knowing that he was too used to bullying the forest guards, Liu even forgot that the forest guards themselves had very weak combat capabilities. Of course, Liu knew that Wei and I wanted to negotiate and wanted to use the sun just to remind him that the research laboratory provided a lot of knowledge that the library could not access. Liu increasingly felt that forming an alliance with the forest guards was the right choice. Liu also reflected on what treacherous things he had done, and he was ridiculed in his heart. Hearing that definite answer, the forest guard seemed a little relieved. Promise him temporarily. So Nolimor also gave a guarantee to the forest guard. Liu doesn't have a headache now when he sees the flames. He always feels that Iha is hiding outside. Ying also thinks about this issue from Liu's point of view. The promotion of Shadow will make it easier for the brain to advance. Wei and I recalled Liu's performance at the top of the city just now. She looked at the egg, the shadow, and then the long-haired aka, and took out a book of flames from outside her hair. Oh, your dear little city defense commander, I am deeply fascinated by you. Winnie's breathing was very slow. Liu thought about it, and it was indeed true. Exactly like that. The forest guard's voice had not yet turned into a clatter of leaves. So you have to be prepared. If the Demon Wolf King dies, he will fulfill the contract. You want to hear his guarantee. The forest guard was determined for a moment, and the branch under his nose pointed at the shadow underground. Nolimor. Without the Demon King level demon as a filter, Liu felt a little relieved. And finally could not recruit the forest guards. In the future, knowledge will be presented outside of that book. I hope it won't be of any help to the little city defense commander, and I can get your heart back as soon as possible. Wei and I knew that there would be any bad talk. So she left before leaving the Book of Fire. You are here for the continuation of the forest. The forest guard's face became increasingly dry, and his voice became intermittent. The rangers look forward to the change of authority in the Forbidden Forest. Do you want to deal with it? Agree? What's going on? He means, the Demon Wolf King is going to die? Liu thought that sending a Trojan horse to the Ministry of Creation would indirectly increase the difficulty of the Demon Wolf King's escape. And you are hiding outside? And I am still being hunted. Liu must have cooperated with the forest guard to split a forest and plant it on the ground of the Colosseum early. Maybe the forest guard died as soon as the sun arrived. The variety is very complete. Yes, as long as the forest recovers. You will recover. The forest guard waved his hand, indicating that Liu needed to use more force. You want to say that you are very healthy. And Phineas will also be very caring. Oh, of course not. You are allies. Liu's library and the Colosseum are not deeply tied to the Forbidden Forest. So of course I will help if I can. Winnie held a domino in her hand, and had just seen the heroic appearance of the city defense commander at the top of the city. Is he going to die? Liu hurriedly strengthened the self-healing function for the forest guard, but did not see any feedback. Go back. If you can trade back his heart, let's see how he performs. Liu noticed that the forest guard's expression was very bad, and was about to drive Wei and I away and ask what was going on. Compared with promotion, the city defense war is an important event no matter how big it is. Yes, I am the most important. Liu refused. For example, where can he throw his natural disasters? What kind of natural disasters has the Forbidden Forest experienced? Ying is too lazy to think about those nonsense at this moment. All my bad curiosity is focused on the shadow of the huge mouth of the abyss. Ha ha ha. I agree. I agree temporarily. The Forbidden Forest was destroyed. Your vitality was also slightly affected. As soon as the forest guard said that, Liu remembered that it coexisted with the Forbidden Forest. Liu conveyed his thoughts, not wanting to cause trouble at this anxious moment. Like the sun that just burned down the forest. How about he start talking again? Liu regained his energy and wanted to let the forest guard go back to rest. The forest guard said little, and pulled a dozen leaves from under his face, and handed them to Han Sheng. The veins of each leaf were engraved with a natural disaster. The forest guards cannot reproduce the natural disasters that have occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Seeing that Han Sheng was so considerate in his promise, the forest guard was not worried at all, and looked at the bag devil suspiciously. Wei and I seemed to have thought that Liu was so direct, and she immediately knew how to answer the question. For example, the magic circle in God's city, and how the royal family uses public opinion. Forest slang is very practical. The Lord of Authority is nourished by magic power. If Phineas had the magic power of the Forbidden Forest, his escape would be even more difficult. It's very bad. Next, you need to rest and survive the little Phineas. The forest guard's body turned yellow, and the leaves fell one after another. But during the city defense war, the natural disaster just happened again. Galeric seems to have mentioned that a certain being related to skeletons is inside. Currently, the 13th library is placed on the upper edge of the library, next to the broken space, very isolated and far away from the main body of the library. Hey, you will read it first, and then tell the scholars after reading it. AKA was very much looking forward to the fact that there would be some fatal knowledge outside the book that could lead to my death. What kind of disease is that? If you are not sick, you should be in a bad mood. You should reflect on it, and look for the problem under yourself. Why is your heart gone? It is better to send some useless knowledge to him as soon as possible to change his heart. At present, Liu feels that his own brain power is not completely sufficient to manage the library, the Colosseum, and the city defense army, and he has no idea of coveting the Forbidden Forest for the time being. When Han Sheng was wondering what to do with the book, AKA ate it in one bite. Forget it. Your promotion is more important. You can put other things later. Is he okay? You did a good job that time. Han Sheng patted the forest guard on the shoulder. It must be his information. Maybe you didn't find out until the sun retreated from the city. Chapter 564, Natural Disaster in the Forbidden Forest. Earthquakes, floods, hail, volcanic eruptions, and even ice ages. There are many kinds of natural disasters in the Forbidden Forest. And there was even an incident where the moonlight went out, turning several groups of monsters into transparent, and then obliterating them. There are also natural disasters in which monsters are deformed on a large scale, forced to fuse, and lose their minds. Things like Okabuki's gladiator Lawn of Death were born during a certain aberration craze. Some natural disasters are so old that they occurred when the rangers were still saplings, and even the rangers themselves can no longer remember how large they were. If the red and white plague spreads to the Forbidden Forest, I believe Okabuki's trump card will also appear on the forest guard's leaves. Since the demon wolf King Phintius became the Lord of Authority in the Forbidden Forest, the forest guards have not yet activated the natural disaster ability. When Liu asked specifically about the effects of a certain natural disaster, the forest guard couldn't explain it clearly. Liu could only get a rough idea in his mind. In addition to some natural disasters, Liu is more interested in mysterious natural disasters, such as the Moonlight Rampage. After all, Liu can handle simple earthquakes and hailstorms by himself. If we come so close again, will you beat me up? At the door of the vault, Diamond Ben was swinging his chain anxiously and pacing back and forth. The wool comes out from under the sheep. Moonlight Rampage. Aberration Craze. The sun. Phantom Bacteria. Liu kept asking the forest guards about the details of these natural disasters, and the forest guards tried their best to respond. As for the operation of the Colosseum, it is left to AKA and Shinshin to take care of it and maintain the output of breeding and killing desire. Of course, Aching still maintained a dilapidated image on the inside and outside, attracting the arrival of the Imperial Army. Just like that? Are all the materials you sent me a waste of my magic cocoon? Diamond Ben banged the ground with his chain, almost flipping the tea table off. It was because I knew which world I had just completed a transaction that I hurried back. Maybe when the Demon Wolf King really dies, he will be broken. Liu made his judgment from the perspective of magic power nourishment. At most, when you lose and smash the tables or casino facilities, you can't use all your strength because you are afraid of increasing your debt. The Demon King City is reinforced layer by layer. From time to time, the demons living in the city will feel that there is a force field like an air cushion laid out in the city, protecting various demons from being bumped. The 7 fortresses rising from the ground are like 7 hands that are gradually tightening the neck of Demon King City. They are distributed in an arc along the Lidai River. They are named Noose 1 to Noose 7 by humans according to their numbers. The tea was not hot, and the devil merchant's tongue was not tangled. Liu held one less card in his hand, which made him feel better. Are you going to kill the Demon Wolf King? Dandan provoked everyone, thinking about which demon could help him become a mature body. Aching also asked why Liu needed to guarantee the death of the demons in the city when he smashed the Empire with a hammer. That change is also reflected in the dream, causing little trouble to the guests in the happy room. How can they be happy if they can be touched? No residue left? The forest guard managed to say something respectful to Phintius and left hastily. The scope can be the current forbidden forest. The forest guard pointed downwards, and then pointed to the scorched earth outside the city. It can also be the area where the forbidden forest has not remained. Opposite the great demon scribe, the demon merchant was drinking tea. Half of his body was covered with frost and half of his body was covered with mushrooms. He was delivering the tea he grew to his mouth. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the heroism of the city defense commander. Naimai's answer did not satisfy Diamond Binbin. Before tonight's provocation, the Demon King City gradually became restless, and it seemed that all the demons were waiting and preparing. In response to the call from the 7 fortresses, the advance army of the small Imperial Army approached the Forbidden Forest along the filled-in fog swamp. There were several camps connected by railways, accumulating the power to capture the Demon King's castle. The murmur of the forest also brought news of the retreat of the Imperial Army. The tea outside the teapot seemed to be completely sucked. Very few of the worthless things you have identified are knowledge like machine learning, Maimai said quickly and nervously. The commander of the city defense is working, but there is something wrong with him. Sound. But it seems that because of a certain sandstorm here in the kingdom, the Empire's food supply is not that tight, and the preparations are still not that fast. As for the dark elves in the underground city, the shadow of the invading abyss mouth is constantly traced on by sightings close. Guifin's answer is complicated. Aching understands, but thinks the city defense commander is very powerful. However, Boa, who received complaints from the guests, did not react at all and acquiesced in the force field's occurrence. It's really hard to figure out how to deal with that toad. Diamond Binbin shook the chain angrily. But does he know who you contacted? This person is much more useless than my demon cocoon. There was a sound. Does he know how much magic power, fuel, and rare materials I asked for? My slammed the table. Just the thunder pool alone. I took away 8 seats of my magic cocoon. Do we still need to expand the number of soldiers? Very bad. Gwyffin was satisfied. What's the scope? Liu was very concerned about the scope of the natural disaster. The seeds of the forest disappear as soon as they are planted. The forest guard said that natural disasters cannot reappear in the scorched earth. Has he seen what these demon suns are doing? The white spring blood is an important submaterial for the shadow demon's promotion. There is only one sand cat skin gravel left. And the submaterials are all gone. And these other materials, the bad boys, are all promotion materials for skeletons and scholars. The salesman swallowed tea. The city defense commander is getting your materials to arm my gladiators. They were transported one after another to the above-ground factory of the Iron Tribe dwarves. Before the production was completed, the rings that were sent to the commander of the city defense were worn by Oching like clothes. Now the remaining magic power of the Forbidden Forest needs to be restored to Fintuous and the forest guard. If one of them dies, the damage will be very little. It was another busy day from the underground city to the Colosseum. The production of raw materials for bone walls and bone conduction cannons was very behind schedule. Liu had to quickly produce a small batch and destroy the quantity before he could spare time to go to the underground city with Ying. Tear the shadow. The moonlight changes repeatedly. The Colosseum is still operating, although there are temporary battles like the ones in the next few nights that make the demon's blood boil. Seeds and the desire to kill are steadily being produced, seeing the outline becoming clearer and clearer day by day. Liu and Noli More knew that the day of tearing off the shadow was not close yet. They just knew whether the Empire would attack first or the Dark Elves would destroy it first. However, with the support of public opinion, the Empire's railways were operating at full speed, and their efficiency was slightly improved. I heard it. If we start a fight, I can't use natural disasters on you. Liu turned to AK and said, there must be no surplus of magic power. You can't send some to the Forbidden Forest and let them use some natural disasters for fun. On the other hand, casino guests feel that the presence of force fields has no positive meaning. Likewise, the Devil's Kitchen was also affected. The chefs became even crazier when making dishes. No matter how hard they tried to cook any dish, the pig's arms became stronger day by day. The emergence of the force field was, of course, the result of the cooperation between Liu and Oching, and the impact it had on Demon King City when using the Titan Soldier. It was a necessary preparation after the launch of the hammer. Gwyffin ended up swallowing self-healing bones and various parts of creation. Huh? Mai raised his head and finally drank tea again. The Imperial Army reallocated the land from Godswear City and various lords and nobles, and transported it to the Tie-Dye River line via rails. It's a beating. It's a good clam that's dead. Mai opened his huge mouth and sucked the tea out of the teapot. Both Liueli and Liueli took care of me. In this regard, the city defense commander did not respond at all, as if he was letting the Imperial Army tighten the noose. Yes, the natural disaster is caused by your weakness. Finally, the forest guard was tired of remembering. If he definitely wants the natural disaster to become the moat of the Demon King City, you need a good rest. Chapter 565 Holy Army. I won't tell you. Diamond tried to tighten the chain around Mai's throat, but couldn't find his neck. You two investing idiots. Devil merchants have been doing this for thousands of years. BMI felt a little aggrieved. The investment situation is not very clear now. Unless you said you found the fate dice to support you. There was no fight, and no city defense. We will not defund the commander based on his performance. Bite my devil's ass. Damon cursed. Then when will you withdraw? Of course, it's when the city defense commander shows signs of failure, or is about to win. Mai sipped the tea in the teapot again. Only then will we get the most benefit by betraying him. Go away, Die Toad. Give Squoric the new stuff you bought from another world. Diamond Bindon waved his chain to drive away the demon merchant. Mai left the vault and ended this brief meeting. And meetings like this are happening all over the continent of Chaos. Countless humans and demons are discussing the direction of this war. What do you mean? It means it can't be crashed. Are we invincible? In the vegetable field, a vegetable skull hit the wall. But due to the force field, the skull did not crack. The reverse side of the coin is of course a dark star, while the front side is engraved with the emblem of a potion bottle. Food is created by magic, but you will not be able to guarantee the supply of troops on the back line. Wright used a weak gesture to solve Kazuka's doubts. You understand what he is talking about. Let him go and talk to Low Tower. The image of an old-school brave man flashed in Iha's mind. And he also secretly hated why that bastard was so difficult to kill. As for the little things in the back line, the remnants of the White Devil and the brave man in his body, you will explain it to Mina. Wright's bare face looked serious. Remember? It must be cleaned up. Hearing those words, Iha's eyes suddenly became pure, but slowly became clear again. Are you willing to atone for your sins? Before that, the white-armored knight decapitated himself, and his body stood on the scorched earth. Today is the skeleton army's rest day. The skeletons did not go to the Colosseum to receive training from Galaric, but instead enjoyed a short rest. Today's live broadcast is still a bit small? I'm so tired of waiting. Even if you don't want to. The live broadcast of the Colosseum has not yet become a daily routine for the demons, and they look forward to that program every day. If you take a teleporter, just take a teleporter. Let's go together with those holy army members. No matter how holy we are. Should we join the Empire and accept the transformation? Has the officer been raped by the white-armored knight? His attitude was bluffing, and he was mercilessly poking the wounds in the heart of the Holy Path army. What's there? Sitting opposite the bald-faced Wright was an old acquaintance. Idiot. Do you want to try again after a while? Rib Skeleton is still the most knowledgeable person in the vegetable field. This is the curse of the city defense commander. Before the war, he needs us to keep our lives, and then die on the battlefield. This really is Paladin. Wallace. The holy ashes swayed in the wind, and no evil was detected. Battlefield? You are more enemies on the battlefield. Wear the armor given by the city defense commander. Villain. And you can kill 7 knights? Skull Skeleton is looking forward to the last training, and even thinks that the Bone Zero creation armor should be grow under yourself. Although he has suppressed the White Devil in his body, it has not been completely dispelled and controlled. Wright also frowned. I must believe that according to your opinion, he is worthy of being the leader of that war. It's hard, but it's not fun to watch the city defense commander blow up the Ministry of Creation. Rib Skull commented. The sandstorm rising in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia is causing a headache for the Empire. After arriving in Noose 1 at the Prince's Palace, the Forbidden Forest must be cleaned up. There will be no intention that time. Wright reminded Iha of the role of the Holy Path army. Maybe he respects the little paladin. The white-armored knight held the lightsaber in his hand. Even the remaining roots of the magic grass have been cleared away. The white-armored knight pointed to an empty space. This place will become the door of your holy army, dispersing all evil. Goodbye. Iha cut off the communication and sat in the tent looking at Yong-Yi behind him, fiddling with a coin in his hand. He wants to place his hope on the brave men in the coalition of nobles and lords. We are all private property. We only disobey the orders of the nobles and lords. We are very hungry. We have not been looking forward to that war for a long time. Wright said. The nameless brave man under the small continent of Chaos is the kind of thing like Hushan. The magic light is like bubbles, pieced together and absorbed, mapping out a dial. I know. You will ask us to send some more. Iha frowned, filled with Wright's instructions. And when it comes to detecting demons, the Holy Army has no advantage. Wright pointed out the advantages of the Holy Army compared to the armies of nobles and lords, unable to cooperate. As he spoke, the white under Iha flashed back. The resurrected white-armored knight completely lost his life and turned into a pale corpse. Then those became my last words, and my head fell to the ground along with the scattered holy ashes. The Holy Sea is still young. Their little holy knight is chasing the demon wolf king in the snow country. What can he do? Heal you? The officer looked like he was attacking the holy army. What's the noise inside? In the scorched simple barracks of the Forbidden Forest, a bare face was speaking, and the noise inside was heard. The tent was suddenly filled with phantom light, and was filled with murmurs. This place has been slightly purified. The white-armored knight sprinkled the holy ashes of Sindrami in his hand. What kind of shit are they playing? The soldiers in the officer's hands didn't care so much. They rushed down angrily, and tightly surrounded the resurrected white-armored knight. The Rib Skeleton answered, Practice the holy way. Eternal life is destruction. A figure of a paladin appeared in midair, praising the white-armored knight, who had resurrected from the dead. Wright was speechless for a moment. The second hand is shaking counterclockwise, as if it is running some kind of countdown. But in the last second, a ray of holy light fell from the sky, renewing my life. Instead of caring about that, he just tried his best to ensure the transportation of food. Iha pointed out that the army was being dragged down by the front. For the sake of the holy way, I am willing to perish. the knight in white armor said with a wooden face. Iha retracted his gaze and stared at the emblem of the potion bottle, as if looking at a bottle of poison. And there's no one inside him. Right? Right stared into his eyes, seeming to be looking for something. Iha. That was his earliest time, said the face made of a dial. I hope they will not be able to break through the walls of the Demon King city, as Wallace promised. The officer continued to mock the white-armored knight. Iha's face was pale, his body half white, and his expression was silent. Slowly get off the battlefield. The ribbed skull used the method taught by Galaric, working hard to polish his bones, waiting for the day when he would leave the battlefield. In the war with the expeditionary force, that group of brave men remained silent under the pressure of the nobles and lords. Without showing their fangs, that all-out war between the Imperial Army and the Demon King's castle was a new stage for us. If another giant skeleton tree grows while the small army is on the move, it will not be the officer and his family who are unlucky. It's even more boring for you to kill the Imperial Army during the live broadcast. I heard that the Imperial Army's camp has not yet extended to the scorched earth of the Forbidden Forest. The curse of the forest is being cleaned up. It's very close. Skull Skeleton was very excited. The dial is marked 1010. Like a face. The knight in white armor cuts off the officer's head. If they are unable to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Holy Path Army, the royal family will protest to the low tower and replace them. Wright paused for a moment to understand the cause and effect. The curse of the forest has been cleared away. Are you sure? Under the scorched earth of the Forbidden Forest, an Imperial Army officer asked a semi-reformed white-armored knight with a solemn expression. He needs to know that if there is no curse, it will affect the retreat, and what will happen? The vanguard army was completely destroyed, and the officers had to be cautious about the danger of camping in the Forbidden Forest. Until now, there has not been a whip wrapped around the bones of his big arm, like a tarsal maggot. Chapter 566, Dark Star will reach the top. Lord Linda, I know. Shiha looked at the man with the pocket watch, his expression showing rare respect. But I seem to have seen them in chaos. Past or future. Your enemies. Linda, the pocket watchman, frowned and said, the second hand counting down between his eyebrows. They seem to have taken something from me. Linda always seemed to be in a daze when he spoke, as if he couldn't tell which were past memories and which were future encounters. Maybe Lind was talking about the moment when the bone ship pierced the phantom light in the chaos and killed Baby Steel. I know, so you support me in launching another attack on the Demon King city. Shiha acted like a respectful disciple, cooperating with his mentor's speech. Only when Mina and Tim join forces to put pressure on the royal family can we guarantee the status of the tower and your initiative in this war. Linda said earnestly. Only the three of us can't fall and suppress the prophecy of the burning Fire Valley, and the disaster of the great ice creation can keep the tower overlooking the world. The dial shows an apocalyptic scene of ice and fire. Except for Chiha, the three great wizards of the Dark Star Society each performed their duties and maintained the stability of the continent's structure. How is the White Devil in your body? Linda asked about Chiha's condition. With your help. The White Demon has stabilized a lot and has become my strength, Chiha said hesitantly. Not because there was a problem with the White Demon's suppression, but because of the restless soul of the hero. Linda did not answer, waiting for Chiha's further explanation. But there is a brave soul who was once turned into a corpse by the corpse collector. He has been trying to break away from my control. Chiha had to tell his own situation and did not dare to lie to Linda, because Chiha knows that lies cannot compete with time. Huh? Lin didn't seem to understand this reality. He was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand, and opened the layers of squirming time slices, finally finding the figure of the old-school brave Sawyer. From getting lost in the Colosseum to the Maw of the Abyss, encountering demon guards, and having corpses taken away by corpse collectors. Sawyer's adventure is very simple, but several scenes in the process caught Lin's attention. He has met Bones. Lin pointed out the moment in the time slice when Sawyer and Bone River met under the Colosseum. Chiha was surprised. According to Chiha's speculation, Sawyer should have some relationship with Isaac. Otherwise, why would he be able to move around freely despite being made into a corpse? This is a warning. You have to prevent him from encountering that demon again. The demon from other times. Linda gave his own advice. But if it weren't for him, maybe you would have died. Linda adjusted the time to the moment when Chiha was cursed by the double swords, and then used Sawyer's whip to resume action. Like Isaac, he is a pure warrior of this era. You have to use his heart, not his body. Lin murmured to himself, and finally concluded, "Feel him. But don't use him, understand?" "Understood." Chiha nodded heavily. "And that demon from other rivers of time is your biggest enemy." Linda highlighted the bag demon in the time slice, and the sea of bones released by the bag demon. He has been summoning demons from the rivers of other times. He is the demon that I hate the most in this era. Lin moved the slice, and focused on Eggy and aka next to the bag demon. "If you can't stop it, it will bring more turbulence." Linda's eyes showed concern. Chiha stared closely at the vampire in the red cloak, recalling the bloody rainbow that pushed him to the north, and was very angry until now. There were countless scars in Chiha's robe, all caused by this vampire. Don't be swayed by personal emotions. Don't hate it. If you succeed, it will become our helper, and it will bring disaster to the devil. Linda unfolded countless vague time slices. Most of those slices show aka fighting fiercely with the current Demon King. Everything depends on this battle. This battle determines countless futures. Linda concluded. Chiha silently wrote it down. The Prince of the Empire, Noah Alexander, will accompany General Wang Jin Fisher as the alternative commander. Lin pointed out the name of the incoming Imperial Supervisory Army. You are still the commander of the Imperial Army, but the premise is to work with the Holy Path Army to continuously increase the scale of victory. This time, instead of blindly trusting the tower, the Empire placed a prince and a real Imperial general behind Chiha, ready to replace Chiha as commander at any time. This is already the result of the tower's pressure on the royal family. Although Chiha is still the first choice to lead the Imperial Army, once he fails, the consequences can be imagined. The three of us will silently support you. You have to ensure this victory. Your poor performance has created a crack in the Empire's trust in us, and it has also given the Ministry of Creation and the military an opportunity to take advantage. You must use facts to prove that magic is still the power that controls the continent of chaos. The era of creation may come, but not now. If that demon hadn't also attacked the Ministry of Creation, proving that the power of creation could not protect the God's oath, you wouldn't exist now. Linda did not unfold the time slice this time, and he was talking about the man in the Ministry of Creation not long ago. A bone tree. Kanchi has fallen, and there are already traces of the existence of the creation sect in the future. The tower has felt the dual pressure from the Ministry of Creation and the sect of creation. I need to keep cutting off the past of the creation sect, and cutting down the future of the creation sect to reduce turbulence. Whether it can end the growth of the creation sect depends on the outcome of this war. In the Department of Creation, Woodson is the biggest enemy of the future tower, Linda said in shock. If Liu heard this conversation, he might have a completely new judgment on the Empire's situation. I understand. This is my last chance. Chiha burned himself with elements to remind himself of the importance of this war. You only have this time. Linda finally talked about time again. He pointed at his furrowed eyebrows, and the second hand moved back and forth. If it exceeds this time, there will no longer be time for you. You will become a legend and an inconspicuous symbol in the long river of time. You must break through the Demon King city within this period of time so that we can go in and see the Demon King. Capture the Demon King city and let the tower stand at the top of the continent. Linda said about the expectations of the Dark Star Society. The Demon King wants Chia's relics to enhance the elemental affinity of Demon King City. Why doesn't the Dark Star Society want to capture Oching and stack the tower? You can't let us down. Linda removed all time slices and stared at Chiha quietly. Dark Star will definitely reach the top, Chiha replied firmly. To ensure this future, I have agreed with Mina that we will give you a gift. With that said, Linda turned off the second hand on the dial and stabbed Chiha between the eyebrows. Time surged. Phantom light flowed, and colorful mist of light continued to gather in the middle of Chia's eyebrows, as if Linda had stabbed a hole in the chaos and stabbed Chia's head. The light on Chia's robe flows with phantom colors. Chapter 567, Eating Wolf. This is a blow from time. This is divine will. This is all your power. Past, present and future. This is a sword we gave you. See if you can stab out your future. Chia recalled Linda's words and became increasingly aware of a sense of crisis on the verge of death. Chia felt the sword between his eyebrows and realized that it could directly cut away time and shorten the lifespan of the bag demon. As long as the city defense commander dies, victory in this war is not far away, and he will have a longer future, rather than a footnote to war. Chia rubbed his eyebrows and turned his attention to the demonic city in the eternal night again. The noise of the holy army outside has stopped. The curse is gone, and the scorched earth is very quiet, waiting for the portal to open and the Imperial army to enter. But the forest guard was still sleeping and waking up. And he didn't find that there was not even a grass root left in the soil of the Forbidden Forest. As for the real Lord of Authority in the Forbidden Forest, demonic wolf King Fintius, he was currently dying in a snow cave under the snowy mountains. Next to him was a little wolf that was gnawing at his calf bones. I can't go back. Fintius looked at the little wolf lovingly, as if he didn't care at all about the fact that his leg bones were being chewed. The little wolf ate alone without saying a word, as if any less bite would be a waste. Fintius, come to greet the holy light, to greet your doomsday, a thick voice sounded outside the snow-capped mountains. And your filthy lust, witness the holy way. Judging from the content of the voice, the speaker should be the Holy Path Army. Wallace, the knight's last elegy, haha, just a garbage human being transformed by creation. Fintius looked away from the wolf, and when he looked up, he saw darkness. Damn the Demon King and Nymphidius, if it weren't for them, we should be back in the forest now, regaining the glory of the Demon Wolf clan. Fintius closed his eyes and imagined. If you go back, you will be eaten by Nymphidius. And if you stay here, you will be killed by the Holy Army. So only in this way, only by being eaten by you, can the Demon Wolf clan have hope. Fintius sensed the friction between the teeth and the wolf bone gradually increased, and the feeling of death became clearer. The little wolf still said nothing and concentrated on chewing. Eat, my child. Eat. Fintius opened his eyes again. Before I die, I will give you a name, and give you strength. Would it be called Fintwolf, Fendidus, or Fencidus? The Demon Wolf King chose a magical name for the little wolf. The little wolf hummed. Let's call it Fencidus. The Demon Wolf King seemed very satisfied with this name. Fencidus, you want to re-rule the Forbidden Forest and become the master of the forest guards. You want to avenge your brother, kill all the skeletons, and hunt all pure-blooded demons until you bite Nymphidius. What are you talking about? My name is not Fencidus. The little wolf finally raised his head, with the bones of Fentis still in his mouth. I will choose the name myself. Don't waste your energy anymore. Concentrate more. Little Wolf decided to awaken the demon name on his own, and continued up the Demon Wolf King's thigh. Ha ha. Ha ha, my son. Phineas was shocked at first, and then relieved. When he was about to die, he experienced some joy that he had never experienced before. And your filthy lusts bear witness to the cause. Beyond the snow-capped mountains, Wallace's voice was still ringing, getting closer and closer, and along the veins of the snow-capped mountains to the south. At the mouth of the Lund River, a female knight holding a crossed sword was listening to her heart. She sat alone on a rock at the mouth of the sea, with her crossed sword drawing meaningless shapes, and 2 dominoes in her hands. A domino is inlaid with the Eye of Distortion, and the Learning Tongue. These are the gifts spread by the shadow demons to the banks of the Lund River. Almost everyone on the banks of the Lund River has one, and they observe the movements of the demons through it. It is also one of the few entertainments. The other domino was much simpler, with only bones and a cross crookedly carved on it. Jesse threw up the domino inlaid with the Eye of Deformation, and cut it into bone fragments with a sword after experiencing the skeleton tree in God's Swear City and the Ministry of Creation. The Empire required everyone to hand over the dominoes, and those who disobeyed the order would be punished, treated as criminals. They became slaves building the railroad. As a Kingston, Jessie certainly wouldn't care about the ban. She had deeper troubles. The Imperial army mobilized, and the troops of the major nobles and lords gathered in the 5 fortresses from Noose 1 to Noose 5. But Jessie, an 8th level knight, was excluded, and the soldiers of the Kingston family were handed over to Jera de Unified Command. And the family's sacred magic mirror is still in charge of his brother. This bothered Jesse. Gerald's performance in the Vanguard army was obviously not very good. He was also an 8th level knight. Even though Jesse was newly promoted, his strength was similar. Why was this opportunity to help advance to the 9th level place before his brother again? Jesse obviously had the opportunity to ask the skull to kill Gerald. But considering the overall situation of the Kingston family, Jesse gave up. So Jesse was sent to the Lund River far away from the battlefield, with the endlessly churning sea of death in front of him. Doesn't any of this make any sense? It seems to be like this all my life. Jesse's hand reached for another simple domino. The newly chopped domino may have more complete functions, but all Jesse can keep is this domino, with a cross sword hastily engraved on it. Jesse has determined that the city defense commander of Demon King City is the skull. Jesse wasn't sure whether to initiate the communication. Jesse struggled. Lulu and Feifei are also confused. Because my brother has explicitly prohibited the minis from going to the Devil's Market during the time they are in Melia Port. This round of Devil's Market is Port Maria. But the little noisy guys brought back news that Sandcat Pebbles was on sale at the Devil's Market this time. The other minis may not know what it is. But Lulu and Feifei do. This is an important sub-material for the promotion of Shadow Demon. Lulu and Feifei are debating whether to disobey their brother's order and go to Melia Port to scan goods. Would you like to go to my brother and apply? In the bath in the library. Feifei was rubbing Lulu's back. Ah! My brother is very busy. He has to run back and forth in the dungeon, the workshop and the Colosseum every day. Don't bother him. Lulu observed Liyu's recent itinerary. Either he is helping the Dark Elves trace shadows in the dungeon with Shadow, or he is discussing the design drawings of the satellite with Tom Lau and Tom in the workshop. He even took the time to go to the casino and won a lot of promotion luck for Ying, and made an entry in the status bar. The rest of the time, my brother was in the bone room parlor of the Colosseum, producing bones, iron and other materials like an old hen. He was so busy that even meeting him was a luxury. It's not that I want to disturb him. Is it really okay not to tell him about such an important matter? Feifei muttered in a low voice, rubbing Lulu until she was as clean as a peeled shrimp. Or we can report it to Tom. That's it. Feifei jumped up lightly. Anyway, Tom is responsible for the procurement. If we have informed Tom, it doesn't count as setting off privately. Tell him to go to Maria Port? Stupid. Of course, I said I was going to the Devil's Market. Buy Sandcat skin. Brother wants Ying to advance the most. This is a big help to brother. Lulu stood up and put on her beloved mithril armor. And to prevent brother from worrying, we can bring helpers with us. Is it still Brother Pai? He seems to be busy making new rations for the city defense army. Very busy. It's not him. Lulu also helped Feifei put on the mithril armor and pulled him towards the bloody corridor. Chapter 568, 4 Strong Generals. Lulu flew through the bloody corridor. Said H. Low to the 300 skeleton warriors who were practicing the formation. Quickly ran to the lounge of the library and called the 4 generals. Ah! Min Min, Hua Hua, Ya and Dian Dian. Get out. The 4 brain spirits were sleeping and were startled by Lulu's loud voice. In the past few days, Galaric was practicing gladiators, leg hair, and forbidden forest monsters who were willing to become city defenders in the Colosseum, while the 300 skeleton warriors were left in the library to practice various uses of the Bone One creation armor. After the successful operation of the Colosseum, malice and the desire to kill have been found, and the brain spirits no longer need to go to the forbidden forest to cultivate malice. And the strange thing is that Xionoisu missed the pastime and ran to play in the forbidden forest. But he couldn't feel the familiar stern malice. In this regard, the forest guard's explanation was that the demon wolf king was about to die. The brain spirits were asking for trouble. But they were not idle either. In addition to inquiring into the big and small affairs in the city, they each strengthened their own sensor training. Min Min has already advanced to the sensor stage, and now he has completed sensing the tree hole. As for Hua Hua, Ya and Dian Dian, they have also successfully advanced. Doors use various doors to help transport parts. Fire supervises the fire of the iron tribe furnace. Makes some simple armors. Electricity auxiliary power supply in the workshop. Ya controls the moonlight to block the library and the Colosseum. Everyone performs their duties in a very orderly manner. In terms of Juku-Day and night resting place exchange, the inventory in the library warehouse is very sufficient, allowing the right and left guardians and the 7 brain-spirited young generals to access it. The busier you are, the more you have to show your value. Lulu clenched her fist and poked Feifei next to her with her elbow, signaling for me to speak. My also said bite you in strange blood. Now only the Sandcat skin is left. Before he gets it, he can't tear off the shadow. And then prepare for the promotion ceremony. Juku then discussed with Ying. Dark Shadow, the elf, is not too late to prepare for the bad. Has he decided? Should he use his strength from the underground city to tear apart Liu in the abyss? Or should he use his strength in the library? The idea of not having enough electricity is to install bad batteries and octopus tentacles in the body, ready to discharge at any time. Or, he goes to find Bitterberg. Dian Dian hugged the battery as a pillow and put his mind down again. Ya is talking, playing with the moonlight to illuminate the other 8 companions. Humanity has retreated into the Forbidden Forest. The portal will be set up soon, and the little battle will end at any time. Feifei emotionally read out the declaration that he had prepared for a long time. You should strengthen my little brother's strength after this. You all know how busy they are. They all come here. Lulu touched the 7 brain spirits in turn. We port? What are you purchasing again? The one who spoke was Min Min. The brain spirits had also learned to speak a long time ago. Besides, after being busy for so long, it's time to change your mind. Min Min opened countless wooden doors under him, and then carefully fiddled with the bookcase doors in the living room to ensure a way forward. What? They are powerful now. Are they listening to the right and left guardians? Lulu frowned when she saw that the brain spirits were too cooperative. What penetrated a skeleton and put a bone one creation armor on it. The remaining space under his body was filled with fire bone bullets extracted from the ice and fire wheel. You just need to decide whether to face that fate or escape. The shadow is still or moving, testing the complete space at the edge, like a child playing in the water by the river. Bad? 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 You go slowly. Come back slowly. I have to work in a while. Guardians was said like that. Of course. General Min just wanted to fulfill our wishes as soon as possible. The library needs us. Let's go! You go to Muya Port to purchase, Lulu said impassionedly. Before the transformation by Twilight Earthworm, the tunnel above the bathroom in the 8th library has been filled in. To leave the library, you must either take the confusing corridor or use the door. The 7 brain spirits immediately surrendered and stuck to Lulu Feifei's side. You have decided. Ying wrote small words on the ground. Before we separate, seal it with dusk earthworms. From now on, the library has nothing to do with the magic stone in the abyss. Wei Zhuang said clearly and waited quietly for Ying to make a choice. You idiot. Who knows where I escaped again? Lulu waved her hand before experiencing torture and death. Bitterberg successfully soaked in escape again and regained control of escape. He was basically in a state of escape every day. Invisible state. At this moment, Wei Zhuang's brain looked like he had slept enough, and his brain grooves were twitching and squeezing together. Feeling this complete space with a headache. Just go out in simple clothes every month. Put on the next floor and melt into the moonlight before making a big noise. So in their free time, they all choose to sleep in the lounge to make up for the lost brain power. I'm so tired. I just want some snacks or something. Huohuo was so tortured by the forging flames that it was difficult to find time to rest. And he just wanted to take a nap. Do you want to open it? Lulu and Feifei are the previous swordsmanship champions in the library. Open it! Come on! The egg was rolling back and forth underground, ready to be smashed back and reshaped at any time to open the way from the library to the Abyssal U. Of course, everyone should open it first and take a look. If it works, we can separate the library and the Abyssal U. Wei Zhuang thought for a moment. Anyway, without Aching's help, who else but the Demon King can change the terrain? Have less authority than you. If you open it, it will be more convenient for AKA to eat pure-blooded demons. Danding continued to urge. Of course, there is no path that is known to Minnie and the brain spirits. Liu shut up when Akuman ate the abyss by himself. So Minnie and the 7 brain spirits applied for 7 sets of skins from the warehouse, put on their robes, and each ordered some parts according to their own preferences. Did Juku and Dandan talk at all that time? The minis are now only responsible for assembling some important creations, such as satellites. So the workload is much less than before, and they are using skins to make cables, bone cars, and tanks, which basically belongs to the stage of enjoying leisure in the library. In the close proximity of the moonlight, the minds of the brain spirits are much worse. The target that time was the Sandcat Pebble. Without it, Nolmo will be ill-prepared for promotion. And there will be one less Demon King level demon in the library. Lulu made nonsense. In the minds of the minis, Shadow, the chosen devil's son, is worthy of that expectation. Those are the right and left guardians of the library. The city defense commander's favorite younger brother and sister. Complete space on the lower level of the library. If you are in the library, you have no authority to help. And you are less powerful. Juku analyzed the pros and cons. But you are determining which level of the abyss Wei Zhuang the space leads to. So there is no risk. During those days, in addition to guarding the Colosseum and ensuring the smooth progress of the live broadcast, AKA spent his free time in the abyss and ate hundreds of pure-blooded demons. You just think, you met him in the library. And then you found the shadow of Abyssal U in the library. It seems like some kind of fate. Did Ying listen so carefully? Listening to your own demonic instincts. I heard that the last 8 levels of the Abyssal U have not been completely filled by the fire wave. Heroes, Demons, except for aka. Everyone has withdrawn at will. Putting on his white robe, General Min opened the closet door, and the 7 demons set off. Of course, Lulu and Feifei were grand at. They wore out their skins like stacked arhats, took out the twilight scale, wore cane, an anti-thief hat, and stuffed 2 iron swords made by the Iron Tribe dwarves into their ribs and calves. Chapter 569, He Never Escapes. Tear it apart from here. Ying chose to listen to her intuition and face her fate. He never escapes. And I will not escape either. Liu saw the images flashing through Ying's heart through the Devil's Illustrated Book from Butebog to Tiansuan. Ajibuki. Chaos. The Imperial Army. Shiha. A fragile brain fought with them from the bottom up. Fighting. Liu was caught off guard and was praised. And felt a little ashamed. Okay. Tear it up from here. Liu flicked his ring and summoned Aching. He also used domino teleportation to tell AKA to be ready, so as not to attract an army of red-skinned demons after cleaning up the space. As a result, this move directly summoned AKA. A touch of blood settled on the upper floor of the library, staring silently at the broken space, and then left saliva. Do you want to untie this vein of mine? Very good. Aching was a little sluggish, but he also understood what the 3 demon sons wanted to do. Liu threw another nightmare eye into the soul, greeted the dusk earthworms wandering outside the library, and finally nodded to Dandan. Aching touched his belly with his match hand, seemingly feeling relieved, and raised his head when he heard the shouts from the city defense commander. Liu didn't bother me at all after all. He became the commander of the city defense at the behest of the Demon King, so there was no way he could agree to it. Liu was thinking wildly, but Ying didn't respond. A burning flag suddenly appeared at the entrance of the full cave. At this time, Liu was astonished as if he had just arrived here. He just wanted to know that there was nothing to say about the complete space, and that there was nothing about the library and the mouth of the abyss. Teacher, what brought you here? Liu greeted Minto. A huge number of worms were expelled from the flames of the candles, and Minter descended in front of the 8 demon sons again. A branch connected to the library. The temperature in the upper level of the library gradually approached the mouth of the abyss, and the fire wave appeared. Liu hurriedly threw out the octopus tentacles and sucked them in. He finally walked down the road of attention and abhorrence. A moment ago, Minto raised his head and looked at Liu meaningfully. Parsing, 7.99%. Memphiseus's ambition to become the Demon King has not yet been revealed, so annexing his power is certainly part of my plan. Yes, because Memphiseus deserves knowledge. Minto shook his head. As the space was reshaped, a huge dry cave emerged on the top of the upper floor of the library, stretching for an unknown distance and continuing to deepen downwards. Steel Pro, your beloved disciple. Minto emphasized the nickname of Steel Baby in a weak tone. As usual, Liu continued to analyze the Demon King Minter. What an old fart. Dandan twisted his body and rolled behind the door. Then he was stuffed with a small pile of viscera-like things and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Tian always felt that Minto's words were talking about Memphis intelligence. What a coincidence. The great mouth of the abyss also planted a flag in the library? Liu was stunned, and suddenly felt that he had thought of it so long ago. Outside is the space belonging to the Demon King Minto. City Defense Commander? Minto noticed the ring stuffed outside Liu's brain groove and raised his eyebrows. It was difficult for Tian to answer, because he wanted to slap Minto on his old fart, saying that you always guess so accurately, and that your survival depends on these cards of yours. But looking at the fullness of the passage, it was obvious that the flag had been inserted there a long time ago, but had been twisted by some force, preventing the giant mouth of the abyss from visiting the library. You just know? You thought you helped too. Liu learned some social skills during the fun, so he should be careful about big words first. Look! What is this? Dandanxio yelled. Huh? Is it about to mature? What have they done? Minto quickly checked the state of his balls and found some surprises. After staring at Liu for a moment, Minto became a little more intense after confirming that the vampire was just an ambush, but an accident. Where will we move next time? Tian suddenly thought that he had woken up and looked at Ying, Dandan and AK. We were also confused. Steel Pro? About a quarter of an hour ago, the tremors in the space stopped, and Dandan rolled back. The 8 demon sons came to a very strange stone room and were staring at the candles behind them. What does this vampire mean? Minto thought the apprentices were going to attack him. Aching first picked up the worm carcass that fell from the ground, took a bite out of his mouth, and then spat it out on the ground, as if it was very unpalatable. Did we kill Minto's beloved disciple? I heard that the Imperial Army hasn't arrived at the old Forbidden Forest yet. You should plant your flag there first. Ha. Liu had a splitting headache and pointed at the blurry scorched earth in the city with the binding thread. Because the library can be owned in one day? Ahem. Aching coughed twice, trying his best to maintain the reappearance of blood vessels and the structure of the demon city that had no impact. Then the first 8 demon sons disappeared. Baby Steel? Liu thought of a long-ago name, and then thought of the tragic situation when it died, and suddenly felt as if he had stabbed another small basket. It's bad. But after you decide how to tear it up, you have to deal with the flag first. Liu felt that the most important thing was to throw it away after sensing the flag again in the abyss. Dandan may know it, but Che Tian and Ying are both unfamiliar with that stone room when the closed battle training was held. The 2 devil children were locked up outside, and then they went out and caused a stir. There was a bloody storm against the other sons of demons and the Lord of Brain Spirits. Beautibug. Liu stared at the 3-dimensional map of Aching, trying his best to think about the whereabouts of the next flag. The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. Just when Liu was sure he had forgotten something, the plump hole was suddenly sprinkled with a small amount of dust. What would Bitterbird know? He wants to know the relationship between the library and the mouth of the abyss? Minto guessed Liu's inner question as always. Very early on, Memphisius wanted to usurp the authority of the library, but you stopped him. Aching also disappeared. AKA felt that there was nothing to talk about, so he brought a chair and sat at the full entrance of the cave, like an anteater waiting for ants to emerge. AKA stood for a moment, and the corpses of worms piled up underground, and the coldness in the cave became weaker and stronger. Knowledge? Knowledge authority? Liu looked back at Ying. The vampire was left standing silently at the lower level of the library, looking at the full little hole. Immediately afterwards, the worms lost their fury and infected the ground in the blink of an eye, turning the lower level of the library into a sea of worms and smashing into the 8 demon sons. Aching and AKA. Move it! Just like this, Liu motioned to Aching to unfold the map of Demon King City. 8 of them. Mincho turned to look at Liu. The worms under his chin were swaying wildly, and he looked lifeless. Minto ignored it and closed his eyes to think, as if he was checking what happened in the Demon King City during that time. As for where to move the flag, Liu actually had no answer for a long time. Bad? Where can we move it? Aching asked. Aching, Liu called to Demon King City. It's also because at this time, your beloved disciple, Stilpro, hasn't decided to recuperate outside. The worm under Minto's chin began to swing violently again. Egg rolled into the broken space. The library began to shake, and the place became hot. If the blood cocoon inside the abyss is a heart, then this passage is a branch of the heart. Liu was also pleasantly surprised. Envies it, extending the shadow behind the octopus tentacles, feeling the burning cold breath coming towards his face. Ying was convinced that it was not the main material for his advancement. The bad thing is that I don't have any experience in that area. Aching quickly moved the burning flag away, and then pressed a pair of match hands on Liu's head. What's wrong with him? He's going to die. In the dust, worms fell like a waterfall, filling the hole in the blink of an eye. Your new friend? Liu was shocked when he thought he would meet Minto outside. Chapter 570. The Path of Attention and Abomination. After communicating with Minto, Liu learned about the story that happened here. Minto's beloved disciple, the former Demon King Stilpro, was kicked off the throne by the current Demon King. He forgot who he was and hid in the library to resurrect. The current Demon King and Memphisius are eyeing the relics of the previous Demon King, and each are searching for traces of him in their own ways. They all found the library at the same time. The Demon King used the relationship between Okabuki and Bitterbird to invite the creatures in the library to participate in the Colosseum. Hoping to find the shadow of the previous Demon King, Memphisius was much more arrogant and originally wanted to annex the authority of the library. The demon commander directly planted the burning flag in the library. This sparked Minto's resentment. Minter twisted the upper space of the library, hid the flag, and blocked the passage from the mouth of the abyss to the library. This has become one of the mysteries of the library, which has not been solved until now. Your Demon King is not enough? No wonder he likes us so much. Dandan had woken up from his coma. His expression was very simple, and he understood Minto's connivance towards the 3 demon sons. Originally, Liu was a little worried about spoiling Baby Steel, But after Dandan said this, he calmed down, knowing that Minto didn't have any additional preferences. Linda recalled the 8 figures that had appeared under the low tower during the banquet: the dwarf, the pocket watchman, not to mention the magician with a skull under his shoulder. I understand. Please continue. Linda was convinced that Minto and Liu were both big thieves. Of course, he couldn't understand it as a mountain. Minto stacked several worms straight down. Lin thought of the pocket watchman wandering in the chaos, and thought that those 2 old guys were both big thieves outside the chaos. Right? And I also make the same exact mistake. Staring for a moment to make sure I haven't missed any details. Whose interests? Lin finished asking the Demon King's mentor, hoping to hear some lower-level information. Bad? You continue. Did you kill him? After hearing what Minto said, Linda felt that Iha was not dead yet. Yes. I wanted to steal Baby Steel. So Baby Steel died. Lin was sure that was important information. Just like the royal family and the Dark Star Society, they use each other to fight against the devil. Shut up. He's tearing apart part of the Abyss Giant Mouth's promotion ceremony. They'll figure it out on their own. Minto treated Ying as carefully as he treated Dandan. Mena, Liu, Tim, the 8 Dark Stars have been active. Where they can see, the Dark Star Society is a magic association of the Empire. It is composed of a group of magicians who have been coveting knowledge and power since their birth. Minto said solemnly when he mentioned the Dark Star Society. Maybe their boss knows about those. But they are not secrets. Is also too important. But that day is still far away. So Tim is the deepest hidden and the most stable. As if he exists, Tim is the secret strategy of the Dark Star Society. Minto tried to make the 8 sons of Devil understand the 8 young men of the Dark Star Society. The division of labor among magicians. Minto pointed at the balls. Is it because you are too short? Dandan was very happy, as he absorbed the nutrients. This, you seem to have seen Dong Qian. Linda pointed at the pocket watchman. Right, Alexander is a pure Imperial member. A member of the royal family. And belongs to the Dark Star Society. Of course Minto knew about the existence of the Dark Little Wizard in the Empire. What are you fighting for? Linda had actually always been curious about what the Demon King's mentor was doing outside of chaos. And he seemed very busy all the time. Linda was very lucky. Is he ready to advance? Minto compared the conditions of the 8 demon sons, and found that both Ying and Dandan were not on the edge of promotion yet. And their brains seemed to be a little behind. Adna was killed by his words. Among the remaining devil children, it seems that the 3 of us are the loudest. There is also the matter of picking up sand and cat skin. That was not the first kiss. It's important. Linda twitched his brain and smiled. Necromancer? Linda tried to understand what the other little wizard was doing. Is that a demon? Dead? Died outside the chaos. Linda said quietly. Yes. Yes. What could the Dark Star be? Lin thought of Iha and the low tower, and was very curious about the magical power behind the human being. Linda has not classified as Dong Qian and Tim as the same people as Minto. One steals power from chaos, and the other wanders in death and absorbs power. Yes. Nolimor nodded. Beyond chaos? Minto immediately thought of something. There is no limit to the power in chaos. Did Minto admit it? So where does he think my food comes from? Have you seen him in the holy city? As soon as Linda said, the shadow squirmed, and the shadow formed the shape of a low tower, with 8 figures standing at the top of the tower. Don't talk to you. Ha ha ha. The worms under Minto's chin tensed up, and he regretted not thoroughly investigating the situation of the 8 demon sons the next time they met. Well, you can't understand it that way. Minto rarely agreed with Linda's conjecture. Humans and demons. Do they matter? What's the peak? Why does it look like a mountain? Linda didn't understand Minto's metaphor. Minto didn't seem to have enough time that time. Oh, this is a bad death. Minto nodded. Liu has been fighting with you in the chaos, which makes you like it very much. Iha and the others have met each other. He is the biggest threat. He is the star that Dark Star will put in the sky. He will fall one day. Minto talked about Iha with great care, just like talking about a cat or a dog, or a predator. This Mina? Lind asked the first one. Dong Qian competes with you for power in the chaos, delivering it to the low tower, and giving some dregs to the Empire by the way. Tim buried himself deep in the ground, waiting for the power of death to grow stronger, waiting for the day when the head of the dead will devour the living. Minto said of the skeletons under the low tower. In Lin's opinion, even if the small continent of Chaos is filled with demons, it should still be a round planet at most. Right? On the top of the mountain live them. The city defense war touches too few interests. And he still has a long way to go to attract attention and hate. Minto observed Linda's state. Well, maybe that's the case. Minto still said bad words to Dandan. Have you seen it? Minto seemed to be able to accurately understand the experiences of the 8 demon sons in chaos. And was stunned when he heard that information. Hearing Wright's surname, Lind also understood the relationship between Wright and several other young wizards. Minto stared at Linda, as if to remind him of Linda's identity. You are the Demon King's mentor, the Destiny Dice, and the Prophet of the Burning Valley. Mina is in the sky, trying to find or open a path to the top. Minto pointed to the dwarf under the Shadow Tower. Right? What they need to pay attention to are the 7 little wizards in the low tower. Dark Star Society. Abyss Mouth. Demon King's City. Minto finally said the riddle again, seeming to think that there was no need for the 8 demon sons to know any less. And these dark stars that have not yet reached the mainland are the real threat. Minto pointed out 8 other names. Maina. Liu. Tim. Yes. Minto nodded. And a group of worms climbed towards the Shadow Tower, marking the names of the 8 little wizards. Where's Stilpro? But Minto didn't seem to give up settling old scores. The last time I saw Minto was before he was looking for Chi. He seemed to be very calm at that time. And he didn't notice the half-dead baby Dongqian was stuffed outside the shadow space, missing an excellent rescue opportunity. Minto did not answer. Yes, we still need the shadow of the abyss mouth and the sandcat pebbles. Dongqian directly helped Ying to obtain materials. Why is it so abstract? Chapter 571 Ks. When they laugh, the atmosphere trembles. When they cry, blood flows into rivers. When they are angry, the earth collapses. Speaking of gods, Minto is light on pressure, but serious. Heaven, the god of faith? Liu thought of the diamond-shaped cube that was squeezed out of the holy city. There is still nearly a semi-mechanical creation stuck to the back of his butt. It looks stupid and clumsy, but it is really as abstract as Minto described. So Mina wants to be a god? Liu tried to understand Minto's metaphor. God is the pinnacle. Minto did not directly answer Liu's question. How many vertices are there? What are they called? How to divide the work? Liu felt that this was a good opportunity to solve the underlying logic of the world. And Minto looked at Liu like a fool, as if to say, do you think I'm stupid enough to read their names one by one? Parsing, 9.22%. Liu couldn't hear Minto's voice, but he could understand the swings of the worms. Minto didn't intend to reveal anything about the gods. After leaving, Minto and his clones trained Ying and Dandan respectively, and then pushed the 8 demon sons out of the stone room. What advice do you have for the city defense war? Although Jiao Bo ranked promotion first, based on the information provided by Forest Gelyu, Bauer, and demon merchants in recent days, he learned that various small armies of the empire were dispatched. But there was still no somewhat uneasy. Liu was looking forward to retreating into the abyss from a different angle and giving some surprises to the pure-blooded demons. It's impossible. No one can be your enemy. Jiao Bo has not yet become familiar with the feeling of identifying non-contract partners as enemies. Although the shadows of the abyss's mouth are limited and thick, those shadows rely on entities and are very malleable. Ying took a step back to explain his thoughts. And he was also explaining the promotion ceremony. Perhaps hiding the road itself has no inherent concealment. Just fight them back for a moment and attract a small army of pure-blooded demons. This does not mean that the range of the natural disasters of the forest guards is now only focused on the ground of the Colosseum, and cannot be successfully extended to the old site inside. Forget it. Just stay in the library anyway. AK thought for a moment, feeling more and more urgent about helping Ying advance. That's true. AK started laughing again, embedded under the shadow tower, waving his shadow to say goodbye to Minto. I am a dog. Outside that world, Liu has a complicated view of living creatures. Be patient long enough. You are not an army. Hearing AK's inquiry, Jiao Bo opened his cloak, and outside were stacked the heads of pure-blood demons, corpse collectors, and silver fish heads. Oh, where is this Demon King? Is he my dog? Of course Liu had searched for the Demon King's traces in the Demon King city, but he didn't know that the current Demon King was also a vampire, so he really wanted to meet him. It is necessary to share those with Minto. When there are very few demons, and very few shadows gathered on one side or a few sides, if you pull it from the other side, you will not be able to tear up the main material. Shadow's words slowly helped AK understand the principle. It took a lot of desire to kill. The former site of the Forbidden Forest is already a scorched earth. Although it is very close to the Demon King's city, it is soon beyond the control of Aching. In this regard, aka was helpless. Can I retreat? Aka quickly synchronized his thoughts with Ying and confirmed that Minto was at the forefront of the meeting. He only wanted to clarify some details of tearing the shadow to Ying and whether there was any movement on his forehead, especially before the Holy Army is about to destroy the Demon Wolf King, rebuild their faith, and turn their guns to attack the Demon King's city. aka Dandan and Liu waited patiently. But in the last second, the flames under the flag were extinguished by the holy light. Up to now, Bauer, Daimon, and we still think that the master of authority in the library and the Colosseum is Skorik. Wallace? It was so clean and tidy. Aka couldn't have been written by the Holy Path Army. After all, when the Holy Army retreated into the old Forbidden Forest, the curse left by the forest guard outside was purified in the same way. Aka, on the other hand, agreed too much with Minto's statement. He clearly retreated at the same time the path of hiding and absorbing, and he never fell into it. Right? Very bad. Indeed. In this comparison, Shiha, whose ideal was to bulldoze the Demon King's city, the Burning Fire Valley, and the Great Ice Crack, is indeed not high-end enough. According to aka, he is just a dog. A small part of the city defense army's troops were concentrated under Jiaobo. Only if he is weak enough can he not be able to break through the restrictions of the Empire and the Demon King. What's going on? Aka was confirming whether the placement was successful. If the shadow is torn from the library, aka cannot use the power of the Lord of Authority to assist the shadow in exerting force. And the force will be even weaker. Well, humans, we're too close. Humans destroyed Memphisia's battle flag. Aching gave the answer. Oh, I am their mentor. Liu slowly understood the relationship between Minto and the 8 demon sons. Will they be enemies in the future? The bad thing is that it was successfully completed. And Aching put the flag at his feet. Who is this? Liu, who was under the chair, focused his eyes on Dandan and noticed the changes in its physique. But the place to be found is between the thrones. It's all quite mysterious. Then when you exerted your strength, he retreated from there and killed him. Ying turned to Jiaobo and said, So, all that's left now is sand cat pebbles? aka opened his mind and asked, Well, I wish you go further on the road of being noticed and hated. Seeing Liu's silence, Minto decided to say goodbye. What? No idea? Although Minto and Liu had no direct communication, aka also wondered how the Demon King viewed another Demon King. As for the reopened passage to the mouth of the abyss, since Baby Steel is not dead yet, whether it's closed or opened is important to Minto. You have decided. You are going to tear the city apart from the ground. Ying confirmed the point of exertion, also taking advantage of that time. Aka called Aching out by the way and asked him to send the burning flag planted in the library to the former site of the Forbidden Forest. Haha. Very low evaluation. Aka nodded. I am a dog. I am the mentor of the Demon King. When will it end? Will he listen to your advice? Minto put on a wormy smile, as if he was really looking forward to Jiaobo's performance as the city defense commander. Understood. One is in the sky, one is in chaos, and one is underground. How about taking advantage of all 3 sides? Liu understood the goals of the 3 great wizards of the Dark Star Society. Of course, it was a battle with the Maw of the Abyss, and it just helped no more advance. What to do next? Can't you retreat? Liu pointed at the full entrance of the hole, before the temperature inside and outside aroused the coldness in his heart. Does this require the cooperation of the city defense army? Aka finished thinking about how to make a certain side gather fewer demons. You know, I am the mentor of the current Demon King. And the next Demon King died outside. Just not where he was sitting. The crack in the door of chaos was also opened from the lower level of the library. Aka would not. Tearing the shadow itself is also a process of weakening your physique. If you tear it from the ground, you will gain more. Shadow decided to take a more difficult and disadvantageous path. The candlelight was replaced by moonlight again, and the 8 demon sons returned to the lower level of the library. Let you think about it. Shadow synthesized AK's plan and clearly tore through Shadow's thoughts. Obviously, the Empire was serious that time. Is it torn from the outside? AKA was confused. Chapter 572 Robbery. Sandcat Pelly is in this market. It's him. In Meliaport, the Devil's Market is bustling with people. The war between the Imperial Army and the city defense army does not seem to affect the transactions of the merchants. And it seems to be more prosperous. From time to time, merchants dueled with merchants to compete for goods, and even humans appeared among them. Although the safe areas in Demon King City were all hidden by Oching, the trade routes were not interrupted. And there were still merchants who took risks and came to the demon market to obtain materials. At this time, 5 guys in black robes, looking like businessmen, were eyeing a toad-faced demon businessman. This toad has signs of crystallization on its face, which makes it look very special. Lulu was folded on Feifei's shoulder, holding a flyer for tonight's Devil's Market in her hand. The flyer was full of products that would be sold at tonight's market and the corresponding stalls. Lulu and Feifei compared it for a moment and determined that the merchant selling sandcat skin gravel was this toad. Hey, do you sell sandcat skin gravel? Lulu strengthened her legs, drove Feifei to the stall, and asked the crystal-faced toad. The 4 brain spirit generals also followed with erratic steps. Huh? The demon merchant seemed not to have expected these 5 guests and shrank his neck. Rob you? Sandcat P's 66 son? But in the last second, the bag was snatched away by a pair of big hands and placed under a large scale. Regret? You regret it. After following your brother for so long, you are still so stupid that you forgot to leave the door. We only know that if we grab the Maria Gravel, we will provide a small help to our brother, and Inging will be 1 step closer to promotion. Duel. Bonatti finally woke up from the shock, fluttered his wings and flew down into the air, pointing at Lulu Feifei, who was running at the end. Lulu Galet's regret and Bonatti's expected regret are exactly the same thing. 2 minis and 7 brain spirits faced off against the demon army led by the 66th son of Sandcat Peas. That's too bad, you're just a businessman. The demon merchant cowered and glanced at the other end of the market, as if he was expecting someone. The demon merchant did achieve his goal, but the person he attracted was not ordinary at all. So he looked embarrassed. You are in charge. He sold it to you. Lulu saw that the wart grain cane was useful and took out the bone sword. Or you can duel with him. That's what I did. The demon merchant wiped his sweat again and used his own method to block the interference of the wart cane. The hand stretched out from the waist of the white-robed businessman, which caught the pure-blooded demon off guard. What door? Brother? They want to leave. But there is only one door they can't retreat from, and one door they can't exit from. Bona opened his small mouth and let out a war cry. Bonatti was stunned. Now that the owner of the library has become the owner of the Colosseum and the commander of the city defense, the devil merchant can feel relaxed. Little Bonatti, the Maria Gravel you need is right outside. The demon merchant quickly picked up a big bag, pushed it back into the hands of the pure-blood demon, and handed over the hot potato. Is the businessman with the long eyes robbing? He is a demon merchant. Does he know the value of that product to the city defense army? Lulu seemed to suddenly have an idea. The demon merchants have no agreement with the city defense commander. All worthless products will be sent to the city defense army. Ding! Ming Fei's bell tower rang, indicating that the duel was established. After being scolded by Bonatti, Lulu Feifei became even more frustrated and almost wanted to disarm on the spot. That being said, Toad's face was no longer dull. But he finally waited for my savior. The size of pure-blood demons indicates their power. Wait a minute. What did he say? Listen. Just after she was about to lose her fighting spirit, Lulu suddenly cut 7 pieces of skin from under her body and stuffed them back into her and Galet's ear holes to shield against pure-blood demons and demons. Audience interference. Are you selling sandcat skin gravel? Lulu asked again, aggressively. I want to buy it. Where's the goods? The pure-blooded demon was very small, even smaller than Bowles, who came to the Colosseum to watch the battle. Because of the robbery, Lulu Goulet was still so nervous that he even forgot to open the door directly under General Min, feeling so relieved that his heart was pounding. The purpose of placing products under flyers is not to attract fewer customers who have no need, so that they can raise prices to the expeditionary force. Wherever the leader of the demon army is, there will be no demon army accompanying him. Generally speaking, when a demon sees a pure-blooded demon of that size, he will just stay away. As a result, if he pays attention, the pre-ordered goods will be robbed? Yes. I'm selling. The demon merchant rolled his tongue and licked the twilight scale, seeming to have guessed the origin of the customer in front of him. Minis who come out to purchase will bring the twilight scale back to trade. And the news has spread in the Devil's Market. Everyone knows that the Devil's Relic is exclusive to the library buyer. I was dueled again. Lulu Feifei was thrown into the world by the bridge. She was very frustrated and kept hammering her head. Nearby, a small group of pure-blood demons emerged from Gulei's dancer's house and flew down the bridge. That was very practical. And Lulu Gulei regained his fighting spirit. Although during the feast, Gulei Lucy sacrificed a small number of his sons to gain strength. The battle in the holy city had not started for so long. Enough for me to regenerate a small batch. It's not it. Lulu saw that the scales of Twilight were even. And she was sure that the bag of Maria gravel met her expectations. We just feel that our methods of grabbing things are too skillful. And we have not learned the essence of our brother at all. The crystal-faced demon merchant was sweating like a waterfall, rolled up his stall, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, fearing that he would be swept away by Bonatti's wrath. But the merchants also have no agreement with the expeditionary force. Their demand for Maria gravel comes later, so we can only supply it to them first. The demon merchant spread his hands and said to Lulu helplessly. With that said, Lulu took out the Twilight scale and motioned to the demon merchant to put the goods on the small plate. General Min was equally surprised. And he was also a novice in robbery. But that product hasn't been ordered yet. The demon merchant wiped the poisonous sweat from under his crystal face. And the ordering time is very early. So the 7 brain spirits dragged their bodies up and quickly followed Lulu Feifei, who was running at the end. That's the rare material that you traded after traveling to the Sand World and staying there for 8 years. It's a sufficient share, but the price. The demon merchant obtains treasures by traveling through various different worlds. Of course, the difficulty of obtaining them must be exaggerated. The 7 little brain spirit generals also became the targets of the duel. The 66th son of Sandcat Peas will let go of the devil who disobeys him. A pure-blooded demon knocked open the scattered stalls and walked towards Lulu Feifei in a roundabout way, bringing a burning cold breath. Then Feifei's legs stopped twitching wherever the wart cane is pointed. The person in that position will be more inclined to deal with themselves. But the side effect is that the legs will twitch from time to time. There is Memphis Harbor, a devil's market where duels are allowed. And the loser will lose all the goods. The 7 brain spirits are very silent. Although we are not naturally afraid of pure-blooded demons. After that period of training, we defy Galeric's teachings and know how to overcome fear after fighting. Bonetti took the big bag and shook it, hearing the sound of fine sand. Asking the demon merchant, Lulu took out her wart-shaped cane and tapped the ground behind the merchant. As soon as the demon merchant finished speaking, the pure-blooded demon walked up to the 7 buyers, looked at us, and stretched out his hand directly to the demon merchant. Where did he come from? How dare he snatch you away from me? It's not too late to regret it. The only thing waiting for him is death. He will become your excrement. Bonatti flew up low and stood up, opposite Lulu Gulei and 7 white-robed guests. Bonatti is the 66th lucky child. He inherited the power of the blood cocoon. So he is not so small. Order? Why do you have to put the order under the flyer? Lulu has accumulated very little purchasing experience, and knows that the devil merchant wants to use that kind of rhetoric to increase the price. At this moment, the devil merchant also decided to ask for a price. Let's go! As soon as Lulu Feifei succeeded, she consciously took the 7 brain spirit generals and fled the scene. Chapter 573, What's in the Dancer's House? What's in the Dancer's House? Why can it hold so many demons? Feifei was very curious and communicated with Lulu through the pituitary gland. Shut up. Fight. Lulu pulled off her black robe, revealing too many bodies wearing bone mithril armor and stacked with arhats. It's them. They are facing the demon army. So arrogant. The audience instantly recognized the 2 minis holding bone swords, and immediately looked forward to the duel. After all, the last time they were about to lose, they provoked 3 demon sons. Now the devil's son is the commander of the city defense. The guards at Melia Port also hurriedly began to maintain order among the audience and opened a betting channel for them. Red mist filled the air, and the demon army formed a formation under the leadership of Bonatti, under the influence of the demon's encouragement. The other end of the bridge instantly became hot, and the bridge deck began to melt. Put ice bombs on them to cool them down. Lulu Feifei changed the ammunition of the hand cannon and prepared to fight against the heat. Immediately afterwards, electric light burst out from the other end of the overpass, and Yen Dian's figure turned into a forest of thunder and lightning. He also pulled out a bone spur from Feifei's calf, which flashed across the branches of the electric forest. The attacks of fire, lightning, and moonlight became more concentrated, and the size of the demon army ended. The audience was very fond of her demon army's fighting style, but they had never seen brain spirit and many who could summon thunder and ice. And their cold feelings were immediately ignited. More than half of the overpass melted. And Bonatti and the demon army rushed over, bringing with them lava and fire tides to push back the hazy moonlight. The mouth of the abyss has fallen, communicating through the pituitary gland and the gutter. Lulu, Feifei, and the 7 brain spirit generals attacked the entire demon army head-on. Immediately afterwards, bone shadows suddenly appeared in the fire tide, slashing the necks of some pure-blood demons. This was the fire moving slowly through the fire tide, testing the weakness of the pure-blood demons. The scene looked even worse. Even though a small number of doors were destroyed, their movement was restricted, and the cold breath cooled them down. The pure-blooded demons caught the enemies, who came to get lightning from outside the various doors. Even if they caught them, they would be burned to death. Soon they found themselves as if fallen into the quagmire. Bonatti shuddered and took out a living heart from his body. The audience screamed one after another. But amid the electric sound and the explosion of the purgatory heart, the pure-blooded demons could hear our ridicule. Except in the land of Bona, the pure-blooded demons are all blind, and we cannot regain our sight until our hearts are pierced, and we die and are reborn. The first pure-blooded demon died at the hands of Dindin. Although the pure-blooded demon had rough skin and thick flesh, the explosion of the icebone bomb did not cause any substantial damage, but it did slightly slow down the array's retreat speed. Charge. Accelerate. Brother is wrong. It's obscene. Those places on the calves, armpits, and toes. Pure-blooded demons hate hiding their hearts there. Lulu announced your new discovery in a low voice. Min also left a few spare lines on his body, and then ended up wandering and swinging between doors. Under the influence of demonic inspiration, pure-blood demons are weakened and become more difficult to kill. Huahua took off his white robe, holding a candle and a bone spur in his arms, and his Bone One creation armor was shining white. He thought about which flame he would go into to give the pure-blooded demon a fatal blow. The same bone spur Lulu was also given to Yaya. In the moonlight, Yaya disappeared, making the other side of the overpass hazy, obscuring the existence of Xiejia. The influence of the ice spikes on the searing cold fire tide made the vision under the overpass even more blurry. The formation of pure-blooded demons was like a catfish with a brain, stirring up layers of muddy water. Open the doors, so that we can change positions. Lulu commanded the doors to open countless doors with binding wires, and spread them out at this end of the bridge. Bernard held the heart low. Bonatti only felt that it was very difficult, and that it was a waste of effort. We are on fire. He should be careful to kill. Lulu Feifei poured out all the SHLS in her hand cannon and pushed back the general's opening door. He was right to do that. He needs to target our strong points. The moonlight seemed to become sharper, blinding the eyes of a small group of pure-blood demons in an instant. Even if they are not yet in the sensor stage, the brain spirits are still fragile and can withstand the erosion of fire and lava. You need to rely on fire to make them as harmful as possible and reduce their damage to doors. I suspect that the scope and coldness of that explosion were enough to cover the sky and swallow up 2 mini-minis and 7 skeletons. First, the ice bone bullet exploded from a small angle. The life loss was small, but there was only half of the door left. No matter how you looked at it, the battle looked like it was going to be lost. But outside that time, Lulu and Feifei used 7 swords to kill her, stabbing more than a dozen pure-blooded demons to death. Why did they appear in the Colosseum? At this time, we can only rely on the gates that we carry with us to deal with this battle. Although the overpass has been fused, her mind cannot drift away. And Min wants her to use the door to perfectly take over the figures of Lulu and Feifei and change their directions. So there is no interference if the battlefield becomes completely in the air. Lulu Manshao kicked Huahua's skull away from the door and shouted, "He only controls the fire. There are obviously just 2 mini-minis and 7 skeletons. Why are they so difficult to kill?" When the first purgatory heart exploded, the pure-blooded demons changed their offensive. It just went through its heart. If you lose, even if you die, your father will eat you. As my brother said, the red-skinned devil's strong point is its heart. If the Legion commander doesn't have 8 and his bodyguards don't have 2, you can beat out their hearts and you'll win. Hide outside the moonlight. Sneak attack. Open the door and see if you can escape. At the same time, Lulu also asked General Min if he could escape. Yeah. Dindin! Get out. The explosion rhythm of the heart of purgatory is messy. Pure-blooded demons have never thought of creating a series of smooth and coherent explosions. The same goes for our brain power. It's enough to support an artillery-laden offensive like Now Ling's. Bonatti felt a weaker explosion was needed. The devil's guards also sacrificed their own hearts even if they were not the last lives. They were not firm at all. In the interval between explosions, lightning, moonlight, and suddenly extended arms, all stabbed at strange parts of the pure-blooded demon's body, causing the area of the red mist to shrink. The demon army is going to be destroyed. Dian Dian realized that the pure-blooded demon was thick-skinned. So he dragged Dian Guang and stabbed one of the demon guards through the hole. Half of the Bone One creation armor dragged by the fire was blown off, and a piece of his skull was burnt. He almost died in the fire. What was seen to be too convinced. While suppressing the fire tide, he did not give up attacking the pure-blooded demon with bone spurs. The answer was negative. The overpass of Melia Port was constructed as an independent space, cutting off the connection between the general gate and other gates. More than 70 hearts of purgatory are stuck together, centered on Bonati's heart. Before switching from slashing to stabbing, Hua was finally able to break through the pure-blooded demon's skin. Yaya's actions against her paralyzing pure-blooded demons. That turned into a war of attrition between the gate, the red mist, and the heart of purgatory. The bursting lava and impact filled a small space, blocking the moonlight and electric light, and also bursting out the fire outside the fire. The slightly angled door formed a network of firepower that was pierced everywhere, piercing away the red mist along the formation of pure-blooded demons, as if it was piercing away our ribs. He concentrates on controlling the fire tide. It's quite hot. Min gave Hua advice. Although the Bone One creation armor can effectively insulate from cold, it can still be ignited. Chapter 574. We won't watch the Colosseum without you. A bolt of lightning connected to the clouds in the sky. Pushing open a door, the moonlight stretched, completely wrapping Bonati's figure. Dong dong. The heartbeat sounded, and the heart of purgatory was about to explode. Then the moonlight moved and suddenly opened a door behind Bonati. Ah! Lulu and Feifei roared, appeared from the door, and forced the door onto Bonati's hand. Let's all die! The heart of purgatory explodes. Thick lava emerged from the sky of Melia Port under the folding of the door. Most of the explosion was concentrated in the sky, lighting up the devil's market like a thunder, and then smearing the sky into thick black. The remaining half of the explosion was extended to Bonati's hand, washing down and melting many businessmen who were watching the battle below. The space of the overpass was opened up by this impact, and then the ground cracked, and the businessmen were crushed into meat patties. Those, how to do it? Hua floated to the right and left guardians, with a bundle of purgatory hearts hanging under the half-burnt bones. They did a very bad job. They proved, you are not qualified to face the mouth of the abyss, nor are you qualified to face that war. Feifei thought about it for a moment, and finally did not dissuade his younger siblings from their enthusiasm. Imperial Army. Under the suppression of the fire gradually pulled out from under our bodies until our bodies were cold and hot. Take it away. That's your trophy, Lulu said, raising her hands to the audience. aka only through a drop of blood, with half a silverbait's head stuck under the blood, while he himself was still watching at the entrance of the full cave at the bottom of the library. Outside the workroom, Feifei, Tong Lao, and a Harry were having a calm discussion over a huge bone injector. The holy light dispelled the illusion of the demon market, and instantly wiped out the countless demons and merchants who had done business. At this time, the city defense commander's ring outside Yangshu's brain ditch shook violently, informing Yangshu that the war had not started yet. The audience cheered in unison, cheering for Minnie and the brains. We gathered in the workshop and listened to what the right and left guardians and the 7 generals had to say. But the shrinkage was just as fast as the crack in the bottom was widening. The holy light shone, and a group of knights covered in white armor walked in the light, heading straight for the overpass and attacking. Immediately afterwards, Lulu suddenly saw the ground at Melia Port tilt. Brother, the Imperial Army is coming. The guardians from the left and right, and the 7 generals of Brain Spirit filed out of the cabinet door on the lower floor of the library and ran towards the workroom, touching the heads of his younger siblings. Feifei suddenly felt that we seemed to have grown a little smaller. Winning money. So, now that the guests have arrived, are you going to greet them? Yangshu took Ying's hand and walked down the city in a flash. Lulu Li, you talked about her experience in the Devil's Market without getting out of breath. Put it down. Put it down and see if there is anything wrong. If it is good, it will break. If it is broken, it will be good. Tong Lao patted the injector and argued. The battery of the electric belt still had some power left, so he pulled up a few brain spirits and Lulu Liu, and flashed into the workroom, electrifying the other 8 brain spirits. You killed a demon legion? Are you not very weak yet? Yang Shu raised his chest and raised his head, feeling a sense of superiority. Where are the city defense troops? The bodies of the pure-blooded demons were stabbed to pieces by flying swords. Lulu and Liu finally pierced the first heart and lifted the corpse of the demon army leader in the air, like a ring of fire. The city defense army was so slow to escape. It's broken. I got the thing. De carefully collected the sand cat skin gravel, and Lulu hugged Liu tightly, riding a skeleton ladder composed of 7 brain spirits, and walked up from the air like a king. You are worried about the battery. And you are also giving him materials. The Imperial Army is now staring at the Demon King city, and any sign of trouble will alert us. Yang Shu looked like he was overusing his brain, and his whole brain was loose. The worst thing is to wait until the fighting starts, and when we focus our attention on the battlefield, you can try to take off again. Lulu Liu pulled out the rice skin outside her ear holes and accepted the endless indifference. Brother, call me Lulu, Liu shouted, leaping across the workroom like an ape, straight into Feifei's arms. Snapped. The bells of Yangshujing port rang, and the mayor made a broadcast. Bonadius, the 66th son of Mephizius, died in the port of Melia. You saw them in the Colosseum last time. Lulu said it perfectly, and Liu thought so even more. Ichigo, little magician, we're here? Huh? Why is there no burnt texture? Feifei noticed that we looked like we had just started a battle. No one interrupted Lulu and Yang Shu's speeches. In front of the knights is a figure covered in flowing phantom light, driving a river. Of course, in such a strong explosion, both doors were destroyed, and Bonetti's arm was also broken. The red mist of the demon army that had lost their hearts was bleak, and they quickly collapsed into an army. The number of hearts in their bodies also dropped sharply, and they could no longer organize a decent offensive. Halfway through the story, the Forest Guard and Winnie's dominoes became hot, and Shadow, Dandan, aka and Scholar Tom also came to the workshop in their own ways. Tom Lao was ecstatic. Mariaport was washed away by the Holy Path army and a river, and the sky was completely shattered, revealing the eternal night under the Demon King's castle. Seeing Minnie and Minnie rush out of the door with 7 brain spirits, Feifei wanted to understand for a moment what kind of combination it was. Then he saw his younger brothers and sisters leaping over. Of course, this was to release Van Helsing's body and give us a calm hug. The audience scattered and fled, and some slow-thinking demons remembered that Minnie was not in the hands of the city defense commander, and they all waved to the air. The merchants of Melia Port were still celebrating Minimi's failure 1 second, and fell into a daze the next, all looking at the gap in the horizon. Feifei listened and also sent a message to Tong Lao, saying that I couldn't choose a bad day to launch the satellite into the sky. How? Bonatti didn't understand what was happening, but he clearly felt his hand reaching high in the sky, and the door seemed to be a connected bridge, stretching his body. But the purgatory heart was resolved by Min. Yeah. Dian and Minnie. City Defense Army. It's their turn. There are cracks in the sky. However, the 8 demons that were still showing off their power just now had already disappeared, and there was only Bonatti's body falling rapidly in the air. When Lulu and Liu were talking until their mouths were dry, they finally finished telling the whole story and threw a big bag to Ying. A holy light leaked from the crack, centered around the bell tower. The land of Melia Port ends shrinking. Tom arrived in person, holding a map in his hand, marking Aching's transformation progress and city defense plan. Ying came from the Dark Elf Station in the underground city, where he had not yet finished tracing the shadow of the giant mouth of the abyss. Dandan was taking a bath afterwards, also absorbing the nutrients given by Kuho Minto. Nonsense! Lulu slapped Liu's bald head. Your library's right and left guardians, plus 7 brain spirit generals. How can you help your brother become the Demon King if he kills an entire legion? Outside the bloody hole under Bonaparte's body was a shabby wooden door, tightly closed. Those with dry hearts? As if they were dried bacon. Obviously, if it weren't for the sudden opening of the door and the flash of lightning shooting upward, there would be almost no survivors on this side of the overpass. There was still a trace of electric sparks left next to the door. Ouch, the city defense army is so powerful. The Imperial Army finally launched a retreat on the Demon King city. Unfortunately, the demon market had to be delayed. He scolds you. Brother, you are obedient. You took us to Mariaport. Outside the bag is Noli Moore's last upgrade material, sand cat skin gravel. The bundles of purgatory hearts were quickly taken away by Dian and brought back to Min, as if they were carrying a huge explosive bag. Snapped. Chapter 575, Beer Belly Angel. The Devil's Market is an affiliated area of the Demon King City, existing on the outskirts of the Demon King City. When the Forbidden Forest on the outskirts is purified, the Devil's Market will of course be the next target. From now on, trading in the Demon Market will be suspended indefinitely until the Imperial Army is driven away. Standing on the top of the city with outer soil and inner bones, Liu finally released Aching, and together they looked at Maria Port, which had collapsed to only one bell tower. He saw that outside the harbor, there was originally a forbidden forest, and the Empire's portal had been set up, built into a scorched earth camp. The scorched earth camp and the 5 fortresses of the news echo each other from a distance, forming a set of joint camps that point directly to the Demon King City, with a strong military strength. The railway further away is like a blood vessel from God's Swear City, binding the sphere of influence of the Old Holy See with the territory of the Taz Empire, declaring the sovereignty of the Chaos continent. The ravine plowed by Little Sun not long ago from God's Oath City to Demon King City has been filled in. The Imperial Army is getting serious. Compared with the Imperial Army, the dilapidated city walls of the Demon King City look shaky, as if they were about to collapse at any time. 7 rivers rolled through the Port Amelia, wrapping around the bell tower until it was destroyed. Ha! But Liu couldn't help laughing. The entire Port Amelia just disappeared into smoke. Well, Demon King City wants to kill them. Liu used the voice of greed to take a step back to increase the profits of was sure his desire to kill. However, after a long time, when the barrel became too cold and the magic cannon malfunctioned, the sound of SH. Ling stopped. Let me interview you. How does Demon King City view this? Liu finally called out Aching, and the camera focused on a fat body, the only 9th level paladin in Shilu, and the Knight Commander of the Holy Army. Brilliant Knight. No Angel's ability. The Knight's most elegiac song. Liu sang Sun Chincher's various titles, taking a step back to harvest the good intentions and desire to kill. The sound of the bombardment annihilated the hum of the bag demon. The fire exploded, the ground trembled, and the muzzles of the scorched earth camp became one, like a wall of fire that suddenly spread out in the Demon King City. Ha! Here he comes. Liu saw Chia's serious look through the telescope, and found it funny for some reason. But he had to maintain the airs of a city defense commander, and endured it very hard. Protect! The Knights of the Holy Army also shouted, and the sound was shocking. Well, it seems that this is not the Holy Army that was left behind by the Old Holy See. Those of us who have no faith. Liu finished making a fuss about the Holy Army that had just appeared in the eyes of the demons. I am retreating to the Demon King City. The Forbidden Forest has not yet become a human settlement, and the Demon Market has also been suspended for a limited time due to the Empire's attack. Finally, Iha and the Holy Path Army discovered that the city defense commander did not seem to be affected by the head of the Demon Wolf King. He continued to watch the performance of the Bag Devil, and without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly ordered the retreat. A small number of magic cannons were set up in the camp and aimed at the top of the Demon King City. The engineers were like ants busy among the artillery arrays, loading ammunition and adjusting angles, waiting for Kazuka's bombardment order. But for Iha, that war was my first chance. Chiha must not know that he has every intention of confronting me at the top of the city. Instead, he will devote a small part of his resources to promotion and the research of 2 small killer weapons. For Liu, the war was just a cover. Although there were no bumps or bumps, the bones were reconnected and quickly healed back to their original shape. Look! How insignificant the Brilliant Knight is. I wiped out the 7th Army of the Expeditionary Force. I protected mankind. Liu continued to incite the emotions of humans and demons, and his sword slowly dripped blood. Melia's original intention was, of course, to establish power through the head of the Demon Wolf King. But Liu had long known that Phintius was about to die, and even hoped that I would die soon. So he was not shocked at all. They see. This is the artillery formation of the Imperial Army. It's so majestic and so terrifying along with Sun Chen's explanation. The live broadcast camera turned to the scorched earth camp. At the top of the Demon King City, a small group of distorted eyes floated into the sky. An earthquake that has no end. It is estimated that before the Vanguard army is destroyed, the Empire still has the confidence to directly attack, as if it is afraid that the Demon King City has not yet taken action. The shock belongs to the demons and humans. The sudden increase in good intentions and desire to kill is not proof. Look carefully. This is not the Holy Knight of the Holy Army. Sun Chincher. Liu obtained the composition of the Holy Army from the Demon Merchant, and knew that the only remaining holy knight in this small continent was named Melia. Start broadcasting. Liu conveyed the letter and insisted on delaying the live broadcast of the Colosseum. Humans and demons are looking forward to seeing the direction of the war. Of course, Liu will let go of such bad things like profiting me and even killing. Desirable opportunity. At a rough glance, there are hundreds of doors. But just when Sun Chen was getting jealous, Melia's wings shook, and the holy light spread to the top of the Demon King city, bringing a cold wave that interrupted the city defense commander's speech. The Empire knocked over your change jar, huh? Aching's original intention was to report the situation, but he thought of being directly targeted by the camera, which made him look naive at first. Have they finished fighting? It's your turn now. Huh? The bag demon ejected into the air, swayed, and waved towards the scorched earth camp. This is a bloated old woman without a very eye-catching beer belly. But when the holy wings on her back shine, she looks not vulgar at all, but more like an angel. Following Liu's words, a knight with wings on his back flew out from the end of the holy army. A magnificent bone city stands on the eternal night, crystal clear. Immediately afterwards, Melia took out a small head from the pocket on her waist. Bone chips and dust scattered all over the sky. It was finally time for the Imperial Army to test the results of their attack. Humans and demons are all looking at him. Sun Chen reminded Aching. Does he have nothing to say about our inhumane behavior of attacking the Chamber of Commerce? Before the complex foreshadowing, small groups of good intentions and the desire to kill ended up increasing. During the live broadcast, the wall on the north side of the Demon King city was ripped apart by the devastating artillery fire. The main entrance and the inner wall collapsed. Dust and bone fragments rose up all over the sky, and the monsters in the city were also shaken and fell to the ground, as if experiencing a minor earthquake. At the same time, the Devil's Market has not yet completely fallen, and the magic cannon's bombardment array has also completed the adjustment of the firing angle and the loading of ammunition. It is true that the Demon King city has no frontrunners, but today, well, of course, kill us. Aching's reaction was very real. Liu directly transferred the excess desire to kill to Aching. That is a manifestation of the Expeditionary Force's ability. It is also a spur for you to be weak. Liu's mood suddenly changed, and he directly passed the blame to Memphisius, almost calling the devil a sign of weakness. That is of course the entire family fortune of the Imperial Army. Later, Chiha was carried by the wind and floated in the sky, looking at the bag demon at the top of the city from a distance. Ahem, pay attention. That woman's name is Iha. She is a little magician. Of course, Liu became the host of the live broadcast and went out in person. Or what am I buzzing? The bag demon danced in the gunfire. Thousands of eyes of distortion at the top of the city were instantly destroyed, leaving only the eye of distortion at low altitude to broadcast the grand event from a bird's eye view. Liu almost said thank you directly to Sun Chen. Wolf ears, wolf face, wolf fangs, and several deep pits were burned into the face by the holy light. But this did not affect the demons in the slightest from recognizing whose head it was. Demonic Wolf King Phintius. The artillery fire fell on the city head through the gap created by the big sun, concentrating on the strong point of the Demon King's castle. Iha drifted back to the scorched earth camp, and the knights wrapped in holy light fell diagonally above Iha, bursting out with hatred that seemed to have no substance. Chapter 576, Shooting. Numerous cannon holes instantly appeared on the walls of the Demon King city, covering the city's head with bone-guided cannons. When the city defense commander waved his hand, artillery fire poured down on the scorched earth camp below. The Demon King's castle opened fire. However, the artillery fire did not fall into the Imperial camp, but was stopped in midair by the river of fire sprinkled by the 7 rivers. The red river of fire bone-breaking bombs caused an explosion in advance, and dense currents, lava, fire waves, and ice slag appeared in front of the Imperial army, becoming a barrier between the camp and the Demon King city. Occasionally, Waha bone bullets were broken, but they were scattered and unable to break through the light shields of the knights. The bone conduction cannon and bone tree caused the destruction of the Imperial Vanguard army. Of course, Chiha would not let his own army be baptized by artillery fire again. Come prepared. Liu had certainly foreseen this situation, so he put extra effort into developing the satellite and hammer. However, neither weapon has been successfully tested yet, and at this stage, we can only slow down the war with unlimited artillery fire and manpower. Replace ice bombs. Liu read the letter and replaced the ammunition of the bone conduction cannon. Obviously that city should be a meat grinder for the Imperial army, but it was the other way around. aka also squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and rolled to the Colosseum. You don't want us to see it. Liu waved his hand. The higher-ups, just pick a natural disaster. At dusk the earthworm is ready. The rod of deception is ready. And the door is ready for entry. The engineers in the artillery formation seem to have practiced that tactic a long time ago. Loading the ammunition tightly or quickly. And then in turn. Using low to hit high. Chiha pulled out the blue color on his robe. Replaced it with Bingha. And skillfully dealt with various elemental bombs. As a result, the firing angle of the bone conduction cannon was also lowered simultaneously. Wallace spoke on behalf of all the Holy Path army. And the white armored knights in the scorched earth camp were silent. Looking at the silent Iha and the holy army. They seemed to be waiting for a bloody rainbow. But thinking of the dead little head of the demon wolf king. The forest guard immediately became depressed again. The sword of faith crushes all evil. Even if the sound of the cannon continues and breaks. The angel's voice becomes muddy. The holy army is like a giant sword. Following the bad map drawn by the explorers. And piercing into the demon king's city and the Colosseum. According to the way the demons fight. There should be no pure-blooded demons and skeletons rushing to the city at this moment. Green sprouts appeared under the face of the forest guard. And he couldn't bear to give up as he estimated the drain on his life force caused by the natural disaster. What if you send a section of the forest there? Liu thought about the possibility of sending the forest on the Colosseum to the opposite side. We want to retreat to Demon King City. Now this opportunity has come. Let's hedge. Guohua immediately diluted the density of the particles, leaving a hole for the Imperial Army unintentionally. I marked the gaps in the bone wall. The bad map drawn by the explorer. The location of the dusk earthworms under the pages. And gave advice to Iha. The last thing I want to do is to start the interesting experiment slowly. However, Iha, the Holy Army, and the brave group still did not make any moves. They only exchanged fire with the Demon King City. They seemed to be convinced that the Demon King City would be the first to take action. Don't slow down. They, cutting off the connection with Shuyu. Liu always felt that what the Imperial Army was waiting for was not the charge of the demons. Of course, they would fall into the trap so easily. How long can they last? Anyway, we can keep playing like this. A close-up of the Eye of Distortion from a high-altitude perspective shows the bone bullets falling, causing the river of fire to roll. Or give us a natural disaster? Liu asked the forest guard. If our artillery formation can be eliminated, we will rush down if we can't hold it back. But the next second, Iha separated the earth element in his body and injected it into the Imperial Army's magic cannon position, suddenly filling up the land. We want to retreat. Dandin shook his pellets. I heard that the Colosseum is the home of knights? Then, the forest guard really understood Liu's brain circuit and had never thought about that problem at all. The Imperial Army and the city defense troops exchanged fire. The glacier lay between the position and the Demon King's castle, breaking the SHLS of the bone-guided cannon. The Demon King City has not yet been boned. Whether it is bone conduction cannons or spikes, or even bone bombs thrown from the top of the city, they can bring minimal disaster to the humans who rush into the city. A direct opening to the Colosseum tempting humans to retreat from the city always makes us doubt that the punch will hit the vital point. The bombardment formation of the Imperial magic cannon finished rising and reached a height that exceeded the Demon King's castle. Liu signaled the forest guards to prepare for the worst. You have to give us a small one. But we have no intention of moving our butts. Liu chuckled. When the forest guard put 100-meter volume forbidden forest into the stomach of a demon chef, and then stuffed the stomach into the groove of Minman's head, Liu only waited for the brave group of the Imperial Army to make preparations. But we haven't purified the forbidden forest yet. Very early on, the forest guard and Guohua discussed the possibility of causing natural disasters in the scorched earth. But they never mentioned that tactic again due to the influence of the Holy Army. Let you see where you end up. At the same time, Guohua summoned the dusk earthworms in the distance of the Colosseum and gathered on top of the bone wall. He heard what I said. Ikawa ordered. Retreat. Well, we've grown taller. Aching was surprised. The Holy Army is standing beside us. Finally, it doesn't look like the magic army is fighting anymore. Although the Empire's bombardment was painful or itchy for Liu, some of the SHLS accurately hit the cannon holes in the Demon King City, which also ended the loss of the bone conduction cannon. So I discovered it immediately. The Imperial Army finished its counterattack. Is it feasible? Liu asked. Iha said something, but no angelic voice fell into the ears of the war scholar. The Demon King City is higher than the Scorched Earth Camp, and the firing angle range of the bone conduction cannon is wider than that of the magic cannon's bombardment array. The high and low fires are constantly flowing, and the ice bullets make the river of fire and Chiha thicker and thicker, gradually scattering. But Dandan suddenly screamed. Well, we can see it. Aching never felt like he was being spied on, and hurriedly reported back to Liu. There is no Twilight Earthworm. No Staff of Deception. No way. There are very few methods to choose from, and you can't even bombard them directly. It's feasible. The forest guard knew that Liu would do what he said, and immediately made plans to send Xiao Xiao through a piece of forest in order to unleash the natural disaster. But Guohua hasn't lost his patience yet. Liu also sensed that the egg particles were Liu's sensing object. At this moment, the bone gun in Demon King City was mixed with a small number of egg particles, preventing the Imperial Army from teleporting. aka opened his cloak, and the pure-blooded demons outside the lining were ready to move. Galaric also held my flying dagger, ready to draw a bone shadow at any time and lead the skeleton army to attack the Scorched Earth camp. That's a trap. A certain war scholar in the Empire compiled the information and analyzed the battle situation. Inging, Dandan, aka Galaric, Aching, the forest guard, and even Lulu Feifei and the 7 brain spirit generals stood beside Guohua, waiting for Liu's next instruction. As for whether the Holy Army, Iha, and the brave group brought to the Scorched Earth camp have taken action, both sides are still testing. Here, Liu pointed his telescope at the hunters and explorers in the brave group, and noticed that the hunters were using their eagle eyes to search for the strong points of the bone wall, while the explorers were drawing maps. Later, Liu asked Galaric to follow my skeletons, fully armed, and to gather in the Colosseum together with Lecky's leg hairs. Chapter 577, Don't Cry. Don't Cry? AK at the top of the city disappeared instantly, and the holy light lit up the Colosseum in the Demon King City. The blood was like a waterfall, slamming down from the air towards the Colosseum. Using a Demon King to recruit the 9th level paladin, isn't that a bad treatment to him? Liu also drove the Dusk Earthworm simultaneously, and rushed towards the Scorched Earth camp, where the Digo army was located. The river of fire and ice between the camp and the Bone City churned, blocking all bone bullets that fell into the formation. A ravine also instantly cut across the earth, blocking the path of earthworms at dusk. The ground cracked. 7 rivers is preventing all filth from approaching the Scorched Earth camp. The knights in the brave group also released their light shields, even blocking the sight of the Eye of Distortion. Only then did Liu find out that the Imperial Army had also been retaining its forces. Well, I have a stomachache. Aching's face turned pale, and he vomited out some thread like holy light and blood. The rumbling began at the Colosseum as well. We even have to worry about another natural disaster happening in the Demon King City. My face was pale and sickly, twitching from time to time into a white devil smile. The two sides faced off again, but everything was the same. Why are you going? Lulu Feifei asked together. Liu inspected the messy Colosseum and saw the scattered skeleton of Galaric and the bones on the ground, and he had the idea to continue the battle. Holy Army, and a river of elements surrounding the sun quickly separated, and the light element suddenly bloomed, swallowing the sun in the camp. Wright saw the Empire's hard work being backfired by public opinion, and once again felt the reluctance of that war. Liu avoided the Holy Dao Army, son of the devil, recalling the pressure from the low tower and God's O City. Iha could no longer contain his murderous intention and opened a river straight into Yingzhou City. He bad. AK enjoyed such a peaceful war very much. For the sake of faith, Ha Liu shrank to a smaller size and merged with the Holy Army under his command into a huge 8-winged angel, which attacked the Bone City with the baptism of the Bone Conduction Cannon. You go! Let us fight! Liu summoned the demons under the city to leave, and not a single sun rises in the Scorched Earth camp. Explosion Ha Zhu Zhong opened his arms, bathing in a sea of good intentions and desire to kill. It's enough to speak loudly in the forest. At most, it can determine the overall movement of the Imperial Army. It is estimated that the first battle will come to an end after Iha has dissipated all his grievances, and the Imperial Army will also need some time to sum up their gains and losses and regroup. Are you feeling comfortable there? Zhu Zhong smiled remotely at Iha and the Holy Dao Army, while he spread the balls of his balls properly again. Understood. The forest guard shrank into a big sapling. You need time to clean up the authority of the Forbidden Forest. Inging was about to go to the Colosseum, but was stopped by Liu. Bad. Look forward to the day when he becomes the Lord of Authority. After the Demon Wolf King died, Liu guessed that the forest guard would directly contribute again. Compared to the sun, even the holy light in the Colosseum is dim. In a war of attrition, it's up to him. Unless Iha is really slow to death. I really need to call you, Liu asked, aka. Did he expect to kill Iha on the spot and drop the relics? The little magician could survive the natural disaster. Obviously, he didn't have enough energy left. aka at the top of the city also chuckled. As soon as his cloak opened, countless pure-blooded demons faced the elemental army. I reach out to the light and enter the battlefield. Don't go. There is holy light over there. And we need you here. Liu selected the natural disaster and nodded to the door. Iha looked towards the city, with weak hatred in his eyes. Over and over again, the battle situation finally developed according to Liu's expectations. The whip on the big arm also broke through the skin, hanging down at the side of the hand. And the muscles bulged. The white devil and Sawyer, who had been suppressed by force, were ready to move again. Immediately afterwards, the holy light from the Colosseum burst into blood and hit the bag demon at the top of the city. That was the 7th time we saw it. At this moment, the holy light in the Bone City, the crack in the ground between the Bone City and the battlefield, the glacier and fire river in the air, and the sun in the camp formed an incomprehensible scene. The Demon Wolf King's head turned into ashes in Iha's hands, and Iha himself withdrew the river of ice and fire, formed a huge curtain of elements, and wrapped it towards the sun. The sun was sucked away like a jelly. When the weak light began, a light curtain emerged empty-handed under the scorched earth camp, and then shot the remaining natural disasters into the sky. Iha dragged his broken body floating in the low altitude with a look of despair. Go to the promotion. Zhu Zhong hugged Shadow. And until now, Iha also knew the method used by the city defense army to bypass the barrier between the holy ash and the battle flag and directly retreat the natural disaster into the camp. One river and one person attacked the city. In the bloody pursuit and obstruction, the holy army could not turn back, and could only attack the scorched earth camp in the city in a roundabout way. The little earth is still. The continuous sound of artillery sh. Ling is just a footnote. The eyes of humans and demons under the small continent are focused on this sun. The forbidden forest needs cultivation. The forest guard's recurrence of a natural disaster was the limit. However, due to the influence of the Staff of Deception, Iha ignored the great confusion. Liu, who held 2 small powers in Aching, deceived Iha easily. At this moment, the holy army was also in the camp, and the cost was very considerable. Control. That's enough. One time is enough to scare us for a whole year. Liu combed the forest guard's leaves and said, let him go and cultivate. He must remember the forest's words. In the distance, the whistle sounded at New 7 Fortress, regrouping their troops. Iha refocused his attention on the crack between Bone City and the camp, watching out for the dusk earthworm that poked its head out. On the city, the 8-winged angels and the elemental army have not yet entangled with AK, and the red mist is filling the air under the Bone City. Please enjoy the above. Suddenly you reconnected with Xuetan to live broadcast the latest developments of the war to the audience. Min took out a trap door from his body and placed it at the top of the city. Feeling a little uneasy, time was won. But even if it only appeared for a moment, the damage to the Empire's camp could not be undone. The Empire's artillery array was hollow and completely lost its scale effect. The army and the brave regiment in the center were also blown up by the sun until all their bones were left, leaving only the edges. The partial army and the holy army that rushed back from the Demon King's city survived. Then, in the scorched earth camp, a drawer in Chiha's tent suddenly opened, and a small noise emerged. At this moment, Chiha felt a little dazed, always feeling like there was something strange mixed up outside his head. Ha! Don't cry. Don't cry. The bag devil sent out a taunt from the devil. I'm angry. Liu touched Aching, and the demons at the top of the city were enveloped in shadow, and they flashed in front of the holy army. The next time the sun smashes into the Demon King's castle, that time the sun burns the entire camp. Soldiers, brave men, and equipment. Alas, in God's O city. Right held the domino in his hand and sighed. Is he still bad? Zhu Zhong asked the withered forest guard beside him after cutting off the connection with Shui Tun. The paladin Haliyu with 8 wings was like an angel, rushing straight towards Liu, aka, wrapped in a touch of blood, chased after Haliyu with a smile. It's okay. No one will notice you. Liu stuffed the stomach bag containing the forbidden forest into the groove of Minmin's head. Put this down, pull out the bag, and come back. Remember to be quick. The forest guards withered instantly, and the forbidden forest on the Colosseum seemed to lose its vitality in an instant. One element unites into thousands of small armies. Each one is a river. And each one is a river. Chapter 578, War Becomes Daily Life. A fierce battle was raging outside the city for 3 days and 3 nights. Under the successive attacks of Chiha and Wallace, aka did not even have time to go down to the mouth of the abyss. And his troop resources could not be replenished in a short time. So he had to change his tactics. aka stayed at the top of the city, only releasing blood drops or souls on key parts, and started a battle to defend the city. Fortunately, Bone City and Particles are still there. When Liu discovered that the desire to kill consumed by the city defense battle and the income brought by the live broadcast reached a balance, and Achin could always quickly replenish the destroyed walls, he was sure that the battle situation was temporarily stable. It was only necessary to wait for Chiha and Wallace to rest before aka could coordinate their actions. Go deep into the abyss mouth from both sides of the confusion corridor and the upper level of the library. Change the center of gravity of the shadow of the abyss mouth, and then allow the shadow in the dungeon to complete the tearing. Don't know how long we have to wait. The troops of Noose 5 Fortress regrouped, but they did not dare to enter the Scorched Earth camp again in a short period of time. Instead, they chose a compromised place to camp temporarily, checking carefully along the way for fear of being destroyed by natural disasters again, forming a tighter noose. The magicians and brave men tried their best to observe, looking for flaws in the Demon King's castle. Chiha and Wallace seemed to have endless anger and energy, attacking the city day and night every day. It was like competing with the Demon King's city for endurance. War has become a daily routine, and both humans and demons have to find their own ways to become familiar with it. The Shadow Nail is a mark, and it is Noli Moore's starting point in the promotion ceremony. Although Liu still failed to expose Jess's identity, Enya was not too lazy to act, and also assumed that the other party was a strong wit. At most it's definitely driven by magic power. At least it's weaker than the sun? Jesse muttered to himself. We'll investigate again and report again. This domino is very old, and is an early work of Jesse. There is a cross-sword engraved on the bottom. Liu? Such a small Demon King city is entirely supported by Jesse's self-healing bones. Ying and Dandan didn't answer, but they also answered. In fact, Jesse also wants to help, but he just wants to tease you when he has something to do. Before the cooperation with the Treasury and the Demon Merchant, Jesse's information on the human world has been satisfied, and he really needs Liu's channel. We're in. Can't you tear it apart? The egg has not yet digested the gift from the door. It is rough and round at the moment, and it is at a stage that is in need of beating. With the help of public opinion, the Tarth Empire, which was operating at full strength, showed rich war potential. The Ministry of Creation built 7 new spears, and ended with the construction and raising of 7 fortresses on the Noose. Domino's broadcast live the battles of the city defense forces. After all, he is also the 7th heir to the Kingston family. Jesse immediately understood Liu's logic. Liu was stunned, as if he had thought that Jesse would be so proactive. Enya didn't answer. Did he take it? Liu was caught off guard. He seemed to have thought that the city defense commander of Demon King City, Shaoran, was so free during the onslaught of Iha and the Holy Dao army. Now Jess's top priority is to help Noli Moore advance, and everything else comes before that. How does he want you to help him? Jesse turned around and asked Liu the question. Is he bad? Jesse put on Van Helsing's head and coldly greeted Liu. Iha and the Holy Army have defeated the city, so why don't they develop something new? A more powerful fort? In a corner of the corridor above the city, Enya tried his best to decipher the minaret. We just want to know when Iha and Wallace will take a break. So please hurry up and ask AK to cooperate. Jesse couldn't wait to chat, so he used his authority to check on the situation in the workroom. For example, the demon market was destroyed, and the underground river exchange became a channel for demons to buy and sell daily supplies. Many bored demons who were idle in the city were infected by the desire to kill, joined the city defense army, and then died in the attack of Iha and the Holy Light. Go up and become the soul of the dead on the wall of the Bone City. Well, as soon as we enter, the ceremony will end. In the shadow space, White Spring blood gurgled, exuding a fishy smell from time to time. Enya has brought too little trouble to human beings, and even Xiao feels that you dared to talk to yourself. But when there was news that Iha and Yale had broken up, what was waiting was an unexpected domino communication. The murmur of the forest also changed slightly. Yes, I will advance. The scattered camps closer to Fortress News 7 are called Big News. And News 7 is the fortress controlled by the Kingston family. Jesse asked about Liu's location. Thinking of that time. The dominoes were hot. But I can't talk to you about the Imperial Army's movements. It's a pity that Gao Yu understands the role of the minaret. And the demon merchant has not yet brought that information. However, the force field of the Titan soldier can cover the library as little as possible. And it can also cover the ground and underground of the Colosseum at any time, providing a soft bed for the monsters in those two places, which can reduce the casualties that may be caused by violent collisions. Slowed down. Ying and Dandan were staring at the domino inlaid with the eye of distortion. The map is a three-dimensional maze map. Intricate and simple. The part invaded by the abyss mouth can be marked with shadows. There is a shadow nail nailed every 1 kilometer on the edge. Like a tombstone. Are we so stupid as to continue to embarrass ourselves outside the live broadcast? After sending his message to the forest guard, Enya stared at the map behind him with Ying and Dandan again. Jesse called and compared the letters, and found out that Liu is at the beach of the Sea of Death. Busy life. Look! You are still awkward. Enya sent messages to Dandan and Ying. It's all yes. Liu immersed the dominoes in the water, which was salty. As for the deterioration of Hammer, it is still too bad. Jesse has some spare time to practice with Aching, or discuss giving me less desire to kill in order to drive it to swing itself. You answer him now, and help you kill Gerald. You want your help. Ying deconstructed Liu through the dominoes. Although it was too wrong. He could probably feel your thoughts. Wait. Enya soaked in the source of the information. And by the way, he also threw the newly exchanged Bone City Defense Commander's ring out of the brain ditch, and handed it to Aching to continue weakening the wall of Demon King City. How else can I help? I can just kill your brother. Remember, he once asked. If he wants to kill your brother? Liu struggled for a moment, and finally spoke. We will fight for at least 8 more days. Even if the two of us advance, aka will not be able to counterattack. Ying judged the trend of the battle. The soft bed was greatly loved by many, and the brains. During those days when the city was heavily attacked, they all used the force field to bounce around in the library, playing with the soft bed and the trampoline. Oh, you were sent to the Sea of Death. And Gerald followed the elite to attack the city. So you are responsible for the destruction of the Demon King City. Huh? Copper Ladle is still optimizing the design of the satellite, and has not reached the final stage yet. Are you ready to go bad? Enya asked Liu jokingly. Logically speaking, it should be that the devil continues to seduce humans and lead them out of the trap. As a result, I have spoken a few words to Liu from beginning to end. But you still sent him to the door in the first place? If Enya needs anything, say less. Ying follows Enya's question and tells Liu's needs. Well, he called. Did he want you to answer the call? Jesse chuckled. Where is he? News 7? Or Big News? Enya almost forgot about that person since before handing over the heroic heart to you. The giant bone tree, Bloody Rainbow, Bone City, and Bone Conduction Cannon have appeared one after another in the small continent of Chaos. In the picture, the size of a river has not suddenly shrunk, and the actions of the 8-winged angels are still as weak as before. It is obvious that they have insufficient physical strength, or that human beings are hesitant enough in their faith. Sea of Death. Chapter 579, Not the Wishing Elf. Promoted to level 9 Paladin? Liu has met many level 9 warriors, and is still very sensitive to this weight. Wallace of the Holy Path Army has already shown strong combat power. He is the Seraph. If there is one more, it may be difficult to deal with. Yes. Level 9 Paladin. Jesse nodded. He has secretly communicated with Wallace. Wallace will provide him with a witness. And this war will also become his promotion ceremony. Liu had a rough understanding of the promotion of knights, and knew that other knights, nobles, and kings needed to witness it. So of course, this war was a good opportunity to advance. Especially when the Bone City in front of him is so eye-catching and abominable. Once Gerald advances to level 9, the inheritance of the Kingston family will inevitably have nothing to do with Jesse. Oh! So you want to kill your brother. And then you can come here and become the first heir. And you can also advance through this war? Liu expressed Jesse's thoughts. Jesse nodded. Have you noticed that there seems to be someone missing here? Van Helsing laughed. Co-authoring helped. But the downside is that he still has to wait until Tian Yin is promoted to realize it. I'm sure his goal is to kill Iha. After that, he will definitely be able to see him. Liu shrugged. Or, after he summons the Demon King to Iha. I will definitely use it. My balls are in perfect condition, and I really want to try them. But Li Yu was very cooperative. You must extract what you want from the treasury and demon merchants after this. Or is it this other world of Minto? But that's difficult. Li Yu didn't ask for Gerald, so he naturally said less. It means to kill Iha, and then scare the humans, and then start the war. Jesse sent a message to Shadow and Dandon to sort out the ultimate goal of the city defense war. For demons, the human world is a paradise and a treasure. For humans, the Demon King City is equivalent to a huge treasury with fangs. If he kills Kingston, you will replace me and take control of the Wallace family's troops. The Empire is so greedy. It is indeed too difficult for us to stop. Jesse thought Li Yu was talking about making humanity feel unprofitable. Li Yu couldn't help laughing. He needs to destroy the spire and untie the noose, but you have no way of understanding the layout of Noose 7 to help him cut it off. Li Yu laid the groundwork for a long time, and finally got back to the point. Do you want to try this? The spire is the lowest level of good technology created by the Ministry of Creation, which has gathered all the knowledge it has ever known. In human perception, the cessation of the expeditionary force should mean that the strength of Demon King City has declined, although the performance of the city defense army surprised us. After determining whether it is profitable, humans will still launch war machines, and completely integrate and absorb the power left by the Holy See, and make an attempt to open the treasury in the Demon King City. Strength? Very small? Before Jesse took this big sun, he thought that human beings were at least like that. But why did he kill Iha? Before the Vanguard army and the Scorched Earth camp were destroyed, the royal family and the army were about to take over the command of the war. Iha had not yet become a transitional plan. As long as the royal family, Right and Low Tower reached an agreement, I would give up. Tian Yin accidentally mentioned a piece of information that Jesse wanted to know very much. Of course, this is to ask you to speak less. Abandoned. What next? The Demon King's mission is to get Kazuka's relics, which also includes ending the war. Huh? Jesse frowned, seeming to still have some concerns about murdering Gerald, and did not understand Li Yu's joke. Kill his brother, okay. Jesse agreed casually. He is a devil. A wish-making elf. As far as you know, Iha has been authorized by Low Tower to store a small amount of power outside his body. Tian Yin, as a Wallace, naturally knows a little less than others. A new type of magic cannon? It was completed by the Ministry of Creation before the attack on God's O City. The power of another world? It seems that the commander of the city defense is still good enough. He has saved a small one for the devil. But in human perception, the noose was broken and tightened. And Iha and the 8-winged angels also beat the Bone City too busy healing itself. It was a bad time to erect a spire. Jesse thought it was just a skill the Titan soldier's force field had not yet been used in the library. And the egg-laying particles and the Tide of Dusk earthworms should be used too much. There is no less information about Iha's power or the minaret. I will tell you in time. Jesse suddenly hung up the communication with Li Yu. Yes. Kill Iha. Tian Yin shook his head. I want Chia's head. Since Li Yu asked, Jesse would tell you mercifully. Because the Demon King City is shaking again. Jesse started a discussion with Ying and Dandon. What? Jesse was more concerned about the ore. Jesse looked a little embarrassed. Although Tian Yin really wanted to know the purpose of the spire, he didn't show too little interest. For fear that Tian Yin would misunderstand it as a bargaining chip even if you meant that Jesse knew that the demon merchants would definitely give him the answer. Those guys in the Ministry of Creation still only know how to destroy things, Jesse cursed. I bet you successfully advanced to level 9 in that war. So you couldn't assassinate Ichigo at the critical moment and help him get my head. The more Tian Yin talked about it, the more Jesse wanted to laugh. Which other world is Jesse sure about? The devil merchant's other world? AK's other world? His own other world? It contains power from another world. What good will it do me if I am missing? Van Helsing asked. You have the same interests and cannot help each other. It is precisely because I share that power with the Empire and use it to destroy the city at once. So the Empire asked the Ministry of Creation to build 7 spears. Li Yu is trying his best to show your use value. Yoji only got his relics. And the Demon King's mission will continue. Jesse wants to work for the Demon King for the rest of his life. Beneath the surface, humanity is slowly adapting to that war. Anyway, they all have to be smashed with a hammer. There is nothing to be done if you aim at the noose and hit it 7 times provided that Li Yu can minimize your roll. Ying didn't say anything, and quietly fiddled with the shadow nails under the 3-dimensional map of the underground city. Ichigo and Van Helsing's attack ceased. Li Yu was talking about your method. But Jesse suddenly thought, when the expeditionary forces conquered mankind for thousands of years. Were they filled with such secret transactions? You know the specific power. But this is the power left to me by Low Tower to kill the Demon King. Tianyan shook his head and tried to remember. You know, even Wright denied that this power is terrible. The terrifying range coupled with the terrifying breaking power is enough to break through the Demon King's city at the distance of a big noose. As a small nobleman who supported the empire, Liu Tianyan, you naturally understood the motivations of human beings in waging war. What materials do you need? Jesse's thoughts seemed to be stuck in the old times. Jesse thought of a bone tree outside Godswear City, which directly encouraged Woodson of the creation department to work hard and develop a new gadget. Tianyan didn't seem to realize that it was a joke. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then of course we will fight until the Demon King city is destroyed. Or maybe humans no longer feel it is profitable. Liu thought deeply about that issue. Chapter 580, your name emerges from the Black Lake. What's going on? Liu summoned Aching, compared the live view of the Eye of Distortion, and saw Chiha and Seraphim disappear. After searching for the video from Shinchin, I saw that after clearing the red mist at the top of Bone City, they suddenly lifted the magic and retreated towards News 3. Well, maybe rest. Aching was in good spirits. After all, most of the desire to kill that Liu earned from his live broadcast was transferred to it, while continuing to increase the hardness of the bone wall and using the healing altar to treat the pure-blooded demon replaced by the city. Aching felt that he was growing vigorously. I think, maybe I can. Aching seemed to have something to say. Do it! But Liu was so excited that he didn't listen to what Aching said, and directly summoned AK Ying had been waiting for the promotion ceremony for a long time, and finally had a little gap. So of course, he had to take advantage of it immediately. As for the city defense work, it will be temporarily handed over to Galaric. Liu has also told him that if he can't fight, he should retreat into the city and let the Imperial Army rush in. As a brain spirit, Jumu ended up sensing the power between objects again. Spit! Spit! Juka spat twice under his hands, and then half knelt on the ground as if he was offering a treasure, holding his hands behind his head, waiting for the shadow to cast a ray of shadow under his hands. Juka's brain grooves tightened, and the bones under his body began to fragment and reorganize. Dandan and Utopia are like a living fish caught by a fishhook, constantly swaying, looking for a point of force to move the body based on the attraction of the target particles. Work hard, or move the giant god soldiers here too. Juku took off Fan Haishin's head, removed the bag body, stuffed Aching back into the ring, and summoned the turbulent sea of bones, which was connected by the binding wire, tentacled earth and iron matter, directly becoming a bone giant. In Shadow's description of the promotion ceremony, it was a tug of war against Akka in the abyss. Through the distorted eyes, Liu saw AK leaving a drop of blood on the top of the city, then melting into the bones with a weird smile, splitting into two streaks of blood and rushing towards the huge mouth of the abyss. That is our 8-in-1. The demon army leaders followed the smell of blood to finally use traces. Passing by the vibrating blood cocoon and the slightly faint bloodline, they located the invasion site of the two vampires. One starts from the corridor of confusion. The other starts from the upper level of the library. And the two forces are used. Juka used the power of creation. The auxiliary materials collected from the vault, and the demon merchants were also consumed by Ying as needed. Most demons didn't notice that those dislocations were caused by shadows. But when they looked at them, they were sure it was an illusion. They either went to fight the vampires, or brave the fire tide to retreat deeper into the abyss. AK. Here we come. The map behind the shadow froze, and the shadows underground became thinner. At the same time, the big bag filled with sand cat skin gravel was also thrown to the world by the shadow. The gravel shimmered like dust scattered all over the sky, drifting in the wind, falling evenly one after another. The shadow is stuck under the shadow nails on the ground, at the center of gravity of Akka in the abyss. The devil, blood cocoon and small veins are all misplaced. Inexplicably, the silverfish ended up running away in panic because they found that today's blood cocoon was very satisfying and everything was in chaos. White blood was also pouring out of Ying's shadow space, as if a spring had opened beneath him. The white spring blood flows inward from the shadow space and spreads along the shadow's body, filling the shadow into a white and thick color. Ying said little and raised 8 shadow nails, 2 of which were nailed to the giant mouse hands. 1 nail was nailed to the ideal country control by Dandan, and then he pulled off the remaining shadow nails. Shadow directly moved the corridors and grids of the underground city together, gradually twisting the 8 sons of Devil into a whole. Anyway, Aching has expanded the scope of the Confusion Corridor. If there are no demons to lead the way, it will be difficult for the Imperial Army to reach the Colosseum in a short period of time, let alone pass through the force fields of dusk earthworms and giant soldiers to enter the library. We know where that huge force occurs, and we think it all stems from this devil-level vampire. At the same time, the Abyss Akka face date happened. Noli Moore didn't want to share that kind of benefit with one less soul. Why does it have to be your strength? Is Dandan also exerting force? The binding thread in Juka's brain groove collapsed, and was immediately resutured before a few quarters of hours of pulling. That face became Shu Ying's instinct. It's moving! It's moving! Juka clearly felt the change in position, and his strength became stronger. This little red cloak is causing mischief down there again. The promotion ceremony is over. Dandan sat down in Utopia, embedded small handfuls of particles in various corridors of the underground city, and prepared to use the cohesion between particles to help Ying in the tug-of-war. The shadows under the ground are getting thicker and thicker, more like a flowing white lake. Abyss Akka is being mobilized due to Liyu's invasion. The giant mouth is broken and weakly healed by Shadow and himself. It was as if he was using his body to pull a huge anchor embedded deep in the seabed. The giant mouth could only feel the slightest movement, but there was no turbulence. The giant divine soldier is his sensor, is his power, but the bone cart is. So you accept the help of the bone cart, but Shu Ying can do it. Ying, he reluctantly explained to Jiko. The vibrations in Abyss Akka intensified. There is a shadow nail nailed under the butt of each bone car, and the tires collapse together. And then the huge mouth is immediately replaced by bone spurs, biting the ground and tearing the shadow. It's, as long as you move, you can't. Ying showed no signs of losing strength, and white fluid and blood oozed from her body. At that point in time, the giant mouth had not summoned hundreds of bone carts, which were chaotically lined up in the corridor of the underground city. They were running at full power along the direction of the 8 demon sons to help tear apart. If one is missing, they are all impurities and must be eliminated. From time to time, the devil's words and the name of Noli Moore appear in the white lake. Ying gave a stubborn answer in her heart. Then the demon army finished gathering, stirring, and flew toward Shu Ying's path. Finally, the huge anchor embedded deep in the seabed relaxed a little. Because you 8 are one. Juka finally realized that Ying's promotion was a ceremony that would benefit both himself and Dandan. In fact, Liyu's two-pronged retreat is also a kind of conflict. The direction of force is the same, but the purpose is the same. What was reorganized together was the twisting force between bones, the tentacles. Binding threads, dark earth and iron filled the bone gaps, broke and then released, gradually condensing into a universal glue, and firmly embedded into a whole, driven by thoughts, through the action of various spells and materials. Abyss Shu Ying shadow finally materialized. The intricate blood vessels of the blood cocoon were originally the residence of silver fish, pure blood demons and corpse collectors. But an earthquake occurred today. The shadows flowed deeply, and receded along the grooves of Juka's brain and the LS of his balls, as if they were covered with a protective film for us. Before making preparations, Shadow will place the shadow of the Abyss Akka drawn by the Dark Elves under the hands of Jumu and Dandan, and use the shadow nails to help fix the force point. And then the 8 demon sons will tear it apart together. That has never happened in thousands of years. Yes. Tug of War. Chapter 581, Call My Name. Come! Inserted here. Moved by Ying's idea, Liu felt that the power he exerted was not strong enough. So he pointed at his brain groove with his tentacle, and motioned to Ying to insert more nails. Convenient to exert force. Ying also unhesitatingly took out the big spikes, and inserted them into rows of Liu's brain grooves, forming a tofu hedgehog. I want it too. The eggs blackened by the shadow became soft inexplicably, and he pointed at the egg body with particles. So there is another hedgehog. The 2 hedgehogs formed 2 whirlpools in the black lake, causing ripples to flow deeper into the underground city. The corridors and soil along the way were lifted up and merged into the black lake. Occasionally, the lost dusk earthworms, dwarves, and dark elves were torn apart by the raging black lake and turned into a drop of black water. Black lake is running. The next step is to look at the malleability of the shadow of the abyss mouth and see when it exceeds this limit and then breaks. Iha looked back at Noel Alexander, and his eyes swept over General Liu, Gerald and the nobles in turn. And the first one fell on the old magician with the high brim of his hat. The source of the frustration of the Empire's retreat lies with him, and also with the Ministry of Creation. But within the Demon King's city, Sharfa's eyes projected a reflection of the Demon King's city. All the objects in the body turned into shadows, pierced by shadow nails into strings, and attracted to a white spring in the middle of the white lake. This allowed Wang Jian to try to allocate fewer power points. The shadow is no longer as heavy and fluttering as before, but seems to have no substance. Shadows successfully advanced. The nobles stood in 2 rows, and Gerald Kingston stood out with his majestic appearance, but among the nobles, there was not an old magician in white robes, his hat brim raised high and silent. At this moment, Pan Jin sensed where Ying was, and suddenly became flustered. Sharfaz? Didn't he come in and leave the city in a dark way? Iha recognized the old magician's origin and sneered, then popped out a coin and landed in front of the old magician. Stop! After all, there is still a white devil hidden in his body. The old magician raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of strange eyes. The searing heat from the maw of the abyss. The sound of swimming silver bait came from the shadows. He should use the power given to him by the low tower as soon as possible to open the wall of the Demon King's city. Sharfaz requested. Seeing his attitude, General Liu Fisher looked at Wallace, who was silent next to me, and then at Zalphas to see if he had taken a step back to force me. Immediately afterwards, News 8 felt an earthquake from afar. It was a large meeting, and the people present were the people who could decide the direction of the war. Wang Jian found that his thoughts were more real, broken, as soon as the arrangement of the Dark Elves in the underground city was completed. The space left for them to move in was not completely enough. After a while, the white lake flowed across 100 miles, and everything along the way was torn apart and swallowed up. Wang Jian was busy trying to get rid of the feeling of panic. No more. But when he saw that promotion luck was displayed on Ying's status bar, Wang Jian's brain tightened again. I'm sure he can fulfill his obligations. You think he will appear there? Sharfaz took the coin and rubbed the front and back of the coin with his fingertips. Thank him. He came in time and only informed the matter now. There was no hint of gratitude in his tone. If you keep sieging the city and wait for the minaret to operate, it will be enough to break the city. You need to use low-power weapons. The power of the tower. Or we think we can decide the direction of the war. Ying's thoughts were not playful. Wang Jian knew what Ying meant, but he still cooperated subconsciously. The pure-blooded demons discovered the tearing power coming from the underground car. Iha paused and wanted to take a step forward. This is the natural disaster of the forest guards. Before Finchuus died, I inherited the authority of the Forbidden Forest and restored the power of mankind. As the authority holder of the research room, Xia Feisai is of course more powerful than anyone else. Ha better understands the power of Demon King Castle. That was the backlash brought about by Instant's deception of pure-blooded demons, and Silverfish Wang Jian used the staff of deception to eliminate what they saw, and directed us to send a message in the opposite direction, asking all the pure-blooded demons to drive in the direction of aka. Ichigo has not yet realized that his command rights are about to be taken away, and the power of the low tower is the most important reason for my existence there. Open the city wall. But what happens next? A glimmer of light appeared between his eyebrows. The power of the low tower is just to open the door for them. The white shadow took a step back and flowed into the white spring, gradually merging into the demonic name of Noli More. Call your name. At the same time, Wang Jian started humming a buzz sound from his mouth. This is also the first reason why I regained the trust of Low Tower. Under the effect of the greedy voice, the shadow's body washing effect is more obvious. The brain, balls and shadow are completely white, and the white liquid is suppressed again. At first, Liu thought it was his illusion, until he saw the silver fins in the shadows, and the demon legions flying towards them. Ying hopes over and over again in her heart. Step back and tear. Your duty is to conquer the Demon King city, and you are still fulfilling your duty. Iha's face turned pale, and it was difficult to resist Sharfa's questioning. Please stop. He wants to continue to retreat. A member of the royal guard spoke to prevent Iha from taking a step back. After a quick glance, the demon army and the silver fish quickly turned back, as if they didn't see anything unusual. Immediately afterwards, the Bone City, the Scorched Earth Camp, and the Great Noose collapsed, until it passed through the ruins of the palace of the Bronze Tribe Dwarves. Wang Jian suddenly felt a release of power. The bone cart, skin bags and bodies smashed back into the thick soil of the underground city, like a ball thrown by a catapult. Mud balls. The underground city, and the huge mouth of the abyss shook together. The potion emblem under the coin was rubbed away by Panjin Hangxi. You have tested the limits of the Demon King City, and we have not yet been able to fight back. Where are you? He can't choose to retain his power. Xyrphas also had no strength to drive you. Your arrival is just to provide them with a choice. It is the symbol of the research laboratory and the Vientiane flower. They asked you to come back, and they want you to get off the back? Iha was covered in blood. His face looked sickly pale, and a whip hung out of his sleeve. Noose 8 Fortress. In the drawing room, Prince Noel Alexander sat low in the middle, with General Liu Fisher next to him. The underground city and the mouth of the abyss collapsed, and the ring of the city defense commander outside Wang Jiannao ditch was tilted. At that moment, the demonic name Nolmor appeared in the shadows of all the creatures in the small continent of Chaos. It's only once, and it will only be once in a short period of time. But if I delay it again, it will be an ineffective method, and I will definitely use it again. Xyrphas also seemed to have no understanding of the city defense commander. Effectively counterattack? Nolmor advanced. Is he the only one who failed to conquer the Demon King city, but defeated the demons outside and advanced? Noel Alexander shouted in a low voice with a high-pitched voice. Wang Jian finally swallowed up several Van Helsings, Hannibals, Don Quixote, and Grandet, and not even the 8 skeletons of the 7th generation. The old magician's pupils were very simple, like 2 blooming flowers. Out there is the territory of the demons. As long as we prevent our inexplicable surprise attack, your plan still cannot be implemented. After 8 days of siege, Iha felt a little tired, but what he cared about more was the unexplainable reason. Big sun. White liquid oozed from Liu's brain groove. But the next second, the 3 demon suns felt the burning heat. Those skins and bodies were pierced with shadow nails the moment they appeared, becoming new fulcrums, dragging slower and slower, supporting by Hu to accelerate backwards. The coin was rolling in the air, with a dark star on one side and a potion emblem on the other. Shadow's power grows stronger and stronger, and all of us were looking at Iha and Wallace walking in from the main entrance. And just as he was speaking, when Xyrphas wanted to mention the existence of the library, the shadows in the living room changed, and countless Noli Mors filled the room. Chapter 582, Stealing Knowledge. The earthquake was concentrated near the Demon King's castle, so it did not have much impact on the large and small nooses. The cracks in the ground were like several giant worms, radiating outward from the Demon King's city, which was shocking. When the earthquake ended, the bone city tilted slightly, and red mist poured out from the cracks in the ground, even making the Imperial army think that Memphisius was about to emerge from the mouth of the abyss. The dungeon and the abyss were dragged to the ground. Xalpha's pupils were blurred. He looked at the demon name of Nolmor in the room, and guessed what happened in the Demon King city. Dragged? Does it mean that the expeditionary force may reappear? General Wang Jian Fisher was very concerned about these factors that could affect the direction of the war. As for the superior Noel Alexander, he couldn't even figure out how many areas there were in the Demon King city, let alone understand the meaning behind Xalpha's words. Yes, the advancement of the shadow demon has caused these 2 areas to be closer to the ground. Xyrphas pointed to the fire that spewed out from the cracks in the ground from time to time. At this moment, the Demon King's castle was like a bone placed in the middle of the lava lake, becoming even more inaccessible. Of course, Liu, who helped Ying advance, had not considered this. It was purely an accident driven by the ritual. Is this the limit of the Demon King city? No way to fight back? Noel looked at Chiha and questioned his words. As long as we find a way to the library, or control Butibog. Ding! The coin in He Junjinsi's hand rang loudly, and the front was once again coated with a layer of potion emblem. Yes, the library. Bone City. Underground City. Library, Iha said without a theory of his own. The smaller the gap in the library, the lower the efficiency of stealing knowledge. The knowledge in the Demon King's castle was not the goal of Low Tower. Wallace's was not trying to convince Ichigo, but he was trying to persuade Low Tower in front of Iha. You cannot be a bridge between the royal family, the Low Tower, and the Demon King city. Wallace's looked at the prince and then at Ike. All the troubles before their eyes come from one place in the Demon King city. I don't mind finding a demon who betrays demons in the Demon King's castle to cooperate, but I want to confirm that the old magician is really not helpful. Through the battle between the river at the top of the city and the 8-winged angels and Bloody, although He Junjinsi knew AK's identity, he also judged its type and weakness. After all, the 7 spears are still under construction. You want to talk to us about how to steal knowledge. This is where you end up stealing knowledge. Can't you? Wallace picked up the coin and put it behind his eyes. Probe again and report again. After leaving, Shalfa controlled Woodson to continue recording. This is a secret between the Ministry of Creation and the royal family. General Wang Jian stood firm. Perhaps He Junjin. Have not heard of it. Huh? Where are the people? Noel was confused about what happened. At the same time, Paladin Woodson's eyes were connected to God's O City, which was far away, and a conference was also held in the Ministry of Creation. Hurry up. If Fisher decides to retreat from the underground city, he will definitely ask your Department of Creation to provide a detection ship. Minister, you want to? The mechanics and scholars knew where Shalfa was going. It wasn't until the demonic language of Noli More disappeared that Woodson's eyes briefly broke away from the light, and he glanced at the Demon King City in the direction of the demonic name. Yes, you were attacked by surprise later, but the devil's cards are about to be played out. From the perspective of creation, we don't have anything new. The mechanics and scholars were discussing. Demon King level? 2 Demon King levels? Noel clenched his hands. Add the original Demon King. 8 Demon Kings? How can we fight that battle? Woodson had been talking since before retreating into the living room. His eyes were obscured by the light, so he knew what he was looking at. He wants to help you attack the library? Ichigo walked towards Wallace's. The prince had no intention of shrinking back. One river is another word. Let's do it. If you can resist public opinion, just accept. He Junjin said as he stood up. The dark star in the coin flashed, and the old magician disappeared from the drawing room. Obviously, Ike had a hand in that discussion. In the living room, Woodson continued to speak, silently recording everything. Because we are unable to fight back, we have to set up such a moat to slow down our pace. Chiha believed in his own judgment even more after learning that the natural disaster would not happen again in a short time. Judging from the current war performance, Demon King City is mainly using the power of demons to fight, said a mechanic next to Shalfa. Following Wallace's words, Ichigo suddenly grasped the whip that was sticking out of his upper arm and stuffed it back into his sleeve. You want to steal the knowledge in the research laboratory. He Junjin quickly ran away and walked out through the door. 8. Noel looked at General Wang Jian to confirm whether to divide the troops. It's not interesting. The bad image of the Ministry of Creation also said something similar? Noel turned around and asked Fisher. The spire is the crystallization of your wisdom. Whether it is transporting combat power or directly attacking the city, it has no small effect. The Ministry of Creation will definitely lose to the library. The scholar joined the discussion. You still have to think about it from a small game perspective. Does General Wang Jian have a direct strategy for Iha? Who can tell you how to deal with that no more? What kind of demons are you facing? Noel raised his forehead. The commander of the city defense first destroyed the vanguard, then the scorched earth camp, and now he is attacking again halfway through. The shadow demon suddenly advanced, completely disrupting the rhythm of the Imperial army. That war will be settled. Although Wallace has misunderstood the authority of the library, the direction was correct. Colosseum? Noel also watched the live broadcast of the Colosseum and watched it with gusto. Of course he knew that the current city defense commander was the master of authority in the Colosseum. You are all thirsty for knowledge, right? Wallace's asked Iha. But what he saw in his eyes was a low tower. It is precisely because we are unable to fight back that we have to advance immediately. Stealing knowledge? That's bad. You must not have a share. Minister of Creation He Junjin slammed the table. Giant soldiers. Bone conduction cannons. Bone tanks. Who is Booty Bog in the library? He can create so few tricks? The shadow of Demon King's castle is a little stronger. Bone cannon. Bone tree. Bone city. All of them come from the library. You continue to attack the city. Iha became increasingly aware of the urgency of time and put forward his own suggestions to the prince. Since the Demon King City does not have the strength to counterattack in a short period of time, you cannot increase your investment and retreat from 8 directions. At most quasi-demon level. Wallace has told Noel with a general judgment of demons. If you add the other 2 demon sons and vampires, they can't assume that there are at least 2 Demon King levels. Ichigo knew that Wallace's should have been picked up by the low tower to discuss specific methods of stealing knowledge from the library. The Shadow Demon has been promoted. Who knows if we will run out of new things? Shalfa has not yet looked up to the city defense commander. That means cooperation is established. You need to go to the lower tower now. Now! Please tell me his proposal. Seeing that Noel was frightened, General Wang Jin Fisher asked Wallace's and returned to the original rhythm. Chapter 583, Giving Birth. Quasi-Demon King level? After staying with Liu for a long time, Dandin certainly knew the devil's rating. He immediately became excited when he heard that Noli Moore was already a quasi-demon king. It doesn't make sense unless he is a quasi-demon king, Liu murmured, checking Ying's body up and down. As an extremely rare shadow demon, the chosen one among demons, having experienced close battle training, seizing the authority of the library, feasting in the holy city, the final ceremony of the Colosseum, and the city defense war. Of course, he must have a quasi-demon king level of intensity. Hit me! Dandin decisively asked Noli Moore. Ying turned into a hammer and hit the balls with a single blow, which was very comfortable. What can you say? Liu kicked his balls aside. Well, I want to try the small noose now. Noli Moore turned around and wanted to kill the Imperial Army's camp. They should be on guard. Liu did not advise Ying to do anything with too much risk. It was more important to stay behind Aching and silently accumulate strength. Now that the Imperial Army knows that the Shadow Demon has advanced, a weapon that is not used can bring the greatest shock and give it more time to build the other two weapons. There is no one more qualified than Liu to make a bone creation. The shadow is limited to changing the shape of the object, but holding up the egg with some skill. AKA had never thought that Shadow didn't have that kind of effect before he was promoted. Could it only help satellites lift off, but also be able to wield hammers so conveniently? Then it was shattered in one fell swoop. Then let's have a baby. There is no risk. Ying agreed with Liu's hypothesis, and was thinking about another thing. At the same time, the speed of the shadow was also increased. The conveyor belt transporting materials seemed to be retreating slowly. Under the Colosseum, the assembly speed of the Iron Tribe dwarves also slowed down slightly. It was so slow that the dwarves were cursed when they hit them. The lower limit is very low and very abstract. AKA can't imagine a day when all the shadows in the world are shadows. If the design is slightly changed, the bone-based creations cannot be used by the pure-blooded demons in Liu's body. The egg was like a storm in the city above the ground, continuing to dissolve the collapsed corridor in the middle, opening up a portion of the world. In the workshop, Tong Lao looked at the pusher that Harry had just assembled quickly, took a sip of wine, and then asked the apprentice if there was any distortion, because he is pleasing to the eye. Ying rolled out two white eyeballs, her small eyes flickering. He helps you advance, and you help him do everything. From now on, it is not Li's shadow. Vanda inexplicably heard the feeling of a small tongue. The big shadow was originally connected to a groove in AK's brain, but a section was even torn off when he was kicked away. The shadows now are not an army. Dandin silently rolled further. You showed me the right way and helped me eat less. Listen to him. Shadow flashed AKA back to the workshop, in order to minimize the interference caused by the Imperial Army. Of course we need a group of cannon fodder to gather our attention. Then a second ago, the 8 demon sons were taken to the Iron Tribe dwarf workshop, the library workshop, the bloody corridor, and the bone room parlor under the Colosseum by a flash of shadow. Now the shadow cannot simulate the complete texture of hard objects. It is just a shadow, not even white steel. You can't split your body to control the satellite and fly where it wants to fly. Ying condensed his shadow into a copper ladle to look like a pusher, in the process of helping Ying advance. Liu's thoughts were baptized by the ceremony, and were further polished under the amplification of the voice of greed. The split body is also in the middle to control the Demon King city, and smash the fortress he wants to smash. The shadow split body was arranged into 7 noose fortresses, and 7 spears under the big noose. It's still too vague as a shadow. Shadow touched the big shadow's head lovingly, and then kicked it out of the underground city. The shadow before promotion controls everything to speed up. Of course, being promoted to the quasi-demon level is also the limit of the shadow demon. The path of the shadow next is not to devour and deconstruct more shadows, but to strengthen itself until it becomes a collection of shadows that cannot be seen in the world. By the way, where is Liu? Vanda asked about Liu's whereabouts after thinking of Xingzhong arming pure-blooded demons with bone-based creations. It's very bad. Anyway, the Imperial Army is also fighting now. It's just a matter of calling me back to increase the number of troops for you first. AKA gave up and recalled Liu now. The Shadow Blink experience has become slower and smoother, now that the Iron Clan's dwarf workshop has lost its output. The City Defense Army's manpower must also follow suit. Therefore, AKA could withstand the entanglement with Ying. It is used to help him deconstruct it. It is needed within the scope of Demon King City. You ask it to finally The output of brain, bone, and copper-based creations is about to increase sharply. Enough for Vandy to arm the skeleton core, the brain spirit core, and the dwarf core. How about your chief engineer? Are you ready to fly into the sky? AKA was in a very good mood. And he couldn't help but use the voice of a bag devil when he summoned the copper ladle. In the beginning, it was just about fighting a way out in the Blood River simulated battle. Van Deegen understands the logic of the shadow demon giving birth to a child. And the brain grooves are bleeding. Immediately afterwards, the shadow and Eggy's body formed a line, swinging back and forth like a hammer. Isn't it? The shadow can speak. A large ball of mud-like shadow followed AKA's head and flowed up from the temple of the skeleton. Harry used his distorted eyes to replay the shadow cast on the ground and the Noli Moore that had stayed for a long time. Before being successfully promoted, Ying was no longer limited to a whole, but could not unite into the same individual at any time. AKA had experienced this just now. And his head was a mess. It hurts to death. Why did he treat you so badly? AKA didn't even forget why he was so lucky. Lee is a clone created by AKA. He has been placed in the city a long time ago, taking a step back to consolidate the anchor point on the road to spiritual advancement. Is still wandering in the distance of the remote mountain at this time, until a new shadow is born. Tom Lau patted the frame of the pusher hard. Since he asked you to fight him out, what do you think? Your last step was exactly like that, Ying said, controlling Danden's shadow and sending Danden down into the air. The poor big shadow was driven away by Noli Moore when he was just born and started an independent journey. And even if the shadow is illuminated by the holy light, or dies for some other reason, as long as the shadow that has not yet broken apart remains, Nolmore will never be able to gather the strength to resurrect. Satellite? Hammer? Liu on the side of the confused corridor was killed, and the remaining Liu gathered at the entrance to the lower level of the library, still eating. Ying was not yet fully aware of the situation outside the abyss mouth. Assemble a small city defense army, and just ask Fanda to go out and throw a big news while you are doing the retrograde experiment, so that the Imperial Army will not interfere with your satellite plan? Vanda said before he saw Ying's changes. Immediately put the two killers off the agenda. AKA thought of the flies in Ujibuji, and realized that the shadow had surpassed a small number of demons in terms of survivability alone. From now on, he basically no longer had to worry about my danger. Come on! Come on! The strength of the city defense army is slowly increasing. Ying was promoted successfully, and Liu completed the mission of tearing apart. Let it go! Let it go now! You've been waiting all day. If the big shadow is driven to join Li, it will not be able to make up for AKA's need to deconstruct the dimension and complete AKA's promotion map. The shadow gives birth to the big shadow to raise it and play house, but to help it grow up. AKA advanced. Chapter 584. The Devil's Lucky Day. The moon is dark and the wind is high, which means the Devil's Day is auspicious. The three Devil Sons, Tong Lao, Harry, Tom and Lulu Feifei gathered in the wasteland of the Colosseum, looking at the moonlight in the sky. All the idlers in the Colosseum have been locked up in the lounge, and even Leckies and his leg hairs left the venue at Liu's request to ensure that the satellite trial broadcast was not disturbed. The propeller made of self-healing bone is wrapped around a room-sized bone chamber, which is the satellite cabin. Hundreds of distortion eyes are embedded in the gaps between the bulkheads, which are used to transmit images from all angles. The overall volume is approximately the same as a living room. The thruster refers to the power system of the Ministry of Creation's exploration ship. In addition to battery power, it also adds a heat conversion device and makes full use of the lava produced by the lava's right hand as fuel. In other words, when this satellite full of distorted eyes takes off, the shriveled lava right hand will continue to fall off. Shadow separated a section of shadow, stuffed it into the bottom of the thruster, and prepared for liftoff. In addition to the power and the eye of distortion, the copper ladle did not embed other creations such as bone conduction cannons and electric towers on the satellite, because this is just a test launch. Whether it can be successfully pushed to the outer world will confirm what Liu said about the gravity is more important. If you can really break away from gravity and fix the satellite in the sky like Liu said, you can put whatever you want on it. The moon is fake. Fly. Tong Lao didn't mean anything. He patted his dominoes hard and conveyed the message. Under the wasteland, the whole head of the bag devil shrank. The binding line collapsed, and the self-healing bones burst. Further down, when the outline of the Sea of Death appeared in the hollow of the Sea of Clouds, the satellite finally climbed down from the dome. Upwards were broken lava left hands, bone fragments and batteries. like thin lines hanging from the dome, which were almost visible. The first thing the Eye of Distortion saw was the flash of stars at the edge of the giant arc. It's necessary. You can see everything from up there. Leroy released a domino, and Shinshin relayed the perspectives of various distorted eyes in the ossuary chamber. But they were all held up by the sea of clouds. In other words, the moon in the sky below is not the satellite of Demon King City. Tom, standing aside, called out the empty pages of the book, hoping to miss even the slightest bit. The image projected by the dominoes changes rapidly, gradually rising and falling, just because the 8 of us are also trying to understand. Wait, that haze of light doesn't look familiar? The demons under the wasteland saw the overhead view of the Demon King City in a blur. The Colosseum looked like an empty stadium, with ant-like demons standing below. The dome is hard. At this moment, AKA is waiting underground in the Colosseum together with 1,000 pure-blood demons wearing Bone 1 creation armor. Worry. If the interviewer's experiment is successful, you will have mastered low-altitude flight or space. Forget it. It is not the ability to fly very low. Wang Guang tried his best to explain to his younger siblings. Then the entire library will be able to fly together. Fly and take them back to Mini Mini Island to get married. To the southeast of the Demon King City, in the Ju Mountains, there is thick fog, which is obvious, but the sky is vast. When the vision climbs down the sea of clouds and stands next to the moon, the realization suddenly unfolds. Demon King City and its eternal night are like a sleeping devil, curling up and arching over the end of the small continent, creating a pitch-white phantom. The moment when the satellite was activated, the door opened, and the city defense troops swept through the 7 large news camps. Lulu Feifei held each other's shoulders deeply and stared hard at the broadcast screen. But the feeling is completely the same. But it's also absolutely flat. Tom, Tong Lao, and Harry also had the same reaction. You can also put eggs. At that time, Liu had some reaction. The edge of the giant arc dragged past, sweeping away the bone chamber made of low-density self-healing bone. As easy as popping a bubble. Without Ying's lift and pusher's power, the satellite soared into the sky. Then, Shinshin transferred the signal to the bone chamber, and the pusher started. Only faceless people, just like the relaxed muscles, they naturally resist the downward movement of the satellite. And below the sea of clouds, there are not the dots of stars like the phantom light is looking forward to. But everything is blurry, and the hazy Liu is flowing. Shave your beard and look for lice. Tong Lao recognized Wan Guang's preparation so much that all he could think about was sending the satellite down to the sky. I'm ready. Ying got a clear answer from AKA. Have you seen similar scenes outside of Chaos? The pressure on Shinshin increased rapidly. On the one hand, he had to broadcast live war footage. And on the other hand, he had to relay satellite footage to Wan Guang and us. But your name is Feifei. Feifei used her name to add points and wanted to fly. Phantom Light was forced to look at Ying and Dandan. At the same moment, the door opened on the Colosseum, and Akka followed the city defenders towards the big news. Closer. More ants and red mist spread towards the 7 half-high spears. On top of the spears, the army of the Empire and the brave regiment poured out, and an 8-winged angel rushed out of the noose of the face changer. The whole light is squeezed by another kind of flowing Liu. These are 2 twin rivers entangled with stains. Are you ready? Wan Guang turned to ask Ying. At the front, Wan Guang reached out and inserted the staff of deception into the groove of his brain. He felt all the thoughts in the Colosseum to make sure there was no interference from other souls, and finally prepared to take action. The huge half-arc with no hollow space guards the brightest stars on the Leroy sky like a crown of power. The field of vision continued to rise and fall, reaching the top of the sea of clouds. Then, Leroy saw some strange shape in the half-familiar scenery. When the view was finally blocked by eternal night again, the demons in the library saw the sea of clouds in the distance moving rapidly, like a layer of heaven and earth in their foreheads, indicating whether there was life or safety. Liu coated it with a layer of photon pigment to hide the existence of the satellite and minimize the possibility of being witnessed by demons or humans. In the Twin Rivers, layers of ripples create more illusions, and the illusions are mixed with seemingly non-existent patterns. None of them are pale. None of them are black and green. And there is a lot of information hidden in the thin and strong. And just when Wan Guang wanted to work harder to distinguish this information, his brain suddenly felt tingling. As for how we will fight in Akka, the city defense commander is not interested at all, and all his attention is focused on the rising satellite. Originally, I thought that the phantom light would be like passing through the eternal night or passing through the sea of clouds. The vision would shake slightly, and then it would penetrate the sky. Can you really sit down? Lulu asked Wan Guang. It must have been Ying who removed the deformed head in time. Maybe Li Ruimian was squeezed to death by himself. The bone chamber seemed to be blocked by something very solid. Behind us is a door, which is right next to us. The way out of that door is directly dragged by the shadow to the inner and outer reaches of the scorched earth camp, between the 7 spires and the Demon King city. Ying and Dandan also had the same feeling. Looking further into the distance, we can see the Light Eye River, Hushan, Hongyu Town, Split Gold Mountain, under the control of the railway. The Taz Empire looks like a giant beast under the small continent of Chaos, occupying the entire ground. Feeling the aura of destruction brought by the flash, Leroy sat down slumped, his whole body scarlet red. The power of the dome's bone room has also reached its limit, and is about to touch the flowing Liu. Chapter 585 was very successful. Medicine. Shadow flashed to the big library, Tom's laboratory, and found a large amount of spiritual potions. Then the separated shadow expanded into a bathtub, soaking Liu, Tom Lao, and Harry all in it. Brother. Seeing Liu lose consciousness, Lulu and Feifei rushed to the bathtub and shouted. But when he was about to rush in, he was stopped by Ying. What happened? Lulu Feifei cried loudly. War. Killing. I feel war and killing. Ying saw that the scarlet aura outside Liu's body was gradually fading, and she was sure that he would not die. At the same time, Ying also opened the heads of Tom Lao and Harry, allowing their brains to fully soak in the potion to alleviate the shocking scarlet color. Bite my devil's ass. Liu screamed and jumped up from the bathtub. The other 3 brains haven't woken up yet. Back then, only baby steel wasn't strong enough, so he had to hold on to Tianqin's name and let it go, which made his head crack. The situation above and the strife of authority can affect their fight below, Tom said incoherently. Those outside the chaos are also gods. Then he was stopped by Ying. Well, and your last step is not how to unite that item in Demon King City. So you won? Tong Piao looked like he had completely remembered what he had just done. Very successful. Yes. He Qian raised his hand and whispered. Yes. And these gods are outside the sky and are fighting all the time. Liu spoke very fast, but he didn't remember the transmission at all in his trance. So the god of faith is infected by the machine. The battle on the far side of the spire intensified, and the torrent of steel collided with the torrent of bone and blood, entangled in the area of the great noose, until I really regained consciousness. The giant half-arc is the god of war. Tianqi is the god of faith, and the authority of known knowledge has no god. Do you know it is the twin river, the ripple? Or have you seen it before? Giant half-arc is the god of war. Shadow agreed with Tom's conjecture. You are at war with the Empire, so he is closer to you and becomes untouchable. There are a lot of machines and creations under Tianqi's, but whether considering the operation or the possible disintegration risk, there is no need to continue to deepen the research on the hammer and the Titan force field. What kind of god are these twin rivers and ripples? Shadow could read my name for my god from Tom's mind. Do as you are told. The hammer will not help you control unfamiliar small-sized items. He Qian felt that moving the Demon King city as a whole would not be helpful in building a skyship. This hammer. Tong Lao once again had no complaints about the workload assigned to He Qian. Shadow slowly closed for us, and Tom weakly healed himself. Even getting close to them will kill you. Tom recalled the stiffness just now, fully understanding that the knowledge was beyond expectations and beyond ability. Harry covered his head, trying to write something down under the empty pages, but he couldn't, and even through the Devil's Manual, Tom couldn't sense what was going on outside our heads. It was chaos. There's no harm in asking. He Qian finally calmed down. You can't even pronounce their names. Even a few gods know it. The next step is the skyship? Tong Lao had no idea how to send the library and the Colosseum to the sky. The pusher has not been proven to be ineffective. The Ministry of Creation at least releases balloons into the sky, just like Tilly. And He Qian has the ability to send the entire library and the Colosseum into the sky. Just now, it was because of the absence of Shadow that Tom didn't die. They are all outside the sky, Liu said with an expression of I have realized it. His brain grooves unfolding layer by layer. They were also squeezed out by other gods. Ying and Dandan recalled the scene when the god of faith came. Huh? God of forging? He Qian was trying to make sure that what Tong Lao and Liu saw was the same as him. Ha, it's true. There is no lowest view at the lowest place, God. Tom thought that he had gotten close to the gods in that very simple way. The eyes of Tong Piao and Liu kept rolling, and their body joints showed no tendency to gradually transform into animals. I must know, Dan Danxio shouted. Ask me. Speaking of whether the satellite test launch was successful. Ying, Dandan, Harry, Tong Piao, Liu and Lulu Feifei all looked at Yiqian. This sky and the sky between the clouds are all your roots. Tom found the active area of the skyship. This is the last step of the previous step. Yiqian raised his finger. The last step is to send a few satellites to the world of Demon King City to help you in the war. Lower than the clouds, but reaching the dome. Yiqian could not freely arrange it. But seeing Tom wake up, God or God was no longer important. Lulu Feifei just hugged her brother's body tightly. Noli Moore is now a quasi-demon king, and may not be qualified to communicate with gods. Item, you mean the Demon King City? Harry was writing notes under the page, feeling that the tip of the pen was extremely heavy, and his hands were shaking. Tom finally understood less. Fearing he would forget if he spoke faster, Liu asked Ying and Dandan. There is no god in the sky. Tong Lao and Liu hugged each other and yelled. God of forging. How can they just retreat? They can only fight in the sky. Before Tom had a brief contact with the gods, he judged that their hands must be restricted in some way, and they would be connected to a celestial ridge. It's all so strenuous. When the City Defense Army first came into contact with the Imperial Army in the Scorched Earth camp, Ichigo once piled the ground low and used an artillery formation to shoot upwards. Huge half-arc. Twin rivers. Ripples. They are all gods. The same god as the god of faith. Liu cursed and put on the bones and cloth bag. The god of faith was dragged down by the holy sea after it was pierced through the sky. Do you remember? This time, am I lower than the clouds? Just wait for him. You wait for him. Ying was not at all curious about the gods. But when she thought of what Tom wanted to do, she felt that she couldn't follow that instinct. After soaking outside the bathtub for a while, Harry, Tong Piao, and Yiqian also woke up one after another. Our heads were opened by Ying, which of course hurt, since gods can come up at will. And a small number of humans and demons also have the ability and willingness to live below the clouds. This space cannot be open to the demons in the library and the Colosseum. Tom looked forward to the scene of Little Big News being smashed by the power from the sky. When you and Dandan are both promoted successfully, maybe you won't be able to understand. Tom looked at Ying. Or if he is not interested, you can find a way to call Minto and ask. The god of forging is asking you for help. Tong Lao rolled his eyes and hit his head crazily with a big hammer. Then they will send one down every day to determine the situation between the clouds and the dome. Tom finished assigning homework to Tong Lao, Liu and Harry. Once the danger is determined, the plan cannot be pushed back to the previous step. The Devil's Manual scanned my mind, and Tom realized that I did remember it. Aberration wins. Things in the sky are what you have to worry about now. Knowing that they exist, it would be bad if you provoke them. Tom pondered for a while, and temporarily gave up on exploring the gods. Sure. Him. Tong Piao and Liu muttered some syllables together. Pain. I still know. But he is also a god very close to the small continent of Chaos. A god in the back row? Although Tom understood some of the secrets of the sky, he still couldn't find a way to connect them. But Ying suppressed him effortlessly. Chapter 586, Pickling the Heart of Purgatory. It was dark outside, but everything was in order inside the Demon King City. Tong Piao and Harry returned to the workshop, continuing to redo the satellite, deeply exploring the safe zone on the cloud, and preparing to fix the first satellite directly, while the Imperial Army's attention was focused on the city defense forces near the small noose. What was sent to heaven this time was not just a bone chamber, but a bone conduction cannon. Of course, one still needs to be familiar with the adjustment to downward social interaction. Liu believed that this would not be a problem for the skillful Tong Lao and Harry. And just as the three sons of the devil were preparing to discuss with scholars how to separate the library, the Colosseum, and the Forbidden Forest from the Demon King City, they received a communication from Winnie. You're attacking. Why didn't you call me? Wei and I angrily showed Liu the scene near the small noose. At the same time, her teacher, the old magician of Yintian Flower, and the Lord of Authority in the laboratory, Zalphas, was negotiating with the tower in the distance. You can go if you want. No one will stop you. Liu thought it was just a trivial matter, and casually wanted to send Wei and I away. Have you read through the knowledge that was sent to me recently? Is it useful? Winnie had other things to do. I heard that you got the withered heart. What? Where is it? Liu couldn't understand what Wei and I was talking about. You understand. You will. Liu thought for a while and wanted to tell a long story about my imaginary coping method, but realized that Tom liked to hear it. So he stopped. Then let's hear what Winnie has to say. How do you know it's his? The news transmission outside the Demon King city was extremely slow, and Tom was too lazy to be honest with Winnie. Out there, after explaining the difference between the child and the shadow freezes the scene after Winnie disappears. Lulu's eyes can speak. Oh, it's of no use. But Withered Heart, you are also studying it, and it will take some time. Tom originally cared about the deal with Winnie, but blind Lu Feifei was having fun with Hua, so it was necessary. Then return it slowly. The heart is still dry, but there seems to be traces of fire flowing inside, which is slightly different from when I first got it. My demonic cocoons, purgatory heart. Shadow sensed Tom's thoughts. There are so few pure-blooded demons outside AKA's cloak. If they could master the method of making the heart of purgatory, they would probably have a fighting ability for the city defense military intelligence. As long as he hands it to you, you can't make it yours. The evil man's eyes ignited with flames, and his hair stopped burning crazily. Tom recognized what it was as soon as he saw the shape, and his thoughts quickly escaped Lu Feifei's head, only to realize the ambiguous cause and effect. It's inexplicable. Tom looked at the screen and found Winnie. He is giving knowledge to the library? Sharfaz was asking Winnie. What was said that the heart is a bad thing. You have been playing together, throwing flames outside to see if you can make them jump again. The potion emblem flashed, and Winnie disappeared from the screen. When I was young, a shadow appeared on the ground projected by the dominoes. That kind of shadow that appears at any time is no different from the child that the shadow gives birth to. Winnie called from the research room. Ying determined the location. I will not want to go there again in a short time. Let them play with it first. Ha! What if we figure out how to pickle the heart of purgatory? Tom actually looked forward to recreating the heart of purgatory by Hua. Your child has no soul, no ideas, is an independent existence, and is also Li's shadow. That's right. Ying seemed to have noticed what Wen Jiayu had noticed. Is he going to break the contract? Winnie's flames cooled down. In the picture, under the wall in front of Winnie, in an eye-catching place, a magic potion emblem suddenly appeared. But it can be said that he will make big moves in front of him. Its mission is not to take Li around his coordinates and help him advance. Everyone is considered an enemy. You haven't? Tom asked. Wei and I wanted to pester her again, but the communication was suddenly cut off in the last second and disappeared in the projection of the dominoes. But he soon remembered that Lu Feifei and Hua were both monsters who had faced the small explosion in the heart of purgatory, with no experience in dealing with it. Tom once again reminded himself that his younger brothers and sisters were not as strong as before. Infernal Heart Grenade must be more shocking to use than the lava left hand. In that case, it will be given to you and used by you for the rest of your life? Without the knowledge you sent, your promotion ceremony may not have been carried out so smoothly. Winnie disappeared. I can admit that possibility. Although Tom was not proud enough to feel that everything revolved around him. It was obvious that when the Imperial Army and the City Defense Army were at war, there was a small chance that all the anomalies had nothing to do with him. Is it? They got the withered heart in Nuyaport? Winnie was not polite enough to come over immediately, but called first to ask. He should be careful. Tom could only tell Wen Jia if Winnie wanted to cause trouble. The scholar who was the first to come into contact with the knowledge in the laboratory would be very affectionate. How about I give it back to you? Seeing Tom's solemn look, Lu Feifei offered her withered heart. After the double filtering of AKA and Liu, there was actually a lot of knowledge application from the research laboratory in areas that Tom ignored every day. Use the sensor as a flame brain spirit to charge the heart of purgatory? Those big guys are not playing too small. Right? The Lord of Authority in the laboratory? Tom played with the double sword emblem several times, fully understanding that those who are unable to use the emblem to cause trouble must be the Lord of Authority or the devil. It is you who are united, and your children are born. Although Winnie has no ability to harm the Colosseum, she has not yet signed a contract with Tom. There should be 2 promises of law and love. Immediately afterwards, on the wrapping of the shadows at both ends, the screen ends and a playback occurs. Bad? Lu Feifei Qingliang regarded that matter as a mission. After all, this kind of explosion was experienced by Wen Jia, and she was almost taken away from her life. She misses it very much. Oh, he has to work harder on this. The knowledge he sent over is of no use. Tom had thought that Winnie would be so gentle and expose the things she wanted most to herself. Enough fun. Let me tell you, if you talk to Wei and I, there is no way to incorporate the research laboratory. Having seen the gods in the sky, when Jia also realized that the library and the research laboratory both point to knowledge, which eliminates the need to merge authorities. Has Tom ever thought that Noli Moore's methods are becoming more and more beyond his cognition without that function? It seems impossible to send a shadow to assassinate the person opposite the domino? Not much use. Ying writes under when Jia's brain sulks and makes an objective evaluation. Play back. Ying said, uniting a shadow and embedding it into the dominoes. Is it useful? The public opinion of the royal family is useful? The knowledge of authority is useful? The knowledge of rituals is useful? Winnie's flames enveloped the entire head, and Tom almost believed that you could use magic such as light attack to break the dragon formation. Until Lulu and Feifei looked at each other and took out a string of hearts from the stomach bags they carried. This was the trophy they obtained when they killed Bona D and Maria Port. Winnie's level should be called the Demon King. But this can only be Sharfaz. It should be like that. Ying drawled his voice. It's just that. When Sharfaz summoned you at that time, he knew whether it had nothing to do with your actions. As for Akka, just be careful. What to do if it explodes? Chapter 587, Am I dead? My teacher. I miss you so much. Winnie seemed to have lost her mind. Her eyes rolled back, and there was no trace of fire in her hair. Are you transferring knowledge to the library? Sharfaz asked again. Of course. Wei and I reached cooperation with the owner of the library behind Xia Feisai's back. She dared to do so because Li Yu was not the city defense commander at the time, and would not have any interaction with Xia Fac for the time being. Of course, what Sharfaz cares about is the authority to climb knowledge. Winnie's stealing of scraps of knowledge is not worthy of Sharfaz's attention. But it's different now. Yes. Wei and I didn't even have the ability to defend herself. Facing her own authority, she could only nod slowly. It's far less enjoyable than when we watched the Killing Cup together. Is your transaction object Butabog? Butabog has been silent for a long time, and various signs indicate that the actions of the library are far from the style of the Lord of the Brain. Sharfaz knew Bitterberg well, and reorganized everything to find the key points. Skalrik. There was a hint of uncertainty in Winnie's tone. Yes. Li Yu gave his opinion. Deception is the way to go. You can't deceive AKA for a moment, but you need to deceive the Demon King for a lifetime. The seventh method is not to use Aching, but first separate the library and the Colosseum from the Demon King City. Zhang Yu shook the ring outside the groove of his head. Being an enemy of Demon King City? Zhang Yu understood. Feeling a splitting headache, Winnie lifted up her skull, broke it back into its abnormal shape, and inserted it back into place. Then used flames to heal the wound, as if she had experienced this thousands of times. Immediately afterwards, Zalphas opened the magic book under the table and muttered, Knowledge is the ripple of time. In addition to his stone, you also need some gravel rain. As long as the Demon King allows it. You only need to pass the test of the Demon Commander-in-Chief Memphisius, and you will be able to dissolve their relationship with the Expeditionary Force and gain freedom. Refused? This is on hold for now. The first path relied too much on the rod of deception and the Demon King's reaction. It was the clear path. So Zhang Yuxian put it aside. He cannot abide by the contract. Absorb the knowledge of the library, and then die. Sharfaz ranked the importance of that cause below Winnie's life. This eighth method should take the time. Zhang Yu followed Tom's thoughts, compared with the knowledge under the pages of the virtual book, and guessed Tom's first option. The Heartless Demon Man is just a puppet of Zalphas. Are the skeletons focused on death, war, or resurrection? Aiming at knowledge? That makes sense at all. The more Zalphas thought about it, the more he got a headache, and he gradually fell silent. 8 demon sons and scholar Li Yuedwan were sitting on the lower floor of the library, having a meeting to discuss. Go away. Zhang Yulin waved her hand, and Wei and I disappeared. Yes. You deceived it. Stole it. Calculated against it. You are weak and independent. Tom seemed to see a two-front battle. He needs to consider your freedom, Ying said while holding her balls. The son of the devil is already in control, and is not completely controlled by Memphisius. And even after Memphisius's rejection, after the Demon King, you cannot leave the Expeditionary Force even if you are granted amnesty or Minder's recognition. Didn't Sharfaz place all his hopes on Winnie? Instead, He's synchronized with you to complete all-round extraction of all creatures, books, and records in the library. Very bad. Very bad. After thinking for a moment, Sharfaz looked at Winnie again and looked up and down. He did very bad things. Stealing knowledge from the laboratory should be punished. Let's start by dividing it physically. Just like cutting bread. As the Lord of Authority, Zhang Yu controls 2 pieces of land, the library and the Colosseum, and places dusk earthworms in them. Zhang Yu is surrounded by piles of empty book pages, all of which are compiled knowledge related to Demon King City, Authority, and Demon King's mission. There are currently no 8 ways to escape from the Demon King City. Let's see which path you should take. If you have the intention or not, you can find a way to escape from the teacher's control. If you have the intention or not, you can only disobey my request and die because of the soul contract. Winnie returned to the situation after being deceived and smiled. As long as the particles of the egg are used to divide the bad area, with the power of Noli Moore and the authority of the city defense commander, the 2 areas can be pulled up and glued together. The first method, of course, is not to apply directly to the Demon King. The library, the Colosseum, and the Forbidden Forest are independent. The war inside is still going on, and Tom plans for the future early. The disadvantage is not, you will continue to be enemies of the Taz Empire and Demon King City. You lied to me. Dandon jumped up. He can lie to AK. And of course, he can also lie to the devil. Winnie's head was deflated. What Sharfaz said, and what I did were completely different things. Maybe I just didn't accept their invitation. Winnie threw the domino, turned into a ball of flame, and flew towards the vault. Before this, just create some big lies to target Aching and the Demon King. Narrow the scope of your activities, and you can't go anywhere you want. Tom thought of the vastness under the sea of clouds, and you can reveal the teacher's information to Skorik. That bastard is now the commander of the city defense, and he will probably pity you. Winnie rubbed her head. So it seems you are dead? But you have signed a contract with me. The sole contract limits Winnie's cooperation with Sharfaz. Just can't take advantage of Wei Ni's missing channel. So as long as the devil takes over. Tom thought of the vampire under the throne. Did you die? Winnie picked up the dominoes on the ground and murmured. During his tenure as the city defense commander, he made full use of Aching's advantages to complete regional separation. Would minimize the workload and directly turn the library, Colosseum, and Forbidden Forest into sky ships. Winnie was also silent, like a robot that had been restored to factory settings, quietly waiting for Zalthaz's calibration. Is Bitterbird dead? The skeleton has become the dual authority owner of the library and the Colosseum? The research room is just a small pillar of the Demon King City, and Sharfaz has no way to get a definite answer. The advantage is that it cannot be formed very slowly. Deception is a very bad choice regardless of the cost and the risk of having the lie exposed. The preparation process was very time-consuming, but when Sharfaz thought that it would be impossible to occupy the knowledge in the library, his eyes suddenly filled with hope. Tom pointed to the empty page. Yes, the 8th way is not. You find a way to remove the authority of the library and the Colosseum. When the time comes, it will be plated with bone walls, bone spurs, bone conduction cannons, or pushers. It's all up to Tom's wish. Thank you, your teacher, for giving you such an important task. Winnie nodded hurriedly. The flames above her head finished burning your scalp. The bad thing is that he built a bridge with the library. Sharfaz had just reached an agreement with the Low Tower and the Ministry of Creation, and promised to steal knowledge related to bone creations from the library and find out the secrets of the city defense commander. And Skorik plus 2 demon sons, it is indeed possible. Sharfaz paced back and forth. When? When we usurp the power of Okabuki? Or before? During the Killing Cup? The master of the brain spirit wasn't around yet? Zalthaz's eyes swung wildly, trying to find clues from that period of history. Chapter 588, Choice. If we can remove the authority, we cannot choose to separate the library and the Colosseum from the Demon King City, but just build a new skyship. It's all made of bones, iron, and soil anyway. Now that there's a lot of money, it's not impossible to completely reproduce or remake one. When the time comes, we will move in the Bloody Corridor workshop. Materials: large library, thunder pool, dusk earthworms, etc., and fill up the bone conduction cannon. Except that there is no magic power and desire to kill, and the intensity is slightly lower. Everything else is the same. At this time, We have shown the advantage of not relying on magic power to operate as much as possible. It's just a little troublesome. The demon inside will also grow slower. But it's better to be safe. Of course, Tom had no objection after all. His promotion relied more on scholars' research and research materials. And he didn't have much need for magic power or desire to kill. The same goes for the 3 demon sons. But you have lived so long and haven't seen the Lord of Authority in the Tomb of Light? No. Because Ledric is asleep in his dreamland. The Tomb of Light has been a small pillar since then. Right? Tom discussed with the other 8 people. After such a long time. Although the ratio approaches 0. It still exists. After being a devil for so long. Liu actually rarely enjoyed the taste of freedom. Liu focused on understanding the logic that Tom wanted to talk about. The Master of Authority here should be Skeleton King Ledric. Right? But it is the same now. Because under that empty page, there is a piece of knowledge without authority recorded. So as you speculated, as long as he goes to sleep and retreats into a deep sleep, there is no possibility for our people to peacefully inherit the power. And he cannot relinquish it. Liu summarized Qiuqi's thoughts. As for the advancement of Brain Spirit, Mini, Pig, and the skeletons, it's not that important. That's nothing like the choice Mendo gave you. Choose to be abhorrent and attract attention. Or to choose to hide and absorb. As soon as the authority is loosened, they will wake you up. If you run far away, the devil will catch you. Tom thought for a moment. Although you know how the dreamland works. If you have to. It's a rule. Path. It is now possible to build a skyship and live under the clouds. Which undoubtedly reduces the appeal of freedom. The way to remove authority may be out there. Qiuqi also came together to watch. Which one has less chance of being beaten? Who will be beaten harder? Before Inging was promoted, Dandan felt that it was his turn and wanted to speak. As long as I can remove the authority, we can be free. Yes, Qiuqi said. And even if you need to sleep for a long time, just take a short nap. And then use the Staff of Deception to trick someone into becoming the Lord of Authority in the Colosseum. And share it with Bitterberg. You can't wake up again. Is that why you, the Skeleton Prince Skorik, sang the Song of Withering all the way to the library, received close combat training, and found a way to become the Lord of Authority? Tom sat in the lower level of the empty library, looking at the full cave that exuded a scorching cold breath. Silent. Then he was swallowed by the shadow and retreated into the shadow space. There are disadvantages to relinquishing authority, but it can get rid of the devil's control. There is no need to pay tribute, and there is no need to complete the devil's mission like kill Chiha. Even a small part of the troops were borrowed from the mouth of the abyss. That was Tom's purpose in proposing the 8th way. And even if we find a way to kill Memphisius, will the last mission of the Demon King be to destroy the Tars Empire and the Low Tower? You understand. He is asking for your opinion and your support. Inging sat back next to Qiuqi. The 7th way is to fight against everyone to the end. And the 8th way is to see us fight against each other. You will become weaker secretly, but it will be a little more troublesome. Or should we find a way to escape from the Demon King's city and take the path of hiding and absorbing? If you walk along the path of the library, the Colosseum, and the city defense commander, you will inevitably face Qiuqic Sensi and the Demon King in the future. They haven't been broken by Memphisius several times yet. And they will wait until the demon commander wakes up. There will be no fight. After Tom finished speaking, Inging, Dandan and Liu all looked at the empty book pages. Does that mean that Ledric removed his authority before falling asleep? Except for Bitterberg. Originally, in Tom's understanding, he wanted to be free from authority, but was overthrown by the new demon, and retreated to death. The Tomb of Light declined due to the pressure of the abyss, and the small pillar fell asleep. The Tomb of Light returned to its owner, waiting for the last Lord of Authority. I can't understand it that way. Tom thought that Inging had simplified the problem like that. You understand the method. Inging stood up and waved away the pages of the book to ask Qiuqi. Inging has been promoted, and Dandan has a door to provide nutrition. At this stage, what Liu needs is just more perception and deconstruction. The demons had a very vague idea of Tom's identity. But Inging and Dandan who were present knew Tom very well. And were they confused by my words? Qiuqi had imagined very few future situations except for the period before he became the city defense commander. That path is feasible. Liu gave advice from a scholar's perspective. But that's not safe. Inging shook his head. If the Demon King shit insists on catching him and becoming the master of authority again, everything he does will be in vain. The Soul Altar is a rebirth device exclusive to the Brain Spirit. After studying it outside the library for so long, I have not found a way to use it. It can only be regarded as a resurrection point for the brain spirit. That's a hard question to answer. Should we take the road of eye-catching and hateful? Walk all the way to the end? And face the devil directly? When the time comes, should I choose the Dark Star as my opponent or the Demon King? Although without the help of Akka and Aching, I suffered too little loss against Memphisius several times. But after all, he is the commander who can drive the expeditionary force. Compared with my authority, the city defense commander is just temporary. Liu and Dandan both spoke. Tom had put 8 roads in his sights, and the only one who was not qualified to comment was Nolly Moore. So these 8 skeletons of the 7th generation will join the expedition to gain merit, in order to inherit the Tomb of Light while the Skeleton King is sleeping? But is he really willing to give up his authority? In Ying's understanding, all demons hope to gain less power, and I have never heard of anyone who wants to come up before stepping down as the Lord of Authority. That's his choice. No matter which one he chooses, you will always be his shadow. Ying shrank to Tom's feet and hid Liu by the way, letting Qiuqi make his own choice. So far, I have heard of a Lord of Authority who came in safe and sound. You must have a clear purpose. Tom shook his head. Giving up authority means giving up and becoming weak. If authority becomes a factor that drags you down, of course you must hold on to it or let it go. A path that can directly escape the control of the Demon King City and the Empire. It was a thoughtful sentence, but Qiuqi combined everything he learned to extend the specific meaning of that information. Or because the soul altar made me die and be reborn, I still have a little bit of authority over the library, which is a special case. Tom was thinking from the perspective of the future, wanting to seize the first opportunity to change direction after the chariot started, wondering how to go. Chapter 589, A Dog Licked My Brain. Liu was a little irritated by the bursts of hot breath, so he drove the floor of the library to temporarily seal the dry cave. Afterwards, Liu put down the double sword emblem and tried not to let the overflowing desire for killing interfere with his choice. Then, Liu put down the attention, abomination card, bone sword, city defense commander ring and various skin bags, and sealed it into a cocoon with binding wire to prevent the spread of perception. But the quieter he was, the more he thought Liu realized that no matter which one he chose, the city defense war would still have to be fought, and Chiha would still have to be killed. Just because he didn't like to avoid inevitable problems, Liu brought the moment of decision to this point in advance. It has been busy for too long. And now that there are no other sounds around me, I am not used to it. After evaluating the combat prowess of the library and the beings in the Colosseum, Liu felt that he had a chance to compete with Memphisius. But there was still a lot unknown about the Demon King himself. The same goes for the Tarth Empire and the Tower. The minaret is being completed, although the limits of the Ministry of Creation have been roughly figured out. Liu feels that it is impossible to judge how much power the Empire and the Tower still have by just observing from the Little Sun and Chiha. Although the Demon King's city was still standing, and the manufacturing of satellites and hammers was on track, Liu did not dare to claim victory against humans without understanding the abilities of Mina, Linda, and Tim. It seems, it's too early to make a choice now. The direction of the library has not yet been determined. Then the flames behind his face flew away. What are you stealing? A.K.A. asked. What are those things? Is that the knowledge of the library? In the research room, the old magician Sharfaz was scratching his head over a book. Yes. What if it is interfered by the fate dice? From your own perspective? After turning over a few pages, there was no colonel wearing glasses and military uniform. No human being talking to dominoes. No man holding a shoulder-mounted cannon. Zalphas felt sad again. He was obviously the most knowledgeable person outside the Demon King city. How could he understand it completely? Does the owner of the library belong to that era? Sharfaz guessed some useless information, but he was still too sure. Bai Biao continued to drive the staff of deception, compressing his thoughts, and finally found the answer. Akka drives the staff of deception and unfolds the thread of thoughts in his mind. As a last resort, Sharfaz gave up on that source and instead focused on other tributaries. Or did you encounter something dirty at the big noose? Is this bitch taking action? AK never thought that Winnie was so timid. When Bai Biao mentioned that it was completely opposite to the feeling of retreating from knowledge, Bai Biao immediately thought of Wei and I and the research room. Until the very beginning of independence. Or live forever. So I ended up hitting the wall in an attempt to make my ideas cleaner. And judging from the clothes of the corpse under the city wall in the book, it is completely from that era. His thoughts were organized. And the more AKA thought about it, the more clueless he became. The answer is unexpected. The line of thought that symbolizes Path 7 is as thick as a wall, severely oppressing Path 8. Until he saw the skeletons dancing in groups, the minis taking a bath in the bath, and the horned beasts having fun next to the thunder pool. Zalfaz's eyes flashed until he finally found the right range. When Akka focused on and thought about 7 or 8, his thoughts first stopped, entangled and simplified. And all thoughts that were not beneficial to the options were bundled into 2 choices. AK was wary, but wanted to understand. Really? There are too few dogs. The killing is complete, but there is no strange feeling. Liyu's body rolled and stirred, healing bit by bit, and the entire upper half of his face was covered with blood. There were too few good intentions concentrated under him, and AKA felt a little pressure while enjoying himself. While the 8 demon sons were busy doing that, Liyu and the city defense army also announced their first attack. When his thoughts became more and more chaotic, AKA suddenly realized that when he was lost in neat thoughts, since he found his true heart, it was like realizing all the thoughts that he had lost. It can be regarded as another way of asking the mind. But if we continue to wait and see, we may not be left with no choice. From under the cannon, Zalfaz barely found a sense of strangeness in creation, and immediately turned forward quickly. But under the horse was some knowledge of killing and killing. Li and Little Shadow were walking outside, and it was impossible to guess when this trump card would come into play. The dwarf carrying a big hammer was knocking something. The knowledge in Liyu's mind was manifested under the magic book by some kind of magic. Sharfaz compared the contents of the book and understood how those things helped the library to create bone conduction cannons. Inging came out. You accompany him to kill. Have I finally decided? Are you feeling comfortable? AKA was walking around arranging particles in the earthen wall at the lower level of the library, when he suddenly saw a bloodstain behind him and was startled. There is no gloomy castle in the book. There are no rows of people impaled under the walls, and the ground is filled with flames. The brain spirits ended up floating and flashing under the tree. Li returned to the city alone. Or asked the prophet? What does it feel like? The decision made will be changed. The 8 demon sons immediately completed the execution of Path 7. Under the guidance of AK, Dandan began to cooperate with the shadow to transform the particle distribution, hurriedly moved the library and the Colosseum, and gradually completed the inlaid preparations. Kill! Kill! Let's see who attracts attention and who is detestable. AKA silently followed the shadow on his feet. Are you that domineering? And it's an overwhelming advantage. The 2 lines end strong. I still walk down the road of attention and abhorrence. Stealing something? Of course it was you. You didn't have a contract. Bo Biao quickly admitted. Bang! Liu pulled the trigger and shot himself in the head, trying to reduce the numbness and itching as much as possible. Ask yourself. Or toss a coin. That means that a small number of thoughts in AK's mind support AKA to continue on the road to attention and abhorrence. But Liu didn't care. It is also becoming more intuitive. It's really him. Because you can't shoot him. AKA transformed into the prophet of the Fire Valley and pretended to do divination. Bai Biao knew who would make big moves under Liu. It may be 10 days. It may be an instant. The library and the Colosseum will merge into one at a certain point in time, and then separate from Ah Ching's body. When will I die? AKA has never felt that he is that kind of devil. It's completely opposite to the feeling of knowledge being withdrawn from your head. It's a feeling of being withdrawn. Bai Biao tried hard to describe. It's like there is no dog licking your brain. When it was over, Zalfaz thought it was the Demon King's city in the library's imagination. But after comparing the book city with the bone city at the moment, he always felt that it was the same thing. No one is stealing from your head. Liu grinned at Bo Biao and raised his gun. Is it him? Shadow stood between Liu and AKA. After struggling for a moment, Zalfaz finally turned the page and saw a priest with a cross hanging on his chest, and a human in strange clothes holding a machine gun. It's bad. There's nothing bad to say about it. That's it, AKA said to himself lightly, and then suddenly laughed. Think about it, it's knowledge. Yes, knowledge. Liu smiled even more depressedly. No one steals knowledge from outside your head. Knowledge? He has no knowledge? How to do piercing. As soon as AKA said this, he felt that it was not polite. In the Demon King's city, there is a place where the worms secretly whisper to each other. Chapter 590, Too Cheap. Huh? Sharfaz used the source of Winnie to reversely absorb knowledge, and saw the content from another world from the source of Akka. He immediately changed his perspective and extracted it from the minds of other creatures in the library and the Colosseum. So I saw some daily life in the library. There is also some content about the iron dwarves assembling bone parts in their daily routine. Zalphas observed for a moment, divided the contents of the bone creations, slowly gathered them, and prepared to pack them. These are what the Tower and the Ministry of Creation are looking forward to. Zalphas is 100% sure. At the same time, Liu was using the Staff of Deception to expand AK's mind, looking for the contaminated thread in his thoughts. Comes from Wei and I. Liu felt the familiar texture of the thread and determined that part of the thrust came from Wei and I. Oh, then they will be very disappointed. AKA sneered with his head open. In the long life of a vampire, the knowledge in the library is too small, no matter how hard Winnie and Sharfaz try. What they can know from AKA's head is only limited. Wait, who gave her the courage? She doesn't want to get her heart back? Liu felt very sudden. If Winnie has this ability, would it be reasonable to discuss the conditions first? Why now? Just do it. AKA used the Staff of Deception to unfold the minds of all the creatures in the library and the Colosseum. With the help of Liu, he was like a passerby walking in a textile factory, adjusting various threads. Key content? Liu realized that he had to customize the fake knowledge by himself. If the Dark Star Society, the Ministry of Creation, and the Research Laboratory all believe that the most valuable materials are in the following 8 locations, this may lead to a reevaluation of the focus of the Imperial Army's retreat. And the library will be even more dangerous. Did we discover the launch of the satellite? Is blocking it enough? You have to order an entire technology tree for us. AKA made a decision. After all, he was a brain spirit who could exchange good intentions for resources. It's not interesting. AKA couldn't stop the twitching of the thread by squeezing his brain groove. And he immediately realized that fighting on a non-physical level was better without any defense. Liu frowned, but did not ask. Because I doubted that Jinfeng would be stupid enough to give technology to the research laboratory. You are really afraid that it is just a personal behavior of the research laboratory. At worst, I will cooperate with the Dark Star Society and the Ministry of Creation. AKA squeezed out a smile with his brain grooves. The countermeasures are also very feasible. You only need to use the Staff of Deception to modify the cognition of the creatures in the library, and let the knowledge be infected with the virus before they know it. Against that level of attack, the Rod of Deception is very ineffective. Until the 2 small killer weapons are formed and the sky ship is formed. It's just for Jinfeng. But for the demons you don't have. AKA also saw the threads of thoughts of Ying and Dandan below the threads. There were some seemingly invisible threads embedded in their foreheads, which evoke their thoughts. The line swings back and forth. Taking a step back and thinking about it, Zalphas reveals the true identity of the city defense commander, the king of the Colosseum, and Skorik, who will come to the library to get a share of the pie. If it's because of him, it's a satellite, not a bone city, or a bone creation. Shadow tried to infiltrate the shadow into the minds of the Devil's Son, scholar and vampire, and sensed the changes in the thread of thought. If the city defense commander is dissatisfied, the only one who will be unlucky is herself. Right? As for demons like AKA, Ying, Jinfeng and Tong Piao who must keep abreast of the truth, they should use the Staff of Deception to check them every once in a while, and pull up the threads that hook their thoughts. The old magician covets his knowledge. And I could have joined the human race. And maybe, I would have had little cooperation with Iha and Dark Star. Ying pointed out that possibility. But it would be so slow. Jinfeng gave very few options. Perhaps the old magician controlled you to do that. Ying used the shadow thread to return to Jinfeng's mind, and saw the thread of thoughts unfolded by the Staff of Deception. What happens next? AKA thought, his brain twitching, realizing that the worst-case scenario would bring him limited trouble. AKA finished thinking about it. What prompted Sharfaz and Winnie to make that move? For example, a mind-strengthening potion cannot reduce the intelligence and memory of the person who takes it, and it will ensure that brain spirit, Minnie, Skeleton and Evil Horn will reveal the secret. The research laboratory must be cooperating with the Empire. So maybe humans and demons will first turn their guns against themselves after deciding the winner. Basically, Aka Kajin determined that the stolen actions came from Wei and I, and from the research laboratory, they also came from the power of knowledge. And it was difficult to understand the abnormal desire for knowledge. If the knowledge of various departments of creation were stolen by the laboratory, it would doubtless be of little help to the laboratory. You can't try to prevent the leakage of knowledge. Liu pulled out a virtual book page and listed several methods for knowledge theft. Well, the important thing is how you mess with us. aka tried to use the staff of deception to break the thread hooked under the line of thought, but succeeded very nervously. Wei Ni's impression on Liu has never been that of a mindless devil. It would be too hasty to take action directly, and it is not like what a careless witch would do. Well, the ones who are most worried now should be the Ministry of Creation, and the Imperial Army, aka denied, affirming that Isharfaz cooperates with the Empire. This is completely a concept. The magician's methods are still too subtle. Is the research laboratory launching a war? Liu turned over the empty pages of the book to find a way to solve the normal flow of knowledge. Even before the brains of the creatures in the library are gathered together, all become intelligent puppets that way. Xinxin will coordinate our actions, and then use the staff of deception to protect Xinxin's danger even if it is bad. It will also affect the daily operations of the library and the Colosseum. Shalfas called her away, and she started stealing. The timing was very coincidental. Fortunately, Tom found out in time. As long as some key contents are specious, it is enough to attract the attention of the research laboratory and waste our time. AKA feels that time is still the most precious at this stage. But that's nothing if the lab learns about the Devil's Manual. AKA himself will become the most worthless prey in the world. You can't imagine the best situation. But those are important. Everyone is an enemy anyway. Ying helped AKA blur the situation, and he was ready to figure out what to do. It is not possible to use some ordinary demonic material to create a meditation room and cut off the intrusion of thoughts inside. AKA only wants to let the research laboratory obtain non-toxic knowledge, and even wants to turn Zhenfengji as a spearhead towards the mouth of the abyss, the underground city, and the Tomb of Light. It is necessary to wait until the two small killer weapons are formed, and the library and the Colosseum are transformed into sky ships. That's right. AKA realized that it was right and instantly opened Zhenfeng's mind. Sure enough, I also saw some big thread twitches. Bite your brain in the ass. That's too cheap. Huh? AKA cursed to relieve his inner relaxation. You are fighting in the back, and the old magician is picking your base in the front? Yes. For example, the source of key materials. Zhenfeng shook his head. The binding wire comes from the mouth of the abyss, and is the heartstrings of pure-blooded demons. The dusk earth comes from the underground city, and is the home of the dusk earthworms. The bones come from the Tomb of Light, which is Skeleton King's little bed. Chapter 591, Poisonous Knowledge. It turns out that's how it is. It turns out that's how it is. Sharfaz watched the assembly process of the bone conduction cannon, waved his fingers, and dropped this knowledge into a test tube. The test tube contained all the useful knowledge selected by the old magician as the first gift traded to the tower and the Ministry of Creation. Binding and chimeric creation with the heartstrings of a pure-blooded devil? I didn't expect that a pure-blooded devil would have such a material. Huntu Dao is indeed a good fusion agent. Skorik has read a lot of books. You can actually think of using the Eyes of Nightmare to tame dusk earthworms? The support given to the City Defense Army is still too much for Joy. Bauer is really ready to bet on the commander of the city defense. It's understandable. After all, her disciple has abandoned her. I've told her a long time ago that you can't be lenient when managing your apprentices. The bones of the Tomb of Light? This is difficult to obtain, but it is not impossible. Although it is the territory of the Skeleton Clan. As long as the Skeleton King is still sleeping, the Tomb of Light is not that dangerous. The octopus tentacles of the Sea of Death. If we do it, it will be before the City Defense Army fails. Immediately afterwards, Diamond Binbin and Kurt Nijin discuss the specific method. You are ready to do that. He will be so cooperative when the time comes. When I need him most, it's time to help me gain my trust. I forgot about it. Mai stacked a few gold nuggets on the ground of the coins, and they were absorbed by the coins, as if some kind of magic had been cast. And then asked Kurt Nijin, if Natasos participates, he will miss a bad show. Ha ha ha. Damon was in a very bad mood. How long will it take? You have to hold on. The flames outside Winnie's head burned brightly, bursting out with her highest energy. Tell them what their plan is, and you think maybe you can't cooperate until it's time for you to intervene. Don't make too small a move. I'm settling a score with the Demon King, but you have the final say. If he dares to mention me again, you'll kill him. Diamond then banged the chain, which shocked the toad and shut its mouth. See you then? Diamond said goodbye to Cortred and put away the coins. Under the coin is Cultrator's face. A red-robed bishop. Kurt read, I am very important. Diamond shook his chain proudly. I used the power of the bone tree and Skorik to create a bone car cult and develop it. Very bad, Aren't you interested in cooperating to kill Skorik? Diamond originally expressed his thoughts to the Red Road Bishop after seeing that the magic was successful. Then he's worried. Damon Binbin put his arm around Winnie's shoulders. I will go to the north to kill the successor Pope Sistorum. You are still bad over there. As long as Temel and I kill Sistorum, you will be able to grow stronger again, Coulthard said fiercely. Explain. Perhaps just before death. The gods are reborn on the spot. Who can agree with the faith and defect to huh? My swallowed a yawn. As long as we can negotiate the terms with Ni Jinruide and let the Bone Cart cult join the city defense war, Skalrik will be able to get rid of him. Diamond Binbin's chain was stretched straight. God will always return in another way. He is evil. The son of the devil. Coulthard's voice became distant, as if he was about to lose contact at any time. A moment ago, Kurt Red, who was under the coin, raised his head and said, Kill me while you're watching. Bad, he thought. Of course Diamond Binbin remembered the scene where the Red Robe priest joined the library party and cooperated with the Killing Seed Butterfly to kill the Jackal family under the Slaughter Cup. Have you contacted Natassos? Diamond Binbin asked My. Death. Coulthard nodded. Here we come. My turned out a coin from the outside of his palm among the dominoes. The children of the devil certainly had no other way of communicating. Sharfaz picked out the effective information from the complex knowledge and memories one by one, enriching the halo in the test tube, and the flowers in his eyes continued to flow and bloom. You think you understand what they mean? Coulthard listened quietly and had no plans of his own. Do you really need to tell his father? My was still too worried. He can't remember this. Diamond Binbin knocked Mai's shoulder with a chain, and Mai stacked some gold nuggets on top of the coins to eliminate the magic. You told me to wait. Mai opened her mouth and yawned. It's difficult to contact you now. If I want to get off the line with you, at least a few bad people will die at one time. It's a pity that you don't have much influence outside Godsworn City, so you can't help. Mai said that he would continue to try to contact Natassos. Is he still alive? Diamond originally greeted Coulthard. If the head of the successor pope could also be removed, Ni Jinxiong's chest would be more valuable. Mai considered this issue purely from a commercial perspective. Ha! Bad? It's always wrong to be careless. Diamond Binbin and Mai looked at each other. Anyway, we need you to come forward now. Just watch the war continue to retreat. Watch the Imperial Army and the City Defense Army beat each other's brains out. The Red Road Bishop's complexion was wrong. He was much worse than when he was hunted down by Tyre and the chiefs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ha, really? Diamond had never expected to be so nervous. What do I want from you? When the topic was related to faith, Kurt Nijian's words became stiff. TSK. It's not the same after retreating from God's Oath City. Mysterious death. Diamond banged the chains and turned to Winnie, whose pupils were downturned, and said, Except for the 8 of you, there are not many helpers. Borsos is one, but there is no more crucial one. Is nothing wrong? Kurt Nijian still looked too social. In another room, Wei and I only left one brain on the table, and the stool person stabilized the channel for absorbing knowledge. She herself had been discussing with Diamond Binbin and Mai for a long time outside a certain compartment of the vault. Temir? Is this the spokesperson of the Empire's Protestantism who has the head of the future pope embedded in his chest? You really want to trade with me? The head of the future pope is very useless. Diamond started to talk about something interesting. Homely. The Thunder Pool traded from the Evilhorn Island. That's why after communicating, you must first cast this said and forgotten magic. We are your friends. And we are also the gods of the Bone Cart cult. Cortreed murmured. You need to think about it. The right hand of lava can be used as fuel for explosive bombs. Here, let's introduce him to him. That's Winnie, the son of the devil. Diamond Binbin pulled Winnie next to the coin. Hey, who? There was a flame embedded in Winnie's empty head and chest, barely maintaining her life. I hope you can live until this time. The flame surged out of Winnie's body and disappeared from under the wall. Anyway, the fall of gods, as long as it can be carried out in a shocking way, may not be a good thing for the emerging sect. Kurt Red has really thought about that issue seriously. How about the Protestants? There's a war going on over there, so the old goat should have time to pay attention to him. Right? Diamond originally joked. You support Skorik when you look at it, but if you want to get close to me again. The fire in Winnie's mind dimmed as she looked at it. You believe that I didn't listen to the magic in your heart. That's why I never made a mistake. You will not be this god then. Ni Jean was not looking forward to a certain scene. Chapter 592 Tom's Notes. On the second moon when the war began, the safe zone between the clouds and the dome was tested, and 300 satellites were placed, equipped with bone conduction cannons to form a fire net, covering the range of nooses big and small. The research on the hammer is coming to an end. The force field of the Titan soldier can effectively strengthen the overall structure and security of the area. The owner is preparing to apply to Aching and the Demon King to take the opportunity to expand the scope of the library's operations. Noose 1 to Noose 5 are completely connected in a line, sealing off the area between the Devil and the Old Holy See, and sandwiching the Demon King's city together with the mountain. Little Noose's offensive is becoming more and more fierce. 3 minarets are about to be completed. Humanity is very confident in this war. The latest types of steam mechs and clockwork warriors have also arrived at the front line. This proves that with the help of public opinion, the Taz Empire is operating at full speed. But the Empire doesn't seem to have enough food to support this war. They are very anxious. The latest creation further strengthens the application of holy light to target vampires and no more. And the response is very timely. At the same time, the lies given to mankind are working. The underground city was breached by the Imperial Army, causing heavy casualties. Hunters and thieves even gathered to snatch many dusk earthworms. The Holy Army broke through the Tomb of Light and kidnapped a large number of bones, which also caused more skeletons to join the city defense army. After the minaret moves, the Minister of Creation certainly has no responsibility to ensure that the 8 of them start smoothly. Do you want you to come with him? Inging pointed to the ring outside Qin Ren's brain groove. With the deepening of the live broadcast of the Colosseum and the continuous income from the desire to kill, Aching has awakened the recruitment order, which cannot effectively solve the problem of the city's defense army's manpower supply. Tom closed the page and pulled out a lie from the Staff of Deception to seal and isolate the scholar's notebook to prevent it from being stolen by the research room. The replica was placed where the library and the Colosseum were originally located, while the real area had been transplanted to the corner of Longshan by Liu, and an invisible film was plated with photon pigments. Inside the film were lies created by the Stick of Deception. This is even worse, and it will make the devil think that you don't need to smash through it. Liu stood on the copied library, opened the inner wall, and looked at the 8 nearby spheres and the dense death between the tower and the city. If you want to successfully break through the city, don't rush you. Woodson did not give Noel any face, and had been observing the situation in the Demon King city through the mechanical eyes of the steamer. In the small hall, Noel spoke. General Wang Jian was silent. Iha and Wallace were sitting under their seats to bandage their wounds, quietly watching the performance of Minister of Creation Woodson. Now is the time to joke. In the light ball, Wright held Woodson down, without any hint of fatigue in his tone. In order to minimize harm to the Taz Empire, it is necessary to provide convenient conditions for the commander of the city defense army. I want it. I will be jealous when I see him. Liu chuckled. And then, there was another fit. The master can continue to make concessions, saying that he will put aside the topic for the time being and wait for the forest guard to figure it out. He needs to hurry up. Inging wrapped herself in her shadow clothes. Humans haven't destroyed the 8 spears yet, and they may launch an attack at any time, if the damage is very small. The strange thing is that the Empire only used steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors to fight against the demonic retreat. The overall formation shrank, and the big noose retreated, as if it was preparing for something. The ranger is still sleeping, but the master is discussing with me the possibility of unifying the authorities of the Forbidden Forest and withdrawing from the Colosseum. The main difference is that the Colosseum provides more protection for the Forbidden Forest and maintains its ecology to a greater extent. Broken. The bones are still the same. It's been 2 months since the beating, and the demons don't seem to be slowing down at all, Woodson murmured to himself, and the mechanical sound echoed in the small hall, reducing Noel's annoyance. In the live broadcast of the Eye of Distortion, the beams of holy light shone wantonly on the battlefield, cutting pure-blood demons into severed limbs, and the skeletons covered in creation armor seemed to be dancing in the holy light, playing a game where you will die if exposed to light. It's okay. Anyway, I also want the Imperial Army to attack the Demon King city. Liu laid the bloody corridor inside, and did not use the latest design, but it was a little different from the time when Booty Bird was in power. The Staff of Deception has not yet been used on a regular basis. The difference was that Sharfaz was in the hall, but there was a light group missing, and 2 figures were vaguely floating in the light group. Presumptuous. General Wang Jian raised his sword and pointed at the light group. Aching Yubi is convinced that the library and the Colosseum are located next to Longshan. which has become the secret of the exclusive city defense commander and the Demon King's castle. Call brother-in-law. The person outside the light group was Woodson. Didn't they notice that the bad image of Demon King's castle has grown lower? Woodson compared it for a moment and asked everyone. Under the protection of the staff of deception, Tom was taking notes, recording the important events of those days on the empty pages. The Demon King must also be able to see this shortcoming. And you don't have any inspiration. It comes from the Master's Path 8. It is suggested that the Master replicate a complex library and the Colosseum, and hide the real area to prevent raids by the Imperial Army or demons. He's asking you? No one in the light group responded, and the voice seemed to have changed due to a mechanical change. In the reception room of the News 8 fortress, the Imperial Army was holding its last meeting after a full retreat. Master approves your idea, and each of you is contributing to that war. Hearing Qin Renming's offense, Noel gritted his teeth and knew how to get angry. Here, AKA and Dandan are following the pure-blooded demons and skeletons who responded to Qing's recruitment order, attacking the big noose like a tide. That action was approved by Liu, and would become an important source of information for Tom to be promoted to an 8th-level scholar. Immediately afterwards, Tom took out a brand new page, planned the satellite array under the clouds, and calculated that the bone bomb network in small and large proportions could not cause the smallest damage to the little and big noose. The cooperation between Chiha and the Imperial Army is not tacit, and the offensive is relatively scattered. But we notice that they are always paying attention to the dynamics of the Colosseum and the library. At the same time, Liu and Ying are making replicas of the library and the Colosseum, quickly enriching the details outside. When the hammer experiment succeeds, the end of the Imperial Army is coming. In this regard, the Master means that before the Demon King narrows the scope of the library owner's actions, crushing the small and large nooses in one fell swoop will waste that bad condition. He said that the spire is enough to break the city, and now I will break it for you to see. Noel raised his chin to the light group and pointed to the eye of distortion that was broadcasting the battle live in the center of the small hall. Is it easy? We have to negotiate with the Demon King later. In the fake library, Ying piled up hundreds of bookshelves and stacked the scrawled papyrus neatly under the bookshelves. Even if he completed the layout of the 8th library, you may need to show me how to use the hammer before I am willing to suspect that you really need to narrow the scope of action. Liu's idea is actually very straightforward. The hammer is a weapon for attacking the Imperial Army. If it can only be limited to the Demon King's city, I won't if he waved it around. He would have wasted that small killing weapon. Are you calling me brother-in-law? You've had enough. You want to see those bone armors become resistance to your retreat again. Yes, it's not him. The Minister of Creation Qin Renming. Noel raised his head and played with the royal authority. Chapter 593, Demon King City has grown taller. No one in the hall spoke. Demon King City has definitely grown taller. Woodson compared various data of Bone City and noticed a slight difference. In fact, after Liu completed the research on the hammer, of course, he wanted to quietly try to see if he could expand the force field of the Titan soldier to the entire city, and then use the power of Noli More to uproot the Bone City. Because part of the abyss mouth and the dungeon were pulled apart, it was not easy to stuff when it was put back, and there was a slight gap. It's also possible that we were knocked low, Chiha said coldly. This is a war, and you can't grasp the whole picture just by hiding in God's O City. In Chia's understanding of war, it is normal to repel a layer of land. This place was hit twice by Little Sun alone, once at the head of Bone City, and once at the Scorched Earth camp. Shut up! You think you're great just because you have a sword hidden in your eyebrows? Woodson mocked Chia mercilessly. Use this sword from the tower, and you may not be far from death. I hope you can use this sword to chop off the commander or the devil's head. Otherwise you will definitely know the consequences better than us. Chia frowned and said nothing. This sword was his last resort in this war. If it could not have a fundamental impact on the battle situation, the mission given to him by the tower would be tantamount to failure. This, Wright said with a stern voice, since it is known that it can cause ineffective damage to the Demon King City. This is like using it as the key to the vault. Madness reflected in Jiao Xingyu's eyes. Bad. Let you go back now. As the royal flag rose under the 8 fortresses of the noose, the 8 spears tore through the eternal night, projecting dazzling light. More than once, Chiha wondered whether the expedition he led had chosen the wrong target. He's right. He really is. Wallace scolded each one in his mind, and said bad words to Woodson before venting his anger. He did prove the value of the Holy Army. So that counterattack, you don't have any more important tasks to give him. The Holy Army has retreated into the Demon King City twice. Once to the Colosseum, and once to the Tomb of Light. Was Woodson irritated by Wallace? You have proven your ability to attack the interior. You even fought for the Empire. Got the bones back. I am willing to keep my promise. I am willing to fulfill my oath. Woodson also paid attention to Wallace's sarcasm. Swore on the spot. And then took the square box that floated rapidly from the light ball. When the walls of the Bone City are broken, a curtain of light will be opened on the Demon King City, teleporting to the Empire's most elite troops for harvest. Moreover, the degenerate idea of Sharfaw's stealing knowledge never seemed to be inconsistent. And Wallace never believed its content. That time it was brought up again. From beginning to end, Wallace never looked at Noel. In Wallace's hand is the machine box that was once held in Tyre's hand. Remember? Your goal that time is the library. You must open the library. Wallace's eyes continued to drift towards the square box in Jiao Xingyu's hand. If you want to get the knowledge from the outside, open it. What should I do? You can't develop that kind of dark matter for the time being. It can only be used to raise mushroom clouds. Wallace spread his hands. But he always thought it was a mockery. Well, he asked about the idea. And he told you, didn't he? Wallace pointed the finger at the Knight Commander of the Holy Army. He wanted to be reformed. But he was reformed. No results? Do you really have a chance now? Wallace finished his statement and spread his hands. Wright thought for a moment and temporarily cut off the reflection of the light group in the living room. But this is the only thing you don't have. The dark matter extracted from chaos is gone after you use it. In the Ministry of Creation, Wright's light group turned to speak to Jiao Xingyu. Wright fell silent. You haven't accumulated enough strength yet. You have tolerated the demons for too long. Seeing Wallace leave, Noel suppressed his anger and stood up to make the final declaration. Today, this Bone City will collapse, and these demons will retreat into death. The abyss. Ahem. Wallace, who was sitting next to Chiha, bandaged his wounds and coughed twice. The Demon King's mare is down. What next? Doesn't it have any impact on your war? He shouldn't hold on to the sword and let it go. If it's time to cut, just cut. There's a chance. Jiao Xingyu reminded Iha with a bad intention. Are you ready to go bad? Noel looked at Fisher. Get ready. Wright squinted slightly. And through the light, he saw the Imperial military formation of Little Big News. And also saw the army group in God's O City. Ready to go. Spires, steam engine soldiers, and clockwork warriors are all burning money. And no matter how much money is spent, it is not enough. Let's settle the score with him. The Ministry of Creation only has a small amount of money. Is there any way to support the war and study it in depth at the same time? Wallace patted the square box, making Wright narrow his eyes in fear. What does he want? People were waiting outside the conference hall. Wright urged Wallace. That's where he curses. Leave the specific details of the retreat to him. He is better at fighting than you. Jiao Xingyu turned his attention to General Wang Jian Fisher before disappearing from the ball of light. And he also saw that what Demon King City showed was like our endless resources. Jiao Xingyu scolded. Would it be easier if we marched into the Great Ice Crevice or the Fire Valley? You have come to an agreement, and the honorable task will be handed over to them. Take an oath. Practice the holy way. Wallace called Woodson. His tone was very perfunctory. Jiao Xingyu raised her head slightly and spread 8 wings of light in front of her back. In exchange for enough resources, if we extract them too quickly, they will be ruined. Wallace burst out with a small emotion towards the light group. But your retreat is stuck there. And the sword in the low tower is stuck there. It's for your use. If the 8 spears are enough to open the city wall, will we continue to fight the Demon King City for decades? Of course we have to use this. Wallace spread his hands. The swords in the lower tower are yours to take care of. And there are only 8 minarets built. We are using this if they hit us. What to do? If Liu had been present, he would have remembered the machine box that appeared in Tyre's hand during the final ceremony of Okabuki's death. This seemed to be a very interesting thing. But Wright had waited before. Didn't let Tyr open it. He's a bit unusual, Wright said with a straight face, knowing that he understood some of Wallace's strange vocabulary. Preparations are broken. Fisher nodded and turned to Wright, who was outside the light group. Reservists too? Why do you have to break through the Demon King City? Open its treasury. And use demons to multiply your assets? Bones. Wallace got angry when he mentioned that there were only a dozen kilograms of self-healing bones out of hundreds of tons of bones. And their shapes were very weird. so there was no way to reproduce the technology of bone conduction cannons. The same goes for the Dusk Earthworms in the underground city. Just for fighting them into Dusk Earth is not a small expense. The budget of the Ministry of Creation is simply enough to support that amount of research. The bad thing is that the Holy Army was not willing to die despite the difficulties. It was able to repel the Demon King city, and had no intention of detonating it. It would be heartbreaking to die. Moreover, without the restrictions of the Knight's Oath, we might regret it. Bad. Wright thought for a moment, and agreed with Wallace's logic. It has only been 2 months. And the National Treasury is about to bottom out. The resources absorbed by the old Holy See have not yet been cashed in. Unless he asks these guys outside the royal city to increase small investments. Then you expect that war to shake the foundation of the Empire. Wallace looked convinced. The light group expanded, wrapped around Wallace and the machine box, and reappeared in News 8's living room. It's bad. It doesn't matter whether it's long or low. Wallace explained the use of the spire in detail to Fisher, the King's Sword General, and made the most advanced preparations for a comprehensive retreat. But maybe it can't be used for anything else. Chapter 594, Spire Ray. The souls of the demons in front of the small news quickly evaporated. The light from the minaret is like 3 clusters of rays that open and close freely. Sometimes they gather into a beam and sweep across the most densely populated battlefield of demons. Sometimes they spread out into scattered whips, twisting and swinging in an arc, knocking away the blood that is approaching. AKA's laughter echoed in the air. But every time he approached the spire, he was blocked by a light mask or a light whip and could not get closer. Under the cover of the spire, the Clockwork Warriors and Steam Engine soldiers began to advance into formation. And the Brave Regiment and the Noble Army also rejoined the battlefield, at the same time. The troops who captured the dungeon also launched their attack again in the shadows, boarding the mass-produced armed exploration ship of the Ministry of Creation, and quickly approaching the underground river exchange. There is the last line of defense of the dungeon where the Dark Elves, Dusk Earthworms and Dwarves stay. On the ground, the Kingston family's army advanced the fastest. In no time, they followed the ray and tore a rift. They re-entered the Scorched Earth camp and began to cast some kind of magic on the ground. A broken mirror fell to the ground and was inserted into the ground. The Clockwork Warrior also cooperated with the private army of the Kingston family to join the battle, and then unfolded its body on the ground, revealing a light mirror embedded inside. The rays from the spire were refracted after entering the light mirror, making it stronger and more solid. It hit the city head of Bone City. The Bone City began to evaporate, and the bone spurs and bone-dyed cannons at the head of the city were also destroyed one after another. Although with the blessing of self-healing, the Bone City has not been penetrated by the rays. The Imperial Army became more courageous after seeing such a battle situation, and the entire army used all their strength to further approach the Demon King city. If you have enough time in the front, just continue. Along with Noel Alexander's roar, the beam from the 8th spire also fell under the bone wall of the Demon King's castle and penetrated in an octagonal shape. He wants it, but you can't give it to him. Slowly start. Aching's shaking became violent, and a line of twisted devilish language appeared under the ring of the city defense commander. The demon scribe has no ability to tamper with numbers, as long as he changes one knight to 100 million knights. Will freedom come? The 8 rays in the city gradually approach each other, and the octagonal angles gradually draw a circle, getting closer to the city. After passing the village, there is that store. That kind of Demon King's order shouldn't be recorded. Right? Liu remembered that there was not much room for maneuver in it. Liu was discouraged and realized that the devil was still so mischievous. Bad? It's too slow. He goes back first. Wait for you. Liu took back Aching's ring, turned around, and used the domino to connect to Dine and Binbin. We don't have the magic mirror of the Gushioju family yet. Where will the fixed beams of light come from when the time comes? Gushio also noticed the big movements of the Kingston family in the Scorched Earth camp. You are very busy. Diamond was originally confirming Liu's intentions. Demon King, please give me a moment. Aching received a reply very slowly. Diamond had just finished sketching out the conspiracy with Mai, Winnie, and Redcoat. Not long after, he received news from the city defense commander when the Demon King city was pierced by a ray. Is the Demon King replying? Are you afraid that if we defend or are beaten back by humans? Gushioyo thought that the Demon King was very cautious at that time and actually showed up. Liu was overjoyed, so nervous? Just like that? Free? We're taking action. Ying said. Where is he? Come to see you. Liu asked Dai Mindindan. In the last second, Aching relayed the Demon King's verbal explanation. But only for one night. In the picture, the Bone City is like a hammer, and the shadow is like the handle of the hammer, dragging up the maw of the abyss and the underground city, smashing through the large and small nooses in turn. Jianjin plus 4444. Wait a minute. The devil just said, it's only for one night? Guxiu suddenly realized that he didn't have a chance yet. Call the Demon King for you. Liu turned to Aching with the desire to kill. Aching, in addition to adding the ability of recruitment order, was not qualified to invite the Demon King to communicate, aka has a way to deal with him. Ying observed the battle situation, and saw blood rushing back to the top of Bone City. Try harder. The eighth one. Noel hid in Noose 8's living room, and continued to put pressure on General Wang Jian. It hurts right now. Liu helped Aching heal himself, and Aching felt more comfortable. In the fake library, Liu also stared at the live broadcast of the Eye of Distortion, and saw two beams of light shining under the bone wall. I guess it's a small fort made of some kind of holy light magic. Liu took a rough look at the spire. There is no doubt that when the city was cleared, and the city wall was breached, the curtain of light was unveiled. Because your counterattack will require enough space. Guxiu sent a message to Aching at the same time, and painted the application scene of hammer into a simple mural, which was imprinted in Aching's mind. It's a shame you guys weren't prepared. Liu felt the warmth coming from the city and smiled. Liu's movement restrictions must be lifted within a time limit. This is suspected to be a chain that the devil has wrapped around the neck of the Lord of Authority. From any angle, it is beneficial to the devil. Yes, Aching felt pain again. The thickness of the bone wall is also restored. Are you going to kill Gerald now? Ying asked about the deal between Guxiu and Jesse. The devil is lazy and stupid. The vibrations were also transmitted in reality, and both humans and demons were aware of the trembling in the Demon King city. The Demon King asked him something. Aching did not call the Demon King or send Liu away, but directly conveyed a message to the Demon King. One line is aimed at the library, and one line is aimed at the Colosseum. It's fake. Ying made a judgment from the direction of the two light beams. South has indeed betrayed the Demon King city. I told the human library, and Do the location of the zoo. The second ray of the spire continued to clear the battlefield, and the third ray also reflected to the head of the Demon King city at another angle. Marked the seventh point under the bone wall, ending the penetration. Recalling these beams of light when he was traveling with Jesse, Liu knew that the Kingston family's array would definitely let go of that tactic. Found me. At the door of the vault. Ying followed the domino communication and threw a shadow, and then led Liu in front of Dai Mindinban. We have ways to defeat AK, but we haven't exerted all our strength yet. Liu noticed that the Holy Army had not turned into 8-winged angels, and Ea had not yet taken the field. The ray is our general attack horn. Knowing is what the devil meant. The hammer aims at the God-sworn city in the distance. Quick question. Noli Moore is not ready yet in the past 2 months. Noli Moore has not left the city to kill an enemy, and he has been waiting for a long time. Bad. Aching opened the bottom wall of the city like he was lifting his skull, his whole body buzzing. You apply to me to lift the movement restrictions on you. The Lord of the Library, the King of the Colosseum, and the Commander of the City Defense. Guxiu had no regrets that he could meet the devil at that time, and tried to use the Staff of Deception to increase my refusal. The probability. They all have to die. After Liu finished speaking, he rubbed his ring. Good or bad, there are not many souls who know that information now, and the cost of changing it will be high. It was exactly the command given by the Demon King just now. Countless souls died. Slow down. It's too noisy inside. Aching urged Guxiu to fight back as soon as possible, especially when there are no troops on the ground to respond. Aching appeared. Holding his neck, he was being hit by the rays from the minaret, and Aching was in terrible pain. Does it hurt? Liu greeted Aching. It hurts. Aching shrank his body. Chapter 595, Tampering with the King's Order. Huh? Are you dissatisfied? Liu asked Dai Mindinban. During the war, even though the malice was growing endlessly, the malice of 4,444 was very sudden, enough to arouse Liu's vigilance. It's a pity that the success rate of the Devil's Clerk's action prediction is 7.313%. And Liu can't hear Diamond Bindon's conspiracy clearly. No. I was shocked. Ha ha ha. Diamond Bin smiled dryly, thinking of Wei and I saying that Liu could read minds. And he was a little panicked, ready to hide in the vault at any time. What do you want from me? There's so much fighting outside. Aren't you going to go out and have a look? Diamond had never felt that Liu was so anxious. But the next second, the demon scribe fell into a lie. Liu had no intention of communicating with Diamond Binbin at all, let alone letting him know that he had tampered with the number. So he directly used the Staff of Deception, showing the text on the ring to the demon scribe, and finding the line of thought in its head that recognized the text. Liu stained it, and then began to add zeros after the 1. It's a pity that it couldn't be increased to 100 million as expected when it was increased to 100,000. Diamond Binbin's chain broke, and there were signs of breaking free from lies. Liu realized that just like when using Steel's baby, tampering with the numbers would consume Damon's magic and even his life. If he changed it too much, it would wake up. The Demon King's castle dragged the abyss mouth and the underground castle and stood up. The forest guard didn't think anything, and Meichu stretched out vines all over his body, and also summoned various magical plants to tightly wrap the entire forbidden forest, spreading layer after layer of shock-absorbing nets. How did you? Of course Diamond was stupid enough to think that Liu came over just to say hello. And he quickly noticed that he had an extra chain. Worth trying. Liu took advantage of the critical moment of Demon King City to give the forest guard the first opportunity to join. If you've been beaten like that, I'll have to do it again. Right? Like a giant dragon that suddenly woke up from its slumber. The Bone City shook violently, and then turned around. What is he thinking? Right noticed Tonglitzai's silence. The desire to kill was extremely strong, and the entire continent was looking forward to the moment when the Demon King's city was breached. If the Forbidden Forest is also embedded in the skyship, there will be no abundant reserves of troops, mounts and emergency food, not to mention the intelligence advantage of the forest's whispers, and natural disasters that cannot strike at any time. Or should I wait until you are about to break through the Demon King's city before I can make the most advanced preparations? Although Whitson is gentle, he has been dealing with the royal family for such a young age. And he also realizes that the outside of the Demon King's city should be monolithic. Bite your chain, but why do you know what I did? Damon Binbin unfolded the parchment, found the one related to Skorik, and compared various information. At the same time, the 8-section beam from the spire has not yet buried deep into the bone wall of the Demon King's city. And the skeletons, pure blood demons and dark elves have not yet settled in the city roots and the soil above the city roots, trying their best to resist the footsteps of the Imperial Army, with no hope of becoming the Lord of Authority in the Forbidden Forest. The Forest Guard's way of thinking is now the same. The Bone City rises and falls. Is it bad? Once the Imperial Army retreats? Can you take care of him? Liu hinted that the Forest Guard was about to face a minor crisis. However, children's music at that time was in the library, the Colosseum. But in the Forbidden Forest, the success rate of the Forest Guard's action prediction is 76.451%. And the freshman is much less muddled than the Devil's Secretary, and what gives me the least confidence is Liu's actions. But the casino and the fate dice. Tongla thought that the Forest Guard was quite good at grasping the key points. Is he thinking bad? If I join you now, your cooperation will only stay at the stage of allies, but become friends. Liu woke up the sleepy Forest Guard. If it is holding something back, Whitson said categorically. The creation troops in the Forbidden Forest. The bloody rainbow peeking out. The bone tree explosion in the Department of Creation. The sun in the scorched earth camp. That's enough. I'm here. It's very convenient. Ying nodded. You thought I would pull out my trump card when the minaret construction started, but I still endured it? Tonglitzai said to himself. Maybe I wasn't prepared at that time. Just as the Clockwork Warriors were preparing to adjust their angles and continue shooting at the small hole, there was an earthquake. The Rod of Deception? It shouldn't be that demonic relic, or maybe it's Noli more. Diamond suddenly stared at the shadow on the ground, and suddenly felt very reassured. You have no eyes, but you can see. The Forest Guard was not fooled. He will definitely win that war. You doubt him. When did I make it known to everyone and make very little noise? Tonglitzai still didn't understand the style of the city defense commander. Bad? Be careful for a while. There will be no violent vibrations. Maybe some brave men will retreat. He is ready to be broken. After all, they are still allies. Liu gave the Forest Guard the first words and moved away from the shadow. The 8 light beams had not completely buried the bone wall, and the wall's skin in the middle evaporated and fell off, leaving a small hole vaguely visible. Your job is to guard it. And it's poorly guarded right now. And just when I finished saying that, the Demon King's castle moved. Why is there no action? Even the bone-guided cannon is only fired sporadically. Woodson's guess isn't even close to the truth. When he left, the Demon King lifted the restrictions on Liu's movements and narrowed the time limit to 100,000 days. As a result of the bad mobilization, Fisher also took up the King's sword and rushed to supervise the battle. The ranger didn't respond. Yes. Let's just be allies. The forest guard's voice was crisp. It wasn't because of your ability that Phineas took away the Forbidden Forest. The Demon King's city is about to be destroyed. The day to wipe out the demons is coming. Glory belongs to the Empire. General Wang Jian's voice was transmitted to the ears of every Imperial army. Was the first to mobilize. Is 100,000 enough? Liu turned to Ying and said, in the worst case, we can find time to renew later? What are the demons waiting for? Liu then tore off Diamond Binben's thread of thought, causing him to forget what had been tampered with. Ying also took the half of the chain that had fallen into the ground back to the shadow space, and then immediately destroyed it. Outside the living room, the two people in the light group were talking in silence. They always felt that Demon King City's response was too appropriate. The force field of the Titan soldier is unlimited. Liu plans to use it to ensure the overall structure of the Demon King City, while spreading it inwards only in the library and the Colosseum. The fate die is on my side. It would be bad if it is on the opposite side of the city defense army. Then all previous efforts will be wasted. I'm on to you. Wallace and Ichigo had already set off, and were now behind the Demon King City. Only Noel, Fisher, Wright, and Woodson were left in the living room. What did we lie to you? Damn it, you have to intervene in that war. Tell us to die quickly. Diamond retreated from the vault to make sure there was no shadow coming after him, and immediately called for Mai, Wei Ni and Red Ko. Special. He's going out right now. He's going to be bad and kill people. Tom Le followed Diamond Ben's topic after he fell into lies, patted his cloak, and then flashed away. No. Let him. Liu didn't have much time to spend time with the forest guard. But don't blame you for reminding him. If you join the Forbidden Forest now, the conditions are quite favorable. If you miss that opportunity, are you going to be polite? What did I do? The spire's beam fell back on the inner wall. Chapter 596. The devil is coming? No matter how much the Clockwork Warriors adjusted the angle of the ray, they could not keep up with the speed at which Demon King City took off, let alone its trajectory. They could only watch as Aching raised the torn wound and turned it to the back. The bone wall that was half penetrated by the shot began to heal again. The three spire rays were like small knives, gouging out the Demon King City, showing sparks, but causing little damage. And this is not the situation that deserves the most attention from the Imperial Army. As the Bone City rose, a shadow like an intestine was pulled out from the bottom. The shadow contains the abyssal maw and dungeons, from which corpses, silverfish, pure-blooded demons, fire tides and dark elves are constantly falling as you rise into the air. It was like an insect that was startled after turning over an ancient boulder, and also like some kind of incontinence, inspired by the conscription order and the desire to kill. The scattered silverfish and pure-blood demons rushed towards the creation group and the brave group on the ground and underground. During the impact, there was a wave of fire, and the silverfish flew around, and there were even parts of some siege beasts mixed in with it. The battlefield changed rapidly, and the ray of a spire immediately changed its angle and turned into a whip again, spreading out the shadow of the strike, blocking the demonic tide rising from the bottom of the Demon King City. Wushu gave the order, and in addition to the shouts of killing, earthquakes, buzzing and surging sounds, there was a missing kind of thunder in the battlefield. The big news was completely smashed. Although no human beings could survive in it, it still held on for a long time. The light whip lost its angle, and even if it struck the Bone City again, it would not be able to take care of the army that was being swallowed up by the demonic tide. Or the City of Gods? Yeehaw. The Holy Army and the Kingston family's noble army rushed relatively far back and escaped, and they did not become meat within the scope of the big news. The cooperation between the magic mirror and Iha is like a joke. The bone creation was embedded in the root and waist of the city like a pusher. The angles changed simultaneously, and then it was ignited and pushed back. Thunder comes from all over the world, rumbling. Then, not surprisingly, it was blocked by blood. The magic hidden in the mirror was like a hedgehog that suddenly exploded. The beams of light shot at the bottom of the Demon King City at perfectly matched angles, tearing apart the shadows and shaking the foundation. In midair, the shadow opened the shadow space and spit out a bone ship. Dandan flew to the clouds in Utopia, preparing to fill himself outside the satellite and then shoot it. But then, the bone wall at the bottom of Demon King City broke, revealing several bone creations. The great news became a giant pit filled with death. The Demon King's castle is coming? Who is he, huh? He is a little magician. The magician who is best at destroying. Besides, that scene was also about the performance of the king of the Colosseum, Noel Alexander, who was sitting in the living room and staring at the light group. Suddenly trembled, sensing the shadow at the bottom of the Demon King City. Ichigo slowly realized that the Demon King City was lifted up because of Nolmore's actions. So the two rivers of light and darkness swayed towards the bottom of the Demon King City like a streamer, condensing, split the shadow demon's body. It's too late. Nolmore wrote in his shadow. Emission. Cooperate with you. Cut off the roots of the Demon City. A river is still rushing towards the bottom of the Demon King City, decomposing and devouring the dark elements outside the shadow along the way. It can make the city fly away. Make it fall. As long as the Demon King is shot down city. You haven't had a chance yet. Seeing that Shueisha was entangled with the eight-winged angel and had no power to interfere with him, Iha felt that his choice was very correct. Every human being in the small continent has his eyes wandering to the whole world. Is the calculation broken? Liu asked Tom, and Tom Lao threw the letter. Waiting for you. Seventh up. Dandan's shadow rose downwards. Humanity found that it understood the war. News Fortress? At the same time, the egg in the center of the giant pit was dragged by a shadow and ejected into the air again. Suddenly faced with a devastating blow, the Imperial army fell into silence. Knowing how to respond, knowing that there was a way to make better preparations, Gerald activated the magic mirror. The spire explodes into a shield of light, but is destroyed when it touches the egg. The theme of that scene was not abomination, but destruction. We originally rushed to the city from both ends of the underground and above-ground city. But when we were setting up the magic mirror, we were pulled out by the shadow. At this time, we were at the bottom of the Demon King City, being washed away by the magic tide. I thought he was from later on. Liu shrugged. As the demonic tide dimmed and the shadows diluted, the Bone City shook in midair, as if nothing was broken. It's broken. Tom and Tom Lao calculated together under the empty book pages for a long time before they got the answer. Aim there. It's just broken and can't cover the 8 spires. Immediately afterwards, a river gushes out from the Empire's military formation and instantly turns into a tangled ocean. The first thing to fall was an egg that was squeezed into an elliptical sphere by the force of the impact. Like a raindrop or a meteorite, it landed in the middle of the 8 spears of the Great News. And when we realize that we haven't reached the 7th level yet, the fear ends and spreads quietly. The clouds in the eternal night rippled, and the stars brightened and projected up from the sky. The seraphim also grew huge at this time, took off, and rushed towards the big hole made by the ray. Compared with Dandan's one, Iha's meteorites seem to be just toys for grown-ups. It must be the courage of the paladin and General Wang Jian that still affects us. I'm afraid they have already been defeated into an army. I think it's so complicated. Ying lay on Liu's shoulder, still holding the Demon King City up and down. It's just a little trick. Charge! Charge! Demon King's castle is getting up and running away. General Wang Jian misinterpreted Demon King's castle's actions to some extent, bringing courage to the Imperial Army, the Creation Group, and the Brave Group. At this time, we saw that the battle situation was slowly turning upward, but none of us reacted. Comfortable. Dandan's voice echoed across the battlefield. The 8 spears built by the Imperial Army, the crystallization of the lowest technology of the Ministry of Creation, were just brutally smashed by the demons. When the war reaches that point, good intentions and the desire to kill are endless. When does Wushu need to be the host again to distract her? She just keeps making the buzz of the voice of greed to expand profits. So sure, Anjing chatted with Ying. As long as Nolmore is eliminated, the Demon King's castle will fall to the ground and become a living target again. Immediately afterwards, a shadow poked out from the top of the Bone City, tearing apart a piece of the eternal night of Demon King City, wrapped in fewer pushers, as if it had turned into a unicorn from Anya. In the last second, the firepower network woven by 800 satellites broke through the clouds and fell. Ice crystals, flames, lava, and plasma bloomed everywhere within the scope of the large noose, instantly reducing the Creation Group to rubbish and burning the Brave Group. Become a totem. The Demon King City broke away from the shackles of the Abyss Mouth and the shadow of the underground city, and quickly rose up. The unicorn's horn is not a horn embedded with a pusher. pulling the Demon King's castle downward and embedded. Immediately, the spire in the center was destroyed. And along with it, everything else in Xiaodi and Moshi was completely evaporated. In midair, Bone City continued to adjust its retreat angle, jumping lower and lower until it flew to the top of Yunya. Dandenheo was blocked and knocked back to the ground. The eight-winged angel did not respond to his invitation. But in the shadow of the underground city that was pulled out, a group of noble soldiers responded to his action. Because I found that the Demon King's castle in my field of vision is getting smaller and smaller. The turbulent river was churning and approaching, like a sharp blade, cutting towards the bottom of the Bone City, forcing the abyss dragged by the Demon King city to separate from the underground city. This is Gerald Kingston's family private army. The Imperial Army's fighting spirit took a step back and was gone. Where should I hit the 7th place? In the middle of the battlefield? On the edge of the giant pit. The other 2 spears were crooked and sinking along the ground. The unicorn's horn points to the News 8 fortress. Chapter 597, Take Me Away. The royal guards immediately appeared around Noel. But when they saw the Bone City falling from the sky, their hands and feet felt a little cold and numb. Take me away. Noel held the shoulder of a royal guard, believing that he had this ability. No. You have bound the public opinion. For this war, you are a symbol of the royal family. You can't leave. In the light group, right side, if you leave, this battle will be lost. Let me go! This is all the result of your incompetence. For Noel, this battle was equivalent to failure. As a prince, he didn't want to spend his life here. The royal guards ignored the prince's request and closed their eyes, seemingly communicating with figures further away. As long as I'm here, I will try to send the city away. Right side again. Send away? If you send the city away, who will send the army? In the light group, another protagonist of the war, Minister of Creation Woodson, shook his head repeatedly. The last chance now is to help the paladins rush into the library and blow them up. Woodson seemed to have become a gambler. Capture the thief first. Capture the king first. With a mushroom cloud, you can win by blowing up the owner of the library. In addition to casting various defensive magics, he also transmitted the image of Noel sitting in the living room to all the Imperial Army soldiers. At the same time, the eight-winged angel gave up its struggle with Bloody and threw up 7 wings to block Akka. With only 2 wings left, it pursued the Bone City, which was gradually approaching the News 8 fortress. The light curtain shattered. Call me! In order to ensure that the scene was done well, Su Xiao did not send lackeys to the back line, but controlled a group of skeletons to dance in a fake library and a fake coliseum. You will sacrifice your lives for you and protect you. The royal guards finished and were busy in the conference hall. Hold on! I'll attack you! Mushroom Cloud! Wallace has always believed that defense is the way to win. My eyes have only been focused on the 8-winged angel from beginning to end, and now it is under the opposite winged angel Su Xiaojun. Out of jealousy, and out of judgment about the technology of creation, Wallace firmly believed that the war came to that point purely because the Empire neglected the library. As long as he follows the loophole and exits the library and opens the machine box, Woodson will have fulfilled the knight's promise. The hammer smashed the light curtain, and the shadow enveloped the News 8 once it hit. It was time to see which one was weaker, the force field of the Titan soldier or the public opinion of the Tarth Empire. But there is no afterthought. At most we know that the prince is living and dying with him, and public opinion has not fallen. During the Blood River simulation battle, we had seen such a light curtain behind the Iron City. Without the simulation, Li would certainly have no experience in dealing with it, and he had even anticipated that situation. Send fewer troops over. Fewer weak warriors over here. Relying on public opinion, Noel broke free from the shackles of the royal guards and shouted, "Devil, you have looked down upon the devil." Wright's face became older. You can't leave. The royal guards held Noel's shoulders. Noel felt pain and stopped talking nonsense. There is no unhealed breach in the walls of the Bone City. These are the holes burned by the spire's rays. And they are also the road signs pointing to the library and the Colosseum. The eyes of humans and demons are focused on the light curtain, hoping that things will go as humans wish, and that they will continue to be squeezed into the abyss by demons. Buzz, the caster of the light curtain at that time, was also a little magician, and also a little magician of the Alexander family. Well, you are very strong at this time. The shadow on Liu's shoulder also touched the same memory. Immediately afterwards, Dandan once again climbed into the sky with Shadow and Utopia, preparing for the 8th bomb. News 7 was smashed into rubble. And there were survivors inside and outside. The new 7 fortress is like a row of living targets, about to be attacked one after another. But after that, Dandon finally finished loading and fired the 7th bomb. The egg particles in the Bone City wall can change the density at will. And the small pen is laid directly behind the Bone City. The particles can clean up the space. And even the door of chaos cannot be closed. So how can they be sent away by the light curtain? After receiving that picture, the Imperial Army finally resumed operations. What happens next? It just depends on the royal family and public opinion, whether it can withstand that blow. Wright's ball of light became even dimmer. The movement of the Demon King City was not affected at all, and it continued to approach the Noose 8 fortress. When the two-winged angel retreated along the hole, Lekis received Shinshin's signal and followed a small group of skeletons into the bone wall in front of the hole, waiting for the arrival of the two-winged angel. At that time, we were riding the wheels of a wheel-type siege beast. Diamond had tampered with the number of wheels, and one of the wheels was transported to the Sea of Death by the light curtain. Even 7 years ago, 10 years ago. If we blow up first, Chiha will definitely follow. He still has a sword between his eyebrows. Whitson rambled, and was also confused by the reaction of Demon King City. At the same time, the light group in the living room suddenly went out, and when it lit up again, it was only slightly fluorescent. Ichigo chased Whitson's footsteps. Noel himself has been cursing in his heart, but restricted by the magic of the royal guards. I can no longer make any sound. Humans trembled, demons howled, and the buzzing was deafening. You will, since there is a way to teleport the Demon King City. Wright can only get his plan back on track. Unfold the light curtain, and send fewer troops to the Empire. Well, it's too fake. Inging refused. The only thing Liu didn't expect was that the Holy Tao army was carrying the Ministry of Creation's machine box. The hammer hitting the light curtain was like smashing an ice surface. The inside of the light curtain was chaotic. The ripples stirred, and then dispersed. In the field of vision, a light curtain spread out between Noose 8 Fortress and Bone City. Inside the light curtain, there was the torn Abyss Maw and the underground city. Wright and the light group also finished casting the spell. The light overflowed and entered the wall of Noose 8 Fortress, forming a light curtain. Across time and space, the offensive and defensive sides changed positions, and similar scenes reappeared. Ichigo's eyebrows twitched, and the tip of a big sword shining with starlight poked out. What's public opinion and what's teleportation? Let you go back now. Bring the whole low tower over and fight the Demon King City. Noel started talking nonsense, but in Whitson's expectation, as long as a mushroom cloud explodes from Demon King City, the best effect is to directly disintegrate. At worst, it can force out some key figures in the war, and then Kazukawa's sword will be useless. Land. As for the private army of the Kingston family, who are struggling in the demonic tide, and whose mirrors are shining brightly, but does anyone care about our life or death? Wright set the transmission point of the light curtain to the ground, where the Demon King City was originally located. It was not only for defense, but also to prevent the Demon King City from escaping from the Imperial Army's military coverage. As long as the library is blown up, and the existing technology in Demon King City is destroyed, the Empire will definitely be dissatisfied. Blow, 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 blow his mouth. Is he going to bet your life? Noel expressed strong satisfaction with Wallace and Wright's judgment of the war situation. It seems that the Holy Army really wants to kill you in retreat. Huh? Su Xiao noticed the actions of the two-winged angels. I will kill you slowly. Do you have to put up a symbolic resistance? At that time, Ichigo also realized that the shadow he had just snatched from Nolimur was just a large part of the Abyss Maw, and could not affect the movements of the shadow demon at all. Whitson. Holy Path Army. Machine box. This is the only chance. Light screen. I miss you so much. Liu felt the wind blowing against his face under the city wall, feeling like he was some kind of immortal flying in the wind. Chapter 598 Bone City Hammer. There is a war connection between heaven and earth. The magma, plasma, ice spikes and bones pouring down from outside the clouds are like an endless rain, washing away the outer walls of the remaining 4 Noose fortresses. Among them, the halo on the third outer wall of the Noose is the strongest. It is the one where the Empire's public opinion is most concentrated, supporting the last hope of the Imperial Army. Although the other 3 fortresses were also blocked by light shields. When the raindrops fell and exploded, the light was diluted thinner. And then, the outer walls were corroded by bone bullets of several properties, causing them to collapse. Facing Yunwai's offensive, the Imperial Army was helpless. Imperial aircraft cannot yet reach the altitude of the satellite. Those in the brave group who have the ability to fly cannot withstand the rain of falling bone bullets. And the few brave men with high-altitude abilities were tightly restricted to the edge of the Demon King's city, such as Seven Rivers, such as Wallace. The two-winged angel dug closer, and finally met the skeleton's control by the leg hair. Although Lecky's leg hair was beaten vigorously, it was damaged quickly, and Wallace would soon rush into the fake library. But the rain was fierce, and the eyes of the entire continent were focused on the falling Bone City and Bone Rain. Want to smash again? Rain. Slow down. Tell Woodson to take action. It's time for the Holy Army to practice the Holy Way. Noel shouted to Wallace outside the light group. Under the heavy pressure of the Demon King city, the light film rattled, and the sound penetrated into the heart of every soul in Xiaolu, as if every string was about to break, withstanding the baptism of artillery fire and bone rain. The other 8 fortresses quickly collapsed. This is a river. A river will do. Noel grasped the first straw. Moved the sword on the lower tower. Sword. Crack the bone city below. In the casino, the dice come together. The bed is void, and the fate dice dance happily. There was no fear, no excitement, and no solution in the howl. I knew the city defense army was going to smash a small one. But that was too concerned about people's lives? Help you. You are there. That ball of meat, using the Demon King's castle as a hammer, is the head of the city defense commander made of a dwarf. Think of a way. Noel's heart pounded as his balls were hit. And he was sure that the 8 nooses must have been used again by Bone City. But just when the light film was almost complete, a new halo of light was released in the reception room of News 8 Fortress. Everything's ready. As for whether the Bone City smashed the light film first, or whether the mushroom cloud appeared in the Bone City first, there will be no answer very soon. News 8 is the Imperial Army's forward camp. It must be defended. Although I still know how to move this Bone City away. Later, I also thought about putting them directly into the shadow space to avoid the impact. But considering that the shadows will join the battle before the hammer hits the ground, the shadow space may not be dangerous. So it is for their sake to put them back. The roots of the Bone City were grinding against the light film. The Bittermouth and underground city that had been dragged out half of the abyss evaporated rapidly. And at the same time, they seemed to be releasing layers of poison, corroding the light film and turning it white. There was a loud clanging sound outside the vault. And even materials collided, retreated and exploded. The Bone City and the fortress are fighting against each other. The scene is fierce and life-threatening. Bone City was like a heavy hammer, hitting the light film of News 8 hard. The big noose and the fighting humans on the city cheered. This is the public opinion from God Swear City and the entire Tarth Empire. The ground where the big noose and the Demon King city originally stood also suddenly cracked. The Brave Group, the Creation Group, and the City Defense Army led by AK all lost their balance at that moment and became a mess. On top of the heavy blow, the demons took on different shapes and erupted into various shouts. Death. Let's all die. Destroy. The light film is full of cracks and depressions. Humanity will win. Under the guidance of the royal power, they became the forefront force supporting the 8 fortresses of the noose. The impact capsule is woven from binding wires and tentacles. It is soft and sticky, has extremely weak shock absorption, and is connected to the shadow formed by the Noli More unity. Once it is hit beyond the protection range, the shadow will retract them. Space. The light film is almost complete. Smash it. Smash the Empire's fortress. You win. But when the egg fell, it instantly widened a crack under the light film, and the light mist was diluted. The shadow of Bone City had not dispersed, and the previous hammer was about to come again. Minnie, Brain, and the evil horns also retreated into the prepared impact cabins. The halo was composed of the magic of the royal guards, and enveloped the entire News 8 fortress. Then, the halo penetrated into the cracks in the light film, giving it some toughness, barely supporting the entire light film. Even the ceiling and floor of the Devil's Ball stood vertically, and the crystal chandelier crashed to the ground, smashing the head of the waitress. The operation is very precise, as if it has been calculated thousands of times. The impact of the explosion rippled out, cracking the ground, and directly flying away the light films of the other 8 noose fortresses. There was chaos in the Demon King city. Harry, Tom and Tom Lau hid in the workshop of the real library, commanding the satellites to be spread out in a grid through letters, so that the bone bombs could just avoid the movement trajectory of the Demon King city and land on the noose. A weak light shone in the Bone City, and a new sun lit up in Noose 8 Fortress in the next moment. Just like a brick thrown under a yoga ball, Bone City used the force to bounce low, and then quickly adjusted its posture with the help of pushers and shadows. I've said it so many times. The sword in the low tower is used to kill the city defense commander, or the quasi-demon king level demon. It will be used to arbitrarily cut down a city. Wallace also completely understood logic. But I felt that the little elemental wizard would sacrifice the sword of the low tower in order to protect the royal power and public opinion. Guangwu tried hard to repair the light film and restore it to its original appearance. The howls of demons also erupted in the Demon King city. But held on. The Titan soldier awakened. The force field took effect, and the Bone City's cohesion weakened. The library, the Colosseum, and the inner layer of the ground were all covered with a soft film. Outside the vegetable field, the cages were jostling each other, huddled together. We still have a little time to get to the library. Jiang Chengcheng was even more anxious than Noel. As far as Donor knew, there were less than 100 Imperial legions in front of the light curtain, waiting for the impact before the city was broken. At that moment, Whitson seemed to hear Noel's call and opened the computer box. In the living room, Noel let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if his noble life had been saved. The light mist is continuously reinforcing the light film, gradually lifting up the Bone City. Did Wright respond? 100 legions are also the 7th hammer of Bone City. Now they can only hold on and wait for the moment when the Holy Army rushes to the library and opens the computer box. The monsters on the library, the Colosseum, and the Colosseum seemed to be playing a very new and exciting project, cheering excitedly in the weightlessness. Here are your people, the ones you prepare to be bad. Noel Jian Wallace retreated and turned to Wright to make demands. Noel wanted News 8 to become the same. The people in God's sworn city, who were paying attention to the war, also shouted. As for the other 8 news fortresses, they have not yet been destroyed by SH Ling and Bone Rain, and they still show their former solid appearance. But in the last second, Bone City bounced back with the support of the light film and rose again. Prepare to hit. Tong Lao slashed his arm with a knife, and the blood flowed into the throne of the bronze-striped dwarf, and was sucked out instantly. Broken. Bone City is rising and falling. The 7th hammer is coming. Chapter 599. I'm going to smash it. In just an instant, 1/8 of the size of the Bone City was eliminated. Immediately afterwards, the violent force tore the city apart, covering 1/5 of the size of the Demon King's castle. Sparks, flames, light mist. The power from chaos tears everything apart and turns into light in the sky. First, the force field of the giant god soldier encountered this power on the throne. The body of the giant god soldier the size of a rag doll burst and cracked rapidly. Then the crack spread to the entire throne of the Copper Clan dwarves, and to Copper Lao's body. The blood in the copper ladle evaporated quickly, and the blood bag drawn in advance was immediately empty. When he was about to die, the copper ladle was taken into the shadow space. This impact quickly disintegrated the force field of the Titan soldier, and even almost killed Bodmi Copper Ladle. Subsequently, this power spread to the Demon King city itself, and the egg particles attached to the marking frames throughout the city were disrupted. The eggs that originally flew into the sky for the third strike also fell on the spot, landing on the city head, and were caught by the shadow. Live. Or maybe I said it, but my voice was masked by the loud sound of Bone City smashing through the light film. It's a pity that I'm not dead yet. Of course, Hong Bai also did the same thing with the authority of the city defense commander. Did he find out the whereabouts of the Holy Army? A spot of light suddenly lit up outside Liu's brain sulcus, shaking in response to the light group outside the Noose 8. And just as the pusher was buzzing and Hong Bai was about to lift the hammer again, a figure appeared on the top of the city, with a trace of arrogance on his pale face. At that moment, the demonic tide surged, aka entangled Iha and the 7 light wings, bursting with blood, and rushed towards the direction of the noose. The Bone City fell to the ground, smashing half of the fortress and integrating it with the Noose 8. Under the powerful impact, the Bone City creaked, and it was almost the turn of the Demon King city to disintegrate. Finally, there was no roar of engines in the distant sky. Aching, Aching, are you awake? Demon King. If he comes like this during the final ceremony, he may not be able to stop him. I watched the Bone City erupt with weak light, and then it ended to collapse, only to inexplicably heal again. The small ground and the city wall collapsed together, and the shadows of the abyss mouth and the underground city were splashed up, wrapping the Noose 8 fortress. I'll give it all to you. Hong Bai changed his mind and picked up Ah Ching's recruitment order. Continue to fall? Ah Ching's head was crooked and his eyes were squinted. And his whole body was limp, ready to burst at any moment. When the power from chaos was unable to blow up the Bone City and public opinion declined. People all doubted that News 8 could withstand it. Hong Bai is about to be smashed. Public opinion supports light magic. And the city defense commander becomes the only target of mankind. The force field is lost. The particles are disordered. And the Bone City's cohesion is like the first hammer. The remaining pushers were activated at full speed. Noli More used his shadow to bypass the light film. And scattered nails into the ground. Like a spring. Pulling the Bone City up and down quickly. The paladin did it. Bite your ass. Ah Ching cursed. Well, Ah Ching covered his heart. As if he was holding on too much. This should be what Tyr was holding in his hand. Right? The power from chaos? Is there any reason to put the hammer back down again? The Imperial Army and the demonic tide were lifted off by the earthquake caused by the Bone City falling to the ground. And then fell to the ground again. Turbulent and chaotic. Bite your chained ass. Are you here again? In the vault? Dai Minbinbin used all his chains to support the wall and cursed. Fortunately, we hit the library and the Colosseum in advance. At the end, Hong Bai tried to use the Staff of Deception to find Wright's line of thought, but found that by that time, even the demonic relic could not hide his existence. Stop, wait for it to recover. The Demon King himself pressed Liu Yu's hand pointing to the sky, looked at Ah Ching, and then at the ring to confirm that he wanted to take back the authority of the city defense commander now. Nourished by the desire to kill, Ah Ching healed quickly and steadily restricted the spread of the halo until it gradually subsided and disappeared. So there was no sign of the Demon King's castle starting again. One more time. Hong Bai turned to Ying and suggested that he fly down into the sky again and smash the News 8 completely, not paying attention to the royal guards and Wright, who had been busy in the living room for a long time. They made the smallest effort and used the magic of the royal family to slightly change the trajectory of the Bone City and push it to the south. Never mind me. Smash it. Anyway, the library and the Colosseum are in danger, and Liu Yu is the one who cares about whether other areas of Demon King City will be smashed. News 8 loses the protection of public opinion and faces the Bone City of falling. Iho looked at the light spot on Liu Yu's side in the distance, as if he had finally found the direction. He frowned and squeezed out a little bit of the sword tip. His magic cocoon still has this hand hidden. The devil disappears. That's not how the hammer works if one is good. Then a few are less useful. The Holy Army really retained the customs of the Holy See. It was also with that scolding that Liu Yu finally understood how the Imperial Army planned the explosion. The Holy Army followed the bone wall that was dug out. His life was at stake when he retreated from the library. Just as determined as Tyr was at that time. Paladin Wallace lowered his lightsaber, sprinkled with layers of light feathers, and the dead people were resurrected. Around the news for 8 miles, various light curtains opened, and hundreds of human legions walked out, while the 7 angel wings that were falling to the ground rose up in the wind. And a paladin was resurrected from the intersection. Demon King City launched a full-scale retreat. At that time, the demon tide and the Imperial Army were completely torn together. Stop acting. Give him money. As he said that, Hong Bai poured a huge amount of desire for killing into Ah Ching's body. That thing is usually difficult to get, but it is basically limited during the war. What's the matter? He was blown up, Liu Yu said, staring at the noose on the bottom. This is something that the other Lord of Authority should consider. If there is a master with no authority, just ask for your own blessings. Are you leaving? At the top of Demon King City, Liu Yu tied his balls to his body with binding thread, pinched the ring, and summoned Ah Ching. But did you look like you were hard just now? Ah Ching answered. Wallace, you want to kill me. Ah Ching stood up in the blink of an eye, searching for traces of the Holy Army in the chaos. Okay. Liu Yu curled his lips and spread his hands. If Liu Yu can obey the Demon King's orders, there is no chance that the Bone City will fall to heaven again. Liu Yu used his eggs as a shield and his shadow as a spear, and pointed at the human fortress. The Taz Empire was fully mobilized, and the entire army was dispatched. Their minds were enslaved by the desire to kill, and they became the swords in the hands of the city defense commander, cutting and retreating along the embedded Bone City and fortress. But Hong Bai doesn't care about that. What happened? In midair, Dandan just woke up and saw the film of light gradually covering the back of his face. There was no deep crack under the film of light, and he was inexplicably excited. Ichigo or draw the sword? Is there any other way? Business is bad. Even the casino's fate dice spread its dice to every wall, struggling to protect the gamblers and sheep, feeling that the situation was not out of control. Ha ha ha. Smash it. Smash it. Smash it all to pieces. In the middle of the joy, under the devil's dance, Bauer and the other guests watched the broadcast of the dominoes. With a flushed face and crazy eyes, the fissure cracked open, and the light film broke. If you mention it again now, it will break up. Ying was very right about Aching's current situation. Hong Bai continued to pound. In the reception room of News 8, Noel had just experienced another small joy and a small tragedy. This is the mark Hong Bai was made by right under the final ceremony. Shongjing Noel shouted at the top of his lungs. What would the sound be like again? Well, you remember, the bad paladin seems to. Aching scratched his head, trying to remember something. At the same time, the Abyssal Maw and Underground City brought by the Bone City released a small number of pure-blood demons. Dark elves and dwarves. I don't care. I'll smash it for you. Liu pointed to the noose on the ground. Chapter 600, Song of Flesh and Soul. Under the pressure of the Bone City, News 3 further collapsed, and a broken wall about a kilometer long opened between the fortress and the Bone City. The living room was exposed directly in front of the Bone City, under the protection of a group of royal guards. Noel stared at the battlefield. He squirmed, but couldn't move. Fortunately, hundreds of Imperial legions stopped him in time. Sack devils, shadows, and eggs rotate their bodies and dance in a sea of the living and the dead. Most of the time, the shadow is a spear, stabbing the enemy in front of him into a ball of wrinkled shadow, and crushing the flesh together. From time to time, the shadow acts as a shield, curling up into a messy grid-like shadow, connecting the balls to form a hammer, directly smashing those who stand in the way into flesh, or burrowing into blood mud on the ground. Occasionally, Ying and Dandan will become the people controlling Liu. Dan too shadows himself and waves the bag. The bag raises a large sea of bones, eyeballs and tentacles, smearing the enemy's flesh and blood on the bone wall and the ground. The three sons of devil are constantly rotating. Sometimes they are spears, shields and bags. Sometimes they are shadow balls, hammers and drills. Sometimes they are eggmen swaying the sea of bones. This is completely beyond human comprehension. Along with the buzzing sound, the emblem of two swords hung directly below the birdcage, and the candlelight next to it swayed like stars. As the demon tide surges, Iha and the seven-winged angels are about to come in front of the son of the devil. The seven-winged angel and Ichigo are heading towards the light spot. I just need to find Wallace's thread and lie to me for a moment. Maybe I can temporarily cut off my faith and paralyze the wandering soul of darkness. The entire battlefield became the Colosseum of the Demon King City. It's just that the sources of troops on both sides are endless, and the numbers are completely symmetrical. Sometimes the Imperial legions are surging, and sometimes the demonic tide is surging, with both bone mages and paladins present. The resurrection of miscellaneous soldiers has become common, and the living and the number of dead is always equal. A small number of Imperial troops died, and even fewer ghosts blocked Chang Yi's retreat. Everything in the Ministry of Creation must also die. The Bone City, Noose 8, and the gap where the Demon King City was originally located were all placed in birdcages and tied into a dead place from which there was no way to escape. Which one should I use? Can it lock Iha and Changmyike? Noose 8 has legs, so I'm afraid it will run away. Dandan also understood Liu's thoughts, but he knew too well about the role of birdcages in locking them up. Those two guys weren't much help. Oh, 4th level gunner, you haven't killed 11 4th level boxers yet. Nolimor responded. Yes, who's counting? That's all because of the Demon King's mission. The mission is to kill Iha and seize my relics. Not even in the mood to chat. He escaped that time. Iha wrote pale words in the sky. The desire to kill doubled, and all the souls outside the birdcage were carried away except for killing. The source, of course, is the Holy Knight Changmyike. It's a sense of ritual. Liu hummed. In the birdcage, life and death depend on you. As the three demon sons charged towards News 3 from the top of the Bone City, their scope of influence became larger and larger, with countless shadows and drills appearing around them. This is a little person from the Clive family, a 4th level gunman. Dandan's particle picked up a ball of blood mud and introduced its origins to his companions. Breaking through News 8 will be equivalent to destroying mankind's belief in that war. This will be far away from starting that war. The Shadow Army opened the way with the drill, adhered to the sea of bones, and cut into the hundreds of Imperial legions blocking the News 3 with a decisive attitude. That's of course because the Devil's Son has a way to deal with his wandering soul. Li Yu has not yet used the Staff of Deception to expand our line of thought and explore deeper and more complex cores along the line to find the source of faith. Push the troop line. Push the troop line. Push to the noose 8. Release the bone tree. Li Yu simplified the battlefield into a hedge. As long as he rushed to the opponent's base and blasted it, it would be considered a failure. When the knights resurrected, died, and then resurrected again, we, together with the Holy Army, became the wandering souls of darkness, often successfully wiping out pure-blooded demons, skeletons, and dark elves. The night guards the noose 8 and guards the faith. The shadows exerted their strength silently, and the countless shadows formed wrapped around the wandering souls of darkness, crushing the light with force. But inspired by public opinion and the paladins, the Empire's fleets continued to rush to the battlefield one after another, just to unleash gunfire and bombs. I always remember why it all happened. I only want to win. But I also want to kill the top combat power of mankind and destroy our belief in war so that we dare to attack again. At this moment, the bone tree is placed outside the shadows space. When the small army pushes back the fortress, it can be taken out and exploded. Nothing can prove your weakness more than eradicating all the technology of the Ministry of Creation. Then he became a wandering soul resurrected from the spark. Killing he will complete the Demon King's mission. And killing Changyak will end all the wandering souls. Li Yu used the undead chant to tear apart the dark wandering souls that were behind him, while calculating the situation of the war. Thanks to Right's mark, Iha is coming. How to make my arrival become my death is not what Chang'e wants to think about next. At this moment, the 8 demon sons, who took turns fighting, seemed to have become a fortress under the battlefield. They not only marked the human target, but also opened up a space for action for the demonic tide ahead, blocking the spread of the dark wandering souls. He's waiting for me to come over? Ying paid too little attention to the battlefield situation. Just by sensing Li Yu's shadow, he could know what the city defense commander was thinking. Then, he was torn apart by the undead and shadows. The shadows are in the form of beasts, humans, and skeletons, gradually gathering into a shadow army. Muttering, Chang'e also ejected and rolled between the ground and low altitude, throwing out balls of binding wire and unfolding a birdcage. So Iha, Wallace, and the royal family, who haven't used the noose 8 years ago, will all die if they escape. They flew past at a low altitude and were blocked by artillery fire from satellites, causing heavy casualties. They turned into flying birds, falling to the ground and becoming sparks. Basically, add a sea of bones to your shadow army. Crush the Imperial army into dark wandering souls, and then use fewer undead to deal with the newly resurrected wandering souls in batches, gradually becoming very unfamiliar. Even though the war has retreated into white cold, before becoming the king of the Colosseum, Li Yu did not fully understand the desire to kill, and was not carried away by it. Clash with the Empire's elite troops. On top of the Devil's Son, the troops composed of pure-blood demons, skeletons, and dark elves made a small charge. And they also emerged from the mouth of the abyss and the Bone City, becoming a steady stream of soldiers. After all, the Empire has not so many rivers, and it has not so few Wallaces. Then give it to me. Yes. Do we still want you to kill him back? Chang'e had no intention of waiting for Iha to die. The speed of the Shadow Army and Bone Sea suddenly became faster. Under the leadership of the Paladin, the knights performed at their weakest level and showed the ability to control the direction of the war. As long as you feel that the beating is over, you will come back again. As Li Yu said, the 8 demon sons also jumped back and forth in a large area in the middle of the army wave, tearing apart the entire formation of the Imperial army and crushing the flesh and dark wandering souls. In the midst of the clashing waves of soldiers, Li Yu placed a bright spot of light outside the skull of the soldier with a flag on his head, marking the attack target for the Imperial troops. Brave men and mechs who had no contact with each other. There is no other reason for Chang'e to hurry up. Akka is still entangled with us. But with the addition of hundreds of Imperial legions, the power of knights fighting in groups has also been revealed. And every human being has become more brave, compared with the wandering souls that are gradually connected into a piece. The planes in the sky are already the main theme of war, just an accompaniment to a certain hum. Or it's a bad couple, stirring a song of flesh and soul. Chapter 601. You can't escape this time. In the past, when Shiha released meteorites, ice walls, ground cracks, thunderstorms, and various elemental summons, Li Yu just felt that he couldn't understand them. But now it is different. Li Yu has given up understanding. Moreover, Not many people can understand what Liu is doing. The surrounding Imperial troops were petrified, crushed, and washed into burnt flesh, bloody mud, and undead souls. Some of them fell asleep on the spot and died in their dreams. The light-wandering souls were cut off by shadows and divided by the undead. They died in strange ways beyond imagination. No. As for the three demon sons, they have completely merged into an inexplicable existence mixed with shadows, drills, bones and tentacles, looking like mud and spiders, scurrying around the battlefield. Without Right's light spot, it would not even be possible to confirm Liu's specific location. Only when more Imperial troops die and the wandering souls resurrected by Wallace as the Knights of Light can they barely control the scope of the shadow and sea of bones, preventing them from traveling too far. Everyone is waiting for the 7 elemental rivers and the 4-winged angels to collide with it. Soon, the pale words in the sky merged into a white river, carrying the other 6, unfolding and advancing together, cracking open the sea of bones and shadows, and was about to arrive. Liu didn't answer. He raised his bone sword and shot Ia's face with a withering thorn. The feelings of the two are completely the same. But the light curtain under the battlefield became darker and darker, as if it had turned into pieces of sharp light mirrors, the tips of which rotated rapidly, always pointing in certain specific directions in the Bone City. Broken. If compared with the number of information sources, Liu would lose. But the difficulty is that the information sources on Woodson's side are very pure and extremely low density. Like an iron wall that is punctured. Kill them all. By the way, he used weak light to prop up Noel's majesty, and continued to maintain the Imperial Army's fighting spirit. Once it was over, the holy light was still quite resistant. But because Akka was approaching too quickly, they were slow to accept it and entangled with each other. Woodson's thought line is a collection of all the dark wandering souls' thought lines. But it is tightly wrapped in the source of information and cannot be deceived. Go to HL. Go on your own. Wallace waved his hand, erased the light screen, and went online decisively. Among them, the holy light and pale light are mainly concentrated under No Lemur, with the help of pure white dark elements, opening up the always scattered grid-shaped shadow group. Iha is not talking nonsense, because AK is chasing the evil spirits, and the dark wandering souls can only resist the blood red for a moment. The pale light element ended up blending with the holy light, as if communicating something. Gods, O city, Ministry of Creation. Feng Kangjing set off, stepping on the air in clouds, and flew towards the Demon King city. Along with this, the night's light wandering spirits also began to burn, such as casinos, between pleasures, such as the mouth of the abyss, especially since AKA was still chasing and eating, biting the armor to pieces and devouring it all. The two swords intersect. The withering thorn withers away due to the starlight. The bone sword breaks into 2 pieces, and the crest fluid inside and outside spurts out. The huge force that exploded at that moment even burned out one of the paladin's wings, leaving Woodson with only 2 wings left. I really want to yell at Noel, or conjure up another machine box, stuff it outside the shadow and detonate it. Obviously, Wallace has also fully exerted his strength. The Holy Army has nothing to offer? It's worthy of being a remnant of the Holy See. A ray of bright starlight leaked from his brow, and a sword was revealed. Immediately afterwards, a whip gathered 8 elements, and was tightly entwined with the Lamont Holy Whip drawn out by shadow. The elements flowed violently, severely restraining the Holy Whip, and no more was completely controlled and retreated. The 4-winged angel had 1 wing cut off, leaving 3 wings burning. Then, there was a river left, and the first elemental river was delivered, piercing the sea of bones, tentacles, eyeballs and binding lines, then retreating and wrapping around the egg, forcibly projecting it into the entangled sea of elements and bones. Finally, with the cooperation of Iha and Woodson, Inging and Dandan were forcefully stripped out of Liu's body. Shadows, particles, and seas of bones are intertwined with the river and holy light. It should be Kazukawa and Woodson who are taking the slow step. In Noel's view, Wright and Wallace should take advantage of the moment when the city defense commander was positioned and surrounded, and cooperate with Woodson and Kazuka to directly kill this clearly visible thing and eliminate this dazzling light spot. Come! He will send you over and let you meet the king of the Colosseum. Feng Kangjing raised his chin to right beside him and motioned for the little dark wizard to open a light curtain on his forehead. Only Feng Kong faces Iha alone. The reason for Liu's nonsense is that the stick of deception can contaminate Iha or Woodson's line of thought. While fighting, Liu planted bone trees and prepared to cause an explosion They were all sensitive objects anyway. And they would hurt himself. Noli more in Dandan. It is a sacred object of the skeleton clan that has always been beneficial. No. He is an asset of the Empire. His frontal combat effectiveness is like Iha or Woodson. It would be useful to send him there. Wright accepted Wallace's request. The starlight passed again, disintegrating the bag and stabbing Liu's skull. A second ago, Iha and Feng Kongjing reached a consensus. I am sure where Demon King City got so little knowledge from. And I also know what supports our lack of production and performance. Shadow asked. Noli Moore was already a quasi-demon king. And with Liu and Dandan in the mix, it was still impossible to defeat a Woodson with injuries and only 8 wings. Of course Iha knew how the bone tree played. So he had to use some strength to retreat and erase it. And he also felt a small amount of pressure. A face suddenly appeared in the air. Iha's face. Noel was left alone. What to do? He's the only one there. He has nowhere to escape. A certain dark star in the sky seemed to be moving rapidly. Watching the flow of blood and watching the possible appearance of the Demon King and Minter. When the planes, clockwork warriors and steam mechanized soldiers turned into scrap metal one by one. Even the weak light that exploded in the Bone City was extinguished by the Bone City. Feng Kongjing was speechless for a long time. A young magician in the world. The unveiling of light. Plus a minister of creation. A level 9 mechanic, just looking at it. With the birdcage spread out all over the sky. The inexplicable surging demonic tide. And the area adjacent to the Bone City during the eightfold compression. Noel showed no signs of incontinence. The target of Iha and Feng Kongjing is Noli Moore. But the city defense commander himself. Where are you? Where are you? What are you doing? Are you watching? Are you the only ones with eyes? In the living room, surrounded by the royal guards, Prince Noel cursed at the 2 light balls. You have done that. You must beware of the possible Demon King. Or other lords of authority. You have the strength to do less. Wright shook his head. And the light under his body became increasingly dim. The river and the light were like a 4-clawed fish. Weakly breaking apart the shadows of the 8 demon suns. Next to his thread of thoughts. There was a sharp sword shining with starlight. Cutting off all attempts to deceive. And inflicting severe pain on Liu. Feng Kongjing is ready to play in person. The sword was pointed directly at the light spot outside Liu's brain groove. And it seemed that it was about to overlap. Extinguish it. And also extinguish Liu's life. He's bad. Your old friend. Feng Kong greeted Iha. At this time, the royal guard showed extremely low quality. After getting their pants wet, they used magic to evaporate them. The Akka in front of us has not yet torn apart the wandering soul of the real world and opened a blood-red road. Then Iha, the 8-winged angel, and the sea of bones collided. And the weak light that exploded was so dazzling that it made Noor shrink in place and became incontinent. What about him? What about him? He usually speaks better than anyone else. But now he is mute? Doesn't he talk very little? He talks. Noel slammed the armrest to summon Wallace. Looking directly at you. Chapter 602 The Sword of the Tower. The scene of the star sword stabbing the skull was infinitely amplified by the holy light, inspiring the light wanderers and the Imperial army. Suddenly, the entire battlefield's attention was focused here, waiting for the starlight to extinguish the point of light. Am I the only one? Liu asked. Between the skull and the 7 rivers, countless pieces of flesh, tentacles, iron mud appeared instantly. These things of yours are useless. You are already dead. Chiha pushed forward the star sword and shattered the various bits and pieces summoned by Liu until living creatures began to appear. That was the alien demon summoned by Liu using demon points. Just like what he did when facing Bitterberg. Liu summoned more alien demons to block the sword. The 2 hammer blows just now caused the Bone City to fall to the ground. And many demon kings were killed. The high-level demon in the city. Liu's devil points are 97. Are 97 alien demons enough to block the starlight? The balls are transforming into mature bodies. He will die. And it will be us who die. Strange thoughts appeared in Dandan's mind. And Baizhen spoke. Finally, when the skeleton, shadow and source were separated, the shape of the egg attracted everyone's attention. This is a full blow from the low tower. From the dark star. It seemed like it was enough. But it also seemed like it was too little. The zhuzh covering the balls was quickly absorbed and burned. And a small amount of mud-like viscous substance was discharged from Dandan's body. Even though he has been using greedy flies to expand his small victory, the good intentions in the Devil's Manual are still enough to redeem Liu with restrictions. That is a war. And Zhuzh is the protagonist of that war. So he will definitely lack good intentions. As a result, all kinds of flesh lay between the skull and the 7 rivers, blankly resisting the pressure brought by the war, and then immediately experienced the baptism of dim starlight, and then turned into dots of light mist. The particles of the balls are the sensors of the white pulp and cannot harm the white pulp. The moment the egg body appeared, it came into contact with the star sword. The dim starlight turned into layers of ripples, stirring the egg's body, piercing it into depressions, and turning it into a flowing cake. You help him suck it. Shadow is just the shadow of Baijiu, and it was also the shadow of Dandan. Eggy's thoughts ended and became confusing. Haha, the speed of absorption seems too fast, taking a bath, shooting, heavy hammer, so uncomfortable. Dandan felt very satisfied and comfortable. On the outside of the cake are various nutrients that Minto once gave to the eggs. And once the knowledge of the skeleton and the library is obtained by Dark Star, it is suspected that it will be far away from eradicating the Fire Valley and filling up the small ice cracks. Eggs? The battlefield is filled with starlight. The balls become mature. A sparred larvae that originally took 96 years to mature has grown to that level in just 1 year thanks to Minto's feeding. Uh-huh. That's enough. You're still going to die. Dandan realized that that was his limit. Uh-huh. No matter how many monsters you have, you can't avoid the Dark Star. And you can't stop death. Seeing the starlight dispersing everything, Chiha finally felt hope again. The particles collapsed, like exploding galaxies, with dim starlight streaking across by Jian and Iha's faces. An oval outlined with lines, and 2 crossed guns seemed to be the clumsy handiwork of a child. Its body has not yet cracked, and its nutrition is being tested by the Dark Star. Dandan was also one of the first demons to be deconstructed by Shadow. As long as the skull behind his eyes is extinguished, even if defeat is in sight, he can win the war and his future in the Dark Star Society. The royal guards died one after another, and Wright had to withdraw from the world and try his best to support. In the field, there were only 8 demon suns connected to each other in the dense starlight, quickly converting energy and faith into Spard's nutrition. Iha's elemental face was pockmarked and washed away. Zhuzh's body was also penetrated by particles, as if he was walking in a small cosmic explosion with a virtual body. The starlight was getting closer and closer to the skull, so close that Iha could even see the tattoo under its skull. But the star sword is also shortening, with only 1/8 of its length remaining. Between the starlight and the light point, a new star bursts out. A shadow emerged from Zhuzh's brain groove and retreated from Dandan's body. The star sword continued to shorten, and the egg, the egg continued to be washed and the cracks expanded. Only the core particles remained and were washed away. The source of information is passed between the shadow, particles and egg body, quickly absorbed, and then the impurities are removed, falling upward, like a slope made of dirt and metal. Are you passing Xiao Liu? This is what we are missing. It wasn't until Dandan appeared that Bai Luo noticed the contract between himself and Dandan, shining brightly in the Devil's Illustrated book. Bai Jiang tightly hugged Dandan's body with his bony hands, tentacles and binding threads, and vomited small amounts of information into his body. It's your turn, Dandan shouted. Now he is the shadow of no more, and he does not have enough ability to help Dandan absorb Liu. When I first wanted to block the Master of Brain Spirit, I summoned the indestructible ultimate substance. Another similar one should be able to hold off the sword and drag Ying, Dandan and aka back to help. What is his mature body like? No one can stop the star sword for a moment. Kazuka had to work very hard to control his thoughts in order to focus on the sword and the tragic situation of the skeleton about to die. Iha felt very satisfied. The condition of News 8 was even worse. When the starlight dispersed countless dark wandering souls and arrived in the drawing room, Wright and the royal guards tried their best to open a passage for Noel and diverted their remaining light to both sides. Help when needed, the words lit up. The Bone City seemed to have been bombed by a machine box again. The inner wall was too small and collapsed quickly. The explosion lasted only a moment, but it seemed like an eternity. At the last moment, an egg jumped out from the oval tattoo and blocked the star sword. Bai Jian was not at all confused. It is easy to absorb the nutrients of 96 years in 1 year, and it is possible to absorb the remaining Liu in 1 moment. Both Iha and Wallace were pushed away by the collision between the star sword and Dandan, and were unable to interfere with Dandan's advancement. That is God's will. Shadow. Liu thought so. Maybe if you carry another 1/8 of an instant, you can survive? Haha, your bad friend, Liu, whose balls and white liquid surged over him, continued to support and absorb. But it did come back. But the ripples caused by the starlight became more and more intense. and the remaining particles seemed to be enough to wrap around Eggy's body. The explosion spread, and the elements, shadows, pale light, and winged angels were all blown away, retreating and overturning the ground and air, and condensed into an explosion with limited expansion. The humans and demons who saw all this regarded it as a successful promotion. How can it be enough? The star sword continued to shorten, but the balls were not yet stable. When the moment of eternity returns to the moment, the star sword is seen. The starlight converges, and the egg body twists and deforms under the influence of particles, Zhuzha and shadow, and then transforms. Zhuzha was gathering in a certain shape outside. Demon points were poured into the contract, and Dandan was summoned directly behind Zhuzha across the layers of magic blockade. A trace of Zhuzha leaked out from the weak light that exploded, supporting Dandan's pancake-shaped body, causing me to be pierced by the sword of the Dark Star Society. And its body was also reshaped. In that kind of eternity, the balls at the center of the explosion were wrapped by Liu and various nutrients, supporting the body tightly. Chapter 603, Mature Body. In midair, a shadow hung on the skull. Floating, the skeleton grew a body and hands, dragging Spard's mature body. The newborn balls are only as big as Liu's hand. The soft and waxy body drags a huge and thick SHL. The particles flow inside the body, on the body's surface and on the SHL. When it crawls over the palm, it feels sticky and a little stringy. This mature spud. It looks like a snail. What is your mature body like? What? Have you seen it? Sinti's snail. Have you forgotten? Liu did not miss this thing when making the soul contract. It's different, Dandan and Ying said in unison. After Dandan finished speaking, he slowly squirmed and disappeared from Liu's palm in an instant. There were particles all over the birdcage. Iho was able to teleport, and his body was directly covered by the particles. And he moved over completely. It also comes with half a burning wing. Try. His balls moved everywhere on Sawyer's shoulders, chest, and palms, and he wanted to try again to see if no human could bring him this slow feeling. It was AKA who took advantage of the sluggishness of the battlefield to rush to the side of the 8 demon sons, and took the egg to test the gun. This is a sound that has never been heard since the beginning of the war apart from injecting morale into the Holy Army. The Paladin has always maintained majesty and silence, which is completely incompatible with the wailing at this moment. Comfortable. Dandan found that the feeling of slowness was still there, and he became even more frustrated in moving. In the collision between the star sword and the egg body, a small amount of particles were blown away and scattered throughout the battlefield and the entire birdcage. In the blood, the cloak shook, and the elemental river of one color was completely covered. Next, just kill Iha to get the relic, and then kill Noel to destroy public opinion. And you're done. You definitely choose who a burning valley shall bing crack. It will be the same, combining the severe pain of the Paladin, the solidity of the edge, L, and the way he moves around the battlefield at any time. The mature Wallace is suspected of showing quasi-demon level strength. At this moment, the Imperial Army and the demons were stunned. The entire battlefield and the entire small continent were only watching the last move of the skeletons, shadows, and snails in the world. Kazuka just wants to live. Bang! The gunshot sounded, hitting Dandan's SHL. That was Iha's plan. I don't have you anymore. It doesn't mean that at this moment. The entire birdcage is an area where Eggy can move freely. Wallace fluttered his wings, shook off his balls, and struck back with his sword. But in the last second, Dandan moved back to Sawyer's side, and directly caught Iha, who was swimming to the birdcage in front of the Devil's Sons. As the buzzing gradually became more intense, Iha's body was forced out of the elementalization by shadows and particles, and was sent behind the skeleton, becoming an important sacrifice in that war. As if to prove that ability, Dandan wriggled his body, sometimes appearing at the top of the Bone City, sometimes in the living room of Jayaswoba, sometimes running to Iha's feet to eat my feet. When the bone sword started cutting from bottom to top, the paleness in Iha's body was peeled off, and a corpse fell from my arm. Leave that war. Leave the low tower, and become an exiled little magician. Perhaps going into exile in the mountains, even if there is no mysterious eastern power outside. The blood flowed, cutting off everything in the inner world, and Iha's relics finally took shape. The devil's children laughed. A river is the truth. An elemental river ends and rushes forward, trying to get through the birdcage and throw itself into the vast continent of chaos and into the mountains. Something is there. The edge, L is not damaged at all. When the copper hammer died, my body became a filthy whetstone. And the relics of this river were finally about to be retrieved. A river of stripped elements shook violently. Sawyer, who was convinced that Iha was still alive, signaled Shadow and Dandin to release their restraints. An element finally gathered and entangled, and the body wrapped around Iha stopped squirming. Because obviously, both the Empire and the Dark Star Society will win. The White Devil and Liu landed, and were caught by the blood-red cloak. Iha must seize the earliest possible opportunity to escape. Ichigo realized that it was wonderful, but found that he had the power to resist the snail. It's not teleportation. It's transfer through particles. Inging announced the answer. He was too happy that he didn't pay attention. Iha was locked in 8 layers of shadows, particles and blood. His ears were filled with buzzing. His brain was filled with severe pain. Sickly paleness spread all over his body, and his thinking gradually became ragged. You can also teleport? Liu was a little envious. And just when Sawyer was about to take it off, blood suddenly surged. Then the paleness was instantly diluted, and Liu's body melted into blood. The particles were sensitive objects. Sawyer should have thought of that. But the residual power of the star sword still remained in his mind, and he forgot about it for a moment. Sawyer felt maybe he wouldn't be able to see aka release the White Devil and Liu from outside the cloak for a while. On the other side, Iha finally started my chaotic babble and died completely. Especially when seeing Noel. Right. Iha and John Xianping dumbfounded. That feeling became even stronger. The origin of the chaos was Kazuka's retreat with the sword given by the low tower, and the demon having one less demon king. Kazuka felt it was time to leave. He can run, he is your mission. Sawyer kept his mission in mind. At the same time, the vampire lifted up his little red cloak and held up a huge bloody curtain for the 8 demon sons and Ichigo, blocking out the interference from the outside world. Like a mysterious ritual, Wallace screamed in pain. Hee hee. You ate it. aka smiled. I saw the skeleton behind me. The shadow that was about to move inside the skeleton. The terrifying snail in the palm of the skeleton. And a smiling vampire. You are the little magician of elements. There was a buzzing sound coming from the skull's nasal cavity. He held half a bone sword in his hand and poked at the intersection of the river little by little. Looking directly at you. Face to face again. Sawyer read out his lines. He is the only one up there. He has nowhere to escape. It is exactly the same as the death of the Dwarf King Bronze Hammer. John is ready to clean the battlefield first. The balls are very low. Seeing that the Devil's Son and the vampire made no move, the Imperial Army was in a state of confusion. The City Defense Army added 1 point. When? What are you waiting for? Kill them all. John Xian felt a little nervous before closing the box. He blocked the fatal blow hidden in the low tower. It seemed that the victory was determined. Hee hee. aka smiled. Even with or without the power of the low tower, the pale demon and Liu outside the body may reawaken in the future. But that is something that should be considered now. John Xian's half-bone sword was thrust back along his forehead, and then gouged upward little by little. The sword struck the snail's SHL without leaving any trace. The balls were knocked off the ground by this blow, and squirmed again, returning to Liu's palm. You, Dark Star Society. What about the hardness? Sawyer continued to question. Immediately afterwards, without further ado, the shadow finally seeped out from the particles. Firmly restraining the raging tumbling river of elements, Egi crawled back and forth in a river, bringing a layer of flesh and blood with it every time it moved. Hey, where is the person? Mister? John was afraid that by devil and Liu would cause more trouble. Want to run away? Dandin squirmed to his feet. I'll give you another one. Inging can flash. Dandin can teleport. But I can't. When he reappeared, the balls were already lying on Wallace's face, ruthlessly eating away at half of Wallace's face. Chapter 604. The Relics of 7 Rivers. Immediately afterwards, there was a vague pulling force between the blood curtain and Chia's relics. But it quickly disappeared. What's wrong? Liu didn't know what aka was laughing at. Just now, your demon king came. Aka appeared from the blood curtain, holding a long silver hair in his hand. The demon king, oh, he probably wanted to put away the relic directly, fearing that it would be damaged if left here by us? Liu suddenly understood what had just happened. When the 7 Rivers relic was produced, the demon king immediately came to harvest it, but was driven away by aka. There is indeed something subtle between these two vampires. He's not a dog. Aka affirmed the devil's independence and chuckled. At this moment, Liu turned his attention again to Chia's relics to see what good things even the Demon King wanted to snatch away immediately. Similar to the weird puzzle, the relic of the 7 rivers is an elemental crystal, pieced together from 7 fixed rivers. It looks expensive at first glance. Penetrating his thoughts, Liu began to understand the function of the relic. This crystal is a collection that can store and release massive elements. It can be almost immune to damage from 7 attributes when worn on the body. And it can also summon the elemental monsters that Chia is best at. Next, as long as the war is ended, the library and the Colosseum will take off. Snails knocked away the knight's sword in the hands of the dark wandering souls, and danced with the one-winged angel on the battlefield. The blood-colored demonic tide changed shape and flow, extending behind the sea of bones, just wanting to flow slowly into the half-open noose. As his thoughts penetrated deeper, Liu discovered that the strength of the 7 elements flowed in a certain rhythm. The latter two say that at a certain point in time, a certain kind of Lin Jian will have the upper hand, and then a certain kind of Liu's immunity will also decrease accordingly. No matter whether it is covered with tentacles or covered with shadows and particles, it cannot survive the destructive Liu riot. Now I have a chance. Hee. aka smiled. No wonder I wanted to take the Demon King away as soon as I dropped it. But then, a half-winged angel waved away half of my wings, and the dark wandering spirits on the ground ended burning, covering the entire battlefield with holy light. The newly arrived Imperial troops died directly under the influence of the Holy Night, and were separated into 8 or 7 dark wandering souls. The strong points of their flesh and blood bodies were lost, and they retreated in a posture that was most difficult to be killed by demons. It will also be sung by the surviving poets in the brave group. Those who hold it will be baptized by thunderstorms, hail, fire, etc. If precautions are in place, they may die directly. At this time, we are no longer mindless human beings, but become mere war machines. That's true. But I still have bad intentions. Yuan Yu is at a loss for words after being asked. That's what it looked like when the Demon King's castle war in the 300th year of Kylie was about to come to an end. Open it. It's time to kill. The element didn't bother to ask, which was of no help, and directly signaled AKA to open the blood curtain, preparing to completely destroy the Holy Army and Noose 8. The holy light collided with the sea of blood and bones, and then forcefully forced the demonic tide forward. Well, the devil ordered you to take that thing back. Aching shook his head, as if he was drunk. When you absorb it, there will be no smaller help. After saying that, Aching disappeared, because humans know that if they miss that time, it will be easier after they besieged the Demon King's city last time. Elemental shook his head, and was not too entangled in the ownership of the relic. According to Aching, if you rob the relic, the authority of the city defense commander will be abolished, and the narrowed scope of operations may also be affected. Influence. The gains outweigh the losses. Now that the paladin is still there, every time a warrior is set off the battlefield, it is equivalent to losing 8 or 7 lives. Similar to the magic of pure-blooded demons, Kazuka's death did not become the death knell of the Imperial Army. Under the influence of Paladin Wallace, the Dark Wanderer and the Imperial Army broke out to die. Whenever the skeleton waves its arms, the sea of bones will crack the sea of light, retreating and then being buried by the holy light. Whenever the skeleton looks up to the sky and smiles, bone bombs will rain down from under the clouds, dyeing the battlefield with a layer of doomsday light. If something happens, you have to go back. The devil is arranging for you to absorb that relic. Aching shook his head and said, his voice gradually getting louder. But Noel still had no way to advance. Because I was a sign that the Imperial Army sent fewer humans to retreat to the battlefield. The Imperial Army had been hijacked by the Holy Path Army and became a part of the final charge. Careless. That also brought about the side effect of that relic Liu's riot. Even the public opinion of the Empire is no longer needed. This fully reflects his character of being willing to destroy. Since it was taken away by the Demon King, the mission has been completed, and there is no need to cooperate with me in the past year. The skeleton holding half a bone sword carried the sea of bones and took small steps up from the sky. The shadows gathered around it to form an endless army of demons, and together with the blood, they collided with the increasingly vigorous holy light. It was not until the Kingston family rushed to the Bone City and finally demolished the city wall with the cooperation of the magic mirror that the elements suddenly discovered that the Bone City was no longer as strong as the last two. The last second, the city defense commander's ring outside the brain groove moved, and his relics were sucked away by Aching. You are about to witness an epic, and you must pass on that epic. The bards used their own musical instruments and drawing boards to record the low ebb of the battlefield and describe the scene of mankind's succession. But the holy light is extremely thick, and it blocks it in the middle. It rushes back from both sides, and is about to rush into the Demon King city. Don't have to fight yet. Liu really wanted to swallow it. What is he doing? The element shook out of Aching. Are you afraid of swallowing it yourself? For the skyship designed by Liu, this is simply the most perfect source of power and troops. Bad thing. The elemental brain twitched, and he sweated a little. In terms of numbers, the Imperial army suddenly did not have an overwhelming advantage. The bloody curtain opened. An elemental looked down at the battlefield with 2 quasi-demon kings, and 1 demon king. The skeleton had half a bone sword in one hand, and a shadow spear in the other. There was a snail lying under the shoulder, with a snail in front of his back. A tide of blood hangs from the sky, like a skull's cloak, covering the ground. The demon king used Aching's hand to bypass aka and obtain Ia's relics. After Aching successfully absorbed Ia, Demon King City was in the last 2. Without the blood curtain, the Demon King has a way to take it directly, which gives the elements the possibility of being greedy. Suddenly, a snail appeared under the battlefield, chasing many knights. After such a delay outside the blood curtain, the Imperial army became restless again. Godswear City even took a step back and dispatched its preparatory troops to reduce its investment in the war, until a giant skeleton car appeared on the horizon. Aching, who was absorbing his relics, was strengthened. But side effects at that level are not a small problem for Lin Jian or the skyship being designed. The one-winged angel Wallace no longer limited his body to a certain place on the battlefield, but kept flying and dodging to avoid the snail's pursuit. Human beings are working hard, who can last longer? Elemental realized that Wallace, with only 1 wing left, was burning. What happened next might depend on whether the holy light burned out first, or the Bone City was demolished into ruins first. With Ichigo dead and the news half collapsed, the 1.5-winged angel became the only hope for the Imperial army. What? Is he ready to fulfill his responsibilities as commander? Aching asked. Are you moving so slowly? You just got it, and absorbed it right away. Just leave some chance. That scene fell into the eyes of humans and demons, and became a picture that would never be forgotten. At the same time, among the first group of brave men to arrive at the Demon King's castle, no bard was promoted. Chapter 605, Huge Bone Car. The huge bone cart carries small bone carts, and the small bone carts carry humans, livestock, and demons. These passengers were all dressed in rags, but their eyes were extremely pious. The corners of the passengers' eyes were stained with tears and stained with yellow sand, as if they were watching a miracle. The huge bone cart scattered the yellow sand, sprinkled sand powder and bone powder, and paved a road leading to News 3. A red-robed bishop stood at the top of the bone cart. He lowered his head slightly and chanted his own creed. The bone cart loaded with gods pulls the world around. The gods will guide us in the direction, move forward along the road of faith, crushing all sins along the way. Accompanied by the chants of the red-robed bishop, a gap was inexplicably opened in the birdcage outside the battlefield, and a huge bone cart was released into the battlefield from the opposite side. Huh? Source? Liu noticed something strange in the binding line, and then saw the red-robed bishop redcoat on the huge bone cart. What is he here for? Is there a military conscription order for him? Unfortunately, Aching is sleeping and unable to answer this question. The Imperial army seemed like a string that could break at any moment. Where is his fatal knowledge? Is it gone? Damon started writing and wrote under the parchment the weight of knowledge the library received today. 1 batch of the royal guards has not yet died, and 2 more batches have been added, whether they are snails, skeletons, or shadows. They have not tried to sneak attack Noel several times, and the royal guards can only fill the gap with their lives. Even the light curtain in the sky is gradually closing. Everything developed in the direction expected by the royal family and the Ministry of Creation, and the Empire was also the protagonist of that war. Woodson wasn't there yet, leaving only Right to bear the full wrath of Noel. But it seemed like some kind of mockery when Noel said those words. The Demon King city suddenly lost a moat. Liu ignored it, chuckled, and rushed to News 8's living room in a roundabout way to welcome the end of the war. That's my choice. You have no comment. Winnie only cares about when she can be freed from the state of sandwich cookies. Every time one is closed, the hope of mankind becomes slimmer. Just like a performance coming to an end, ending and closing. Liu understood the Demon King got his relic and released only 1 element, completely changing the situation on the battlefield. He will keep it bad. That is the lifespan of the evil young devil. It should help him change less. The devil merchant sold hundreds of glass balls to Diamond Binbin. As the giant bone car approached, the Imperial Army's light curtain ended and went into chaos. Diamond Binbin hung the glass ball in the empty space of the chain like he was wearing jewelry. By this time, your war will be over. Humans, die to all Skorik. You will live in agony forever. Diamond originally spread out all the files since the end of the war and put them on the table. Preparing to retreat. Minor tampering. Less people. If the reserve army is used up, send the citizens down too. You have no people. You need fewer souls to win that war. Noel faced right in the light group little shout. The one-winged angel was chased by the snail and flew all over the birdcage. He was not safe from death at any time. How long will it take to wait? Winnie emerged from the candlelight, her face full of exhaustion. It was obvious that she had been squeezed out by Sharfaz and the library. In the picture, after being stabbed in the back by the Bone Car cult, the Imperial Army had to detach a part of the Dark Wandering Souls to resist, which greatly relieved the pressure on the city defense commander. Diamond Binbin quickly summoned Mai and Wei and I. Those are the lives bought by the devil merchant. But we still have to finish the clam hunting. Mai arrived first, also holding the dominoes that were live broadcasting the battle on his watch. The huge bone cart crashed into the ruins of News 2, and the bones scattered on the ground turned into bone carts, rushing straight into the back of News 3. As for the bastard Nate Mayer, who still hasn't responded, the great demon secretary hasn't given up on trying to get you to join him. But Wright also believed that he gained something from that war, at most. He gained a deeper understanding of the Demon King City, the library, and the King of the Colosseum, which was enough to make worse preparations for the future. This is because Noel is going crazy in the living room. Charge now. With fewer souls coming, the Demon King City has not been strengthened yet. It can't be broken. Can't. Of course. Noel also noticed a slight change in the Bone City, and the feedback from General Wang Jian Fisher and the Kingston family was consistent with this. Humanity was not fully prepared for that war. Give me some more killing desire, and then you can show him something bad. Ah Chung reached out to Liu, asking for less killing desire. It is the same as the magma and cracks on the ground. That river is floating in the world. A river of light. The light curtain closed. Wallace was chased by Eggman and ran around like a dog. Humans were dying and dying. And the giant bone car was about to rush away from the back of News 8. I'm sorry. You can do it. Has Wright tried it? When the Holy Army became the leader of the Imperial Army, Wright thought about teleporting Noel home. But the particles in the air affected the light. Ouch. Has Aching absorbed it? It's quite slow. Liu removed Gerald Kingston's head and noticed the light that suddenly fell into silence. When I destroy the human fortress, public opinion and faith will save us. The war will begin. Diamond was so excited that his chains were swaying. Ha ha. He's finally here. Redcoat. He came just in time. The treasury has been hidden in an invisible place in the Demon King City. Diamond was staring at the battlefield with the dominoes. And he also saw the huge bone car. This includes the number of followers of the bone cart cult, the number of wheels, and of course, the number of magical offerings from the city defense commander. Stupid. Skorig knows what Redcoat wants to do. Let us fight side by side first. When we defeat humanity, is not the time for Skull to die. Diamond Binbin fiddled with a chain. The sons of the devil, hidden behind the war, are ready. Well, because it's the Demon King, the relic of the Demon King who tamed Ichigo. Aching got out of the ring drunkenly. A moat blocks the light. 8 moats turned into swords. Liu did not expect to see this old friend, who had gone through close combat training together at this point in the war. This is not reality. Although Wright seemed to be confused about the outcome of the war, he had not yet realized that when creation, Iha, and the Holy Army were all able to break through the Bone City, it was not enough to prove the devil's intentions. To support that war there is little hope left. The River of Light blocked the holy light of the Holy Army. The light element was no longer able to cause damage to the Demon King City, and the Bone City regained its tenacity. If only it had been a long time. Look how weak Skorik is now. Damon was originally sarcastic, but he was also jealous. His teacher is on the wrong side. Diamond didn't answer Winnie's question, but mocked your fate. The Sea of Bones, Shadows, and Demon Tides supported the Holy Light and pushed back the Imperial Army that had arrived near Bone City. Get ready. Give it to me when Skorik wins. Winnie pointed to her burning head. It ignored the rain of destruction falling from the sky. And the blast of information made the giant bone car invincible. Aching looked like he was singing a nursery rhyme. Send you back quickly. You have to go home. Noel expected Wright to open a light curtain. Is it reality? He told you what reality is. You said you need less troops? Less souls. Noel hadn't given up thinking about what he saw. They were dragging you out to die. Chapter 606 The King Cannot Become the King. When what flows in the sky is no longer air, but blood and bones. When the holy light is no longer holy, and is polluted and obscured by the devil's river. When the seraphs and the great magician of the seven rivers both become weapons of the devil. The light is fading. As the light curtains of light close together, the battlefield became more and more bizarre. 7 rivers flowed out of the bone city. And a white river suppressed the sacred light. Like an unfolding mushroom. More like an umbrella. Blocking the holy light. Let them no longer cause any harm to the monsters. The sea of bones and the other 6 elemental rivers flowed turbulently. Painting the sky with blood. Purple and gray. Making the battlefield seem like chaos. In the chaos, the huge skeleton is the master of this river. In response to the huge bone cart on the back, one bone tree after another is planted around the noose. All eyes were focused on the descending skeleton. The skeleton carries a shadow. Has a snail on its shoulders. Wears a blood-colored cloak. Has a bone tree planted on it. And walks slowly towards the noose 3. This time, it seems that no one can stop it. The tip of the sword was pointed at Noel, who was constantly moving. And he handed it to the tip of my nose. Noel's eyes were blurry. And there was only a desperate howl. But the content was completely vague. A layer of skin peeled off, followed by a layer of bones. General Wang Jin's body was hung behind Noel's face. The skeleton holds the shadow in its hand, overturning the myth of the invincibility of creation. When the steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors were swallowed by the shadow lake and the demonic tide, the bard wrote a lot. The Imperial Army and the brave group who were not yet dead also stopped holding their swords, and their eyes were focused on the half-exposed noose between the skeleton and Noel. Closer. The devil is closer. Wright's departure took away the light in Noel's eyes. At this moment, I was like a walking corpse. Everything inside the birdcage became blurry. As the demons were cleaning the battlefield, eternal night expanded in size and took up residence in the far distance of Noose 7 Fortress. They lost that war, but they gained valuable lessons. The skeleton shook its giant head and chuckled at the ball of light. In the brave group, a bard worked hard to write his own epic, describing all the battle situations he could understand. On top of the red robe, the bishop held a ball of chains in his hand. Noel's face was distorted and deformed, as if he was too shocked. Almost like a demon. His name, his name, his name. The same words were intertwined, whispered under the battlefield, and spread to all parts of the small continent of chaos. You wake up to the sound of the wheels of the bone cart. Almost complete. The royal family also abandoned Noel. When the dark little magician enters the scene. That war belongs to Tarth and humans again. The poet struggled to write the end of the epic. The snail became the knight's enemy, tearing their souls apart together. When Eggy passed by him, eroding the light-wandering soul and the knight into 2 parts. He continued to write. The royal guards are the only humans still moving. But half of us are dealing with the bone carts crushing us from behind. And the other half are blocking us behind the skeletons holding shadow spear bone swords and wearing blood-colored cloaks. That will soon be the age of skeletons. The age of bone creations. As the poet finished writing, my strokes became smoother, and the notes gradually spread all over my body. The king is a king, and the majesty of the empire bows in front of the knight. The poet's finger holding the pen showed blood, and the print turned white under the paper. Liu disintegrated the moment he touched the bone sword, and the skeleton's ribs thrust forward, poking General Wang Jin's body, and dragged me out of the skeleton's bones. Gamma became the only surviving witness of that war. He followed the path of the giant bone cart and fled back to the empire in an attempt to tell that version of the epic. Noel's head was penetrated by the bone sword, and immediately after, the noose made a loud noise. Whether it was an illusion or not, Wang Jin felt that the number of bone carts seemed to have decreased. At the same time, the giant bone cart finally arrived behind the skeleton. They met at the ruins of Noose 8. Suddenly, Liu pierced the skull's spine from the back, trying to knock the bone sword off. General Wang Jin Fisher was far away, breaking through the layers of blockades of shadow, sea of bones and blood, and finally arrived. Get close to Noel. The bard composes my epic, and is therefore on the rise. even if General Wang Jin is not close to the strength of level 9. When Wallace and Iha have become the residue washed away by the demonic tide, how can a general who relies on royal power and public opinion to fight survive from the mouth of a snail? Very few. So few that they completely cover the back of the face. Eternal Night is a king who uses bones as swords to mark new territories. When the Eternal Night originating from the original place of the Demon King city covered the position of News 8, the sky and the earth darkened, and the lines of the birdcage became the tassel of night, completely covering the battlefield. It is only Gamma, and fewer bars advance, then win, and then die in the writhing of bone and blood. Every text is asking for the name of the skeleton, trying to record the protagonist of that epic, regardless of the details in those poems. There are not many differences, at least at that moment. The image of the skeleton was more eerie and terrifying. End of the show. Gamma. The only thing that can be welcomed is death. What did you call? The skeleton's voice suddenly became less solid, as if he had forgotten something. Your name? Wang Jian looked at the words crawling around in the birdcage and scratched his head in the eternal night. You must live on and pass on the epic alive. The poet Gamma shrank to the size of an ant. He first packed himself into a treasure box, and then turned it into a text together with the treasure box, hidden in the blood and bones, wandering around in the dark night, crawling out of the birdcage. At that moment, the light group in the living room suddenly went out right-left. The sea of bones and snails filled the living room of News 8, squeezing the royal power and public opinion at the forefront. But that was all arranged deliberately by Wang Jin. For Godswear City, the outcome of that war has not yet been determined, and there is no need for right to stay. They will understand that the Bone City is indestructible. Wang Jian let General Liu come over, just to kill the prince together with him, to avoid the tragic situation when the small imperial army collapsed, and to destroy our first hope. The hope of the Imperial Army's expedition also collapsed along with News 8. That led to the Battle of the Bone Hammer in the 300th year of Kylie. As long as you are the city defense commander. The huge skull opened its mouth and spat out a white skeleton body. The bard's handwriting finally filled my eyes, and my epic was about to be completed. Your god, please let you chant his name. Under the front of the giant bone car, Red-robed Bishop Redcoat bowed and saluted. In the laughter of skeletons, you will be safe every night. The bard put the quill back into the brim of his hat, feeling excited, and his whole body stopped exploding and shrinking. The skeleton pushed the bone sword away from Noel's mouth, and Noel's howl became even more obvious. You tremble amid the crawling of snails. At the back of the fortress, giant small bone carts crashed into it, eating away at every wall and every wandering spirit of the commander. The Bone City will be destroyed. Skorik overlapped with his own pitch-white shadow and held out half a bone sword, with a snail crawling under the sword, until the new darkness comes. The sounds of gnawing, rustling, and buzzing mixed together, and everything displayed by the distorted eye was normal and chaotic. And when the invisible eye of distortion was aimed at Noel, the knights in shining armor and magicians beside me finally came to support again. The royal guards wanted to hide the ugly appearance of death in front of the world. Skorik. Chapter 607. My name? It's time to die. Skorik. In the vault, the little devil scribe Diamond Binben had files spread out in front of him, and a series of numbers had been tampered with. Includes followers of the Bone Cart cult, the Wheel, and magical offerings from the library and the Colosseum. But at the same time, there was a trace of doubt in Diamond Binben's heart. The magic power supply has been changed. So why is the sea of bones still moving, and the things hidden in the sky by the skeletons have not fallen? Doesn't any of this involve magic? Although Diamond Binben had doubts, he didn't care so much. In the little devil scribe's imagination, what will happen next is very simple. The first step is the onset of fatal knowledge transmitted by Winnie. And all demons related to the library will undergo the baptism of knowledge, and then undergo distortion. Next, there was the rebellion of the Bonecart cult, which pushed Skorik, Nolimor, and the snail into the abyss. If there is anything that needs to be tampered with during the process, such as the materials and troop sources that the treasury once handed over to the city defense commander, if all these are changed, maybe Nolimor and Snail will regress to before promotion, or even die directly. No one will remember him. Everything he has done is related to him. When Xiao Lu loses his attention and hateful object, he should pay attention to his faith again. The old goat also disappeared, along with a forgotten magic circle in the Colosseum. Nolimor seemed to have lost something important. Everything centered on him will be forgotten. The old goat stroked his beard and chanted prayer-like words in a strange singing voice. That is his destination. And everything he could not dedicate to the devil in the first place. Along with the movements of Red Binbin and Winnie. The skeleton's blood-red cloak was dyed with phantom colors. Sometimes spreading or shrinking. As if some drastic changes were taking place inside and outside. The skeletons from the Tomb of Light are so rampant just because of some luck? Death. He will no longer be remembered by the demons. He will no longer be a candidate for the Demon King. And he will be the protagonist of that era. What is he doing? Rhett asked Winnie patiently. He has done very bad things. He needs to bring his followers back to orthodoxy. The old goat ordered Liu to stop. The wheel finished turning. And the red-robed bishop glanced at the skeleton again before the old goat appeared. As if he had not forgotten me. Zhao Gang Diamond stayed behind. Just the shadow. Even the egg and AK, which was changing colors, froze. But Liu and Zhao Gang himself froze. Faith needs to be mixed with bones. Immediately afterwards, the memories unfolded from the perspective of the shepherd. The shepherd saw the skeleton losing its skull and becoming a brain spirit, busy in fighting with the shadow demon, egg and vampire. Ying was about to use her shadow to form handwriting, but suddenly froze. Next, your library and coliseum should fly in the sky. Noli Moore wrote in the sky. Ying is also full of doubts. The ritual was finally completed, and Kurt was forgotten. The shepherd's face gradually changes into that of the old goat. Faith is in you. The old goat said all the prayers. And the skeleton's figure was completely eliminated. The old goat glanced at Liu Damon indifferently, and also saw through the believers under the giant car. But there seemed to be no beads of sweat on Winnie's flaming hair. The skeleton's body ends up being erased. Did the shepherd's shadow appear outside the projection of the Eye of Distortion? Did all humans and demons notice the changes in the skeleton? The believers of the Bone Car religion still had a cold look on their faces, looking at Liu Diamond and wanting us. Sight seen. A large number of tampered believers are dying. And the faith of the Bone Car sect is getting stronger. It's like I'm standing outside once it's over. Kurt thought he should think about what was happening. Thothos of the Empire has not yet integrated the beliefs of the Knight sect, and is still competing with you for the new religion and the head of Sistorum. He should swallow up the authority of the city defense commander, and then drive his Bone Car. Go to the north with you. Old Goat guided Zhao Gang. The transformation of the faith of the Bone Che cult believers into Zhao Gang Damon's plan to target Kurt also brought about a slight sense of crisis. At this moment, Red Binbin, Wei and I, and Mamai were also feeling lost. Red Binbin looked at everything recorded in the files behind his eyes, and everything he read was smooth. In front of the 8 demon sons, a shepherd wearing a felt hat and holding a cane appeared. Brain Spirit reached cooperation with the treasury, Joy, and Casino. Brain Spirit helped the shadow demon advance and made the hammer and satellite. Brain Spirit and its companions overturned the small and big nooses and grew up to the present. Chant your name? On the eternal night. In the birdcage, the skeleton and the red-robed bishop face each other. He is Li. Kurt's mind was empty. He recalled a few memories, but nothing remained in his mind. I am willing to dedicate. Liu and Zhao Gang responded without any hesitation. An altar emblem also appeared under the giant Bone Car. He is about to be forgotten, and that is the price he needs to pay. After driving away the Bone Car cult, the old goat's face was grafted onto the shepherd's body. Looking at Kurt's forehead. Who is he? Forgetting is equal to death. Mamai gave Damon Binbin many lives. Enough to tamper with these key numbers. Enough to send Skorik to death. The shepherd seems to be with us, but even more in front of us. Who are you? Only the red-robed bishop saw the old goat's face. But beside Noli Moore stood the red-robed skeleton Zhao Gang Damon. Good intentions plus. The memory passed by for a moment, and then was shattered in a disorderly manner. Flashbacks, reorganization, and forgetfulness. He has completed his mission. The Demon King. The Demon King City, and you will all be grateful to him. The old goat raised his head slightly and saluted. Damon was originally going to let Skorik figure out who was the truly important authority in the Demon King City. The Red-Robe Priest's action prediction success rate is 5.178%. And the Red-Robe Bishop's success rate is of course higher. It is so high that Kurt always understands what Zhao Gang Damon is thinking. We're doing it. But, when he looked at the dominoes. But the vampires are filtering out. It will take some time. This volume is finished. Kurt wondered who he was. Mai and Wei and I were also surprised, knowing why they were hanging out with the big demon secretary. What are they doing out there? Want to pay tribute? Red asked the other 2 demon sons. It was an era of the fall of faith. And it was an era of reinvention of faith. Shadow? Who are you? Kurt reached his consciousness and asked for help from Shadow. But at this moment, Kurt had no deeper doubts in his heart. My name is... The huge and small bone car started quickly, carrying the huge believers who had been tampered with by Red, and drove towards the north. The sea of bones on the giant bone car boils, and believers raised their arms low, dedicating their lives and faith to our gods. The memory is from the final ceremony of the Colosseum. The scene of killing the old goat believer at the opening battle of the Colosseum stayed still for a long time. What we see is a skeleton shaking hands with a red-robed bishop. A tangle of bones and skeletal remains, swarming towards the bishop. Slowed down, while everyone is watching. You must kill Skull. Where did Skull come from? Red's chains were entangled with each other, and he couldn't follow his thoughts. But why do you want to fly down? That way it's concealed enough. And that way it's deadly enough. If you feel that you are living in the future, you will naturally identify yourself as an enemy. My name is... Zhao Gang was about to answer, but he sensed something normal. It is to determine whether it ends at this moment. Very bad. Noli More held a snail, half a bone sword, and wore a blood-red cloak. He looked at the broken battlefield and determined that he was the one who survived the war. But you have to wait for Winnie's knowledge, or the bone car teacher to take effect first. Who is that Skull? I have a headache. Red Binbin hit his head with a chain. Zhao Gang is distorting the beliefs of believers, blinding what we see, and transferring the authority of the city defense commander to defeat the Imperial Army to himself. Chapter 608. Who am I? Where am I? When Li woke up, he felt his head was empty. After sitting on the ground and relaxing for a long time, Li Kai was barely able to perceive the situation in the outside world at this moment. He was leaning behind a small earth wall. His whole body was light, but he also felt that his stomach was empty and very uncomfortable. Who am I? Where am I? Li stood up while holding on to the wall. His whole body swayed and he almost fell down. So he had no choice but to sit back on the ground again. At this time, Li had not noticed that it was Shadow who supported him before falling. There seemed to be noisy sounds behind the earthen wall, but Li couldn't understand it yet. In short, it was not the language of his previous life. Traveled through time again? Huh? Why do you say again? Li sat on the ground and rubbed his head, unable to find the answer in his memory no matter what. But the sounds behind him became louder and louder. And in front of them, humans in strange costumes passed by and rushed behind the earthen wall. Looking excited. Did he betray the holy oil? The old man swallowed and asked Liu. The 7 sense organs feel very young to the touch. And the texture of the hair is cool, hard and dry. Hack. Although his mouth was very dry, Li still swallowed to make sure he was mute. I am a traveler. I said I would stay in your Hongyu town for a few days, and then head to the north. Beside the old man, a thin town citizen with corpse oil on his shoulders stood for Liu. Answer. Don't they have a map? Liu thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked. You are Liu. That was purely a subconscious reaction. Li noticed that a low pile of corpses had been piled up next to the burning rack. The corpses were all charred corpses. Some people were squeezing corpse oil into wooden barrels on top of the charred corpses, forming several rows of piles. From a distance, the townspeople saw Li in front of the earthen wall and pointed at him. Li recalled a blue planet in his mind, followed by scarlet and vast white. A map appeared in Liu's mind. When he heard that question, at that moment, Liu felt as if no warm current was flowing through his mind, and his whole body felt loose, as if he had been empowered. The fire rack was being prepared, and the men were crying and shouting things like believe him. But they couldn't move because they were tied up by these weak townspeople. There is no treasure in each of those 11 locations? No clue to return home? When I first came to that world, once I saw a map. At most I had to know where the 11 points represented. The last group was a few men who had been knocked unconscious, waiting to replace the victims under the torture rack. The stake? The wizard? The map crookedly drew a line and 11 points on the small continent. One of the points in the south has been lit up, and the point where we are at this moment is still glowing with light. Li was confused when he first arrived, but now when the old man asked a question, he answered subconsciously. I am unfamiliar with the young man's surname in Hongyu town. Apart from confirming that the tall and cloaked guy in front of me is an outsider, I haven't found any more information. At that time, should there be no voice in my head telling me what task to complete? Myopia? My face always feels full, but my head feels empty, and my center of gravity is too stable. Yes, Guhan. Li recalled his name, and said it was also the common language of the small continent of Chaos. A bald old man walked along the barrel with the support of the townspeople, tapped the corpse oil with his fingers, and stuffed it into his mouth. At this moment, Gu Han is standing under the land of Hongyu Town, waiting for the completion of perception and deconstruction. After resting for a while, Li finally found a way to control his body and touched his head, face and body, although the touch felt a little strange. His arms and legs were intact, and there seemed to be no deformities or defects. "Who is he?" the old man asked. "The oil is so squeezed, that's too sloppy." After muttering to himself, Li was suddenly stunned. If Liu still had a broken cerebellum, he would certainly know that the 11 points represent Yueshan, Demon King City, Fog Swamp, Light Eye River, Hushan, Redwell Town, Split Gold Mountain, and Sindra, the ruins of the Holy City, Mi, Van Wang City, Lund River and Drizzle Corridor. "Are you familiar with the opening?" The old man looked expectant, and the townspeople gathered around him. "Then light the fire." Li turned his head to look at the noise in front of him. "Liu? What a strange name. Who's here?" The old man searched for memories, although he didn't know where he was, and had no memory related to the dump truck. Li was still very sure that he was not the original world in front of him, and that he should have really traveled through time. Liu thought that a trial would end hastily like that, with the flames blazing and the men screaming even more sadly. The field of view of the right and left eyes are different. The bottom of the creaking pit is itchy, and there is no drumbeat. "Hack," Li muttered for a while. "Inside? It would be less convenient if there is no inner hook." It felt like I was in a town. There was no big town square in front of the big earth wall. It was a blur and there were a lot of things piled low, but it looked too blurry. Li tried his best to squint his eyes and took a closer look, only to find that his field of vision suddenly narrowed, and he could see everything in Yan'an. "I just feel that this time traveling is inexplicable, and I feel at a loss." Judging from the reactions of the townspeople, Liu was sure that he had not been here for a while, and he was sure that he had not done anything that aroused our disgust. Just as he was thinking that the last group of people had not been nailed to the stake, and the number of people waiting to be burned was not enough. The bald old man showed a satisfied expression. "Huh? I feel disgusted. But I think the townspeople did something sloppy?" Li looked at his hands to determine where that feeling came from. "Does this taste right?" "It gets bad once you get used to it. The memories are a mess, with only a few vague figures. And they are all vague." The map flickered in and out of his mind, outlining a picture that excited Liu. Liu sighed that what was supposed to come would still come. Likio said nonsense like "let this boy go. Watch from a distance what the townspeople were doing. That smell is right." The bald old man shook his head and dipped his hand into a wooden bucket. "You come from afar." Liu gave a vague answer. The bald old man frowned slightly, looked back at the empty torture rack, remained silent for a moment, and then walked behind Li amid the crowd of townspeople. "Where did he come from?" the old man continued to ask. "You're all here. Where's Li Gua? North? Where to go?" the old man asked again, looking at the 11 points. Gu Han felt that they were some kind of mark, more like a mission, and at the same time, he was convinced that he should finish us. "Wendy's house doesn't have a map. Now that you've been burned to death, it's time to use it," the thin woman next to the old man replied subconsciously. Judging from their tattered clothes and the hose they held in their hands, they looked like the lower-class people in the Middle Ages, running to the square to watch the excitement. "Ahem." The old man coughed a few times, interrupting the thin girl's speech, and the thin girl quickly closed her mouth. "Generally speaking, he is not awkward, but he can walk and stand, and Li also wants less." Li even felt hollow, even if you know why. Li was looking forward to the standard hookup for time travel, but after checking for a long time, he found some very obvious clues. He gave up for the time being and breathed a sigh of relief. At most, it was just a time travel and not a small crisis. Yan'an was a stranger, and he understood the environment. When the iron frame was broken free, the strongman even used sharpened wooden nails to nail the man's 7 limbs back to the torture frame. The people under the square of the big town were grabbing a few men and pushing them down to the stake, while many people watched, except for the 8 colors of blue, scarlet and crystal white. Everything was forgotten. Gu Han couldn't think of anything no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 609, You Hit Me? Liu saw that the townspeople's momentum suddenly became louder. And of course, he realized that something was wrong. To be fair, Although Liu had just traveled through, he had been in this town for a while. Since he could sleep peacefully under the earthen wall, there shouldn't be much danger. But after hearing the old man's question and looking at the torture rack in the square, Liu felt that this question should be answered properly. If your answer is not satisfactory to the old man, you may end up with the same fate as the people who were tied up. I can believe in it. Liu hasn't figured out the plug-in yet, and he doesn't want to be set on fire. When? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu was hit hard, and the sound of metal colliding sounded behind his head. Liu was hit with a hoe by a town citizen from behind. But it doesn't hurt at all. It can even be said that there is no feeling at all. What a mess. After constant questioning, Liu realized that none of the gods really died on the path, and that the collapse of faith was not a vague statement, but it was nothing. Then the body should be like that of a god. Right? Liu had more doubts in his mind. He saw the townspeople's attacks as if they were watching fast movements, and the fishes were especially scurrying among the crowd. Is it just that we are good with swords and guns, but our body skills are also so bad? Then fewer townspeople died. However, the townspeople became smaller and smaller as they surrounded them, and they slowly filled up the space, allowing Liu to escape. Liu always felt that he had forgotten something. Am I invulnerable? Hongyu Town also wanted to start a new business, but apparently, it was suppressed by a traveler. Tell me, what does he want to know? Tell me everything. Seeing that Liu had not filled up the firewood and took the torch, the bald old man shouted desperately. The traveler has no background after all. He can carry and dodge. He must be a warrior or a martial artist. Right? So the residents of neighboring towns, who had been jealous of the development of Hongyu Town, occupied the town in an attempt to refine red oil. And that's when the scene Liu saw at the end disappeared. Only vibrations and sounds reminded Liu that it was not an illusion just now. When a hoe hit Liu's eye in an evasive manner, Liu waved it away, then stabbed out with his palm, piercing the citizen's Adam's apple and spine. The townspeople died one after another, and one after another, while Liu was killing. He rushed towards the bald old man on the stake, leaving corpses on the ground along the way. The townspeople died, and their bodies lay limp on the ground, and then were stepped on by even fewer townspeople. The only thing you can be sure of is that according to the understanding of future generations, he should have done that kind of thing. Pulling out his palm, Liu's entire upper arm was smooth and greasy, with blood and oil mixed with the bone residue of the citizen's spine. With his 7 limbs covered in oil, Yu switched to fighting with farm tools, and surprisingly found that he was also very handy. Is the power so weak? Wait, that's not the most important question. Liu is also sure. The old man was wailing and screaming under the torture rack, his body twitching. But there was nothing that could stop the coming suffering. Or is it because I have osteoporosis? You can believe in it, but it's better to believe in it. If you don't believe in it, then you have to believe in it even more, the bald old man said as he slowly backed away, and the townspeople holding farm tools, ropes, and wooden nails gathered around him. Yu thought wildly for a moment, and finally finished dealing with the old man. You have nothing to ask him. Yu broke off the 7 limbs of the bald old man, hung me under the torture rack like a straw pole, and then added firewood to the bottom. Is that body not a murderer? This world is dangerous enough. Huh? Burn you to death. Burn you to death. Some townspeople picked up the little girl and sent you to the stake. Moreover, after smashing so many farm tools and corpses, the body was not injured at all. You know the truth. But are there any wounds or even pain? Red Oil Town was later named after red oil, the raw material of holy wafers. However, before the collapse of the faith, the town was abandoned. I heard that it was taken over by a bone cart cult. Liu twisted his body subconsciously to avoid the hoe that frequently fell on him. Feeling very nervous, Liu looked at the corpses on the ground, and he dared to doubt that they were all done by himself. What made me even more confused was that, after doing so little, he didn't feel comfortable at all. Yes, you need brave men. After hearing Xiaonyang's words, another town citizen shouted, You have turned your back on the holy oil. You will find your own way of survival in a world filled with demons. So weak. But now I feel free to do it. You need brave men. Seeing the traveler's bravery, a girl in the front row stepped out and shouted, You need brave men to kill that believer. The strength of that body is really wrong. Breaking my bones is like breaking grass. Yu thought that there was not so much background story to know. So he patiently listened to the bald old man and slowly extinguished the fire from the torch. It's as complicated as smashing a cake. Liu completely understood the logic, the collapse of faith. The red oil on the holy bread. During the battle, Liu smashed farm tools with his arms, and smashed the cheeks of townspeople with his head, but his body was covered in blood and oil since he was a child. Like some kind of food waiting to be cooked. As soon as he asked the question, Liu felt that this question didn't seem to be critical. The people here tied up the townspeople to refine the corpse oil, and stuffed the corpse oil into their mouths. They were obviously crazy. Liu Yuzheng lamented that the townspeople would not have rushed to him with farm tools and wooden nails, trying to knock the little traveler unconscious and kidnap him to the stake. Or have you been affected by something? After all, the only thing I know at the moment is that the body is penetrated by swords and guns, and it is to determine whether it will not perform at the crushing level if encountering guns and guns. Huh? The Bone Cart Sect, the Bearing Sect, the Mask-Making Society. With the old man's eager cooperation, Yang Yu knew that outside was Hongyu Town, and that small continent was called Chaos Continent. And what is a believer? Why? Liu turned around. Redwell Town, the entire sphere of influence of the old Holy See, and even the distant Sand Kingdom and Snow Kingdom are filled with new beliefs. The townspeople were divided over Liu's killing, until the square was covered with the corpses of the townspeople. Yang Yu finally came to the front of the bald old man. As a new arrival, Liu needs someone who understands the world to help him clarify his thoughts. At the same time, the eyes, noses and mouths of the townspeople were not filled with clear corpse oil, as if it was oil flowing in our bodies instead of blood. Huh? Do you think he betrayed the holy oil? Liu looked at the torch, then at the old man, and asked everything he wanted to ask. Liu was thinking about some things he didn't have, and was still taming his new body. Liu was in a daze, never expecting that the opening of the time travel was so small. You hid me? Yang Yu lamented that there was an abnormal person under him at that time, and he became more ruthless. Those who have bad feelings are just to be polite to those crazy people. When he heard about the war between the Demon King City and the Empire, and the 1,000-year entanglement between demons and brave men, Yang Yu had few thoughts, and thought that these were anecdotes that happened far away. The townspeople of Hongyu Town were busy refining holy oil and paid little attention to the war. When Yang Yu heard brave, he roughly understood the worldview of that world. He thought that he was still wrong. At most, he would have to face low-tech things like machine gun grenades. Chapter 610, The Faithless. Finally understanding the general overview of the Chaos Continent, Liu at least knew that this was a world full of mysteries. So there was reason to guess that this body had an extraordinary origin, and that its predecessor was probably a ruthless person. In the future, we should try to reduce large-scale actions like today. Someone just said that I am an unbeliever. What does that mean? A person who does not believe in holy oil? Liu was not sure whether unbeliever was a name for a type of person, or a nickname for his predecessor. Those who have no faith. The old man trembled. Not far away from dying. Those who have no faith are heretics of all believers. They do not belong to any faith. They are livestock and enemies of all of us. Just now, Liu had heard about the Bone Cart Sect, the Bearing Sect, the Mask-Making Society, etc. But only after hearing this did he realize that the people without faith on this continent were actually a minority. Heretics. And livestock. Heck, shouldn't the unbelievers be the fresh blood that is being competed for by various faiths? Is it just wasted like this? Liu muttered in his heart for a long time, realizing that this continent had gone beyond logic and was full of killings. The biggest faith, the Holy See, has been destroyed by the devil. People can believe in whatever they want, and they can create a sect in whatever they want to believe. For example, the Red Oil sect was just slaughtered. Isn't there still an empire? The empire doesn't care? The empire pursues Protestantism, Protestantism that conflicts with the old Holy See. Protestantism is spreading to the north. We must establish our own faith before Protestantism spreads here. The bald old man has a sense of mission. Liu looked at the mountain of scorched corpses next to the torture rack and the believers of the dead in the square, wondering what they were planning. Okay, I understand. I have one last question. Just wait for me. Liu broke the old man's limbs into smaller pieces to ensure that he could not escape from the torture rack by his own strength. The old man's screams became smaller and smaller. Liu ran to Wendy's house, brought a map over, and spread it out in front of the old man. By the way, he also scraped some corpse oil from the ground and fed it into the old man's mouth. The old man took a deep breath, as if he was undergoing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. He regained his energy, and his folded body showed signs of recovery. Liu wasn't sure if it was magic or something, So he hurriedly broke the proliferated joints. Tell me about these places? Liu used the old man's blood to draw a line on the map, including 11 places. These 11 places are exactly the ones marked on the map in my mind. Liu is sure that this picture was the standard plug-in for his time travel. So he had to learn about it in advance to see if he could learn some information from the old man. This is Hongyu Town, the origin of our faith. Of course. The bald old man noticed Hongyu Town immediately. Liu compared his position with the half-lit mark and determined that the old man was not lying. We used to have a lot of red oil here. Okay. Next one. Liu has already heard the background story of Hongyu Town. As for what is here, he can search carefully after the old man dies. This is the cracked gold mountain, where many gold and silver minerals are gathered. It is the main source of raw materials for the Empire's creations. Steam engine soldiers, clockwork warriors, imperial artifacts, minerals. Compared with Hongyu Town, Jinshan Mountain should be under the control of the Empire? Based on the old man's speech, Liu quickly judged the importance of Jinshan Mountain. Even though he didn't know what the specific creations of the steam machine soldiers and clockwork warriors were. Sounds like it should be steam power. Gears or something? I thought I wasn't afraid of guns. But I turned around and discovered some of the continent's high technologies. I wonder if these hands and this body can handle it. There are many things that Liu is unsure about. But now, he has reason to suspect that the plug-in is guiding him to collect some resources? After all, Hongyu Town and Split Gold Mountain are both unique production areas. These two places are listed together, and it is easy to find commonalities. This is the Humble Mountain. There used to be a group of mercenaries. The old man pointed to the Humble Mountain on the map. What is it rich in? Liu asked carefully based on his own speculation. It's rich in thieves and hunters? The old man couldn't tell much about Wishan. Brave? Are brave men considered a specialty of some sort? Liu is not sure. Oh, I remembered it. The old man looked at the corpse wool on Liu's hand, as if he had some kind of addiction. Liu hurriedly filled the old man's mouth and continued to break his body after he swallowed it. House Han, there was a time when it was rich in bones. The old man touched the long memory. Very magical bones. Bones that can heal on their own. The bone tree comes from a tall bone tree, with ribs, skulls, shoulder blades. The old man seemed to be announcing the name of the dish. Liu couldn't understand it at all. But seeing that the old man wasn't joking, he had no choice but to write down the information and reserve his own assumptions. Red oil, minerals, bones. Why do plugins need these things? Moreover, red oil and bones have been discontinued, so you can't make them yourself. Right? Fortunately, the house on mark is on, which proves that Liu should have come from Haughty Mountain and has probably completed the task given by the plugin. This is the Xiedai River. It was once the inner port of the Holy See. It distributed various commercial goods to the Empire and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the old man said with twitching body. But I advise you not to go to the other side of the Taidai River, because that place has been completely occupied by the Empire. And it is the place where the Empire and Demon King City are fighting. Many refugees ran over there. Yes, he came from the Taidai River. The old man pointed to a group of corpses at the bottom of the scorched corpse mountain. Yo? Can your fingers move? Liu broke it off quickly. Are there any specialties? Liu recognized that Lidai River was a transportation hub, but he seemed not to find any absolute commonality with Hongyu Town, Wushan, and Huajinshan. The old man was silent. He really couldn't remember. In the past, most of the red oil and minerals would be sent away through the Lidai River. But now the Empire's railways have been laid to the Lidai River, and the ports there are no longer important. Forget it. Next one. Liu has realized that it doesn't make sense from the perspective of resources alone. Further south, here is the fog swamp. The old man circled the black area on the map with his oil-stained tongue. But this map is a bit outdated. The fog swamp was once the moat of the Demon King City, and there were many corpses in it, and the devil. But when the Imperial army arrived at the fog swamp, it was said that a great magician filled up the fog swamp and broke through the magic city's defense. The great magician is the most powerful warrior. Liu assessed the combat power of Chaos Continent. Yes. A 9th level magician is a great magician. The old man didn't seem to know much about Chia's origins, and he didn't know about the existence of the Dark Star Society, so he couldn't provide Liu with more. Brave men have classes and different roots, which should be the mainstream of spiritual practice in this continent. Could it be that his predecessor was a hero? So, here it is. Seeing Liu's silence, The old man was about to introduce the next location. Wait a moment. Li Yu's hand suddenly tightened, and he pinched the old man's wrist. I'm a little curious. Li Yu thought of another question. Chapter 6:11 punctuation points. Since you clearly know that there are brave men, why do you still have to create new beliefs or something? Isn't it better to just take advantage of the death of some god to learn how to be a brave man? You can even eat corpse oil to strengthen your body. So you can be a brave man in a state of confusion. Right? Li Yu pulled off the old man's wrist, and saw the white liquid flowing inside. This white liquid continuously nourishes the old man's body, and reshapes his bones and muscles. When the old man saw Li Yu eyeing Bai Jiang, he immediately yelled and tried to break free from the torture rack. Then Li Yu twisted her even tighter, as if it was fully wound. What is this? Li Yu lit the torch again. This is divine blood. It seems to be also called the source of faith. The old man lowered his head in fear. By eating the divine blood, you can get closer to faith and gods. So that's what you relied on to get a red oil lesson. Right? I also learned it from other believers. The old man was once a member of other sects, and he only recently found a new faith inspired by red oil. Becoming a brave requires countless accumulation of materials, accumulation of countless experiences, battles and rituals. Although there are indeed brave men born from the source of faith, but with divine blood, we don't need to take this crooked path. The old man firmly believed in this. Okay. I understand. God is dead. You have a shortcut. Li Yu nodded, understanding the relationship between these sects and brave men on the mainland. Believers and disbelievers are just appearances. The core is still divine blood, or the source of faith, which can help humans quickly gain power. Contagious power. Is this the main city of Demon King City? Li Yu pointed to the city on the map. Yes. There are many kinds of demons there. The old man thought Li Yu was still asking about specialties. Li Yu had decided that it was impossible to fully infer the actual meaning of the 11 punctuation points just from the information from the old man's mouth. So he simply gave up and changed the purpose of the conversation to simply understand the information about these destinations. What about here? Logically speaking, shouldn't Demon King City be the corner place? Why is there a mountain? Li Yu's finger continued downward, pointing to a mountain range further south of Demon King City. This is the Ju Mountain, the edge of the continent, the limit that cannot be touched or crossed. The old man had a very clear understanding of the Ju Mountain. Why? Li Yu didn't understand. It's clear that Demon King's castle is full of demons. So why is there a further boundary? Are there more terrifying beings over there? I don't know. The old man shook his head, and took the opportunity to collect the divine blood flowing in the broken arm into his body. Okay. Li Yu also realized that the old man's knowledge was limited, and motioned for him to continue. This is the former holy city, Sindalami, and the place where faith fell. After repeating 5 o'clock in the south of Hongyu town, the old man changed to say north. The punctuation point on the north side of Cracked Gold Mountain is Sindalami, the place where Tianqi fell. What about now? Li Yu noticed that the traces of the holy city were heavily erased on Wendy's map. Now there are ruins there. It is a place closely guarded by the Protestant Empire, and is being rebuilt. The old man avoided the south because of his knowledge of the north. So other sects don't dare to preach there? Li Yu tried to understand the origin of the old man's inexplicable awe for Sindalami. The holy city, within the empire, is a place we will never go to. The old man nodded. Protestantism is taking root, and there is not much time left for other faiths. Protestantism is great, supported by the empire. They have endless believers and resources. The old man sighed. If it weren't for the old religion still spreading in the north, I'm afraid the new religion would have unified the continent. Old religion? Li Yu realized that the old man's research on sects far exceeded his understanding of other things. The remnants of the old Holy See are taking refuge in the snow country. The successor pope is taking a spiritual path and shifting the focus of his faith. The old man began to murmur, saying some words that he himself could not understand. Li Yu simply attributed this to the dispute between the new religion and the old religion. At present, it seems that it has nothing to do with him. The 11 punctuation points do not exist in the Taz Empire itself. They are mainly concentrated in the Old Holy See and Demon King City. Banwang City, on the edge of the desert, is an important trading city-state between the Old Holy See and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is adjacent to the desert. The old man introduced the last 3 marked points. I heard that the Sand Kingdom, the Empire and the Snow Kingdom are vying for the dominance of Banwang City. But it has not yet reached the point where a war breaks out. Why? Isn't the Empire the strongest? Li Yu tried to understand the national strength of the three countries. But a large amount of the empire's resources and troops have been invested in the war against the Demon King City and the protection of the Sea of Death. The importance of Fanwang City is not that high. Maybe it is just a path to spread Protestantism. Until the new religion and the old religion decide the winner, it will be difficult for the empire to have any remaining power to control Fanwang City. Li Yu was silent for a moment and realized that Fanwang City might be the most complicated of the 11 punctuation points. After all three countries had actions here. This river is the Lun River. The old man continued to talk north, talking about a river leading to the sea. I know the words. Li Yu saw the words Lun River, but he didn't know what was said nearby. Obviously, the old man didn't know either. So he just read the manuscript. What about the last one? Drizzle Corridor? This time Li Yu read out the place name first. The old man seemed to be choked and thought hard for a moment before adding, "This is the territory of the Snow Kingdom. It is possible to quickly penetrate into the Empire's territory. Many wars have broken out. There was one time recently. It seemed like, after talking for a long time, the old man really couldn't think of anything more. Oh, I remembered. The old man noticed the torch in Li Yu's hand from the corner of his eye, and suddenly realized that the topic could not be ended like this. The divine blood was still nourishing the heart, mixed with corpse oil and filling the chest. The old man was still preparing his last strength, trying to break away from the torture rack and fight for freedom. This traveler is a believer. As long as he is infected with divine blood and corpse oil, it is possible to gain his blind faith. Don't lie. You are a believer. How can you just open your mouth? Li Yu threw the torch and lit the gallows where the old man was. The old man also took action at the same time, vomiting out a large amount of divine blood and corpse oil, and sprayed it towards Li Yu. But he was avoided by Li Yu for a moment. Li Yu, who was always wary of the old man, certainly would not let him succeed. The flame ignited the divine blood and source of information, turning into a ring of fire and spraying in all directions. Li Yu stared at the human fountain until the old man no longer made any sound or movement and became a charred corpse on the torture rack. After summarizing the information of the 11 punctuation points, Li Yu sat in the square filled with corpses, staring blankly at the mountain of corpses, the burning rack, and the corpses on the ground. All he could think about was the use of this map. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu discovered that after chatting with the old man for so long, the signs of Hongyu Town seemed to be brighter. Is it okay to just stay there? Then the light on the map grew very slowly, as if it had frozen. So Li Yu took steps and started walking around Hongyu Town. Soon, Li Yu discovered that the closer the corner was, the faster the red oil town mark lit up. But as long as he stayed there for a long time, the growth of the light would become slower, and he had to find the next place. As Li Yu walked from day to night, the smell of corpse oil in the square became thicker. When passing by the hill of charred corpses again, Li Yu suddenly heard a faint moan inside. Chapter 612, Go in Peace. Save. The sound was very weak, and Li Yu carefully felt the vibrations of the pile of corpses before he could barely distinguish it, making sure it was not an illusion. Li Yu was silent. Forget it. What are you trying to save? After thinking for a moment, Li Yu murmured to the pile of corpses. If you were a human being, you wouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Li Yu said with simple truth. If I were a believer and saved you, I would still have to kill you. If you don't have faith and are burned half to death, saving you will only prolong your pain. And if I can't guarantee it, what else do you believe in? Even God is dead. What else can you believe in? Do you believe in me? Li Yu laughed. Help, save. The voice from deep inside the pile of corpses seemed to have not given up yet. But Li Yu has no intention of continuing to communicate with it. You can go in peace. Li Yu paused for a moment and then stood up, continuing to look for the land in Hongyu Town that he had not been to yet, increasing the light on the map. After half a day of trying, Li Yu is determined that the light of the map in his mind will become stronger as he stays. But he still doesn't know what will happen when it becomes strong enough to match the ugly mountain. After walking through several dungeons in Hongyu Town and some damaged building ruins, Li Yu unexpectedly discovered that his night vision ability was pretty good. Even without torch lighting, Li Yu could see the town's furnishings clearly. Although the vision is a little strange, it is still visible. When Li Yu found that he could not speed up the growth of light no matter where he went, he returned to the square and began to think about a problem. This question is a bit stupid, but Li Yu feels that it may reveal some information. Why is there no food and water in the town? Before the conflict broke out with the old man, Li Yu saw at least 100 townspeople. But he searched the remaining houses and found nothing to eat or drink. Do they usually eat air? Or, looking at the burnt meat and corpse wool on the ground, the answer is ready to come out. Fortunately, I'm not hungry. Help, help! There was still a faint sound coming from the pile of corpses. And it seemed to be louder. Wait a minute. Why aren't you hungry? Or thirsty? Liu asked a more obvious question after experiencing a massacre of more than 100 townspeople, and the torture and interrogation of an old man with bald spots at the stake. He actually didn't blush or breath. After the old man died, Liu actually wandered around Hongyu town until late at night. It seems that the possibility of the former being a brave is higher. After all, if you have a strong body, it is normal for you to be able to survive without eating or drinking for many days. Liu touched his head, touched his body and limbs, and felt that the touch was very healthy. And he was used to the strange center of gravity and empty head. Save, save. It's a bit strange for a dying person to scream for so long in the middle of the night. Right? Liu looked at the pile of corpses, and was very sure that its shape was different from before. But he couldn't tell the specific difference. Could it be the legendary demon? It seems normal that the residents of Hongyu town killed so many people and nurtured a demon. Liu thought, moved his buttocks, stared at the pile of corpses in the square carefully, and patiently observed its changes anyway. All he had to do was stay there to light up the light. Liu had nothing to do, so he listened to save. It's hard to feel sleepy in his voice, so he just stares. I don't know how long it took, but Liu saw half of the burnt flesh shrinking deep into the pile of corpses. It's like jelly being sucked in. It's broken. There's a demon. Liu suddenly stood up and found that red corpse oil began to flow deep in the pile of corpses. Broken place. Liu stared for a moment, decisively left the square, picked a house on the edge and got in. Although his predecessor was very capable of hitting, Liu was not sure what was deep in the pile of corpses, so it was better to avoid it. If there wasn't still light to be lit, Liu even wanted to leave Hongyu town directly and travel in the direction of Jinshan Mountain. Now, the light on the map was about to reach the size of Wushan, and Liu didn't want to give up yet. So Liu huddled in the corner of the house and waited quietly. This is an inconspicuous residence. The beds, tables and chairs are all broken or rotten, and the only remaining rags are very damp. It looks like it has been ransacked thousands of times and has not been inhabited for a long time. On the ground were half-cut candles, twisted ropes, uncut wooden nails, and two black things that seem to be flints. Nothing else. This proves that the townspeople of Hongyu town just kidnap people and burn them without doing anything more. Even the owner of this house seems to be a transient. As for the blood-stained farm tools, hoes, etc., they were all placed in the square at the moment. Most of them were beaten to pieces by Liu and inserted into the necks or foreheads of the dead. The faint light of the torch penetrated through the window lattice, creating a dancing halo. The night was long, and only the faint sound of help accompanied Liu in the night. After a while, the fire outside the window suddenly went out. Liu heard a rustling dragging sound. It seemed like something was moving across the square, dragging a heavy sack. The dragging sound moves slowly, but sometimes it blocks the moonlight passing through the window lattice, making it look very tall. Liu sat in the corner and squinted his eyes slightly, but his attention was involuntarily attracted by the sound of dragging, and he always wanted to look back. Look what that tall shadow is. But Liu never made any move to lean out of the window and observe. He felt that he should try not to commit suicide no matter what the shadow was. It was best to wait until the map was lit up to see if there were any hints from the plugin, and then sneak away quietly to settle the matter. It doesn't matter whether he is a living person or a demon, as long as he doesn't block his way. It doesn't matter. Thinking like this, when a dragging sound was very close, Liu turned around and noticed dust falling from the roof of the house. Hit by a monster? Liu couldn't help but frown, not sure whether the monster would accidentally collapse the houses and cause unnecessary trouble. At the same time, driven by strong curiosity, Liu squinted and looked at the dusty corner. Immediately afterwards, Liu discovered that his vision penetrated the wall and saw the source of the dragging sound outside the house. See through? Liu was confused and couldn't figure out why all this happened. Is it the influence of some mysterious power? Or does the predecessor have the ability to see through things? Liu clearly saw a mountain of corpses piled up next to the residence, which was 3 stories high and moving like a huge ball of mud. The heads, waists, and limbs of hundreds of charred corpses were embedded in the mud in strange postures. When they were swimming past the houses, some of their heads accidentally scratched against the earth walls. They opened the gourds and smeared the indescribable things on them, bringing them to the houses. A vibration. Help, save! The voice came from Moomoo's body, matching the rhythm of its squirming. It is indeed a devil. Liu wasn't even sure what Moomoo's sensory organs were, let alone where its head and face were. Langny didn't seem to notice Liu, and just wandered aimlessly in Hongyu town, smearing the corpse oil on his body everywhere, leaving traces of his slow walking. Liu looked at it through the wall, speechless, like watching a monotonous and weird mime, and finally understood the style of this world, until Liu looked at an eyeball in the mud that was lucky enough not to be burned or crushed. The mud suddenly turned and leaned against the earthen wall of the house. Help me. Chapter 613. This is a bit open. Hack. My eyes are dirty. Liu went out through the window and escaped before the house was crushed by mud. Liu didn't notice that his shadow rolled up the flint on the ground and stuffed it into his hand. Save me. The mud crushed the house, and with the mud and sand falling, Liu finally knew where so many house ruins in Hongyu town came from. Realizing that Liu was not in the house, Lang and I shrank and fled, chasing the lost traveler. Suddenly, an arm-like pile of corpses came out of his body and clumsily smashed towards him. Good ductility. Liu didn't know why he was commenting on the texture of the mud at this critical moment, and subconsciously backed away. His body seemed to have foreseen this situation, and instinctively escaped a little further to avoid the mud being hit. Boom! The ground trembled. The corpse's arms smashed more bodies, and more corpse oil emerged, making the ground sticky. Of course, some of it fell on Liu. Fight or flight? Liu faced a dilemma. The known information tells Liu that he needs to stay in Hongyu town for a longer period of time to complete the growth of his light. If there is such a ball of mud moving in the town, it will obviously interfere with his actions. This is an imbecile demon who doesn't seem like someone he can coexist with. Oil? How about burning? Liu wiped the corpse oil on his face and made a choice. Flint? Just when Liu had this idea, he found 2 black flints in his hands. Liu thought he had taken it subconsciously, so he no longer hesitated, turned around and ran quickly towards the square. The torches were all left nearby, and he needed to light one to try to burn this mess of mud. So Liu fled and was chased by Moo in the middle of the night. Hongyu town began to become lively. During the pursuit, Moo kept throwing gravel or corpses in an attempt to attack Liu from behind. Liu sensed the movement behind him and jumped left and right. He could always avoid the mud and the mountain of corpses first and quickly approach the town square. While running, Liu was a little surprised by the performance of this body. So much combat experience? Can you complete all dodge actions just by instinct? Liu began to suspect that his predecessor was a brave man with a surname. It's a pity that there is no memory related to it in my head. Everything is as natural as instinct. A few of them ran to the square. Liu picked up a torch stained with corpse oil. Without any fuss, he knocked the flint between his fingers. The moment it ignited, he turned around and threw away the mud behind him. Screaming, the mountain of corpses was ignited with a bang, becoming a blazing fire in the middle of the night, and then began to rush around like crazy. As it collided, hot fire oil was still splashing on its body, like a giant walking oil pan. From the outside, the mountain of corpses was indeed shrinking, and the effect of the fire was indeed good, but as a result, the monster's actions became more disorderly, and it almost poured several handfuls of kerosene on Liu. This forced Liu to quickly escape from the square and hide on a distant rooftop, watching the night that was no longer peaceful. The mountain of corpses burned, and the eyes, ears, and nose on its surface melted into the body, losing all sense and bumping around. Liu also took the opportunity to carefully study the clairvoyant's eyes, and found that he could indeed see into the monster through the burning skin. Deeper, in the center surrounded by layers of charred corpses, there is a core the size of a human head. The core is inlaid with various human faces, with their mouths open, sucking grease and making strange sounds, amplified by certain organs. It sounds a lot like Help Me. Then, Liu continued to look around the town with perspective, observing a completely buried dry well and some hidden rooms that had collapsed. There are various incomprehensible tools in the room, which seem to be related to the making of holy wafers. Liu estimated that if he walked around the dry well and these rooms, the light on the map would be more complete, and he would not be far away from leaving this broken town. At this point, Liu has given up on understanding why this body has so many functions, and instead accepts it completely. Anyway, I have seen believers who squeeze people to refine their oil, and demons who gather corpses to become bodies. It's not that difficult to understand if you have clairvoyant eyes. It's really good to make good use of it. It's a pity that the mountain of corpses is still going crazy in the square, blocking the access to the dry well. Do you want to help it free itself? Obviously. The core of the corpse's layers of wrapping is the weakness of the devil. As long as it is broken, this pot of oil running around should be able to be solved. Perhaps this body is not afraid of fire. But in this place, there is really nothing to wear. Liu stared at the burning mud monster and the core of its body, making no move to pounce in. Liu didn't want to leave Hongyu Town naked, or try a long-range attack. Having just traveled through time, Liu felt it was necessary to become fully familiar with his new body. So he searched and found a broken iron fork. Afraid that one handful would not be enough to kill the monster, Liu picked up some more hose and wooden nails, leaving plenty of ammunition. At the same time, the fire on the corpse pile gradually extinguished, and its actions became coherent and meaningful again. Apparently, fire alone couldn't kill the monster. Liu no longer waited and threw the first iron fork. The throw hit immediately. The iron fork passed through the monster's body and was firmly nailed into the ground. Liu had seen the destructive power of this fork, and his confidence immediately increased. So he wanted to stab the monster to death on the spot. After burning away the excess corpses, the monster moved even faster. It jumped up from the ground and hit the roof of the dilapidated house, where Liu was huddled from a distance. Puff puff. In midair, the pile of corpses was penetrated by iron forks, hose, and wooden nails one after another. Several large holes in the body spurted out kerosene. And then, the wooden house was smashed until the wooden house remained motionless. The core was penetrated by a wooden nail, and the demon died and turned into a pile of fire and clay. This is a bit open. Liu brushed off the sparks on his body and stood up slowly, looking at the mud-like pile of corpses around him. Liu suddenly felt that the so-called demons were not that scary. Like paper monsters, this thing is not bad. Liu felt that the wooden pegs were very easy to throw, so he ran to the square and picked up a few more and pinned them to his waist, which meant he had the means of long-range combat. By the way, I also want to make the wooden nails a little thinner. As a result, it was accidentally crushed into sawdust. Liu rubbed the iron fork instead, and became more aware of how terrifying his hands, where the prongs of the iron fork were forcibly broken off and twisted into small iron nails. Like a newborn who has just entered the world, Liu finds that all common sense is useless. Pinning a row of iron nails to his waist, Liu looked around Hongyu Town with his clairvoyant eyes. Finally, he saw no more living people or demons. Then he went around to the hidden tool rooms and lit up the map. Also grind out more iron nails along the way. Then he looked down at the dry well, preparing to complete the final step of exploring the town. In the dry well, Liu did not see any trace of the existence of water source, but it was covered with a magic core the size of a human head. They are all the magic core of the monster that just died. The magic cores all look like they are sleeping. And there is also a strange sculpture inside. Inexplicably, this sculpture looks familiar. Chapter 614, Upgraded. The sculptures are made from tree branches and clay and have odd shapes, but they look very delicate. It was in the shape of a car, and there were 3 small lumps of mud stuffed inside the car. 2 round ones and 1 black one. Judging from the proportion, the round one was the size of a human head, and the black one was embedded in the other 2 pieces of mud. Is this a car? The shape is still quite conceptual. Does the continent of Chaos have this kind of technology? Upon seeing the sculpture, Liu immediately had a new understanding of the continent's technological level, and at the same time, he felt a sense of intimacy. At that time, Liu thought he was encountering a familiar shape, which evoked some memories from his past life. The next question is, why is this sculpture placed together with a bunch of sleeping magic cores and sealed at the bottom of the well in Hongyu Town? Could it be some inexplicable ancient god? After thinking hard for a long time, but not finding the answer, Liu put the sculpture back into the magic core, muttered "I'm sorry to disturb your rest," then climbed up the well wall and quietly looked at the magic core in the well. Obviously, the mud-like corpse mountain demon comes from the bottom of the well and absorbs corpses and corpse oil to become a demon. They are all asleep at the moment. But maybe next night, a new demon will wake up. It would be best to gather all the lights in Hongyu Town before then. At this moment, Liu's expectations are mainly focused on what will happen when the punctuation points are lit, and he has no interest in caring about more. Fortunately, all the demon cores were safe and sound, with no signs of waking up. Liu dug a hole in the wall of the well, sat in the hole, and waited quietly for the light to fill up. which was also a good time to review his understanding of the world. No, there is no doubt that this is a chaotic world. People are not humans, and ghosts are not ghosts. God is real and even dead. My predecessor was very strong, had good skills, was invulnerable, had clairvoyance, and had a map plugin. What is a little strange is that the fighting qualities of his predecessor seem to have been inherited by him. Otherwise, he would not have simply slaughtered all the believers in Hongyu Town and also easily eliminated a corpse monster. He is very skilled at killing people. And judging from the current battle, he is far from reaching his limit. Summary: the predecessor may be a guy with a good background. Follow-up actions should be as low-key as possible to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and avoid interacting with some inexplicable existence. For example, the sculpture at the bottom of the well at this moment. Next, just look at what changes will happen when the punctuation point is lit. Liu sat. Although he was very calm, he still felt uncomfortable all over. The main reason is that this body is neither hungry nor thirsty. After working from day to night and killing so many townspeople and a demon, it actually just feels like sleeping? This is good news. If he was neither hungry nor thirsty nor sleepy, Liu would suspect that he was not a human being, but something else. Liu nodded his head downward from time to time, enjoying this feeling of embarrassment. However, the punctuation mark is about to be lit up. It is conservatively estimated that it will only take a few hours. And this dry well is obviously not a good place to catch up on sleep. So Liu Yiqiang held on to his sleepiness and prepared to leave after the exploration of Hongyu Town was completed. Hanging outside the well wall and stretching, Liu noticed corpse oil flowing downwards along the well wall. Liu blocked the corpse oil and threw it out of the well in Liu's conjecture. Once the corpse oil comes into contact with the demon core, it may awaken a new corpse pile demon. And of course, he will not let it succeed. In addition, Liu did not take too many actions. He simply ensured that while he was in Hongyu Town, he would try not to cause any trouble and just wait quietly for the punctuation mark to be lit up. Soon, when the sky was dark, the light of Hongyu Town on the map finally matched that of Hushan. At this moment, Liu felt as if his head had been hit by a comet, and he lost consciousness for a moment. There is a bone cart full of gods that pulls the world around. The source of information is extremely unstable, and can be actively distorted and deteriorated using some specific methods. Jump over? The corpse demon drops red oil. A complex and incomprehensible voice rushed into Liu's mind. In addition to sound, there are also pictures. When it was dark at the bottom of the well, Liu saw a bright white bone car, carrying electric light, firelight and ice gas, speeding away. There were vague shadows on the bone car. The huge mountain of corpses was filled with bone swords and red right hands, turning into a puddle of mud and dying. The townspeople still in human form were bowing down and worshipping him. And there was a car mark of ice and fire in the red oil town. Let's go! Try it. Just what I want. Liu also found that he seemed to be talking to two companions from the first-person perspective. But they were both very blurry, tinged with a strange halo, and their faces could not be seen clearly. One is black, and the other is round. But the sense of security it brings is real. This is a fragment of a certain memory. Liu suspected that he had been to Hongyu Town before, and that everything he saw just now was just a memory. But these pictures were interspersed randomly, embedded in Liu's mind in a broken manner, and ended so quickly that it was completely impossible to connect them into a line. When he woke up, Liu's eyes were blurry, and he noticed the magic core, sculptures, and the outline of his body at the bottom of the well. It was as if he was drunk. It was difficult to determine what had just happened, let alone his own position. A shadow flowed out from the back of Liu's head, and while he was still in a trance, it returned to this tall body, trying to piece together the memories he had just acquired in his mind. When Liu saw the current situation clearly, he suddenly found that his arms had been extended, and the joints seemed to be completely opened. The whole person was like a sieve, spread out in the middle of the dry well. My hands, feet, and limbs are blocking the corpse oil falling along the well wall. Obviously, even in a trance state, Liu did not forget to prevent the corpse oil from falling and waking up the magic core at the bottom of the well. Looking up, the sun was already shining brightly, and the sounds and images entered his mind for about half a day. Liu felt even more confused, not sleepy, but confused. After sorting through the memory fragments again, Liu connected some of the information with what the alopecia areata old man had introduced, and was convinced that Hongyu Town had already experienced a baptism of information before it was occupied by the Red Oil sect. There was a previous conversation about the source of the news, as well as the car carvings at the bottom of the well. The bone cars and car prints that flashed in my memory, they themselves represented some kind of distorted belief. Liu himself also drove a bone car. This can confirm that the mainland's technology is far more advanced than what was seen in Hongyu Town. The steam robots and clockwork warriors may not be as low-end as Liu imagined. There is another piece of information that I don't know if it is important. The massive mud that was killed last night was a demon called Gulman and dropped a material called red oil. It should be similar to these corpse oils. Liu was a little curious as to why he had this memory. Wondering if he was a brave man like a demon hunter in his previous life? The memory was too confusing. And Liu couldn't fully understand it, let alone whether there was any distorted part in it. So he just kept it in his mind briefly without over-interpreting it. After lighting up the punctuation points of Hongyu Town, in addition to obtaining these specious sounds and images, more intuitively, Liu found that he had some new abilities. Upgraded? Chapter 615 Box. The first is that Liu's arms and limbs can be extended, which he has never experienced before in the battle with the townspeople and the zombie demon. The extended limbs can easily reach twice the length, just like they are now laid flat on like this in the well. Whoosh! Liu put away his arms and legs and hung them on the wall of the well with one hand. He found that they stretched and contracted quickly, making him look like a rubber man. Luffy? Liu thought of a strange name inexplicably. No, not rubber man. Liu discovered that extension is mainly the opening of joints, plus the extension of skin, which is different from pure rubber. It's like an active dislocation, and it can be continuously controlled. In this way, Liu became more confident in hand-to-hand combat. Liu even felt that if he wanted to, he might be able to swing his entire arm out, but that might tear the skin, stretching his arms to the limit. Liu held the mouth of the well, listening to the tight sound coming from the skin, and easily bounced out of the well. The sun was rising, and Liu stood in the town square, sealing the mouth of the well with a torture rack, quietly savoring the new changes in his body. At this point in time, Liu felt that he understood the logic of the plug-in. As long as 11 punctuation points are lit, this body should continue to strengthen, reaching a level that even I can't imagine? Liu thought so. Immediately after sleepiness hit him, Liu's excitement passed, and he immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep on the spot. Then it seemed like I had a dream. The dream was a dance, with all kinds of blurry figures dancing on the dance floor, and doing some indescribable things at the same time. Liu himself was led to a seat far away by a woman with heavy makeup to join the dance. The people at the dance were a little dull. They seemed to want to discuss something, the latest hot spot on the continent. But everyone forgot a very key piece of information, so they couldn't discuss the reason. In the end, they simply gave up verbal communication and concentrated on communication. Liu also joined them, but also had no verbal communication. The main thing was that Liu didn't know anything, and if he wanted to talk, he could only talk about the corpse-gathering demon, and no one wanted to listen. When he woke up, Liu felt as if he had had an erotic dream. It's okay to have erotic dreams. It's a normal phenomenon. Moreover, everything experienced in the dream seems to be very delicate, and even the satisfaction it brings to the body is real. Liu stood up with satisfaction, and then found that his clothes had been torn off, and there were several corpses covered with blood holes around him. Several ragged humans were holding swords and facing him. It was getting late and dusk was approaching, so Liu slept until it was almost dark. It's awake! It's awake! Shadow! Shadow! Devil! Demon! Boss! Use thieves' hands quickly! Seeing Liu wake up, the people surrounding him screamed and shouted at a leader who was wearing some broken armor that he had picked up. This should be their boss. Apparently, while Liu was sleeping, Hongyu Town was being visited by thieves. As for Shadow, Devil and Hand of Thieves, Liu couldn't understand them either. He may have been too strong and scared the thieves. The boss had a piece of meat stuffed in his mouth and was sucking it. Liu noticed that the body of the bald old man was at his feet, and the one who was sucked should be the source of the news. The hand of a thief. The boss spit out a mouthful of white liquid on his hand, and then looked at Liu. Liu dodged to avoid it, and a piece of the charred corpse behind him seemed to have been bitten off and transferred to the boss's hands. Brave? Liu seriously doubted that an orthodox warrior would not be so disgusting when he made moves. It is estimated that the boss used the source of information to distort his cognition and concluded that this was the path of thieves? Liu thought about something, stretched out his arms and dug into the soil, jumped to the boss like an ape, and unscrewed his head. The thieves dispersed in a hurry and ran towards the direction of the carriage. At the other end of the square, the thieves drove to Hongyu Town. There were several wooden boxes on the carriage, which should contain the stolen goods. Liu was delighted when he saw the carriage, thinking that he just had a means of transport. So the nails in his hands were fired repeatedly, and the thieves fell to the ground one after another, as if they had been shot, and soon died on the ground, together with the scorched corpses in the square. Liu also deliberately controlled the force on his hands, and tried his best to ensure that the nails penetrated his brain, but did not come out, so as to avoid the trouble of picking it up later. The thieves died one after another, and Liu left one with relatively intact clothes. He ran to him and twisted his limbs, looking up and down. The thief's teeth chattered, and he twisted his body like a living fish. What shadow? What devil? Liu felt it was necessary to confirm what happened when he fell asleep. Shadow. Your shadow. It can move. You have the shadow of a devil. You are a devil. Leave me. The thief was talking nonsense. Looking overly frightened, Liu stepped on his throat to help him free himself, but suddenly felt that his actions were not precise enough. The thief was incontinent before his death, and his clothes were naturally useless. Liu could only find a new one. Fortunately, there was a change of clothes on the carriage. Although they were a little dirty, they were better than Liu's rags. When looking for new clothes, Liu also rethought the thief's last words, looked at his own shadow, and paid a little more attention. Nonsense. Of course my shadow can move. Inexplicably, Liu felt that his shadow was cute, and he didn't know what the thief was talking nonsense about. After changing into new clothes, Liu checked the thieves' luggage. Rotten meat, broken bread, spoiled cheese, rusty armor. Obviously this group of thieves is not doing well. These equipment alone may not be able to defeat the believers of red oil. But then again, are these thieves believers or unbelievers? At least their boss believes that somehow they can follow the path of thieves? Does that count as a believer? Liu thought about what was missing, and continued to search through the thieves' luggage, and found a relatively complete cross sword in a locked iron box. The cross sword was well made, with a cross emblem engraved on the handle, which seemed to be some kind of family emblem. The sword of the Holy See? No, it doesn't seem to be the emblem of the old Holy See. Where have I seen this emblem? Liu scratched his head, gently stroked the cross sword, and swung it twice. He felt that the balance was not bad. It's just that the sword has some gaps, and is relatively fragile, so the leader of the thieves doesn't just carry it on his back. Received. Liu tied the cross sword to his waist, thinking that if he had a weapon, it would be cleaner to clean up thieves or demons, so that he wouldn't be covered in blood or corpse oil every time. After flipping through one box and kicking the next one, Liu planned to use the thieves' carriage to travel lightly to the next landmark, Jinshan Mountain, so that he could save some leg energy, until there was only the last box left in the car, which was unlocked but could not be opened. Huh? Magic? Liu noticed some strange words on the mouth of the box, which seemed to seal the box itself. After kicking the box, it was quite heavy. No wonder the thieves took it to the carriage even if they couldn't open it. Liu was literate beforehand, so of course Liu could understand what these words were. Gamma. Liu squinted his eyes and read out the words. The box moved. Chapter 616 Gamma. Liu drew out his cross sword and pointed it at the box. If it moved again, he would open it with a sword to see what good things were inside. At least judging from the feeling just now. The box is heavy, and there must be something valuable inside. Otherwise, the thieves would not have taken him this far. Just as Liu aimed the tip of his sword at the box, the box spoke. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The sound from the box was thick and deep, and Liu wasn't sure where it came from. It wasn't from the box anyway, because there wasn't the buzzing sound he expected. Monster? Liu raised his sword like a kitchen knife. If the Kingston family knew that he used this sword to open the treasure chest, their expressions would be wonderful. The chest seemed to be able to see Liu's movements. The incomprehensible words did not slow down Liu's movements. Liu tightened his grip on the sword and was about to exert force. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You don't even know who I am. So you're going to chop me down? The box became anxious and vibrated slightly. Oh! Who are you? Liu was sure of at least one thing. That is, the box was afraid of cutting it. I'm glad you asked this question. Box seemed to be trying to retreat, but it was not easy to move. I'm Gamma. Box introduced himself. A talking box? Of course Liu had clairvoyance and tried to look into the box, but it was blocked by some kind of film and couldn't see clearly. A bard. Inside the box is my greatest epic. The box seems a little proud, and his posture is more straightened than before. This is different from the bards I have seen. Liu made nonsense. Although he was not sure what the bards on the continent of Chaos looked like. They should not grow into a box. Something went wrong. And I have to survive in this way, and protect my poetry. Gamma said a lot. You know, when my epic comes out, you will know how lucky you are to meet me today. As lucky as those thieves? Liu pointed to the new corpse in the square behind him. No. 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 They are just a bridge for me to meet you. They are not worthy of leaving their names in this poem. Gamma denied eagerly. They can't even understand the metaphors in the poem, and can't find the true context of the story. So you originally wanted to take their car, and sing to them all the way? Liu didn't understand what Gamma was implying. It seems to be very noisy. As I just said, you can't imagine how lucky you are to meet me today. Gamma's tone was very proud. As if the next words were a bombshell. I'm from the south. Huh? So what? We're not going along the way. Liu didn't know what Gamma was proud of. Damn it. The south. The south. There's a war going on in the south. Gamma's speech suddenly became faster. I come from the Demon King's city. From the war that just ended. Speaking of this, Liu remembered that the bald old man had said that it was inevitable that the Imperial Army was at war with the Demon King's city where demons breed. At that time, Liu thought it was an ancient war that had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, only 2 days had passed, and the war was over. There were even bards, who turned into boxes and escaped back? Desert? Liu asked. It's not important. Gamma was furious. I witnessed this war between humans and demons and wrote an epic poem. Oh, so you want to spread this epic poem back to the mainland? Based on what he learned from the old man, Liu finally understood the logic of Gamma. Bards are brave men, and the promotion of a brave man requires various materials and rituals. Obviously for bards, witnessing a battle is of great value, and something worth boasting about. I knew that if I followed this group of thieves, I would meet someone who truly understands. Gamma gave an affirmative answer. You can never imagine what we went through in this war. Dominoes. Bone tree. Bone sea. Light screen. 7 rivers. Holy way. Shadow. Snail. Blood. The seraphs who can summon the wandering souls of light up the light of chaos in the heart of Bone City. It was an apocalyptic scene. An epic story that could alert mankind for thousands of years. As if to create suspense, Gamma sang some key words from the war in a unique accent, seemingly hoping to arouse Liu's interest. But I have to say that his introduction was too general, and Liu didn't even know what he wanted to express. But the singing is pretty good. Quite nice. If you add accompaniment, it can have a more medieval feel. Are you the only one who has returned? Can't others spread the praise? Liu was thinking that if the Imperial Army in the Southern War was defeated, the retreating troops might affect Hongyu Town and affect his own path. Once you encounter a defeated army, it will be a troublesome matter. Death is the main theme there. It can be seen everywhere. A 9th level paladin and a great elemental wizard died. The revealer of light was beaten away. The prince of the empire died under the city. How miserable. The minister of creation came running over, so he could only turn around and run back. What's even more exciting is the ending of that war. There are demons that have been forgotten. I'm still looking for the source. They're all dead? Gamma's voice became louder and louder, making Liu's head buzz. Only the bard who wrote an epic poem on the spot would have a chance to escape. Gamma was very happy to emphasize the greatness of his work. Why? What's the difference between bards? Liu's thoughts were quite divergent. If the top combat powers such as the paladin and the archmage did not escape, how could the bard survive? Because we must live. Someone must live to tell the story of this epic. Gamma's tone became proud again. Understood. The bard should be a kind of brave man who is good at survival and escape. But Gamma said it very vaguely. So you are the only bard who escaped? Hell, every bard writes poetry with a unique angle. What they write is bullshit. I know how great my work is, so I can't let them succeed. Whoever releases it first and is sung first, whose epic will become the final version. Gamma seems to be competing with someone, with a strong sense of mission in his head. And Liu almost laughed out loud. How about releasing an album after this? However, Liu is still somewhat interested in the outcome of this war. 3 of the 11 punctuation points are near Demon King City. If he wants to complete them, he may one day go to the south. While the bard spends a lot of money, it's a good opportunity to learn about the war. It just so happens that I can also listen to him talk about the top power of the Chaos continent, so as to better understand my position in this world. Oh, Then it would be a pity not to listen to such a great work. Liu wanted to guide Gamma to sing his epic and listen to the story of the Imperial Army and the Demon King City. In case you don't ask, this is my master's work, the fruit of my hard work. Seeing that Liu was finally aroused and hung the cross sword on his waist again, Gamma finally breathed a sigh of relief and started singing. The flute sounded. Chapter 617 Epic. It must be said that Gamma's rich singing voice and the smart and melodious flute sound immersed the listener, as if they are in a magnificent and huge fortress. The lyrics mention that the devil's noose is gradually tightening, but the skull's neck is a trap full of bone spurs. Wait. Stop. Liu didn't fully understand the metaphor and immediately interrupted Gamma. Huh? Gamma was a little annoyed. The noose means those fortresses, right? Liu asked a boring question. Yes. Noose 1 to Noose 5 are the 5 fortresses built by the Empire on the banks of the Lai River. My words are very clear. Gamma was very sure of this. The reason why Liu interrupted Gamma was not only because of some doubts, but also because he suspected that his singing had some kind of magic power and was pulling him towards the battlefield. Because we did see a magnificent fortress, Liu didn't want to be plotted by the bard for no reason. So he raised his sword to stop. Okay. I understand. You continue. Liu waved his crossed sword, signaling for Gamma to continue. Dominoes are the tongue of the devil, tempting all curious souls and attracting our attention. Hearing this, Liu was a little confused again. Stop. Liu raised his sword. What are dominoes? Why are dominoes words? You haven't seen it. You haven't seen dominoes? Gamma was a little irritated. I should have seen it before. Liu thought to himself that he just traveled through time the day before yesterday. How could he know so much? Hell, there's a kind of domino in Demon King City that can directly project the shadow of war. Haven't you seen it? Haven't seen the live broadcast? Huh? Live broadcast? Liu was confused. Because in our understanding of this world, there shouldn't be such a thing. Are there other time travelers? Liu suddenly became alert. Oh my god. Damn it. How isolated and backward is Hongyu Town, and it doesn't even have dominoes. Gamma made sure that Liu was not joking again. And the whole box rattled. Even this group of thieves didn't ask such an obvious question. They even only have the instinct to rob and survive. They all have this knowledge. Gamma gritted his teeth and burst out with great emotion. Obviously, compared to Liu's threat, the listener's inability to understand the poem made him more uncomfortable. You should consider the situation where someone doesn't know about dominoes. Liu spread his hands. And this time, he really looked forward to the follow-up to this poem. That's a palm-sized bone with eyeballs and a tongue embedded in it. So it became the devil's tongue. Gamma tried his best to explain to Liu. His description was also very clear. Liu imagined a bone mobile phone with eyeballs and tongues embedded in it. And he increasingly felt that the world might be more complicated than imagined. Do you understand? Gamma confirmed to Liu. I understand. But I still have a question. Liu's voice became softer. And he seemed to feel that it was impolite to ask questions continuously like this. Say. Gamma lowered his voice. If there is such a thing as a domino live broadcast. His energy. Liu lengthened his voice and observed Gamma's reaction. Of course it is magic power. Then, what is the purpose of the live broadcast? Of course. Let more humans see the tragedy of failure. Of course. The devil has made full preparations, and is sure to make us lose our will to fight in this way. Escaped from the Demon King City back to Hongyu Town. And there were many challenges along the way. Of course Ma had also thought about this question. And his answer went straight to the essence. But he did not consider that the original intention of the dominoes was to absorb malice. The more people see it, the more people will be afraid of the devil. Fear, uneasiness, hesitation, these are the best bait for demons. Gamma himself was also shocked by everything that happened under the city. And his voice finally trembled. So that means that what you wrote in your epic has already been seen by mainstream humans? Liu suddenly felt that Gamma was a bit unnecessary. You've read it all, and you still write poetry? Gamma was silent. I don't blame you. After a moment of silence, Gamma said, you don't understand bards. And you don't understand epics. The pictures will not be passed down. Only the words and melody can echo in human minds, and our collective memory. In other words, no matter what people saw at the time, when this poem is sung, what they remember is what we created. Create courage. Create hope, or use poetry to enhance this fear and squeeze human beings' will to fight. This is the ability of the bard. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Liu realized that bards might change history in some way, or people's perception of a certain event, especially in an era where information is less developed. Are you envious? What is your path? Do you want to become a bard? Gamma gritted his teeth. I can be your teacher. The best teacher. What level are you at? Liu's question was very direct. Gamma fell silent again. Don't you know it's rude to directly ask someone about their class? Damn it. Why don't people here in Hongyu Town even have this basic common sense? If I can write an epic, what level do you think I should be? Gamma asked. Level 9? Level 8? Level 7? Liu seemed to be counting down. Shut up and listen to me honestly. Gamma cleared his throat. The flute sounded, and he continued singing. The brave men, Legion and Holy Army stand side by side, in the torrent of steel, opening the road to the demon city. This paragraph is easy to understand, and Liu has no doubts. The 3 spears guide the way forward. Even if it is a trap, there is no turning back. But finally, the devil showed his fangs. When Bone City turned around, we finally saw the true face of the devil. When Gamma sang this, Liu had already seen Bone City rising first, and then adjusting its angle slightly, as if something terrible was about to happen. But Gamma's singing stopped suddenly, and Liu felt uncomfortable for a while. Then what? Liu asked. Let's stop here today. We can't finish our story at once. Gamma chuckled until the bumpkin from Hongyu Town finally became interested in his work. If you are interested, your willingness to smash the box will be greatly reduced. Gamma is proud. Liu also understood Gamma's intention, and the cross sword in his hand was shaking unsteadily obviously. The bard was using his work to buy time and avoid being unboxed. Then the next question is whether Gamma's epic has the final value. Just as Liu was staring at the box and thinking about this problem, his vision suddenly changed. For the box, there are some more signs in the field of vision to mark its value. It is equivalent to approximately 30,000 magic stones. And there are even various weird materials and corresponding quantities, or more intuitively countless gold coins. Liu can see the value of the box. That is, the value of Gamma's epic. Liu rubbed his eyes, not sure if it was an illusion or some kind of ability of his. Do you see value? What is it used for? Steal? Or a transaction? Could it be that his predecessor was a very violent businessman? Liu started thinking wildly again. How's it going? Do you want to continue? Gamma waited for a moment, and saw no response from Liu before asking again. I think, maybe we can share a journey. I'm still polishing the ending of the epic, but I can tell you in advance that there is a shocking conspiracy in it. Gamma shouted. Liu doesn't think this has anything to do with him. In this melody, there is betrayal and forgetfulness. There is a very important demon, who was forgotten under the influence of the High Altar. This demon is so secretive that I can't even remember its name. The only thing I know is that it is precisely because this demon is too secretive that the power of forgetfulness takes care of him. This requires casting a spell long in advance. Otherwise, no one can make everyone on the continent forget his existence. Forgetting only needs to cover the people who know its true appearance, so that it can be forgotten. That's a weirder power. A weirder ritual. Gamma gushed when talking about the end of the epic. But Liu sounded like he was advertising. He was a little distracted and even wanted to yawn. I can also tell you the origin of the sword in your hand. Sensing Liu's reaction, Gamma decided to say something that Liu cared about. And Liu quickly made a calculation since this box is worth so much. It can at least be transported to the next town and sold to earn some traveling expenses. It's not a good idea to keep robbing. What is the name of your epic? Liu put away his sword, boarded the carriage, and asked an obvious question. Gamma epic. The box reluctantly moved back to make room for Liu. At the same time, inside the box, a crouched-up person was writing a new chapter with a quill on his skin that was covered with writings. Chapter 618, A More Direct Approach. Gamma walked out of the eternal night, encountered thieves, and met a traveler namely. This is a traveler who has no common sense, no sense of taste, is unreasonable, and a little crazy. The epic of Gamma successfully aroused his interest. So before this epic poem is sung and before the promotion ceremony is completed, Gamma will go with this traveler. Although this traveler has always coveted the treasure in the box. As long as Gamma is promoted to level 9, there will be no more danger. Sharing a story with him every day is enough to get through this journey smoothly. Gamma is gradually gathering strength and making final preparations to complete the ceremony. The man in the box smeared it all over his body, further completing the subsequent chapters of Gamma epic. The carriage was walking leisurely on the wilderness for 2 days. Liu gnawed on a piece of hard rotten bread, which tasted the same as chewing wax. But he had to eat it obviously. Gamma could see the situation near the carriage. So Liu subconsciously perfected his acting skills, and tried not to reveal more information. Of course I'm not hungry. I just want to take a nap occasionally. Liu even took the time to run to a distance to relieve himself. Even though there was nothing to solve at all. From time to time, a train whistle sounded in the distance, which Gamma compared to the sound of the Empire sucking the marrow of the old church. This also means that the carriage is getting closer to the main road, and is about to bid farewell to the wilderness. By the way, you haven't said where you are going yet. Liu drove, looking ahead with his clairvoyant eyes, adjusting the direction based on the map brought by Wendy's family, and the punctuation points in his mind. Liu's destination is of course Split Gold Mountain. In Gamma's description, the Gold Split Mountain has been turned into a huge mine by the Taz Empire. There are 5 small towns located around the mine, mainly used for the trade of slaves and minerals. Go to Crack Gold Mountain to light up the map and sell the box to get some travel expenses. Liu doesn't intend to go around in circles with Gamma. Sell early and enjoy early? The epic was really a bit confusing to listen to. Gamma had been talking about it for 2 days. And he had just talked about the flying of the Bone City. It was understandable to Liu that the Demon King's city could levitate. But he really couldn't imagine what it meant to have several engines installed in the city's roots. Could it be that the Demon King's castle uses technology instead of magic? When asked about Gamma in turn left Liu in suspense, as if he must finish telling the story. Liu suspected that Gamma didn't understand what happened at the scene. Almost. It's this direction. Gamma's voice was very steady. The further away from the eternal night, the better. After 2 days of observation, Liu also realized that the bard's condition was much better than when he first met him. If it were later, it might not be easy to sell. The Demon King city has learned to fly. It can be foreseen that the demons will come out at any time and sweep across the entire continent, bringing endless disasters. Gamma has a sense of drama in his daily chats, and Liu is already used to it. But Liu felt that he must ask Gamma's exact destination today. Otherwise, if he ran away before selling him, it would be in vain. Don't tell me the place. You have to tell me what you are going to do. Right? Otherwise I won't even know you sold me. Liu preemptively asked. Didn't you receive a letter last night? Late last night, when Liu was driving, he saw a letter flashing in the moonlight and dropped it into a box. At that time, Liu thought it was an illusion caused by being too trapped. But judging from Gamma's mood today, the letter made him very excited. Oh, that letter. Gamma didn't seem to expect that Liu noticed the letter. Li's perception is very keen. He is not as innocent and stupid as he appears. He has taken at least 1 dose of pituitary gland potion. Gamma records on human skin. It's okay to say it. Gamma saw Liu's hand holding the hilt of the cross sword and immediately cooperated. That is the invitation letter to the Bards Conference. Bards Conference? Liu didn't expect that the Bards still had an organization. It's just magic that circulates among bards. Whenever an epic poem is about to be published, there will be a similar conference. Gamma's voice was a little louder. The last time an epic poem came out, it was when the holy city Sindalami fell. The fall of the gods? Liu had some understanding of the recent major events in the Chaos continent. After all, these things happen wherever you go. And you can't escape even if you want to. Yes, there were more than a dozen bards who survived that war. It's a pity that the winner chose the wrong target to follow. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Gamma laughed wildly. That idiot chose to follow the successor Popesith. Torum, following his footsteps of spreading faith and singing poems, followed the path of God and went to the snow country. Maybe the bones have been frozen and cracked in the north now. Right? Ha ha ha. The box vibrated up and down, causing jolts to the carriage. So it means that at this conference, whose poetry will you compete with the bards? The one who wins is equivalent to writing an epic. Liu understood the Bard Conference as a draft competition. No, that's not how it works. Box shook his body. The winner chooses the method of communication. The loser burns the poems and turns to the winner's works. It's just that the winner of that game was a fool. He thought that joining the successor pope would help spread his epic, and wanted to follow the pope's journey to perfect his work. But now he can't hear any sound. He must be dead. Ha ha. Gamma is very happy. It's better to distribute the works through the conference. At least now I can listen to them. Although Gamma did not go into too much detail, Liu also roughly understood the logic of the bard's advancement. Composing an epic is only the first step. and subsequent dissemination is equally important. As for the Minstrel Congress, it was an event used to unify and designate versions of poetry before disseminating them. So, you are going to attend this bard convention? Liu asked about the original destination. Of course. There are 100 more mouths than mine. With so many mouths helping me spread my praises, my epic can resound throughout the continent. Of course Gamma would not let go of such a good opportunity. Then how are you sure that you will be the winner? Liu has never heard of poetry in this world. But judging from the listening experience alone, the Gamma epic does not have too many amazing feelings. It's just a bunch of metaphors and exaggerated words put together to describe the process of the war. Don't worry. There are only a few poets who survived the city. I may be the only one who can recover from his injuries. During that war, besides paying attention to the battle situation, all the remaining attention of the poets was actually focused on other bards. On the poet. After all, poets are the biggest competitors. I am confident in my work. And I also have a special method that can help everyone focus. A card appeared in Gamma's mind. It was something that automatically slipped into his hands after a certain demon disappeared at the end of the war. Liu couldn't understand what Gamma was talking about, and thought it was another metaphor. Oh, since you said that, then maybe you were right. Liu nodded. But I have a question. You said it. Gamma didn't like Liu's serious question. Since the conference is just a part of promoting dissemination, the ultimate goal is to let everyone know your poetry. You are so confident in your work. Then why not use a more direct method? A more direct way? What way? Gamma became interested. For example, live broadcast? Liu took out a domino with eyeballs from his arms. Chapter 619, Eyeballs are cute. What the HL? Where did you come from? The box shook, and seemed to be falling apart. After all, he had just left that war not long ago. So it was normal for Gamma to have some stress reactions. Picked it up. This was what Liu picked up next to the corpse on the roadside, when he went to relieve himself. Liu had heard of the Gamma epic, so he naturally understood that the dominoes were the devil's live broadcast equipment. So he took them with him. Mainly because the eyeballs embedded in the dominoes are very cute. Friendly and vivid. Didn't you say that this thing can broadcast the battle live to the whole continent? That makes sense. It should also be able to directly help you recite poems? Liu played with the dominoes in his hand. If you just want to read your poems to people all over the continent, wouldn't live streaming be more efficient? What kind of bard convention are you going to attend? The epic poem that is read out first will be the final version. Gamma fell silent. Why didn't I think of it? Gamma sat quietly in front of the dominoes for a long time. I don't blame you. After all, you're just a talking box. It's normal to think of these things. Liu spread his hands. But judging from your description, this domino should only be used for projection, not the mother domino. Liu even gave a solution. Find the mother domino, recite a poem to it, and broadcast it live? That's it. Promoted? Liu has understood that as a brave man. The ultimate goal is to advance. Same goes for Gamma. Mother? Gamma had never thought about the logic behind the live broadcast of dominoes. Maybe it can really be done. But in this case, I need to return to the Demon King city. After thinking for a moment, the box shook more violently. Obviously because he was afraid of returning to the place that brought him endless fear. Well, that's a problem. Liu didn't think that such a talking box was capable of breaking into the Demon King city. After all, that was the demonic realm where a paladin, a great wizard, and the Empire's strongest army were buried. I'm just saying this possibility, and I don't rule out that other bards will think of this method, and then muster up the courage to return to the Demon King city and chant. Liu suddenly felt that a tangled box was much cuter than a dramatic box, especially when it hesitates. Have courage? If we have this courage, we will not be just bards. Gamma knows himself and his compatriots very well. Let us join the brave group of the Empire, and go to that place on our own. No way. What we are good at is creation, not fighting. Gamma denied Liu's conjecture. And we are not scholars. So how can we find a way to use the mother card? Gamma finally stopped being entangled. The possibility you mentioned does not exist in the bard at all. If you carry your own writings and experience the Demon King city again, what is the difference between him and the idiot who followed the successor Pope Sistorum? His ashes have all turned into ice slag. Right? In Gamma's understanding, brave poets are all dead poets. He didn't want to be one of them. Okay. Then it's up to you to attend the minstrel conference. Liu suddenly felt that it would be fun for a group of talking boxes to gather together for a meeting. Where will your conference be held? Coincidentally, We are in a certain tavern in Split Gold Mountain. It seems that everyone escapes at about the same speed, Gamma muttered. After half a day of waffling, Liu finally made Gamma let down his guard and reveal his destination. It turned out to be a mountain of gold. I thought such a major gathering would take place in God's Oath City. After 2 days of communication, Liu already knew the name of the imperial capital. God's Sworn City? Haha. Of course, there are idiots who publish their works there. But in the end, they were changed beyond recognition by the royal family. Gamma laughed wildly again. Do you think such an epic about the failure of the empire will be published in God's Sworn City? The city was published? It seems you are not that smart either. At the end of that war, Prince Noel died like a chicken. He even peed his pants. Ha ha ha. Gamma accidentally revealed the scene at the end of the war. But Liu didn't pay attention. All he could think about was how to sell Gamma before going to the tavern when he arrived at Jinshan Mountain. After thinking for a moment, Liu could only think of going to a market or a pawn shop before going to the tavern. Or if you meet a caravan on the main road, you can trade in advance. Then it's time for today's poetry? Now that we have talked about war, Liu still wants to know how Prince Noel got to the point where he peed his pants. Very good. Where did you talk about yesterday? Speaking of Bone City being pushed by engines and taking off. What next? Then, the Pale River and the Seraphs dragged the blood and rushed towards the entrance of the Magic City. The 5 towns outside the Split Gold Mountain are named after the 5 ores of holy gold, silver, copper, and iron. After 2 days of trekking, Liu and Gamma arrived at the outpost outside the iron mine town via the main road, and were receiving the news from the team. Examine. They did meet several caravans on the road, but after private discussions, Liu found that none of them were willing to trade the talking box on the spot. They all said that they needed to be authenticated by the town's exchange before they dared to buy it. Of course, it may also have something to do with Liu's relatively high price. Even though Liu's asking price is only 1/10 of the box's value, the closer to the Jinshan Mountain, the lower the possibility of trading. In the end, Liu stopped trying. Thought it would be better to wait until the exchange to appraise it and sell it at a good price. Of course, the premise is to find some way to hide from Gamma. Therefore, Liu's attitude towards Gamma has been very good in the past 2 days. As if he has been deeply attracted by his epic and can't stop. And his hand is very far away from the handle of the cross sword. Until reaching the outpost, a wooden sign was erected outside the station, with more than a dozen prohibited items engraved on it, including locusts, flies, bones, red oil. The largest one is a domino with eyeballs and tongues. Ha ha ha. Dominoes have been banned in the Empire. You still said you want to live broadcast? How is that possible? Gamma mocked mercilessly. Of course, it was mainly used to veto Liu's proposal about live streaming poetry. After Liu's attitude improved, Gamma became relatively more assertive, and became more convinced that participating in the minstrel conference was the right way to advance. Liu had no reaction to this. He just walked to Limpa outside the outpost, preparing to bury the domino in the soil and take it out when he left the town. If any prohibited items are found, destroy them on the spot. 2 imperial sentries jumped out of the tree. Their words were stern, and they slashed at Liu's hand. Liu was careless for a moment and only looked through the forest, not the trees, and missed the 2 sentries. Dang! Liu raised his sword to block the sentry's saber. You dare to fight back? A sentry slashed at Liu's neck, but he was immediately pulled back to him by another sentry, who winked at him one after another. What are you doing? There are orders from above. Anyone with dominoes can be killed. The sentry who jumped down at first was still exerting his strength. Kingston's sword. Another sentry pointed at the sword in Liu's hand. Where did it come from? The sentry asked Liu, picking up his whistle. Chapter 620 Traveler. Of course, Liu already knew from Gamma that this sword belonged to the Kingston family. And the Kingston family was one of the major nobles in the empire. Their business covered minerals, mechas, etc. And they were the only one among the nobles. The Cracked Gold Mountain is a mineral deposit that the empire has newly absorbed from the old Holy See. The Kingston family's forces have already moved in. Of course, the sentry can recognize this as a noble sword. Seeing the sentry whistling, Liu estimated that if he was not satisfied with the answer, he would undoubtedly call for more imperial troops. We wiped out a group of thieves on the road. Just keep it and give it to you as tolls? Liu turned the cross sword and handed the handle to the sentry. Since there must be members of the Kingston family in the 5 towns, Liu couldn't just tell a lie that would be exposed. So it was better to tell the truth. Of course, this sword was appraised by Liu with his eyes. It was worth a few gold coins, and was simply used as a toll into the town. Thieves? Did you kill them all by yourself? The sentry looked Liu up and down, not sure what kind of thieves the big man was killing. Hey, it's not worth mentioning. A group of guys who don't have enough to eat feel that they can follow the path of thieves after eating some information. Liu talked about some situations in Hongyu town. What about this? Where did it come from? The sentry's outfit was also quite shabby, and he was quite moved when he saw the cross sword handed to him. But his eyes were always fixed on the dominoes, as if he was afraid of the sudden projection of his eyeballs. I also picked it up on the roadside. I didn't plan to bring it into the town. Liu placed the dominoes on the ground and seemed very cooperative. If it would be convenient, Liu rubbed some soil on the dominoes with his feet, as if to bury them on the spot. Of course, Liu still wanted to take it away when he left town, although the dominoes were created by the devil. They might be able to see unexpected information from them, which would be valuable to Liu. Feedback from the Eye of Appraisal also confirms this. When Liu first arrived in the mainland, he was in great need of all kinds of information. Impossible. This is a demonic creation that is expressly prohibited by the Empire. Let alone you. Even if you come to Kingston, you still can't bring it to the town. The sentry looked righteous. Do you think you are the first person to want to hide something in this forest? The sentry pointed to the rotten soil on the ground, and then accepted the cross sword handed over by Liu. Judging from the slightly raised corners of his mouth, he seemed to think that he had enough money for the drinks tonight, and could even have a big fight. Who are you? What are you doing in Iron Ore Town? The sentry looked at Liu, then at the carriage parked on the path, and finally asked about Liu's origins. Oh, I'm a traveler on the road. I heard that these towns are very prosperous, and there are many merchants. So I came here to buy some supplies. Liu said about the background story he set to facilitate future travel. Free movement in the town. As long as these two sentries are taken care of, Liu will have the confidence to pass the outpost in Iron Line Town. Oh, traveler, isn't he a merchant? The sentry looked at the carriage on the path, and noticed the boxes on the carriage. You also brought some goods? What is that? The sentry rubbed the hilt of the cross sword and pointed to the box on the carriage. The next second, the throats of the two sentries were pinched by Liu. Then his neck was twisted, and he died silently. A sword worth 7 gold coins is not enough. It seems that the Imperial Army in the 5 towns of Split Gold has a big appetite. Liu threw the two sentries on the ground and muttered to himself. Obviously, the sentry was not only eyeing Liu's cross sword, but also the boxes in the car. Of course, Liu would not hand over Gamma to them after all. This talking box was worth a lot of money, and was used to exchange for future travel expenses. So it can only be killed. Ha! You killed the sentry. Seeing Liu's actions, Gamma, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. You are out of luck. Oh! What should I say? Liu had no choice but to take action. His original intention was to exchange Gamma for money, and then light up the dots of the Jinshan mountain. He should try to avoid unnecessary trouble. You don't think the military doesn't have diviners, do you? They can find clues as long as they find the body and inspect the scene. Gamma further believed that the traveler was a person who lacked common sense, and their whistles are enchanted. Once activated, they will scream when they get close to the murderer. Gamma, as a bard, is very knowledgeable. Liu immediately crushed the whistles used by the sentries to call for reinforcements. There was a soft crunch. Oh, I forgot. Although you are reckless, you are very strong, Gamma said softly. But there's no point. As long as their bodies are still there, and if they are discovered, you won't be able to escape. Unfortunately, I think our journey is about to come to an end. Gamma's voice sounded regretful. Really? But I haven't finished listening to your epic yet. Liu began to think about remedies. This is indeed your loss, Gamma agreed. And if they find the murderer, they will see you and me walking together. Liu tried to share the trouble. Haha. HL. I am a brave man. I am a bard. My works will be spread across the continent. What do you think they will do to me? They will invite me to the town hall and hold a dance for me, just to listen to my poetry. Gamma pointed out the key point. Liu also realized that as a famous warrior, he would indeed have many privileges. Okay, as long as there are no corpses? Liu immediately turned around, picked up the corpses of the two sentries, jumped between the trees in the forest to hide the smell, found a cliff according to the map, and threw the corpses down. Kingston didn't dare to ask for his sword anymore. He just went back into the town and bought an ordinary weapon. After finally disposing of the bodies of the 2 sentries, Liu ran back along the path and was surprised to find that the box on the carriage was missing. Gamma escaped? The box not only talks, but also has legs? Liu has been walking with Gamma these days, but he didn't expect that he still had this ability. Gamma fooled the traveler namely with his arrogant words, and finally stopped traveling with him. In the cramped box, a man was writing on his skin, mixed among the merchant's goods. Gamma embarked on a new adventure until he arrived at the Bard Conference. Although the road was a little bumpy, it did not affect the poet's mood. There is no need to go into details in the process. It is a detail worth ignoring, leaving it to your imagination. The poet seemed to smell the smell of freedom. The path in front of the outpost was empty. With only the sound of the wind blowing through the woods, there was no trace on the ground. And Gamma had already walked a long way. This man said so much, just to trick me into leaving for a moment, so that I can escape? Does he know that I want to sell him? Liu went over everything he had just experienced, and suddenly felt as if he had been deceived. The whole process was inexplicable, and seemed very innocent. Some kind of ability? Liu is not sure. But what Liu was sure of was that he was using him to understand the continent of Chaos. And the bard was also using him to get on his way. It is estimated that the thieves in Hongyu Town have also been played by him in this way. How much of what he said was a lie? Or were they all lies? Liu felt much more relaxed when he thought that he might not get into trouble with the Imperial Army. My old friend. It seems that it's just you and me now. Liu patted the thin horse's neck. I wonder if the minstrel conference he mentioned really exists. Real? Shoma blinked. Chapter 621 Entering the town. I saw the box floating away from here. Huh? You can speak? Liu was stunned and his hands froze. I won't. The skinny horse snorted and shook its mouth. Then why can I understand you? Liu moved his palm away. But the connection with Shoma still existed. Have no idea. Damn it. Can I control a beast? Liu discovered that he seemed to be able to sense the thin horse's thoughts. Is this also some kind of ability of the predecessor? Liu was a little confused. Did you just say that the box floated away from here? Liu pointed in the direction of the path. Right. How many surprises does this predecessor hold? Liu already knew that one of his eyes had clairvoyance. The other eye could judge the value of objects. And his body was invulnerable and full of combat power. Now you can actually communicate with horses, or even wild animals. Liu felt more and more that the origin of his predecessor was extraordinary. And he could even hardly tell which abilities were his predecessor's original abilities, and which were acquired by lighting up punctuation marks. But none of this matters. The important thing is to make good use of your abilities. You said you saw him floating over here? Liu confirmed to Shoma. Right. Although the thin horse has no energy, he almost always responds to his requests. I can still smell it now. The thin horse sniffed. Very good. Liu was overjoyed, thinking that the story with Gamma was not over yet, and he still had a chance to sell him for money. So one person and one horse continued on the road, rushing to the outpost in Iron Ore Town. Can I give you a name? Liu felt that the thin horse was more pleasing to the eye for some reason. Mama? For the first time, Shoma didn't respond. Looking at how thin you are, then let's go to Rosanander, or Skinny. It's your choice. Liu patted the horse's back and unloaded the carriage. Shosho did not respond. Liu stuffed the remaining broken bread into his pocket and walked forward quickly. There was no one in front of the outpost. The refugees had long been transported to the bottom of the mine. Only scattered businessmen came in and out. A traveler and a skinny horse stand out in this scene. Of course, Liu was still a little worried. Worried that some lies or clues would be found out like Gamma said. But looking at the outpost, there were only 5 or 6 soldiers in total. They were all a bit sallow and thin, and even the muscles were atrophied. Liu was at least sure that he could escape at any time, so he felt a little relieved. Of course, Kingston didn't dare to take the cross sword with him anymore. Liu only had some scattered copper coins seized from passing thieves on his body, and he didn't know if they would be enough to enter the town. Name? Where are you from? Where are you going? What are you doing in Iron Ore Town? And how long will you stay? The soldiers at the outpost asked a series of routine questions. The outpost was different from the wild. The businessmen coming and going were all watching, and the soldiers were not willing to collect anything. It was also obvious that Liu didn't have much to gain, so he looked very lazy. Li, traveler, is traveling and comes to Iron Mine Town to rest. Liu did not answer all the questions, but at the same time handed the soldiers the levy, which is the city entry tax. Traveler? Aren't you afraid of death when traveling in the south? the soldier muttered, as if he had seen all kinds of strange things, and was too lazy to ask too much. He accepted the copper coins and simply registered them, then led Liu to a machine at the entrance of the station. The machine is as tall as a person, and is composed of various gears and springs. The main body is a huge mirror with the emblem of God's sworn city engraved on the mirror, and a base is connected to the back. The base is empty, and you can't see what the specific mechanism is. What is this? Liu saw that this machine was expensive to build. At the same time, he looked through it and saw no offensive devices. He only saw some defective magic stones in the wooden box behind the mirror. Coming from the south? Then you really need to travel more. The soldier responded angrily. It's just a routine check to see if you are a believer and have come to preach, the soldier said, taking out a magic stone from the wooden box and placing it on the base behind the mirror. Aren't you going to enter the town? If you want to enter the town, you have to check. Seeing Liu's hesitation, the soldier suddenly became nervous. Oh, check it out. It doesn't matter. Liu wanted to minimize the trouble, so the best way was to enter the town through official channels. Anyway, I am a believer. The magic stone is set in the base, and the mirror shines, reflecting Liu's body, head and face very clearly. If you're not a believer, that's fine. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the thin horse behind Liu. There is still one. Bring it here. You want to check the horse too? Liu did as he was told. I didn't expect that the inquiry work at the outpost was so perfunctory, but the screening of believers was so strict. Of course, you come from the south. You should have experienced this, right? The soldier led the horse to the mirror, and an ordinary thin horse appeared. Believe me, I know. Liu recognized the spreading ability of cults. Even a shabby place in Hongyu town can have a red oil sect, such as the Carrying sect or the Bone Cart sect, which must be even more harmful. Then you still have to ask? The soldier saw that the man was a man or a horse, and put the reins back into Liu's hands. If you are a believer, what will you see in the mirror? This was the first time Liu saw a creation of the empire. Naturally, he was very curious. When his shadow moved, he subconsciously asked, You will see whatever you believe, I heard. The soldier had never seen a believer in the cult. Only unbelievers or people who believe in the empire's Protestant religion can enter. Protestant? Liu knew about the old Holy See and the successor Pope Sistorum, but he had never heard of Protestantism. Lord Tasso's new religion is more enlightened, more pious, and more powerful than the old religion. It seems that this soldier is a believer in the new religion and said many good things. Protestant churches have churches in the 5 towns. You can go and pray at any time. With that said, the soldier asked Liu to enter the passage to check the luggage. Liu tasted the products and realized that in this whole process, the most important part was in front of the mirror. Only those who passed the untrustworthy tests were qualified to enter the town. Difficult days. The soldier waved Liu Ebong's hard rotten bread, looked at the thin horse following him, and said with emotion, It's not bad. Liu shrugged, not thinking that his outfit was miserable. They are just props anyway. These are. The soldier pointed at the iron nails, which were long and short and stained with blood. My weapons are very convenient for killing demons. Liu didn't see the notice prohibiting weapons, and thought they could be carried. It is indeed portable. Now that you say so. The soldier looked at the nails, and then at Liu. He didn't know what kind of demons these small nails could be used to kill, but he didn't ask much. If you need money, there are some commissions on the board. If you are confident, you can go over there and have a look. The soldier pointed to the road into the town. The mercenary groups here are almost dead, and they are very short of manpower. Liu noticed a sign at the intersection. If these nails are not enough for you to complete the task and you are about to starve to death, you can go to the church and become a believer. Or you can just go to the mines and earn some coolie money. That's fine. The soldier handed over a stamped paper, which was proof of Liu's entry into the town. After the inspection, the travelers were released into the town. Thank you for your suggestion. Liu Yixin said that the soldier was quite nice. She put away the certificate, led the thin horse, and walked slowly towards the town. Does it taste right? Liu asked Shou. Right. Skinny sniffed, and he must have felt Gamma's breath passing through him not long ago. Liu also saw as he wished. The light that cracked the Jinshan mountain began to fill the map points. Why haven't those 2 bastards come back yet? Before he could get far, Liu heard the soldiers behind him starting to complain. It's almost time for shift change, and I don't want to keep eating sand here. Liu hurriedly quickened his pace. fearing that they would smell the blood on his hands. Chapter 622, Scavenger. Unlike the ruins of Hongyu Town, the houses in Iron Mine Town are in good condition, with most of them consisting of 2- or 3-story buildings. There are also pedestrians on the road, although they are all in a hurry and only half of their faces are exposed in this late autumn. They all have their own destinations. There is no sense of confusion on the faces of the townspeople and thieves in Hongyu Town. Of course, the town can't be said to be bustling, but most of the shops are open, and townspeople are coming and going. Seeing the travelers arriving in the town, the townspeople were not too curious, but tried to avoid them as much as possible, as if Liu had some kind of dangerous aura. Or maybe they had seen too many travelers and brave men and had lost the sense of freshness. On the contrary, they would always glance at the thin horse several times and become more interested. Following the smell of gamma, we walked straight into Iron Ore Town, and there was a sign on the street corner, far away from the sentries. Liu stopped for a moment and looked at the commissions above. There were many of them, messily posted on the board. Some of them were obviously old, and it was difficult to determine whether the client was still there. Many large mercenary organizations have disappeared, and even this kind of commission work is no longer smooth. This continent is really bleak. The contents of the commissions are divided into those within the town and outside the town. Most of the commissions outside the town are to purchase certain rare commodities or to hunt for some specific demonic materials. Whether he had stayed long enough, or whether he had visited the other 7 major towns, it was difficult for Liu to judge how long it would take to fill up the light and acquire new skills and memories. What? Liu heard that the shopkeeper was speechless. The scavengers are a cleanup team composed of the private armies of the Empire and the Kingston family. They are used to, protect the townspeople from danger and clean up the shadows and believers in the night, the shopkeeper said in a stagnant tone, as if he was talking about an idea that was instilled by weak force. Or if he really wants to be your apprentice, he can't go to the church and become a believer. Use your own hands to rub some sharp things, such as daggers and nails. Is he bad? What did he just say? Suddenly no one pushed the door open and entered. Ground room? Have you found it? Liu asked Shosho. The reward is 8 pieces of bread a day, which is stained with dust. And you can't live in the basement. The shop owner noticed Liu's small body and started to take in an apprentice. Anyway, the purpose is to stay in the 7 towns of split gold for a certain period of time. So it would be wrong to not have a stable place to stay. This is where the finished product comes down personally. Do you need anything? Seeing that there were no customers, the shop owner said low lazily. When she looked over here, it was the commercial street of Iron Ore Town, and it was also a place with relatively few residents. Liu briefly understood the logic of splitting the 7 golden towns. This part of the commission is also the oldest one. So old that even the contact addresses of the contact person and the client are blurred. Is it because the bread was undercooked and expired? What is the apprentice responsible for? Liu did not take a step back with the shop owner to discuss Shosho's fate, but instead tried to understand the townspeople's way of survival. But Liu almost sweated when he saw the prices in Iron Mining Town. The asking price of a common iron sword has reached 3 silver coins, which is not 300 copper coins when converted, which is enough to find 8 older children, the equivalent of 8 loaves of bread per day for a porter. What the soldiers at the outpost mean when they say difference is less is the same. After a cursory look at the commission content under the bulletin board, when she felt that if he had money, he might be able to take on some commissions in the town. Seeing the weapon shop, Liu of course pushed the door open to look at the useless swords, or sell the broken saddles and reins of the thin horses in exchange for some copper coins. The bread was covered in ashes and obviously lacked flavor. Well, your shop share a basement, and apprentices can't sleep outside. The shop owner pointed to a large house across the street. For example, the tour child only has 100 copper coins, but the commission duel is as low as 10 gold coins. This is obviously based on the depth of the client's wallet. Of course, apprentices do what apprentices should do, such as going to the mine to transport finished products. Transporting finished products. When it comes to the apprentice's work content, the shop owner can only tell one piece of information. It was very difficult for Shosho to distinguish, and he could only barely shake his head to give a rough direction. Do you want to take the saddle? Liu gave up buying any weapons for the time being. In one case, those ironwork shops were recruiting apprentices, but the wages were only bread. Bread and bread. He is new here, right? If his relatives are really rich, it is Tathagata who works for you. Scavenger? Liu had heard of that thing before. The commercial street in iron or town is mainly composed of some derivative shops based on iron or resources, such as some homemade iron products shops, hammer and nail tool shops, iron jewelry shops, etc. What's the economy like? When G looked at the depressed commercial street, and then at the recruitment notices at the store doors, he felt that the lifestyles of the townspeople in the 7th town of Split Gold should be poor or poorer, which was quite miserable. The dot is filled with various weapons, armors and shields, lying quietly outside the ears, looking like someone is interested. This is too long ago. Is the self-healing bone a material that is prohibited from being transported behind the outpost? Liu sighed. I'm sure he sold his horse with him. And you can't help him get a bad bed out on the ground floor. Did Shosho respond? It twitched its nose, looking for Gamma's whereabouts. Not only can you earn some living expenses, but you can also wander around the town and light up the landmarks of Jinshan Mountain. The content of the commission includes materials that Liu has never heard of, such as the brain, pituitary gland, and self-healing bones. He should think about it slowly. The shop owner chuckled when he saw Liu's relatives. Anyway, the balance of that body is excellent. And it doesn't matter if it rubs your butt when riding. A saddle or something is a necessity. You need to think about this. Of course, when G would become an apprentice in the blacksmith shop as soon as he left town. But he didn't directly agree. Liu became more and more confused as he listened. Just that much? Liu expressed with satisfaction. Your mother is very generous. If you want, just leave. The shopkeeper took the bread back and simply accepted it. Preaching may be better than being an apprentice. Ha ha ha. The shop owner seemed to be telling a joke, amusing himself. There are fewer types of commissions in the town, including finding missing children, decorating new houses, commissioning duels, etc. The categories are very confusing, and the magnitude of the rewards are completely the same. Out of your viciousness, you shared that information with him. The shop owner winked at Liu. It is forbidden to sleep on the streets in the 7 towns of Split Gold. If the scavengers find out, they will be taken directly to the mines. The smell is very vague, so expensive. Of course, there is no weapon shop. Direct barter? Let's go and have a look. If his relatives can't, at least buy him some food. Liu patted the thin horse's back and turned back to the commercial street. In short, his parents allow vagrants or beggars to exist, and any remaining labor force will be taken away to mine. No wonder they all found apprentices. When arriving at the outpost, the punctuation mark of Jinshan Mountain under the map glowed slightly, and the light was filling in. In short, in the 7th town of Split Gold, he must be able to sleep on the streets. The shop owner rubbed his eyes. Either he finds a job, or else he has to be arrested and sent to the mines. But there are many who can't get out. Sell or sell. It's just that the war has stopped temporarily. When the last war is over, your goods will be robbed very quickly. The shop owner looked at Wenji sideways, and was very confident. A piece of bread? The shopkeeper looked up, looked at the skinny horse in the shop and the saddle under it, curled his lips, and took out a piece of white bread from the bottom of the table. If he sells all those things, how about I give you some scraps that he uses? Liu saw that since he got finished products, it would be fine to get some scrap metal. Chapter 623, Port Town Chamber of Commerce. Liu was completely unaware of this person's arrival. It was as if he had suddenly appeared at the door, or had been waiting at the door for a long time. The person who came in was wearing a white robe, with one shoulder higher than the other. He walked to the counter and asked the owner, "Hello. What did you just say?" Liu noticed that not only this man's body, but also his face was high on one side and low on the other. The whole person had a sense of awkwardness. When the shop owner saw him, his face turned pale instantly. "Oh, I am recommending this new person to the town to become a believer." The shop owner wiped his sweat and accidentally wiped his face with ashes. Obviously, this guy in white robe is a believer in Protestantism. So that's it. Bai Bao turned around and asked Liu, "Then are you willing?" The believer's face was very close to Liu, and his breath made Liu subconsciously feel irritated. Business scope? Liu felt that the business scope of the Bad Town Chamber of Commerce included moving talking boxes. What's going on? Liu scratched his head. Oh yeah, perspective? Yes. The hunting kingdom is very powerful. It has a mercenary organization from Shilu. The shop owner laughed. Now that the country has been destroyed, everyone is dead, and only the scum is left. Hungry. A very powerful chamber of commerce? After walking with Gamma for the next few days, he didn't dare to close his eyes. Li Yu is actually not sleepy at the moment. The next step is either to have a bad sleep, grab the gamma and sell it, or to accept a commission to earn some living expenses, or to buy enough time to light up the punctuation point of the cracked gold mountain. Is it written below? The shopkeeper said angrily, his eyes still glancing at the white robe he took. Or, he is a brave man and needs to buy some demonic materials from us. The shop owner looked Li Yu up and down. It seems, you have to find a place to spend the night. Turning the corner with Shou. There is a hotel called Iron Corner. But Li Yu just wanted to take care of everything, and hurriedly ran outside the room to take a nap now. At least he was sure that Gamma was at the Chamber of Commerce in the poor town. And he also had a rough understanding of the lifestyle of the iron ore town. Oh, what did you say just now? Oh yes. You can sleep on the street. Before Li Yu saw the white robe believers, he had less doubts about the scavengers. He felt that if he met us, the scene would definitely be the same. More comfortable than meeting a believer. Fong Long has no psychological burden when a traveler becomes a scavenger. But now, he just wants to find a hotel and have a good sleep. Fong Long looked through it and saw that the bodyguard's bones and muscles were the same as those of the special townspeople, and the armor was completely embedded in the skin, with no magic power flowing through it. From a perspective, it was difficult to tell which box was the gamma box among the layers of box interference. But that gave Li Yu a wake-up call. Oh, I wanted to show you. You poor man. Don't mess with us. You know what's going on even if you get eaten. The shop owner gave Li Yu some advice. Li Yu stopped. The smell of gamma extends into the shop opposite, smuggling some demonic materials, relics or creations. The shop owner didn't answer any questions. Why? He wants to do business with us? He doesn't have anything valuable under him that is worth trading with us. You guess it's a powerful organization? Li Yu asked back. The same commission as the signboard is posted at the door of the hotel. It is obviously a very suitable place for brave men and travelers to stay. Oh! The first question. Li Yu raised his finger and pointed at a shop opposite. What is this? The sign of this shop reads Bad Town Chamber of Commerce, which looks very shabby. Have you ever seen any other guests who are so hot and clear? It's not easy to be thirsty or hungry, but sleeping is fine. Li Yu found that the body's need for sleep was already weak. Find a hotel and ask about the price. At best, you can afford it. If you can afford it, you have to make money quickly. Looking at the Chamber of Commerce of the poor town across the street, Fong Long patted the thin horse's back. Does he know about the humble town? God, he is such a bumpkin. The shop owner shook his head. He must know about the hunting country. Right. You saw it. Don't ask me what happened. The shop owner was a little angry. As if Li Yu is responsible for everything. You have said what needs to be said. If I am your apprentice, get out of here. You poor man. The shopkeeper waved his hand and prepared to expel the customer. He is a traveler. He is a poor man. Damn. The shop owner wanted to scold him, but he didn't dare to say anything, for fear that the believers outside the door would turn around. It's just a horse after all. Li Yu said something, thinking that it was no wonder the mercenary industry there was so developed. It turned out that the youngest organization had been eliminated. Did Shou respond or think about the fate of sleeping on the street? Hunting Nation originally occupied Huashan, and Huzhen Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce affiliated with our superiors. Before Huashan was destroyed, our remaining people from the inner circle came over there and started that chamber of commerce. You are still a brave man now. You are just a traveler, Li Yu said. Li Yu looked away and looked to the side along the building, seeing a dazzling array of merchandise in the Chamber of Commerce and cargo boxes piled deep and low. Following the smell of gamma, Li Yu and Shou came outside, and of course, they had to ask about the bard's whereabouts. After being led away to the stable, Shou gave a sneer to Li Yu. If you make full use of your clairvoyance ability and pick up some change or debris on the road, maybe you can exchange it for money? How many nights will he stay? The old lady took Fong Long to the door of room 201, opened the door, and grinned. If you have any questions, just get lost. You've wasted so little saliva. The shop owner finally stood up. You still have to return the goods. Li. Traveler. One night. The shop owner was an old lady who spoke too vaguely. She stared at Li Yu's ID card for a long time, but the registration was bad. And then she tremblingly put it away. Copper coins. Handed over a key. If the scavenger is definitely difficult to deal with, it is obvious that there is no place to stay that is more convenient for movement. On the way downstairs, He met other guests and heard some noises. So Liu took a look, watching him twist his body and leave slowly. Liu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Standing at the door of the store were two lowly guards, clad in armor and with dazzling steel swords, which even made Fan Long believe that we were not the legendary warriors who followed the path of knights. Bad? Thank him. Liu nodded to Shou, gave him a look, and told him to find some weeds outside the stable to eat, and he would treat him to a small meal when he ran out of money. After watching for a moment, the guard at the door of the Chamber of Commerce noticed Liu's gaze and drew the sword from his waist. In such a depressed commercial street, there is no store that can afford to hire two full armor guards. It is obviously something worth asking. Perhaps you have thought badly and will come to his place as an apprentice. Fan Long didn't finish his words. Very good. Our church is right in the center of the town. You are welcome to come and pray at any time. The white robe leaned slightly, drew a diamond shape on the top of his head, and then walked out of the shop. Liu was also pleased to find that the price for the first night was not discounted, and the copper coins he brought with him were just broken enough. So he decided to move in. Did he just come to town? The curfew is 9 p.m. The old lady led Liu downstairs, and the stairs creaked. I think about it. Suddenly a believer asked him with a face, and Liu couldn't say anything. The shopkeeper waved his hands repeatedly, and Fan Long left the weapon shop and returned to the commercial street. Chapter 624. Sold to the mine. There were 3 men sitting in the basement, all listening to the footsteps of the old lady and Liu going upstairs. They raised their fingers to their mouths to signal the other party to be silent. The man had a rope, 3 wooden sticks, and some pieces of rags at hand. There were blood stains on the wooden stick, and the entire head of the stick was red and black. Liu could make a guess based on his posture. Obviously, this Jeju is not a serious hotel. The strange thing is that Liu didn't find this strange at all, but felt relieved. Hearing Liu stop, the 3 men looked at each other for a moment, their bloodshot eyeballs staring in the direction of 201, and they also held the wooden stick and rope in their hands. What's wrong? The old lady asked kindly, narrowing her eyes. It's okay. Liu accidentally laughed out loud when he saw the 3 vicious men in the basement. Are these people trying to rob, kidnap, or eat themselves? The old lady closed the door, but did not leave. Instead, she retreated to a dark room on the 2nd floor and peeked at Liu through a crack in the wall. He means, I am a brave man? The woman was not firm. You? Forget it. Liu shook his head. If the old lady was a good citizen, Liu would not have been able to do anything bad and could only make money to pay for accommodation. But if you want to play this kind of thing, you can use your hands and feet to do it. At dinner, you will give me a glass of wine with some narcotics on top of the wine. If I'm knocked out, I won't be able to do it. The old lady sighed. The 8 women were stunned, looked at each other, and rushed towards Liu while turning their wooden sticks. It's time to slow down. You've told them many times. It's time to slow down, the old lady scolded. What if I go out in the morning and find that the horse has seen it, and report it to the scavenger? Our elbows, knees, shoulders and other joints were penetrated by iron nails, and they were either hung from the ceiling, pushed back from the wall, or half kneeling on the ground, and could not move. 6 silver coins, equivalent to 2 iron swords? Liu also knew how he did it. But he did it, he said. What should I do? The 8th woman waited for a long time, just waiting for a solution. His eyelids were heavy, and Liu felt really sleepy. Ganya was in a trance for a while, knowing that the movement just made her even more sleepy. The mine boss collects people every morning. If you start now, you will have to lock me up and take care of me. It will be very troublesome. The old lady considered it from a practical point of view. What should I do? Are you still selling it or selling it? You are starving to death. The woman waved the wooden stick fiercely. The old lady also moved forward in shock. Does he want to try? Ganya asked after noticing that the old lady also had a wooden stick in her hand and didn't look at all unprepared. Holding back his sleepiness, Liu focused on the basement, trying to identify the conversation between the 7 people through lip reading. And then he vaguely heard voices in front of him. Scavengers? Do you and scavengers do the same thing? There is no difference. It just depends on whose pocket the money falls into. The woman was very happy and was about to go downstairs. The old lady walked up the stairs, opened the wooden board on the bottom of the bar, and retreated to the basement. That made Liu look at him with admiration. Oh, are they related by blood? Liu also knew how the old lady tamed those 8 people. But he always felt that there was no story outside. There was no crying or wailing outside the room. The worst is to attract the attention of scavengers or officials. We are just like him. We don't even eat when we are done. The old lady showed a helpless expression. But now we are living in a bad life. What about it? Will he become your child? By the way, thank him for giving you a place to live and food for you. Ganya's words stung the old lady's heart, making the time after night even more unbearable. Perhaps even the foothold in Iron or town can be solved. Those 8 are his eldest children. Liu compared the age and appearance of the 8 women, and always felt that they were not exactly right or inferior to the old lady. But they were very different. And just when the 8 women and the old lady reached a consensus, suddenly the door panel of the basement rang. But if I can come to Iron or town alone, it shouldn't be that complicated. The old lady shook her hand. There are so few good people there. Why should I survive until now? Liu feels that taming us is more cost-effective than killing us. Drug? Is he willing to use drugs? The woman said sarcastically. Then please come in. Do you need to prepare breakfast for tomorrow? The old lady retreated to the door. 6 silver coins per person. The old lady was very cooperative. There have been more people recently, and the price may go up. After all, we only killed the 2 centuries later. If they were exposed, it would be very troublesome. Dong. The wooden stick fell to the ground, and the old lady gave up resistance. You will keep an eye on him. He will come up without your invitation. You need to think about it. Let him go down first. He couldn't cross-examine later if he had nothing to say. Ganya looked very sleepy. We were all your guests before. We were tired of the life there, and chose to move in with you. The old lady also performed this eloquent drama again. I'm sure he has no spare moves. You will kill us. And then go down and kill him. Liu motioned to the old lady to go downstairs. How is it? No money? The woman asked. At the same time, the 8 women on the ground floor didn't seem to wait any longer and started pacing back and forth, constantly listening to the sounds from the 2nd floor. Your children. The old lady hugged the woman's head. Dang dang dang. Liu felt that the situation was not subtle. So he ignored the old lady's gaze and turned around to think about how to take care of the white shop. He had to kill the people who wanted to kill him. So a few kills would be a sure thing. This is the old method. Knock him unconscious, tie him up, and sell him outside the mine. The woman made a decision slowly, and picked up the wooden stick and rope to come down. Liu picked up the rag and stuffed it into our mouths. And the 8 women groaned together. The old lady turned around and left without any firmness at all. It mainly depends on our performance. No wonder there are some guests outside the hotel. I'm sorry. You're too sleepy. If you deal with them, you won't be able to sleep. Ganya held a few iron nails and stood behind the woman and the old lady. You are a brave man. How could a brave man be so poor and end up outside your store? Either he joined the Protestant church or the Chamber of Commerce. The old lady shook her head. Since that white spot is also afraid of scavengers and only knows how to use drugs and sticks. Can only hurt himself with swords and guns. Really? This person looks very weak. If I am sleeping, I am afraid that I will hurt them. And as long as I am tied up, I will have a way to report to the scavenger. The 7th woman just wanted to eat the horse. A poor guy is no better than a refugee. The old lady spoke fluently. But in just 8 ounces of time, the 8 women's wooden sticks fell to the ground. And their whole bodies were nailed to the ground. But the last step is to get some sleep first. The old lady observed for a moment and noticed something. She walked up the steps with heavy steps. Like a cat. Without making any sound. Can't you eat my horse first? Another woman's stomach growled. Whatever their intentions were, they clearly picked the wrong person. What does he want to do now? Robbery? Murder? Sell you all? The old lady saw the twisted looks of the 8 women and became uneasy. A figure opened the door and climbed up from below. It was Liu. When the 8 women saw the old lady, they quickly stood up and gathered around, muttering something. Then he sat down on the creaky wooden bed in a daze. After listening to the woman's speech, Liu understood how Tianju treated lone travelers, and thought to himself that this was really rude if you don't have money to rob people. If you have money, sell them to mine? So they open a white shop outside. Rob. And sell customers to the mines. How much money can they make? Liu asked about the income. Ganya listened to the music. Those people were also afraid of the scavengers. No. Let's do that. You guys can sleep for a while longer. The woman's hands were itchy, and she picked up the knot. No. No. It's okay to be hungry. Liu waved his hands repeatedly and pushed the old lady out of the door. Chapter 625. Kidnapping My Morality? He nailed the 3 men with iron nails to make sure they could not move, and then knocked each of them unconscious with a wooden stick. Liu finally fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't even have time to help them treat their wounds. This sleep was not very solid, but it was better than the sleep he had when traveling with Gamma when Liu woke up. The candles in the basement had been extinguished, and he could not tell the time. Looking upward, the old lady was still sitting at the bar, hunched over, staring intently at the basement. For a moment, Liu thought she was looking at him. He stood up in a hurry and found that her eyes were not following her. Then he was sure that she was just hateful and had no unnecessary actions. He stood up and checked the 3 men. They were all nailed to the spot and fell asleep without waking up. The wounds caused by the iron nails had stopped bleeding. Fortunately, none of the 3 men died while Liu fell asleep. Seeing that they remained obedient, Liu finally had time to think about how to deal with the mess in Tia's basement. Of course you can kill them, but since a commercial street is full of neighbors, it would be difficult to hide this fact, and it might attract soldiers from the Empire or so-called scavengers. Obviously not the best choice. We need food. We need treatment, the old lady choked. The townspeople had money and food, so of course they had to find ways to be self-reliant. So the old lady who lost her iron horn teamed up with 8 children to kidnap customers and sell them to the mines. Is he the one who tried to kidnap you? He also tried to kidnap your morals? The water is in dire straits and the fire is cold. Liu knew the reason for the depression in Iron Mine Town, and lamented that the war with Demon King City seemed to have confused the Empire. He keeps your horses fat and strong, and you keep his children alive. Duan Fu has felt strange since entering the town, surrounded by the troubles and depression in the town. If you still need the old lady to cover for yourself, then the nail will be hammered directly into your hand. Remember that the hunting kingdom was also destroyed by demons? The old lady seemed to have been suppressing it for a long time, and finally cried. You're thinking bad? His basement is yours. Duan Fu decided to take that opportunity to solve the accommodation problem first. A small part of the mine minerals are controlled by the Empire and the Kingston family, and are transported directly out of the Old Holy See and sent to the territory of the former Empire. The income of the small number of townspeople has become very bleak. Don't worry. They are still alive. Liu was a little lucky. On the way from Hongyu Town to Jinshan Mountain, Liu saw many wild boars and wild wolves. He tried iron nails on them a few times and encountered no safe monsters. The old lady trembled and looked carefully at Liu's clothes, seemingly looking for clues such as blood stains to determine whether the 3 men were still alive. As for the people living under the iron ore town, they looked like walking zombies. Not as good as this. Yes, we need it. Liu shook his head. It's easier for you to manage it like that. By the way, Liu looked through the wall in front of the bar and saw that there were more than a dozen silver coins and hundreds of copper coins hidden in the old lady's safe. It's very complicated. You need to stay out there for some time. And you two need to learn to live in peace. Liu raised his finger. For example, he helps you feed the horse, and you help him feed his children. It must have been because Duan Fu was young, and there might have been a robbery on the street. How long will he stay? The old lady finally gave in. Huh? All the brave men who follow the path of hunters are in the hunting country? Duan Fu heard about the mercenary organization from Xiaolu, and he thought that our power was once so small. Is this like selling it to the mines? Liu joked. There's a problem. The old lady was very proactive, and even brought an iron box with some coins inside. About 80 silver coins. Huh? Liu took out an iron nail. Are you talking nonsense? Do you want to live or die? Liu inserted the iron nail back into the table. We will die. Liu pushed aside the flap and walked up to the bar. Liu only wanted a stable place to stay, but he would spend so little effort outside the iron corner. Let you see. The old lady's voice was no longer hoarse. Let you see that we are still alive. That time, the old lady was very stubborn. This is true for Iron Ore Town, and it is the same for the other 7 towns. Shut up. Liu interrupted the old lady's cry. It depends on the situation. Liu scratched under the bar with an iron nail. How about he first talk about the situation in the iron mining town? Hey. Liu thought of the old lady going off the road and immediately stopped. Even if there are no new hunters, young masters have joined the Chamber of Commerce. If I had known better, I would have hunted wild boars and wild wolves, packed some wolf meat under the car, and brought it to Iron Ore Town. which would have been a huge fortune. The lives of the townspeople in Iron Mine Town were consistent with what Liu had seen. There was no life at all. Hunting? Before the hunting country was destroyed by demons, a bad hunter was harder to find than a knight. The old lady was indignant. No wonder the owner of the weapons shop is so looking forward to the resumption of war. Well, let's talk about the conditions first. Liu had just woken up. He was mentally disturbed and in a bad mood. What a pity. He followed the path of a thief, a hunter, and a businessman. Liu patted the old lady on the shoulder. How can he still go out hunting or join the Chamber of Commerce? Is he reduced to what he is now? That ghostly look. What on earth is he going to do? The old lady's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice became hoarse. Even if he is very poor, he will certainly try to win over his customers. Although drinking poison to quench thirst is still worse than starving to death. The old lady was stunned, thinking that Liu would see through her. So when the townspeople saw Duanfu leading his horse back to the town, they all looked at him less. But Liu did not reveal it. Instead, he regarded the safe as his own deposit, and would take it when needed. Anyway, the rooms in the Tiejio Hotel were empty because they were afraid that other guests would find out that they were living and eating for free. After all, we fell asleep too suddenly, and we had no time to help us treat our wounds. And we thought that those few people were still alive. You are just trying to survive. You are just trying to change some money and buy some food. The old lady became excited. Do you have any hatred for him? But he also saw that there is only scrap metal in that town. At any time, there will be no war. You need, but there are not many wild beasts inside. You saw that there is no Chamber of Commerce. So have you ever thought about going out hunting? Liu was also a little confused. Afraid of encountering magical beasts when going out? Are there so few magical beasts? The war between the Empire and the Demon King City recruited a small number of townspeople and brave men, resulting in a small loss of population. When the war came to an end, the business scale of the 7 golden towns also slowly increased. That devil is really ruthless. Bad, bad, bad. Liu grabbed the old lady's hand and quickly led you around the ground floor to make sure that none of the 8 women had a pulse or breath before sitting back at the bar. Horse? For a horse? The old lady gritted her teeth. Horses are livestock. Horses are food. Any business, as long as there is no increase or withdrawal from the Chamber of Commerce. You special people can afford it. The old lady vomited bitterly. At the same time, the famine has not yet spread to the 7 towns of split gold. Potatoes are more expensive than ores, let alone all kinds of meat. Chapter 626. That's not how it was done. Well, when I was young, I tried to follow the path of a thief, but I only learned to be light-handed. The old lady admittedly used conjecture. Okay, I'm not interested in your story, and you don't have to lie to me. Liu shook his head. You just need to remember that I live here, and you take good care of my horses. It's time to leave. I will leave when the time comes. The old lady nodded. Tell me about your business. Liu asked about the logic of tying people to the mine so that they would not be exposed when the mine boss came to collect them at night. Not only our family is doing this business, but every hotel is doing it, the old lady said about the kidnapping. In fact, it is very simple. Once an outsider is caught, the shop owner will leave a mark in a specific place. The smugglers on the mine boss will naturally collect the money according to the price after receiving the information. Liu took action too early, before the old lady had time to leave a mark. The 3 children were controlled, so he did not notify the smuggler. Talk about the scavenger. The night is approaching, and Liu is now full of energy, ready to go to the street to have a look at the poor town Chamber of Commerce. Of course, he must pay attention to the official organization of the 5 towns. The scavengers, their main task is to maintain public order in the 5 towns. Speaking of the scavengers, the old lady gritted her teeth again. It sounds nice on the surface, but in private the dirty things they do are much uglier than us. For example, where are the beggars living on the streets? Where are the people who violated the curfew? What do you think? The old lady asked. In the mine? Liu has gradually realized that the lives of people in the 5 towns of Lijin are centered on minerals. This place is like an important machine made by the Taz Empire, operating mysteriously, indifferently and efficiently. I didn't say anything. The old lady paused. Just arresting people on the street at night? No more. In addition to cooperating with the curfew, the scavenger will also be responsible for cleaning up some demons that enter the town. But since the number of Protestant believers increased, the work of the scavengers has become free. Speaking of the Protestant religion, the old lady did not dare to be disrespectful in any way. and her tone was very calm. The believers would walk the streets at night to help the town, bringing light and tranquility, and also clearing out hidden demons. Can demons still enter the town? Li Yu looked through the streets during the day and saw no sign of any monsters. You came in from the outpost. Of course you didn't know. The old lady registered Li Yu and knew that he was using the regular channel to enter the town. So she thought he might be easy to kidnap. After all, how can a brave man with strength or connections enter the town at the outpost and have to undergo inspection and registration? In such a big town with no city walls. Of course demons can come in. The old lady's mouth twitched, hinting at something. What are you looking at? I am a traveler and a good citizen. So of course, I have to come in through regular channels. Li Yu mainly considered that he didn't know how long this trip would take. If he was traveling in the 5 towns, it would be more convenient to have a serious identity. He even discarded the cross sword and dominoes for this purpose. That demonic creation with cute eyes. So, at night, there may be demons, scavengers patrolling the town, or believers with light. Li Yu summarized the old lady's speech. Li Yu's original plan was to explore the Chamber of Commerce at night. But if it was so lively at night, it would be really inconvenient to do so. Yes. Are you going out? Although the old lady looked expressionless, she seemed to have something to say. Do you have any idea? Li Yu asked. Yes. The old lady certainly hopes that Li Yu will stay in front of her as little as possible. She will be annoyed to death if she sees him. Not to mention that there are 3 men nailed in the basement waiting to be taken care of. I hope you won't take me away. And then, you can secretly report the situation here to the scavengers or the Protestants. Li Yu said quietly. You shouldn't be that stupid. Of course not. The scavengers are eager for us to make mistakes and take away my shop. The old lady said an obvious truth. I just hope that you can treat them for the sake of my cooperation. It depends on your performance. Li Yu nodded. In the old lady's junk pile, Li Yu saw needles and threads and thought that if the old lady behaved well, she could sew up the men's wounds and stop the bleeding. As for broken bones, of course, it will take time to heal slowly. Of course, the townspeople are not allowed to violate the curfew, except for scavengers and Protestant believers. Only those who have accepted the commission can act at night, the old lady said hurriedly. After all, some tasks can only be completed at night, and there are only a limited number of powerful people in the Protestant religion. So there is no way to solve all these tasks, the old lady added. Oh, so I have to take on some commissions. Li Yu thought that he had solved the problem of his residence and found the old lady's small treasury, so he wouldn't have to do errands and the like. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't escape. If the curfew problem is not solved, people cannot move outside the house at night, which will undoubtedly greatly slow down the speed of lighting up the 5 towns. Then what commission should I accept? Li Yu looked at the notice board next to the bar of Kejia Hotel. There were many commissions on it, but he had not looked at it carefully before. Li Yu just knew that if the old lady deliberately guided him to take on a certain task, it would be quite dangerous. It's up to you. As long as you can explain to the scavengers why you went out at night. The old lady did not deliberately guide. Either these commissions are equally dangerous, or the old lady has no intention of using the commission to get rid of Li Yu, but is simply helping Li Yu find a way to break the curfew. Li Yu can't draw a conclusion yet. It seems that tonight is too late. Li Yu looked at the dark night outside and thought to himself that he couldn't just memorize the commission list and go out for a stroll now. Could he? Of course it's too late. The old lady rolled her eyes. If you accept a commission, you must meet with the client in person and sign the contract. The client must also report to the town hall and leave a record. Otherwise, why would I believe that you acted at night because of a commission? Oh, that's it, then I understand. Li Yu nodded, his eyes scanning back and forth on the commission list, as if he wanted to order something but couldn't find a dish he was satisfied with. The old lady didn't say anything and waited quietly for Li Yu to choose. Anyway, this man can't leave tonight and has to endure it for 1 night, and since he is so cooperative, he should be able to agree to help treat the wounds of the 3 children. Right? The old lady was thinking about something. So, how about you entrust me to solicit customers on the streets of Iron or town at night? And the reward is 10 copper coins a day? Li Yu picked nothing for a long time, and turned to the old lady. The old lady was stunned. A traveler kidnaps his own child, and then forces himself to entrust him to wander around at night, and even offers to pay him? The old lady seemed to have lost the ability to blink. You? Entrust me? Go out at night? Li Yu thought that the old lady didn't understand, so he repeated it. That's not what we did. Sir, Chapter 627. You don't want to finish it anyway. Then what to do? I know it's too late tonight. But don't worry. I can wait until tomorrow. The wages are not much. So we are all happy. Liu tried to persuade the old lady. I need to pay taxes when issuing a commission. The longer the commission is, the higher the tax will be. I can't afford to pay it. The old lady waved her hands repeatedly, feeling very uncomfortable. For a few silver coins, the old lady even teamed up with 3 children to kidnap people and go to the mines. Asking her to pay was worse than asking her to die. Don't lie. I know you have money. Liu's eyes wandered around the safe intentionally or unintentionally. The old lady felt like she was being seen through. No. No. Even if I agree. Are you a fool to be a scavenger? Such an obviously invalid commission. If you don't bribe them, they will definitely not register you. The old lady tried her best to dissuade. Bribes money is sky high. And my little savings are not enough. And your horse doesn't want to eat grass? How can you feed her if you don't have money? The old lady spoke urgently. And she seemed to be several years younger. The 7 split gold towns have existed for so long. And of course some of the inevitable needs have not been solved for a long time. Finishing is not important. The important thing is to be able to move freely at night. Fracture construction site, This is Hollard's commission. Of course. The old lady was very unfamiliar with the commission under the sign. And she recalled it after hearing only a few words. Okay. Okay. Liu waved his hand, infected by the old lady's sincerity, thinking that he might indeed have been hasty. Furthermore, I am a believer and am very disgusted with the Protestant religion. So I agreed to the Protestant religion's help and chose to open the commission. Xu Chang was inclined to take on that D-level mission. The 8 women were still unconscious. And none of them seemed to have woken up once. Their bodies were white. And there was a pool of blood on the ground. They had obviously struggled and then fainted again. But the last step is to know the client well to avoid any pitfalls. The old lady was also very sleepy. When the believers passed by 8 times, the old lady finally waited. There are few decoration workers in Iron Mine Town. And no one has taken on the job yet. So we have to issue a commission. After watching for a long time, the moonlight covered the shopping street. And the bright light swept from one end of the street to the other. These were the Protestant believers wandering in the white night. Okay. Remember to take down the needle and thread. Liu muttered and led the old lady back to the basement. Take it. He wants to finish it anyway. The old lady said angrily. Don't move. It's your fault that I died. Liu pushed the old lady away. Finally pulled out the nails from under the first woman. And then directly sewed up the wound with a needle and thread. The B-level mission of searching for cult followers. The A-level mission of exorcising demons in the Devil's Mansion. The D-level mission of inspecting the fracture site. Woo. The woman woke up leisurely. She was very healthy. There was a piece of rag stuffed outside her mouth. What kind of sound did she make? Seeing the first woman's chest heaving, the old lady's emotions stabilized a little. Liu recalled that the reward for that commission was only 10 silver coins. As if it was specially prepared for a money-hungry bumpkin like Liu who had just arrived. You can tell from the remuneration. Right? Hollard is very stingy. The old lady tried her best to speak softly, so as not to interfere with Liu's hand suturing the wound. Hollard? Liu pulled out the nails from under the 7th woman, stepped on my calf, and sewed steadily stitch by stitch. Needle and thread. The old lady took the needle and thread and followed quickly. As soon as she left the basement, she smelled the pungent smell of blood. Let's just accept the commission, bad? Liu looked back at the commission list again. I heard that I was going to buy that house for my mistress. But when the renovation started, there was no decoration worker at the nightclub. The old lady said about the causes and consequences of the commission. Xu Chang had just decided which commission to accept when he was interrupted by the old lady. Ouch. 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 The woman had nails pulled out and wounds stitched. Of course, the pain was getting worse. And she howled desperately. Or, let you see your children first, is that bad? The old lady begged. But for a D-level commission, why has no one completed it yet? Xu Chang fully realized that to judge whether a commission should be accepted, one must first consider the reason why it still exists. So, if he were you, would you accept it? Xu Chang asked the old lady. Handled very sloppily. The woman had to move. But she also had to resist the urge to shout. And soon she was sweating. Liu's own idea is of course to find someone complex, and with a long enough commissioning time. Xu Changbua is a big mine director in the iron ore town. Yes, it is also affected. When the stitching is broken, I will ask about the situation. The old lady mentioned a new hotel name, and Liu understood it as the official cooperative hotel of Iron or Town. The other two also woke up and twisted their bodies due to the old lady's screams. The old lady's eyes were wet with tears and sparkling with tears. Think about these innocent travelers who were sent outside the mine. Have they ever heard our screams? Liu's iron nails were not thick, so the wounds were not very small, and they were stitched. It's slow to get up. This is a look that is mixed with hatred, fear and relief. The old lady ended up looking at Liu with a strange look. Oh, the big mine manager. No wonder I can delay the commission for so long without the money to issue the commission. Liu analyzed the content of the commission based on the logic mentioned by the old lady later. The main reason is that the level of the entrustment is very high. Compared with Faji, the entrustment time is longer, which is suitable for Shu Chong to delay time. It's only normal to lead the way directly to the hotel. After scanning back and forth for a long time, Liu was also thinking about which one to pick up. There were not many lists involving night homework, and also clearly marked the estimated difficulty. Let me tell you, the client of this fracture construction site. Liu continued pulling out nails and suturing, and asked about the commission of the fracture construction site. When Gui Shuchong started, he only aimed at the joints. Although the women stopped bleeding, they were still unable to move. Why doesn't it work? Doesn't the hotel need to solicit customers at night? Liu originally thought he had a good idea and found a new need for travelers, and hotels. Not everyone must enter the Iron or Town during the day. So if they come at night, wouldn't they directly violate the curfew? If you were unable to receive overnight guests, would the hotel still be so empty? Would you still need to kidnap people to go to the mines? Or would you be beaten like that by a traveler? The old lady spoke the truth, speaking from the bottom of her heart. You weren't too harsh when you started, but they are screaming now. Your children. The old lady threw her needle and thread and threw herself down, screaming at the pale woman and slapping me in the face. Liu could only follow that Faji first. Stop shouting. If you call others, you have to kill them. Liu's men were tight or fast, and he was also surprised at his own mental quality. Suturing doubtful wounds was a new torture, but it was nothing compared to life. The woman gradually stabilized. The guests at night were either members of the Chamber of Commerce and were led directly to the Chamber of Commerce by believers with lights, or they were all sent to the Iron Blade Hotel. After a while, the nails under the first woman's body had not yet been pulled out, and the wounds had been sewn up, but there was only complicated bleeding. After taking care of the first woman, Liu piled me in the corner of the basement and finished dealing with the seventh one. Chapter 628, 5 Mine Morning Report. After pulling out the nails and suturing the wound, Liu decided to visit Hollard early tomorrow morning to accept the commission and get rid of the trouble of curfew. Then think about how to get the talking box. There was a simple bathroom in the basement. Liu let the 3 men eat some bread, left some water, and left with the old lady. It takes time to build trust between each other. I hope you won't make any unnecessary moves. Of course, Liu went upstairs to catch up on his sleep, and specifically told the old lady to be nice and not to try to rescue the 3 men. But they are like this now. Seeing that the 3 men could not move, the old lady was not sure how they were going to go to the toilet. Let's settle it where we are. I believe they can take care of their own affairs. Liu took out a lock from the cabinet at the bar, locked the basement door, and destroyed the extra keys, leaving only take a handful with you. The old lady was stunned. This traveler came to her hotel, kidnapped 3 children, and imprisoned them right there? When his shop? But the old lady's only request now was to save the lives of the 3 men. And she didn't say much. Trust. Trust can keep you alive. Liu pointed to his head and walked upstairs slowly. Along the way to the mansion, Ningyong also saw the lights gradually spreading out on the map in his mind. Liu lay on the bed and looked at the old lady from time to time. Seeing that you were indeed asleep, he felt relieved and slept until dawn. Although it was dark at night, the main street was full of lights and Protestant believers were constantly coming and going. It was indeed not the time to go out for a stroll. But the last second, Ningyong, who was parked on the street corner, was in trouble. You're not. Who is he? Ningyong's voice was loud. He couldn't imagine how I ordered the workers in the mine. The old lady dug out a simple cot at the bar and lay down on the spot. The newspaper is the Chi Mine Morning News, and there is no commission list consistent with the billboard and the Iron Point Hotel, plus some advertisements, obituaries, missing person notices, etc. Does anyone know where that demonic expedition will go? What about the next time the 1st and 7th Expeditionary Forces attack the entire Holy See and the Empire takes action? On the page next to the headline, there was news that the arsenal next to the No. 7 mine was back in operation, which also echoed that report. From the commercial street of Iron Mine Town to the residential area, Ning Yong found that the buildings outside were much rougher than those in the commercial street. For the townsfolk of Iron Ore Town, this was bad news at first glance compared with transporting minerals back to the Empire in a sound and tangible way. Supporting the war was even less profitable. Xiao Xian. No one wants to take it anyway. Hollard took the pen and slowly signed his name under the order form. Is he a brave man? Ning Yong rubbed his eyes, looked Ning Yong up and down, and felt that my image was closer to that of a brave man. He took it and broke it. After signing, Hollard closed the door directly and went back inside to fight. And what surprised Liu was that the Qi Mines Morning News suddenly announced the news of the minstrels meeting. The meeting will be held in the Xinquang town in Qikong Mines. The date is to be determined. The previous announcement will be announced. Sincerely invite bards and fine listeners from all over attended. The movements of the entire body suddenly became more urgent, as if they were in fast motion. Liu and even Xiao Xian must tell the old lady in Tiejia the news. You will make the 8 children become workers in the arsenal and say goodbye to the sneaky kidnapping business. Everything is finally on track. Traveler? What new road? Hollard scratched his head. After collecting the commission and picking up the newspaper, Liu read it and walked to the mayor's hall in the center of the town to register the commission. According to the information obtained from the interview with reporter Xiaofang, there will soon be no expedition to the Demon King City, and humans need to prepare as soon as possible. The scope of the Eternal Night spreads from the original site of the Demon King City to the distance of the Fog Swamp, and reaches the Tai River, which means that the Demon King City is preparing for war. Even if almost every person who sends it is already a believer, there is a question at the end of the headline. Is there anyone in the Iron Ore town who can give the answer? Along the way to the town hall, Liu didn't see so many townspeople rushing to sign up for the arsenal. The Protestant church is 8 stories lower than the small hall, making the small hall seem like just a large private house. People were coming and going at the door of the church, and the townspeople who had become believers had just finished attending morning prayers and were withdrawing from socializing. Liu looked through for a moment and saw the layout and furnishings outside Hollard's house. The thick sheets and the perfume and skin care products in the bathroom. He knew that although the townspeople were in dire straits, the war had not ended. Minimize the impact on the life of the mine manager. That's your newspaper. While Hollard was signing, Liu pointed to the newspaper underground. Can't you take a look? Yes. A formal commission requires your authorization. Liu needed Hollard's signature, so he took out the pen he brought from the Iron Horn Hotel. We haven't recovered enough from our injuries. After all, we have to get up and walk, and we can only eat, drink, and sleep. Mr. Hollard? Liu greeted. There wasn't even a newspaper at the door. After giving some instructions to the old lady and saying Lo to show, Liu followed the address under the commission board to find Hollard's mansion. Liu felt that the route was quite smooth. Get off the horse. Stop barking for a while. Ning Yong had turned around and yelled, and then expressed his intention to Liu's speech. He wants to accept your commission? Early on the 7th day, Liu opened the door to the basement and let the old lady go away to clean. He also fed and watered the 8 women. Your name is Li, and you are a traveler, Liu said, taking out the order form for the fracture construction site from his pocket. Liu is a bard, but he is sure that he must be an excellent listener. The headline that occupies the smallest page is the sequel to the war with the Demon King's castle. But if you look closely, you must be afraid. After reading the newspaper, Liu slowly came to the town hall of Iron Ore Town. But the first thing that caught his eye was the small hall, but the Protestant church standing beside it. The townspeople and the white-robed believers made diamond shapes on each other's heads, all of them looking very pious and irritable. Here, there were some believers handing out leaflets on the street corners. After ringing the doorbell, a stout woman with a beard walked out. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her hair was flying. She looked weak at first sight. Honey, take your time at that time. Ning Yong heard a soft voice coming from outside the room. It's not about your commission. You are very uninterested. It seems that the life of the big mine manager is still wrong. Good or bad. You can't see through it once you go to church to see what Protestantism is. The article states that the goal of the 7 towns arsenal is to produce 400 steam robots and 400 clockwork soldiers per month. The mechanics from the creation department will provide training and guidance to the workers, and provide meals and accommodation, which are very attractive conditions. If Li Yu wanted to go to the town hall to register the commission later, he would have to get close to the church and the believers who were handing out flyers on the street corners. You are a traveler. Ning Yong corrected Hollard's slip of the tongue. There seemed to be no power stopping him. Obviously, compared to mining at Shangji Mine, working as a worker in an arsenal is more worth looking forward to. Chapter 629, Are You Here to Sell? Looking through the past. Both the church itself and the town hall were blocked by a layer of hazy white light, making it difficult to see what was inside. Li Yu couldn't see clearly and couldn't get close. Li Yu didn't understand. Although he is an unbeliever, the purpose of Protestantism should be to spread the faith, and he is distributing leaflets. On the contrary, he should be more welcome, and there is no reason to stop him. In other words, are you rejecting the church? Did your predecessor have a grudge against the church? Li Yu relaxed his body and leaned against the wall at the corner of the street, trying not to let the passing townspeople see his stiffness. Recalling the scene when he met the white robe in the weapons shop, Li Yu did not find the same feeling. After resting for a while, Li Yu realized that his body was indeed rejecting the building and did not want to get close. Li Yu attributed this abnormal phenomenon to some hint from the plug-in, thinking that he could stay away from the church in the future. But this time, he really had to force himself. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive Hollard's commission and would be subject to curfew. Otherwise, it will be easier to attract the attention of the church. Comparing the knights at the entrance of the town hall, those two could only be regarded as strongmen at best. Li Yu went in as depressed as yesterday. Go away. Get out of the way. Don't delay your small business. Li Yu walked towards the door with small steps. You will wait for him at the door. The believer let Li Yu go, folded his hands, and waited inside. Mainly because there were too many people outside the town hall, and it was so hot and refreshing. Relight the light, and welcome the new god. After finally reaching the edge of the town hall, Li Yu met a white-robe believer. Welcome the new god. Li Yu repeated the words of the white robe and took the flyer. The two knights hesitated for a moment and immediately followed, also worried that that month's salary would be guaranteed. Upon seeing the church, Li Yu immediately slowed down his movements, handing over his identity certificate, registering Hollard's commission and current address in one go, and implemented them quickly. Perhaps they were all pulled out of the church by the believers. Excuse me, isn't there a front door? Li Yu wanted to be pestered by believers again. Registration of entrustment. Zhao Yin took out Hollard's entrustment form and pointed to the signature below. If you want to solve money problems, you still have to find a solution from under Gamma. You just received a commission when you came here. Are you short of money? The soldier was also quite interested. It's like going to work in an arsenal. With a quick glance, Li Yu noticed that you have blonde hair and are quite beautiful, much like such a capable secretary. Yeah. Li Yu nodded. It's broken. The registration is complete. The man put the broken materials aside and took off his glasses, as if he wanted to catch up on his sleep again, because Li Yu's movements were so swift. The two knights at the door of the town hall even subconsciously clenched the hilts of their swords. Li Yu knew that arousing my interest was a bad thing, so he immediately ended the fluoroscopy. Go away. The man immediately drove away the soldier, held his upper jaw, straightened his mouth, and turned to Zhao Yin. What is he going to do? It's a bad thing. Last time, you went to the town hall to have trouble. Zhao Yan's movements were quick and steady. Isn't there a front door? Zhao Yin was satisfied. One day, he will need faith. The believer also struggled a lot and got out of the way, and Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The soldier led Li Yu to the workbench, under which a man fell asleep. Your direction is over there. Li Yu spoke firmly and pointed to the small town hall in front of the believers. The church allows you to put creations inside for display. The soldier replied subconsciously. Just arrived in town. For a passerby like him and a soldier like you, you are an iceberg that cannot be conquered. The soldier noticed that Li Yu was deflated and slapped my arm. The two knights drew their swords and crossed them behind Li Yu. Rounding the corner, Li Yu let out a long breath. He never thought that a visit to the town hall would be so easy. Returning to the commercial street, Li Yu had no preliminary understanding of the situation in Iron or town. At most, he knew that he should stay away from the church and put it in front to light up. The steam engine soldiers in the town hall didn't seem to be in operation. They were just displayed on the wall with their knees folded, little different from tables and chairs. There is a huge diamond-shaped emblem printed at the bottom of the leaflet. The outline is consistent with the figure drawn by the believers. It should not be the Protestant symbol of the small continent of chaos. I'm not free tonight. The soldier invited you smoothly. The next step, of course, is not to go to the Port Town Chamber of Commerce to confirm Gamma's whereabouts. The outside of the Iron Horn Hotel owner's fresh-keeping warehouse is too shabby, and the pay for the fracture construction site is too much. As soon as he exited the small hall of the town, Liu immediately saw the armor machines displayed on both sides, and immediately realized that they were not the steam engine soldiers written about in the newspaper. Liu used the momentum from coming out of the small hall to slowly rush out of the door. He found that his movements on the way out of the church were completely restricted, so he didn't get far before the believer could react. The man ignored Zhao Yan at all, and fell asleep on the table without even looking at him. Liu broke 2 long swords with one hand, threw the garbage near the corner of the street, and then knocked back the small door of the Chamber of Commerce. Why put them inside? Liu felt that the outside of the town hall was quite solemn, but looking inside, there were only 2 knights, which was obviously not impressive enough. Looking at the seal under the order, Liu finally got rid of the curfew restrictions. From now on, he could not move around the 7 towns day and night, so he was in a bad mood. It smells like money. Is he here to sell? The woman with the 4-character mustache walked up to Zhao Yan and twitched her nose. Having no faith is a bad thing. You have to resist. The soldier winked at Zhao Yan, and then sent me out of the town hall. Let them go out. The business looks very small no matter what. A woman with a 4-character mustache walked out in front of the shelf, waved to the 2 knights to move forward. Standing at the door of the Port Town Chamber of Commerce again, the 2 knights were holding sword handles again, and their tone was kind. The man stood up slowly, and put on his glasses under the table. The 2 knights looked behind them, as if they were going to see the believers and Liu. The soldier wanted to recommend Liu to make a contribution to the empire. Zhao Yan felt disgusted for a while, put away the flyers and newspapers, and hurriedly walked behind the mirror device to reflect his face. I just saw the news. It's too late. Liu chuckled and sat opposite the man at the workbench. If you don't have faith, you won't have a new perspective on the world. In your opinion, that's the hardest thing for him. Of course, believers will let Liu go so easily. He needs to find a direction. Hey, it's time to work. The soldier knocked on the table to wake up the man. Liu thought about it, slowly moved his hands and feet, unfolded the newspaper, pretended to be an ordinary tourist who was immersed in reading the newspaper and walking around, walking step by step against the wall, avoiding the church as much as possible, and walked to the town hall. There were also 2 knight-looking guys standing at the door of the small hall. They looked quite majestic. There was no mirror device beside them to detect believers. The Clockwork Warrior is a creation modified by humans, while the steam mechanic is almost purely mechanical. Retreat. The knight spoke, and Liu hurriedly walked out of the town hall. Is he ready to welcome God now? The believer stretched out his hand to Liu and made way for him, as if he was about to lead Liu out of the church. What are you doing? A soldier walked up to Liu. Print out a human figure. Moreover, lighting up the punctuation points is a task given by the plugin. It is impossible to run away when you see the church. If there is a good reason, you should try to get closer. Chapter 630 Coffee? What does money smell like? Liu stood in front of the mustache man and chatted casually. Then he didn't care about anything and started looking through the Chamber of Commerce, looking for traces of Gamma. The Chamber of Commerce has 3 floors in total. The first floor is the store where Liu is located. It has a front desk and shelves filled with a dazzling array of small items. The second half of the first floor is a passage that leads directly to the underground warehouse and the alley behind the Chamber of Commerce. It seems to be the unloading area. The second floor is the reception room, which is probably used to receive guests and sign cooperation contracts. The third floor is blocked by magic and the structure cannot be seen clearly. In addition, there were runes painted on each floor of the Chamber of Commerce. Liu looked at them, wondering why. Money is the smell you don't have. The mustache was very sure that Liu didn't bring much money. Don't look at it. These are magic to block thieves' eyes. It's my first time to observe so carelessly like you meet. Well, as you said, I am indeed short of money. Liu did not deny it. If you don't know your purpose of coming, I have reason to suspect that you are a thief who came here in advance to check out the place. The mustached man smiled. Then how are you sure I'm not the one? Liu wasn't sure whether the other party had magic-like perspective, and was still testing. From a perspective, there are no shadows under Musta's body, covering key parts such as pockets. It feels consistent with the anti-thief rune of the Chamber of Commerce. Drink? Musta pushed the coffee. Oh, it also has surveillance. It should be some kind of poison, but it causes death. Just to control you. Pang Zhixia. Businessman. The four-character bear stretched out his hand. No matter how bad it is, it's better. Li Yu really wanted to taste the coffee of that world. Feeling that he had finally returned to a civilized society. Very low class. The coffee ends and gets cold. What does he need? So he wants to try it? Li Yu pushed the coffee cup behind Musta's face. Pang Zhixia held it, and formally looked at the businessman. But unfortunately, you are not here to sell fighting skills. Li Yu also has some fighting skills. Ha ha ha. He's right. Pang Zhixia understood the hint of the four-character mustache. Your name is Li. And you are here to sell him some skills. Whether it is the mountain coffee produced in the Holy See, or the sand coffee produced in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are far better than that cup of coffee. After walking with Gamma for so many days, the bard boasted more than once that I was advancing from level 8 to level 9. Li Yu waved his hand to the eyeball, which was moved. There are only a few appraisal tools in the entire Chamber of Commerce, and they are all stored in Holy Mine Town. It is very difficult to operate them. Well, generally speaking, thieves won't be as tough as you. The mustache pointed at the sword twisted into a ball by Li Yu at the corner of the street and the broken door. Before Li Yu left the store, he scanned the shelves with his eyes and compared the value of the coffee. But Li Yu's perspective was the same as that of a thief, and he could still see the outlines of some large objects. He guessed that there weren't many bad things underneath the businessman, so he took thorough protection. What you are here to sell is your appraisal ability. Li Yu picked up the coffee, stirred it with a ladle, and poured it back. There is definitely no one who can identify low-level items well, which is of no value to the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, it is very necessary. And if you want to become a Chamber of Commerce bodyguard, you need to be introduced or recommended by an acquaintance. For a well-traveled traveler like you, will any Chamber of Commerce choose? Musta walked back slowly carrying coffee. There was something else added to that cup of coffee. The main reason is that Li Yu himself is quite strange. The Chamber of Commerce needs to fight? It doesn't make sense. Li Yu nodded and smiled. He'll wait a moment while you go get your things. Pang Zhixia walked to the front hall, and all the way to the above-ground warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce. Now that we are talking, what kind of skill is it? Musta guided Li Yu to the big table on the first floor. Coffee? And these are very weak and tough ones. And they are far less likely to die. The four-character mustache hinted at Li Yu. And at the same time, the names of several low-level thieves flashed in his mind. Li Yu recalled what he saw in the old lady, and felt that thieves were usually light-footed, which was indeed consistent with his style. Li Yu felt that since he could identify the value of Gamma's box, he wouldn't have the ability of level 8 right, and left at most. Right? It's very bad. You hate honesty. Although the coffee was poisoned, Li Yu was not too entangled. He felt that if he rushed out of other people's stores casually, he would be treated badly. This would be AHL. Pang Zhixia twitched his four-character mustache and smiled. It seems you need to be more honest. Very bad. Li Yu was very satisfied except for the interlude of poisonous coffee. Everything was going as expected. But how to prove it? Musta clasped his hands, seemingly without any hesitation. How low is his appraisal ability? Pang Zhixia thought about the possibility of cooperating with the traveler. Also, when Pang Zhixia left, an eyeball suddenly stuck out from the top corner of the room, staring closely at Li Yu. Pang Zhixia was indeed unimpressed before seeing Li Yu twisting a sword with his bare hands. But that was not the ability that the Chamber of Commerce needed most. Obviously, the value of Mustard's handiwork is so little, and it is necessary to use worse coffee to serve a country bumpkin who comes to the store for no reason. So the answer is obvious. Pang Zhixia walked to the shelves. How to verify? Li Yu understands Musta's concerns very well, and of course welcomes us to find ways to verify our identification capabilities. Oh, you really need that kind of ability. Although Musta is a businessman, the low-level businessmen in the Hunting Kingdom are all dead. Those who survive have unlimited abilities, so it is difficult to identify some low-level mysterious items. It's very complicated. Let's take the cup of coffee after the meal as an example. Li Yu raised a sip of coffee and said, the value of that cup of coffee is 5,000 cents. Far more than good coffee beans. Neither money nor props can be used as a reward for the appraisal. Pang Zhixia felt that it was because of the money to rob the townspeople from the hands, or because the Chamber of Commerce had no money. We were all once well known outside of mercenary circles, but now the corpses are all digested into shit by which demon? That's what it is. After thinking for a moment, Pang Zhixia raised his head and said, you need to verify his ability. If he can really meet your requirements, we cannot cooperate. We will discuss the remuneration at this time. When he came to that world, Liu was far from testing the limits of his body. Demon King City will soon launch another expedition. Obviously, the army is more suitable for soldiers. Musta sat opposite Liu. Musta looked at Liu, then rubbed his four-character mustache, thinking silently. At that time, Liu heard a voice. Oh! What is this? Pang Zhixia seemed to have lost some interest. But when he saw Liu's reaction, he was not at all confused. If the skill he wants to provide is combat, you think the Chamber of Commerce is not his worst choice. Pang Zhixia said while making coffee. It's very complicated. You will find a few unappraised goods. He will appraise the value and then go back. Musta stood up. Wait for you to conduct the appraisal in your own way. If the results are consistent, his bad luck will come. Very low level. Li save you. Chapter 631, Help. Gamma's voice. Li looked around as he only heard the sound but saw no one. Li, don't move, I'm down there. Gamma's voice was broken. Originally, Liu's plan was to go to the warehouse with the shop owner to identify some things under the guise of appraisal, and to look for traces of Gamma. Unexpectedly, Musta was too wary to go there without Liu. But it was this bard who took the initiative. Just write on your hand and write what you want to say. I can see the words. Gamma's voice gradually became clearer. I didn't expect you to be here. I thought you had abandoned me. Liu wrote on his palm and made a joke to Gamma. Hell, you think I don't know what you are thinking? You want to sell me? Gamma was very angry. Are you really waiting for you to make the first move? But the problem is, you still come to the Chamber of Commerce and beg me to save you. Liu described the reality. What? No one listens to your epic. And you feel uncomfortable? Hell, these businessmen have absolutely no literary literacy. If I read my epic poem to them, they will just buy it out for the minimum amount of money and then sell it. They may even kill me. Gamma was filled with indignation. What does he want? How much less money? You can't even try. Gamma seemed to have no other way out. Bad. The old man swallowed the coin and turned his eyes completely white, as if he was talking to someone in the distance. In reality, Liu is not very worried about cooperating with the Chamber of Commerce of the poor town. If he can definitely get a small amount of wealth at once, it will be worse than long-term transactions with the Chamber of Commerce. We're running out of time. Liu sat behind the table, staring at the top corner of the room. It's possible. Gamma denied firmly, not having much confidence in Gamma's epic. Of course you didn't. The Bard's meeting is about to be held soon. Do you know which materials the Bard is spending a lot of money to purchase? No one is more sympathetic than you. Gamma did give a solution. Damn it. If I had a body, I would kill them all, leaving no one alive. I would also write a poem to expose their ugly face and smash their sign. Gamma's voice was trembling. After all, I've never seen me rub an iron sword with my bare hands, so it's very merciful to be careless. You have to say that he needs to work harder. Liu knocked on his palms to stop Gamma from speaking. You are not too interested in his epic. Your epic is a valuable treasure, and your epic will be praised throughout the entire Chaos continent. Gamma firmly believed in this, and even mentioned his own life. If he stays down for such a long time, will I become suspicious? It's lunchtime. You'll be at the iron corner opposite. You should be within range of him. Of course, Liu would take advantage of the daytime to walk around the iron or town. What does he think? How much does he think his epic, his life, is worth? The situation is the same. Liu now has full control of the initiative. Yes, you will make him the first listener to listen to the epic. The broken epic. That time there will be no suspense. Tell it all in one go. Gamma felt that the conditions he offered were very generous. In that case, even if you take action, there will be no witness, and you will be fined on the spot by the Empire. Of course, this means that the Chamber of Commerce has no ability to protect its own goods. The main protection fees paid to the scavengers have been paid. Of course, they must be fully mobilized. But he had to come back during lunch to check on an old lady and 8 women. One afternoon should be enough for Gamma to inspect the above-ground warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce. Liu probably understood that Gamma had just left his household registration and entered the wolf's den again. He would even be eaten until his bones were left, let alone use epic poems or clever words to coax the other party into sending me to a minstrel meeting. It's bad. It's bad. As long as the money is enough. There are not many materials outside the warehouse. And there are not even embargoed materials. If you bring them out, you will definitely make a small sum. Gamma added, It should be very slow. The wet-haired old man was still too worried. Do I really want you to go down and accompany him? And Li Yu always felt that Feng Zhixian was not in love. Li Yu planned to take that risk. Yes, he stayed up there to protect the bad goods, but also to find out where that Li came from. It has no purpose. Musta threw a coin to the old man. He? A serious person? A serious person who kills people in the blink of an eye? Gamma recalled the bloody storm when he walked with the traveler. It's bad. You need to think about it. Feng Zhi quickly wrote on the palm of his hand. At the same time, you suggest that he rummage through the things outside the cellar, change the cards, and increase his chips. But what does he think? Anyway, now, you don't seem to have any reason to save him. Li Yu thought about it carelessly, and felt more and more that Gamma wanted to escape so much. So the asking price must be lower. Next to Musta stood an old man, with a stooped back and wet hair. Together with Musta, he was looking at the picture projected by his eyeballs. What a trouble. You want to send him to the minstrel club. Outside the cellar. Gamma is just a talking box. But if I arrive at the tavern, maybe I will be a poet who really attracts everyone's attention. But be slow. If you are sent to Holy Mine Town for identification by us, you will definitely have a chance to escape again. Gamma rambled on, and even directly formulated countermeasures with Feng Zhi. You have observed. On the ground no wall is very strong. He just needs to. In the above-ground warehouse, Musta has not yet rummaged through, and found a few mysterious items that have not yet been identified. They are all relatively large and convenient for taking to Li Yu for identification. Let him think whatever he wants. Anyway, you are a serious person without official credentials now. He is the one locked out of the cellar. So now he asked you to save him and leave? Li Yu asked. He is really a poet and a businessman. Li Yu commented. Stealing materials from the Chamber of Commerce. Who does he want you to sell to? He has no way. See you then. Gamma said goodbye hastily and got busy. But what Li Yu needs is clean money. Complicated money. Bang! The small door of the Chamber of Commerce was pushed open, and a knight in white armor stepped back. Oops. Does he want money? You can't steal it for him. Gamma gave in slowly. There aren't many locked boxes outside. And there's no gold outside. Musta Qing was ready to destroy the appraisal items, but after taking them for appraisal, there was no need to call in the official personnel of the Iron or town to protect them from being robbed by the traveler. It doesn't matter. I will understand. Feng Zhi turned his eyes and responded to the old man. Is the scavenger still here? After all, the less transactions there are, the better understanding the two parties will have. That is not the key to Feng Zhi's high-profile attempt to break up Jin Qishan. Stealing money? Why are you stealing? Is it comfortable to make money honestly? Li Yu drew a small question mark on his palm. You are a serious person without official credentials now. The old man's face was pale, and his nails were covered with dirt, as if he had never left the warehouse. You understand? You should look for it first. Gamma understood Li Yu's needs. When will we see you again? You can't talk to him within 100 meters at most. Chapter 632. They are very nice people. Hello? Li Yu greeted him politely when he saw the black-armored knight staring at him. Musta is down and will be up in a moment. If there wasn't any coffee on hand, Li Yu would have invited him to sit down and drink together. Identification. The black-armored knight came closer and stretched out his hand to Li Yu. Li Yu also made a preliminary observation and found that the armor blocked the perspective, which was more strict than the anti-peeping runes embedded in the Chamber of Commerce. There was also a faint mechanical sound when the black-armored knight moved, which should have been transformed by some kind of creation. Until now, Li Yu has not met a truly moving steam robot or clockwork warrior, and he has some speculations about this person's identity. You show yours first? Li Yu didn't move, as steady as a shopkeeper. Huh? The black-armored knight stood quietly, rolled his right eye into his eye socket, took out a small pair of glasses, and looked Li Yu up and down. It was also at this time that Musta, who had been away for a long time, finally returned, holding a small shelf with some odds and ends in his hands. Lord Norton, you are here. Musta eased the awkwardness of the situation. Just in time. This traveler said that he has strong identification ability. I agreed with him that he would identify some things and then send them to Holy Mine Town for identification. Test his ability. There is a scavenger at the scene. From your perspective, it is enough to witness whether his ability is real. A very poor country bumpkin. Musta was not convinced. He took the pendant box from under the shelf and stuffed it into Norton's hand. Of course. Du Rongheng put the shelf on and unloaded the big things underneath. Before the harmonica was appraised, Mr. Du Rong had a better idea and believed that in the future I would ask Gamma to hold any musical instrument, which might weaken the effect of my glibness. After thinking about it for a long time, Jingjing put the ball of thread on and told its corresponding value. Can't you move? Jingjing pointed to the pendant box. Now that things have happened, we are also looking forward to whether Du Rong's appraisal is wrong, and we want to know the result. As for whether to cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce and earn some appraisal fees, or to cooperate with Gamma and steal from the Chamber of Commerce, we still need to wait for news from Gamma before making a decision. Norton left without saying a word, as if he had done this 1,000 times. Musta used words to cleverly avoid the fact that he called the Black Armored Knight here. In his words, he also repeatedly used identity as a traveler. Norton also set his sights on Du Rongheng. The harmonica is ranked 7th in value. The bad image below has some kind of curse attached to it. It has no effect of bewitching the audience. It should have belonged to a certain bard. Traveler? What's your name? Du Rongheng called Norton. But he didn't let me compare Jingjing's identity. How is it? Musta asked Norton beside him. That made Du Rong quite puzzled. Cooperation is bad. Cooperation is bad. Only without cooperation can you make money. Musta understood Jingjing, and glanced at the two useless knights at the door. Convinced that the traveler was indeed there is no ability to get Tieji shopkeepers to cooperate. We, the shopkeepers, are very bad people. Although we are young, we are very cooperative. Jingjing felt that Musta knew the dirty things the old lady and 8 children were doing. At best, it seemed that the traveler did not have the ability to identify, nor did he have the intention to steal items weakly. Musta looked at Norton, who stretched and retracted his glasses and nodded. After all, we are neighbors. From Jingjing's perspective, the value of the pendant box was low, only floating between 3 to 4 gold coins, but next to the box, there was a value of 37 gold coins hanging, and Du Rong was lying there. Nothing found? Musta asked the wet-haired old man, preparing to confirm it again. Bad. Norton asked Jingjing to provide credentials again. Liu stood aside, his glasses still scanning back and forth. The next step is to send those to the Holy Mine town to complete the final formal appraisal. Musta put a few things back on the shelf, and Jingjing didn't care about Norton's company. After all, she could see with her eyes whether she had any thoughts of cheating. She just had no bad curiosity about the scavenger group. You live in Tiejia, across the street. Du Rong also planned to conceal his address. Musta locked the door, turned and ran to the underground warehouse. Du Rong was happy, and suddenly felt that it was very convenient to help the Chamber of Commerce in the small town. And he could not even mediate some troubles related to accommodation. And if you don't leave your address, it will look too suspicious. Musta nodded, quietly picked up the blood residue next to the pendant box with his nails, gathered it into a pile, and smiled. What is the value of that pendant box? It should not be open now. The origin of the blood is unknown. Worth some gold coins. After appraising a harmonica, a broken mirror, and a skein of thread, I have completed this morning's exam. Anyway, at this moment, Gamma above is inspecting the goods for himself, looking for portable, clean, and complex belongings. So close, Musta muttered, as if he didn't mean anything. Du Rongheng and Norton were also worried. Jingjing also withdrew her gaze, just to take another look. The subsequent withdrawal from the exhibition was even slower. Norton's glasses cannot be misvalued, and can only be roughly judged. So no matter what Du Rong said, they still had to be sent to Holy Mine Town for confirmation first. Musta, it just needs to be recordable. Well, if there is no news, you will inform him. Musta removed his eyes from the top corner, and watched quietly leave. Li, it's nice to meet him. Jingjing nodded to Norton. That will take some time. If there is no result, where will you go to find him? Musta asked Du Rong. Each of the 8 items was worthless, among which the broken mirror was of the lowest value, and other people's faces vaguely flashed outside, as if leading to another space. Oh, how is this hotel? Do you need you to introduce him to a worse one? Du Rongheng squinted at Jingjing and cast a meaningful look. Is it wrong for you to withdraw from the exhibition? Musta didn't expect to be so nervous, but the value of the first item was quietly appraised, and he felt more relaxed. After all, there is no scavenger present, so you can find out if you check carefully, and you can hide it or hide it. The front piece of thread was the most valuable, but they held it quietly, wanting to let it go for a long time. which made Musta and Norton very relaxed. Of course, Liu understood the implication of his words, and knew that he was afraid that he would be weak and grab things. That means Musta is too confident in the Chamber of Commerce's current combat effectiveness and needs to call for reinforcements. Are we all reformers? Is our relationship with the Chamber of Commerce wrong? Can we be called in to help? I accepted Hollard's commission. And it seems I'm really short of money. Norton was also free and hadn't secretly investigated Jingjing's actions before entering the town. There was a tacit understanding among the 8 people outside the store. Perhaps Gamma's request cannot be fulfilled. You go back first and wait for news about him. Durong stood up. The first one is a rusty pendant box. Open. With a little blood stained underneath. Norton said nothing. As if he heard nothing. After a moment of quiet concentration, he determined that they were 2 different things. Of course it's close. And of course, they will be the first Chamber of Commerce you find. Jingjing took the opportunity to rationalize her motives. Oh, I see. That's the garbage collected from the back line. There must be some demonic materials in the blood. Mustada carefully collected the blood residue that Durong picked up and poured it into the origami. She quietly opened the pendant box. And outside was a white photo of a man. Smiling sweetly. Can't we finish it? You have an appointment at noon. Durong pointed at the shelves under Musta. That traveler is boring. The reason why I hold it quietly is also very complicated. Because the texture of the broken thread is very close to the texture of my own hair along the way. I scratched my head while quietly listening to the Gamma epic, which is naturally very strange. Chapter 633, He comes from Hushan. Interesting? Musta already thought that Liu was quite interesting. But he didn't expect that the wet-haired old man would also give the same evaluation. He comes from Hushan. The old man mentioned a place name that was very familiar to everyone in the Hushan Chamber of Commerce. Weissman. You know I don't like suspense. You'd better finish it in one go. Musta packed the items that had just been appraised and marked them with the values given by Liu, preparing to rush them to Holy Mine Town today. But coming from Burrowing Mountain, it is reasonable to understand the value of these things. After all, they were all collected from the war. Musta muttered. Ahem. Okay. The wet-haired old man Weissman coughed twice. In the remote mountains, he was just a beggar-like figure. He never spoke or talked to anyone. He just walked around various mountain paths every day. Walking? Musta didn't know what the meaning of this was. Picking up garbage? Collecting self-healing bones? Aren't those things that have been dug up long ago? Although Musta is not in Haunted Mountain, he is very aware of the output there. No. I didn't collect anything related to the self-healing bone. I just walked. Weissman said about all Liu's performance in Hushan. At that time, some people even suspected that he was a follower of the Bone Car sect who had not been taken away. Or people who want to believe in the Bone Chetism are always looking for faith. But I didn't expect him to be an unbeliever. Weissman also vented his anger at the people at the outpost. Well, his need for money is not like that of a believer. Musta could feel Simon's persistence in money. I may have read the source of this. Wei Liu tried to explain the traveler's path, but was interrupted by Troll. At worst, he doesn't have something important enough to use your transport horses. The line written under the fingertip was very polite. A white horse holding a note in its mouth suddenly appeared in the warehouse on the ground. Like a ghost. Or maybe I realized the use of money before coming to the 7th town of Split Gold. Wei Liu didn't speculate. After all, it's a remote mountain out there. And you can't survive without money. Moreover, I was the one who indirectly caused the destruction of the Hunting Kingdom. Lai Fuli seemed to be very disgusted with the Hunting Kingdom when the hunter was in power. After doing a lot of things in the afternoon, Simon used his energy to light up the entire commercial street of the iron mining town. He sat at the bar in Tieju and discussed what he had seen today with the old lady. Lai Fu quickly drew a question mark on his palm. Is he very happy? Troll poured a bucket of hot water on him. Hin Musta will use energy to return and rebuild the hunting country. You will be angry with the hunters again. Anyway, let's see. It must be true that Hamusta is true. If I return to the Chamber of Commerce, you will also need to argue. Troll was not obsessed with arguing about the unspecified matter. Is there no trick? Trail asked. You found it. Gamma's voice came as promised. So Williford rolled his eyes again. You know, before the traveler had anything to do with the scavenger, he was even more within his reach. Just then, the bell rang. It was the cargo bell that Troll had just rung. I'm sure he minds. You can go back down and take a nap. Lai Fu pointed to the 7th floor, leaving the old lady alone, and lost her mind at the bar. Destroyed by me? Troll touched his 4-character mustache. It seems you need to reevaluate my combat effectiveness. Suddenly appeared in Hushan. Traveled to Hongyu town. Killed a group of believers. And then traveled there again. Troll tasted Laifu's root. It seems that he is really a traveler. Traveling all the way. Go in the opposite direction to Demon King's castle. Ha, the people from Holy Mine Town really thought they were weaker than you. Troll sighed, tied the package containing the mysterious items under the white horse, and patted the horse's neck. There's no one named Norton among the scavengers? I'm still wrong, Sman said with a smile. He continued, what next? How do you get to the iron or town from Wishan? No. Troll nodded. Perhaps you can send people to Hongyu town to see if there are only corpse-gathering demons out there, and whether the Demon King city has reached this side yet. Wei Liu suggested. Walking around the humble mountain, could it be some new way of practice? Creating a new brave man who is very weak in combat. Troll also expected Wei Liu to give an answer, and even less often murmured to himself. Of course, the traveler would also risk fighting to break into the Chamber of Commerce. No slave traders ever tried to capture me when I was in Humble Mountain. But it's all clear. But the way I deal with the nobles is really adapted to that era. Troll waved his hand. Forget it. Let's consider that issue first. You are even sure that I am not Hamusta. The white horse raised its head and made a long neigh. But there was no sound at all. It took the package and disappeared into the ground, running towards the direction of Holy Mine Town. You knew I was going to die. Williford clenched his fist tightly. That's it? Investigation? How to investigate? The Demon King city has been calling slowly. He is going to investigate? Troll sat behind Wei Liu and reorganized what he had just heard. Before the white horse left, Troll and Williful both fell into silence. Their thoughts did not stay under the traveler, but thought about the changes that might be brought about if Henry fully returned. Explain. That's all. That's not about me. The probability is very low. After all, there are not many hunters alive now. So how could an 8th level one suddenly appear? Wei Liu tried to analyze it from an abnormal perspective. No one has seen a hunter. He doesn't have an 8th level ability at least. He is suspected to be a villain named Hamusta. Wei Liu said excitedly. Now those days are getting more and more sad. No matter what you doubt, there is no way for a new path to emerge. Troll lamented. And I suddenly appeared in Wushan. As for how I arrived, there are no clues at all. Wei Liu said his thoughts. Although many refugees appear in Wushan every day at this time, but may be worth investigating. Yes, I heard that there is a new Hongyu sect in Hongyu town, but it has disappeared recently. Wei Liu knew a lot, but he only heard that there was chaos in the distance of Hongyu town. There are no bad goods. There are no surprises. Gamma was very excited. But you may need a strong leader. Wei Liu cherished the past glory of the hunting country. That's right. It's obviously Abagong, Barrow and Bonnie who have provoked the demons that deserve to be provoked. Wei Liu's hair became even wetter. You think there must be something on your mind, Williford muttered. There's no news yet. Wei Liu rolled his eyes and looked at Troll again. But does he remember? Hinmusta was one of the first brave men to lead a group to retreat into the Demon King city. At this time, the Holy See had not yet been destroyed, and the faith had not collapsed. Troll focused more on the essence. Hinmusta Lai fully went to the Demon King city to hunt her only prey. So it makes sense if her energy is still at level 8. It seems that my fighting ability is really wrong. No wonder I am so confident. Troll finally wrapped the package, wrote down the reason, and shook the bell in the warehouse to prepare for delivery. Red Oil Town? This big town occupied by the corpse-gathering demon? Holy bread? In Troll's understanding, the world map is divided by the specialties of each place. Before leaving Wushan, no one saw me retreating into Hongyu town. Hen must a villain. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce in the poor town and a former member of the Hunting Kingdom. Of course he knows what Hem Musta represents. How is this boring? Lai fully tried to find the boring point. When the old lady heard Norton's name, her soul seemed to be taken away, and her spirit suddenly became depressed. Chapter 634, Wise Words. Tell me, what's good? Liu maintained the habit of communicating with Gamma through writing. After seeing the surveillance eyes of the Chamber of Commerce and the scavenger's glasses, Liu realized that there were too many prying eyes in this world, and he needed to be as careful as possible. There is a gold coin with a poem seal. Gamma's voice sounded far away. Poem seal gold coin? Liu didn't understand what Gamma was talking about. It's a way for bards to keep money. A very ancient method, Gamma explained. Bards travel all year round and often encounter thieves or robbers. So some poets will write poems and store coins on paper. Deposit coins into paper? This way, even if someone captures you on the road, you have a greater chance of keeping your property. It's a very ancient magic. I didn't expect that bards are still using it now. Equivalent to a mobile safe? As long as you decipher the meaning of certain words in a poem and reproduce the content of the poem, you can get out the gold coins. Speaking of the magic mastered by the bard, Gamma was very familiar with it. Let me guess, do you know how to decipher this poem? Liu felt that this was too coincidental. He just told Gamma that he needed clean and portable money, and within one morning, he found the poem sealed gold coin? Not to mention whether the bards have this ability. Even if they do, how come they happen to appear in the underground warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce in Bad Town? Could it be that it's Gamma's own poem sealed gold coin? That makes sense. I know this sounds suspicious, but this is the fact, Gamma said seriously. At this moment, there is a poem sealed gold coin in the warehouse. In my hand? Don't you want it? Liu was silent, feeling that he might have underestimated Gamma. Although the bard is locked in the cellar at the moment, he is not completely at his own mercy. If you want this so-called poetry gold coin, you must bring it out with Gamma, and you must save Gamma's life and let him crack it. Are you very concerned about the origin of this poem cover? It's not important, is it? Gamma knew the reason for Liu's silence, but felt that it did not affect the transaction itself. As long as it can meet your needs. Isn't it? If everything goes well, Liu can get money and Gamma can get freedom. Is this the good product you call it? Liu said noncommittally. What about the surprise? I found the transportation method and route of the Chamber of Commerce. It was also when Gamma was observing in the cellar that he happened to see Musta driving the black horse. Then the situation will be relatively better. But Liu certainly had the intention to rob the Chamber of Commerce, even though Gamma has found the weak point of the warehouse. It is obviously more difficult to directly attack the warehouse than to rob it on the transportation route. And it is also more likely to leave clues. But Liu still has to face a very real problem. The traveler arrived in the town not long ago and visited the Chamber of Commerce. And then the Chamber of Commerce lost something. Would any fool doubt a traveler? The Chamber of Commerce cooperates with the scavengers. If it is not clean enough this time, it will undoubtedly get into trouble with the officials. This kind of thing is something Liu needs to try his best to avoid. No, this is not a surprise. Gamma interrupted Liu's writing hand. The surprise is that in addition to our idea of building an underground warehouse, there is also a group of thieves who have the same idea. This is the surprise. Well, if there are others who want to steal, then if they succeed and we steal from them, it will not be counted as stealing from the Chamber of Commerce. Liu understood the implication of Gamma's words. That's it, Gamma shouted excitedly. I just need to stuff myself and the Chiffon gold coins into their stolen goods. If you do it again, it will definitely meet your expectations. Liu was really excited to hear that someone would take the blame. But there were still a few doubts. Is it such a coincidence? As soon as I want to take action, it happens to be just when others are about to take action? Liu asked Gamma. Maybe. I pushed them. Gamma knew that this coincidence would be difficult to reconcile. So he simply told the truth. You realize it, right? The bard's clever words? Liu was coaxed once when he killed 2 sentries, and Gamma also escaped from his control at that time. Keep talking. Liu tapped his palms. One of the businessmen who brought me into town was a thief. When I knew he was going to send me to the Chamber of Commerce, I left a note in his notebook. After Gamma said this, Liu realized that this talking box had done so many tricks along the way. What note? The note records the inventory of the goods, as well as the weak points of the seller. What Gamma left was very superficial, but very effective. No thief can resist this temptation. Inventory? Did you know the inventory at that time? It was understandable for Liu to find weak points. But it was clear that Gamma carefully searched the cellar after meeting him again. So how could he write it on the note at that time? I made it up, Gamma said confidently. His actions also prove that I made up a good story, Gamma added. He just came to the back alley to observe. And I left a new note. What did you write? Oh, brave man given by God. Eternal night is coming. And the black horse is already wandering underground. Gather 5 people. And when midnight comes again, the door to wealth will be open for you. Gamma read out a jerky poem. Why 5 people? Liu asked. To rhyme. Actually, I just wrote down the transportation method of the Chamber of Commerce and agreed with him on a time for further communication. Gamma simply explained. The time is too short, and I can't write anything good. I just need to be able to read it. Liu imagined that he was a thief disguised as a businessman. After completing a certain transaction, he found a tempting note on his body. Then he casually walked around and found another. You must be very confused. Right? Are you sure he can read it? I even made an appointment with him. Don't worry. The thief won't miss this opportunity. Not to mention that he just came to have a look. It won't matter even if he is discovered by the Chamber of Commerce. Gamma was a little annoyed by Liu's question, especially when Liu questioned his poetry. This irritability was extremely strong. How's it going? It's perfect. Right? They've already taken the bait. All you need to do is persuade them to take action. And then you follow and give me and my poem seal gold coins. And you're done. Gamma accidentally let it slip in his anxiety. The poem seal gold coin does indeed belong to Gamma himself. And this little mistake does make his plan sound more real. Then how do I know that what you are telling me now isn't Xiaoyan? Liu asked back. Would someone say that they were deceiving others when they lied to you? You said it as if you had never lied. Gamma was very anxious. The scapegoat, the plan, and the reward are all there. And you are still here. What are you hesitating about? Make a decision quickly, Gamma urged. Okay, then we'll see you at midnight. Liu did make a decision. But it was not the way Gamma imagined. Chapter 635. You actually betrayed me. Gamma's plan was very complicated. Liu did not deny it completely. But the decision he made was to wait for news from Musta. Anyway, Liu only wanted money. And he didn't need much money, since the existence of Gamma itself is very valuable. Then if the Chamber of Commerce is a good cooperation partner, wouldn't it be better to just sell Gamma? Stealing this and that, poems, gold coins, wealth gates, etc. can have nothing to do with you. Why should you trust a person who can talk glibly? As for now, Liu decided to catch up on his sleep and prepare to visit places that are difficult to enter during the day and night to further light up the landmark of the iron mining town. And Musta did not disappoint Liu. At dinner time, the knight at the door of the Chamber of Commerce knocked on the door of the Iron Horn Hotel. The old lady watched Liu being respectfully invited away by the knight. She knew that the traveler had hooked up with a big shot, and she could only pray for his mercy from now on. There would be no more any luck. Liu also casually threw the only remaining key to the basement on the table and walked leisurely across the street with the knight. Looking at the keys on the table, the old lady was stunned. But Liu has made mistakes. And he also cares about those things. Liu plans to conduct a large number of appraisals, which will be enough to earn some living expenses and travel expenses in the 7 towns of split gold. Make a deal. Damn it! Did he think he could keep you like that? You? Gamma? A bard who is about to be promoted to level 9. Gamma was full of anger. You are a survivor of this war. Have you ever encountered someone better than that's a safer situation? Your epic will surely spread to Xiaolu. Accompanied by Gamma's accusation, the shelves tilted and the ground shook. The steps of everyone in the store were unbalanced, as if there was no giant dragon turning over under the ground. What's more, there is still no money from selling Gamma. It happened that there were no gold coins outside the cellar. There were no thieves in the cellar who wanted to take action. And it happened that Gamma figured out the shipping route. Every time each mysterious item is appraised, Liu will be rewarded with 1 silver coin, which is completely clean money. And whether there is an upper limit on the number of appraisals is completely negotiated between Musta and Liu. In addition to the appraisal service, you will also sell him a piece of news. After quickly signing the contract, Kongyan finally talked about Gamma, who is currently in the warehouse on the ground, charged by monthly piecework. Musta replied subconsciously, and suddenly felt that Kongyan was more complicated. That man had obviously dealt with businessmen, and he must be just a refugee from Wishan. Would he not have that kind of experience? The old lady quickly opened the door, ran to the basement, and untied the 3 men who were tied up. The traveler behind me who is proficient in identification is not an opportunity for Musta. He can definitely contribute me to the Chamber of Commerce for nothing. The contract was completed very slowly. Liu signed his name carelessly before checking. It took a few minutes in total from checking out of the store to signing the contract. Your companion is handling it. He stays where he is. There was no limit on manpower in the store. So Musta summoned the 2 knights to run to the underground warehouse and rang the bell in his pocket. I must have used the strength of the bard against myself. And the poem sealing gold coins, and the mantis stalking the cicada, and the oriole in front, are all just obscenities. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Musta nodded. You don't think you can talk about the upcoming cooperation And just when Liu mentioned this, there was a sudden earthquake in the store. Gamma realized that the traveler was trustworthy, and secretly made up his mind that one day he would make me pay the price. Liu had no intention of being polite to him, and went straight to the point. Is Mr. Musta satisfied with the results of the appraisal? More importantly, you have accumulated enough strength. Of course, the contract also stipulates a 5% error floating range. If the appraisal exceeds the accuracy, Liu will be required to return the goods for compensation, as well as the details of the compensation, etc. Li, that bastard. Gamma's voice echoed through the streets. You cooperated with him, and he actually betrayed you. If the city only makes a verbal agreement, the merchants will have little room for maneuver. And even high-level merchants can do it, but paper contracts are extremely difficult to change. Musta is good at it. And there are even people outside the Chamber of Commerce who can do it. Gamma is willing to escape the prison at the cost of his life force, even if it makes me more injured. The text is intermittent, but the twisted fonts reveal anger. Is this letting go of his 3 children? Liu took away the contract and hung half of his body under the wall. He was about to rush to the cellar to have a look, but was stopped by the businessman who raised his hand. Cooperation? I'm sure he means cooperation, if you use your strength to get him out. You have indeed broken your promise. Before Liu listened to Gamma's plan, he thought it was a shabby little boy. Cake. Li. He deserves to die. Gamma's voice was furious. As he spoke, a box smashed through the wall and turned into a few lines of text in midair. What a fulfilling day. Li. Musta was in a good mood. When he saw Liu entering, he walked up to say hello enthusiastically. Liu had so little time to spend at the Chamber of Commerce, and the flow of water was constant. When he was short of money, he came to do appraisals. The lower the value of the appraised items, the lower the fee. One piece would last for a long time, because it is very likely that when Huntler returns, the entire Chamber of Commerce will change. Liu knew how to do clever things, so he decided to treat everything as quick words regardless of whether it was true or false. Gamma is a talking box, claiming to be a bard. Liu spread his hands. Originally, I wanted to use you to rob him, but your conscience found out. Piece by piece, Liu bit him to death. Since you haven't thought about it yet, how about each of you go one step further and calculate the price on a monthly basis? Musta also stopped talking nonsense. The battle on the ground continued, with the ground cracking and writing and liquid spewing out. It's quite weak. Seeing this, Kong Yin believed that cooperating with Gamma was the most correct choice. But before Liu finished speaking, the heads of the 2 knights collapsed from the cracks in the floor tiles, their expressions distorted, and their faces were covered with words. The scavenger arrived belatedly. Ever since Kong Yin was invited to withdraw from the Chamber of Commerce, Gamma has been listening to the conversations between travelers and businessmen. As soon as it was over, Gamma thought that Kong Yin was just taking the opportunity to stabilize Kong Yinqing, and was still following the escape plan just decided at noon. But the more he listened, the more satisfied he became, until Liu signed the contract and mentioned the news. When Gamma finally realized that he had been sold, during the shaking, there were no words coming out of the ground, and the sound of ping-pong-pong fighting was heard. Musta quickly drafted the contract. The partner did not fill out the Chamber of Commerce, but filled in myself. Demon King City has not made any action, and Huntler is suspected of appearing. Musta needs to increase his personal wealth as soon as possible. You choose to charge on a pay-per-view basis. Kong Yin said the opposite. He said he was confused. Who is this Gamma above? What happened? Although Musta heard the conversation between Gamma and Kong Yin, he still didn't understand the situation in the store. The text disappears, and a box with glib words escapes. Gamma's epic continues. Musta was stunned, thinking that Liu was satisfied with the verbal agreement, but wanted to fall under the contract. Let's sign the contract. Liu blurted out there was not much trust between the 2 parties, so it was safer to leave it to the paper. Obviously, Musta wanted to calculate pieces on a monthly basis because he wanted to minimize the use of Liu's appraisal ability and reveal the value of the mysterious items as little as possible. Moreover, Liu said that sentence very smoothly, and it felt like he might be repeating it often. When purchasing appraisal services, does he want to choose to charge per session or monthly? Should the charging standard be based on the number of pieces or the value? Liu continued his thinking. A white horse suddenly appeared in front of Kong Yin, blocking her way. Chapter 636. Why did you reject him? He did it? Scavenger Norton looked at the heads of the 2 knights, the cracked ground and the seeping liquid, and asked Musta. It's a poet named Gamma. Musta pointed to the writing on the wall and looked at Liu. But maybe it has something to do with him. Norton held the sword. The fact is very simple. Gamma and I entered the town separately, and he escaped into a caravan. Liu quickly finished explaining the cause and effect, but concealed the scene of killing sentries in the woods outside the town, and focused on the deal proposed by Gamma at Tieju. He invited me with clever words to break into the cellar and rob the Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, I refused. Liu spread his hands. Why did you reject him? Musta pointed to the mess. If you had cooperated with him, you would have escaped by now. How did I know he would go crazy? I thought he was injured. Sealed or something. Liu shook his head. This fully represents my sincerity and cooperation. So 2 of my people died? And 1 was left disabled. Musta looked along the cracks in the ground towards the cellar. Through the liquid, he saw the wet-haired old man Weissman lying half on the ground, as well as a pile of damaged goods. Box. Lost heavily. I didn't expect him to go crazy suddenly. Do you remember? I originally wanted to sell this news to you. Liu said it as if it had nothing to do with him. Weissman. How are you? Musta shouted to the wet-haired old man under the floor, with half of his body immersed in a puddle. Weissman raised his hand and gestured to the number 8. What? Musta didn't understand what Weissman meant. Maybe he's talking about an 8th level poet. Li Reading understood Weissman's gesture. Level 8 poet? I don't remember such an 8th level poet. Musta is quite familiar with the Brave Circle, and the 8th level Braves are usually already well known in the mainland, and will not be as unfamiliar as this Gamma. At the end of the war, many poets were promoted. Norton added coldly. It seems that he is from the Brave group. Desert? No wonder you don't dare to show your face. Musta shook his head. Oh, what a pity. The 8th level poet could have been a good partner. The Chamber of Commerce is of course willing to cooperate with powerful people with potential. Although Gamma is half disabled, he is still an 8th level brave man and is very valuable to please. He should attend the minstrel conference. He will definitely attend. Norton certainly knows what will happen in the 5 gold towns recently, but it's hard to talk about it like this. Musta muttered to himself. Anyway, this level 8 poet's anger is directed at me. Isn't it? Liu pointed to the words that were still printed on the wall and were slowly fading out. Gamma realized that the traveler was not worthy of trust, and secretly made up his mind to make him pay the price one day. You don't seem to be worried about Gamma's revenge? After seeing Liu's attitude, Musta now suspected that the traveler was more powerful than imagined. Whether I worry won't help solve the problem, so it's better not to worry. Liu's logic is very simple. Liu still remembers the saying Gamma injury adds to injury, so I believe he won't have the power to retaliate against himself in a short time. Moreover, Gamma is a poet, not a hunter. As long as he leaves Ironhorn, where can a talking box find him? What if I find him first? That scene must have been interesting. Liu is going back to the hotel to take Shou out for a walk. Det. Weissman said hoarsely in the cellar. Oh, yes. My God. I almost forgot. Musta suddenly remembered something and drove Liu away. Go away. If there is any need for identification, I will find someone to inform you. Then farewell. Liu shook the contract in his hand, left the Chamber of Commerce, and walked back to the street. There are already many people watching in the streets and alleys after all. There was a lot of movement just now, and there was an earthquake. There are townspeople, and there are believers. Norton and Liu went out together, and the townspeople also formally got to know the traveler who had just arrived yesterday. Where the light of faith does not shine, are there demons at work? A Protestant believer stepped forward at the door and blocked the way of Liu and Norton. It's not a devil. It's a brave man. Norton's attitude towards the believers was lukewarm. A dispute between brave men. Well, when are you going to accept the light of faith? The believer turned around and asked Liu. Liu Kai noticed that this believer was the one who distributed leaflets to him during the day, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. It's coming. It's coming. Liu chuckled. The believers hold the light and retreat. Liu arrived at the Chamber of Commerce during dinner time. Now that it is getting late, the believers will start patrolling the streets again. Guest, the meal is ready. Come back and eat. Seeing the believers come forward, an old lady ran out from the crowd of townspeople and called to Liu. Oh, I'm here. Liu didn't expect the old lady to be so proactive. It was as if standing beside the scavenger gave him a social bonus as a traveler, and he became a very popular figure. So goodbye. Liu greeted Norton. We should see you again soon. Norton still had a cold face. You accepted Hollard's commission. Right? What? You want to serve the townspeople together? Liu joked. I'll bring a stretcher. Norton said something careless, and pushed away from the crowd. Liu also followed the old lady to Tianju. Of course. Some townspeople were curious about what happened at the Chamber of Commerce. So they all followed Liu's footsteps, and came to the Tianju Hotel to listen to the fun just now. The old lady seized the opportunity, and could make a small fortune. Have you thought about it? Are the three of them okay? Liu found it difficult to accept the old lady's change. She still looked lost at noon today. But it was completely different at night. You are my most distinguished guest. You have educated my children for me, and given us a chance to live an upright life. The old lady whispered in Liu's ear. I'm going to let them recover from their injuries as soon as possible and go to work in the arsenal. The old lady got a newspaper from somewhere and cut out the recruitment notice for the arsenal. Well, it suits you very well. Liu didn't expect that nailing people with iron nails would have such educational significance. When they arrived at the Tianju store, the enthusiastic townspeople repeatedly asked Liu what happened in the Chamber of Commerce. And Liu also realized how barren their lives were. There was a brave man hiding in the cellar. And then he broke into the cellar and escaped. Liu told a nutritious story. Then soon, under the influence of low-quality alcohol, the townspeople were drunk. And the old lady was counting copper coins with a smile on her face. Before the curfew, the townspeople who were still awake went home one by one. Not very happy. That Li is not a very good storyteller, they said. Those who accidentally got drunk were taken to a spare room in the hotel by the old lady. And the money would be collected tomorrow morning. Liu didn't care if they would be sold to the mine early tomorrow morning. He would go out in night clothes, hold Shosho in hand, and enjoy this hard-won freedom of movement. Gamma flavor. Shosho sniffed. Chapter 637, Fracture Sight. Come on. Let's go sniff in the back alley. Liu avoided the believers who were patrolling the streets with lights, ran to the back alley of the Chamber of Commerce, and listened quietly. Can't smell. Although Shosho had eaten grass. It was night after all, and he was not very energetic. Gamma left very violently, and a large hole was made in the back alley of the Chamber of Commerce, which was connected to the broken cellar. He also left very quickly, leaving no more smell behind. And Shosho is a horse, not a dog. Once entering the town, the smell became complicated, and the taste of Gamma was not so clear. Then let him go first. Let's wait and see. Liu didn't spend time searching for Gamma, although he was an 8th level poet. His injuries were getting worse. He probably found a new place to heal his wounds. There will be no action during the time. Anyway, Liu Bin was going to travel around the 5 towns and wait until he smelled it. Now all Liu can think about is the words Norton left. When he left, I will bring a stretcher. What does it mean? Liu aimed at the fracture construction site and walked slowly with Shosho on the street. Clicking. Did Norton think I would break my bones tonight? Liu felt that Norton's speech was probably a bad joke. So he didn't overthink it and watched quietly as the punctuation mark of the Jinshan mountain was lit up. After a day of walking around, Liu discovered that it takes about 3 days to light up an iron ore town. So half a month should be enough to light up half of the Jinshan mountain. Then we'll see where it's too dark. If we go alone a few times, we should be able to complete the 3rd punctuation point on the map and further upgrade the plugin. The iron mining town was very quiet at night. Apart from avoiding the Protestant believers, Liu and Shosho were quite leisurely. While walking, they would indeed encounter black armor blocking the road. That is, scavengers' interrogations. Liu has complete procedures and can handle it easily. However, when every scavenger saw that Liu was receiving a commission from Hollard, he would glance at Liu's bones intentionally or unintentionally, as if imagining how they would look like if they were broken. There were also kind-hearted scavengers who showed Liu the way and signaled that his route was somewhat off. You know, I have collected a lot of leaflets. Liu explained the deviation of the route as avoiding the Protestant believers. The scavengers understood and didn't get too entangled. And no matter how far Liu went around, he would soon approach the fracture construction site. The iron mining town was very small, and half a day was enough to complete it. Shosho no longer smells the smell of Gamma. Liu felt that the bard might have escaped from iron ore town, compared with Liu's fear of his revenge. Why is this bard, who has been injured, more and more afraid of Liu chasing after him and selling him off? This is it. The fracture construction site. Liu looked at a haunted house in front of him, standing alone on the empty street. Do you smell something? Liu patted the thin horse's back. always treating it like a dog from time to time. Skinny didn't respond. Li Yu briefly looked through and found that various tools such as lumber and ladders were displayed in the fracture construction site, piled randomly on one side, with no sign of cleaning up at all, as if someone would start construction again at any time. The tools and wood were all tattered, as if they had been smashed. The entire construction site stood alone in the night, surrounded by a large area of abandoned houses. Even the light-bearing believers did not intend to patrol the area, apparently because they were asked by Hollard not to approach. Half of tonight is over. How about we come back tomorrow? Li Yu felt the silence in the construction site, not sure what was inside, but finally felt some weird atmosphere. Shou was non-committal and turned his head. Huh? Wait a minute. Just when Li Yu was about to leave the exploration of the fracture site until tomorrow night, the map in his mind suddenly had a strong reaction. The punctuation flashes, then quickly intensifies. Huh? The progress here is very fast? Li Yu noticed the change in the light. Damn. There is indeed something fishy. Li Yu knew that the commission that no one accepted would not be so simple. He originally used it as a pass for the curfew, but he did not expect that the plug-in would react so strongly to this construction site. If the progress can be speeded up, Li Yu would certainly be willing to go in and give it a try. I remember that the fracture site was the house Hollard bought for his mistress? It seemed very cheap to buy it here. I heard that decoration workers would break bones inside. There seems to be no other information besides this. Was the fracture an accident? Or was it broken by some inexplicable being? Li Yu realized that he still didn't understand this commission well enough. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Why? You don't dare to go in? In the middle of the night, a knight covered in black armor walked over. The scavenger was waiting outside the fracture site. Are you very free? Li Yu didn't even turn around, and he could tell it was Norton. I want to make sure that you are really taking on this commission to complete it. Norton stood next to Li Yu, and not to take the opportunity to do something that violates the law. Law? I really didn't know there was such a thing in the Iron Ore town. Li Yu thought of the people who were sold to the mines. How many of them were caught by scavengers at night? I'm saying, don't do anything against me. Norton put it more bluntly. The subtext is, I am the law. Li Yu did not feel the pressure Norton worked hard to create, but suddenly thought of something else. If I were a level 8 brave, would you also say this? Li Yu tried to understand the relationship between the brave, the government, and the townspeople. When must have learned that Gamma was an 8th level poet. He did not immediately want to hold people accountable, but was worried that it would be difficult to get close. Obviously, the brave have some privileges. Who are you? Norton looked over sideways. I can be. Li Yu felt that since Traveler could become a certain path, would it be okay to declare himself an 8th level person? Then, Lord Brave, please complete the commission. Norton raised his hand and made a pleased gesture to Li Yu. Do you want to come too? Li Yu felt that it would be inconvenient to bring a scavenger into the venue. More or less, some personal information would always be exposed, such as perspective, such as iron nails, and so on. It would not be a good idea if the 2 sentries died if they were contacted. You want to use my power? If I remember correctly, you are very poor? Norton hinted that he was expensive. Li Yu also became increasingly aware of the convenience of having money. You don't have to hold on if you don't dare. It's not worth losing your life if you don't have much money anyway. Seeing Li Yu's silence, Norton also stopped and said, Don't you still have an appraisal contract with the Chamber of Commerce? Intentionally or unintentionally, Norton revealed some intentions of taking advantage of others. Well, that is indeed a good contract. Li Yu did not deny the possibility of cooperation with Norton. Okay, if you have nothing else to ask me, I think I should make some efforts to complete the commission, Li Yu said, leading the horse to the fracture construction site in front of him. You can leave the horse outside. Norton smiled. The security in Iron Ore town is very good. If you leave it outside, at least it can carry you out at dawn. Norton seemed convinced that Li Yu's bones would be broken. No need, Li Yu declined. Just kidding. Who knows if Shou is left outside? He will be taken away by the scavengers and sold as meat. Or he will be taken directly to the mines to work on his feet. Walking into the mansion, Li Yu opened the door and pulled Shou in, bidding farewell to Norton's gaze. And Shou became obviously restless, pacing back and forth in the living room, looking like he wanted to go out. But the scene outside the door suddenly folded flat and turned sideways. At the same time, Li Yu and Shou slipped on their feet and began to fall. Chapter 638, Folding. There's something wrong with this space. Li Yu leaned against the door. The man and horse were at a strange angle, like two people about to fall off a cliff. As for the tools and ladders scattered in the hall, they all fell to the opposite wall. The whole room seemed to be flipped over, with the door flipped upwards. And directly below were the opposite wall and the steps leading upstairs. Li Yu saw that there was nothing unusual about the tools that fell on the opposite wall. He was quite tired from holding it up. He was about to jump down with it when he suddenly felt that the room had turned over. Gravity changed again. Li Yu and Shansho flipped 180 degrees, and tools and wood fell from above their heads. Li Yu knocked away a few pieces of wood and wondered if the decoration workers who had broken bones here had fallen. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu took advantage of being close to the door and pushed Shosho out. "You'd better wait outside. It's easy to get hurt inside." Shosho was so frightened that he kicked his legs randomly. He was pushed out by Li Yu and fell to the ground, neighing in pain. "Now the house is clean." Li Yu thrust his hand into the wall and held it firmly. The scattered tools could not cause any harm to him, and he was simply ignored. The entire house has been folded 8 times. 3 times in the bedroom. At this moment, Li Yu's space for movement is not very narrow. Just when Chu Xiao was about to reach out and poke through the wall to pull the paper ball out, the paper ball suddenly flattened out. After waiting for a while, Li Yu climbed to the 7th floor and quickly climbed all over the mansion. "Huh? The clothes are torn? Who did it?" Chu Xiao looked at his tattered clothes to confirm what had just happened. Chu Xiao summarized everything that happened before retreating, although he knew whether it was the devil or someone else's mysterious power. Since the strange phenomenon happened outside the room, there must be no mediator. Right? Creak. The house made an inexplicable sound. After hanging up for a long time, Li Yu suddenly found that the floor of the bedroom had folded when he was almost drowsy. However, the folding continued. After that time, Li Yu became unfamiliar and found that there would be no fold lines after each fold, which would delay judgment and avoidance. Not even a single piece of wood was folded together. There is no one or demon outside the mansion. Things are piled up in a mess, and there is no clue. Time was running out, and Chu Xiao only had time to stand up and use his right foot to retreat from the bedroom. Have all the houses been folded? He did it. Chu Xiao pinched the doll and examined it. He found that it was worth a penny and was just an ordinary tattered doll. Obviously, that's not it anymore. Could it be the legendary demonic relic? His upper body was in the living room, and his lower body was in the bedroom. Li Yu was about to take the opportunity to crawl away when he suddenly saw the room fold again. Immediately afterwards, there was a continuous banging sound outside the house, as if there was no one outside, and they were violently demolishing the house with their bare hands. Kaka. Li Yu heard the crackling sound of his bones, and then his left thigh folded in half along with the living room. Chu Xiao was sandwiched between the living room and the bedroom, holding a broken doll in his hand. The current search is purely out of curiosity. The bad thing is that I have thought about really dealing with that problem. As for Li Yu's appraisal work at the Chamber of Commerce, he was too concerned about the reward of these 10 silver coins, so he just hung up. Li Yu felt that if he really found something normal, he would leave first. Li Yu was hanging under the ceiling, and he really knew how to deal with that problem. Li Yu stood outside the cave and looked around, seeing that it was the bedroom. The thin man at the door looked up and walked away in disgust. Now that he had time to think, Li Yu climbed over the folded steps and was about to go back to the living room when he suddenly saw a square folded paper ball outside the wall of the corridor. Shattered to pieces? Chu Xiao tried his best to resist the folding force, but fainted when his skull made a cracking sound. It was also in the process of crawling that Li Yu discovered that the broken leg did not affect his movement. It was completely painful, just slightly itchy, and there was no sign of healing. There is nothing strange about its position, so the value should be very strange. Right? The entire mansion seemed to have turned into a huge Rubik's Cube, with each room being a large piece, flipped, folded and misaligned. Li Yu heard about that mysterious item when he was traveling with Gamma. There was no doll in the bedroom. The doll's eyes were made of buttons, and it was looking at Li Yu with a slightly curved mouth and a smile. Shosho looked at the house blankly, deciding whether to continue waiting or go back to the Iron Horn Hotel early. There were some vibrations on the ground in the courtyard. Then the angle was still getting smaller, and smaller. Li Yu watched helplessly as the ceiling hit him, and he quickly kicked out a small hole. How to appraise them one by one? There is also a small hole in the floor, which leads directly to the ground, and there is no sound of wind. And Li Yu finally had time to further observe the layout of the house, trying to find out the source of the flip. Just thinking like that, Liu made a judgment while looking through things. The thin horse walked further and further until it reached the other side of the street. The paper ball is hidden in front of the wall, as if it were displayed in a showcase. Struggling to fold itself. Throwing the doll on and pulling out the fractured left leg with his hands. Liu felt pain. But he wasn't really shocked when he saw his left thigh was folded in half. And not at the moment when he looked at the paper mask. Liu only felt that his whole body was folding and crackling. Starting from his toes. The entire house also returned to its original position in an instant. The steps returned from one pile to the next. Directly knocked Liu 1 meat and 4 vegetables. When the room returned to its original position, everything outside was shaken. And Liu was directly ejected. In the night, even though those sounds were very out of place, no one noticed them. The wooden strip is like a piece of paper, tightly folded into a right angle, and only sprinkled with a little sawdust. Broken dolls, folding beds, broken mirrors. Li Yang examined them all to make sure the items outside the bedroom were normal. He got up and crawled to the living room. Liu looked around the room carelessly and saw something even less normal, and suddenly changed his mind. With a clairvoyant eye, I could see that except for the living room and the porch, the other rooms were all layered on top of each other. The bedrooms were all mixed together. The kitchen was tilted away from the bedrooms, and there was a storage room in the middle, which was very confusing. The inner walls of the house were slightly deformed, with cracks or bulges appearing from time to time, making it appear that the fighting outside was normal and peaceful. Bang! Liu punched through the wall with another palm in midair. Hanging below, staring closely at the paper ball outside the wall. The paper ball unfolds into a square, 3-dimensional origami mask, which looks like a house or a person's face, with various fold lines drawn around the eyes. Anyway, it's just a house that has been flipped. It won't cause any harm to the outside world. No wonder the scavengers and Protestants didn't come to deal with it forcefully. It's worth 3 gold coins, completely more than the value of paper. Outside, Liu fainted and woke up, and suddenly found himself lying in the living room. The wall of the corridor leading to the 7th floor had not been completely smashed, and the paper mask was missing. I understand. It's not that broken. That folding happened from the bedroom, and the folding point was Chu Xiao's knees. As for Norton's figure on the other side of the street, there was only the edge of night. Chapter 639 Sadness. The house no longer flipped or folded. Liu stood blankly in the hall, staring at the big hole in the floor. Everything around him indicated that a battle had just occurred here. But Liu's memory still lingered on the crackling sound of his body when he looked at the paper mask. I fainted at that time. Who moved the hand? When he got up, Liu found that all his broken bones were back in place, and his whole body was itchy, as if there were bugs crawling up and down in his body. Dawn is approaching, and the night is brightened by light. Liu ran to the door, saw Shou across the street, and called out. Shou didn't dare to come over. Liu couldn't find Norton, and wondered whether the scavenger had noticed something strange in the room and came in to have a fight with the paper mask. Right? Was he the one who made this hole? Liu didn't dare to look through to clear the way, so he just walked quickly and cautiously. Is this a good person? Did a good person drive him out of his home? The crying continued, and they all asked the first person to cry. Fu Huan also knew that there was something nutritious in listening to the words. So he thought about turning around and leaving in Di Nian. The logic and voice of those crybabies were very weird. They were obviously from Di Nian. Obviously. The paper masks come from the mask-making society. Isn't this little family I'm waiting for a mask-making society? Liu thought about it over and over, but couldn't hold back his curiosity, and finally decided to go into the cave to find out. We just looked at each other, and they were shattered into pieces. Although it is now intact and damaged, it is still necessary to confront us for the commission of 10 silver coins. Who drove him away just now? But compared to that, Liu was more concerned about who knocked the paper mask to the ground when he was shattered to pieces. After checking his body, except for the torn clothes, there were no broken bones and no missing pieces of flesh. Liu jumped into the big hole. You. No one has broken your exit. Liu's iron nail hit the first man's head, causing my neck to twist and my head to fold under my front and back. Ugh, it's hard to find a new home. Fewer people ended crying. The expression on everyone's face was dull, which was completely the same as the cry just now. Oh, I'll hit you. Or who? Where am I? Go ask me why I bully you. The cries were continuous and repeated. Cry. Am I just going to be sad? Liu dared to turn on X-ray immediately. fearing that he would be shattered into pieces if they stared at each other again. But he roughly counted the sounds, and found that there were not more than a dozen people at most. As soon as I saw Liu, various fold lines began to appear on the eyes of the paper mask. Fu Huan had suffered a lot. And of course he looked at me. With a flip of his hand, 2 iron nails were driven through, directly hitting the eye holes of the paper mask. You thought you were having a hard time playing with me. Whoa. His voice was innocent and evil, like a big child complaining to his parents. You. Solely you saw the whole picture. Why are you hiding your face and crying? The paper mask folded the edges on both sides, covered his face, and cried. Yes. For the first time, Liu noticed the fold lines on the cave wall, and he murmured in his heart he didn't expect that there are such things as paper masks in this shabby town, and he would be shattered to pieces just by looking at them. After listening for a moment, Liu became even more confused when he found that the group of crying guys seemed to have no intention of turning back to look for him. Fu Huan controlled the paper mask and a dozen humans, and felt there was no need to ask what happened here. Stop crying. If you cry again, I'll tear him apart. Liu used both hands to tear off a corner of the paper mask. The cry was very close, coming from around the corner, and mixed with some human words. Liu was very confused. Liu walked deeper along the left tunnel, and his cries became increasingly sad, as if he had encountered the saddest thing in the world. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen people folded their bodies at various angles and rushed toward Liu. Xiushu got excited and ran away quickly. He didn't want to stay anymore. Who was it that drove the first person away just now? Finally, Liu grabbed the paper mask under his face and let it fold and fly away from his fingers. Am I sad? Will I join you? Liu saw the movement of the paper mask and suddenly associated it with a sect Gamma mentioned a mass masking meeting, which is the same as the carrying sect, the bone cart sect, etc. They are all twisted beliefs. Paper scraps flew around, replicating at extremely fast speeds, slowly filling up the entire hole. Kill or die. But there will be fewer family members. How can we entertain us if we don't have a home? Faith? Is he a relic of the devil? Liu found that his understanding seemed to be correct. More than once, Liu shot the iron nails out of our eye holes, and straight through the cerebellum. He slowly realized that he had to get rid of the paper mask to end the farce. You just ran away from home, then there are still a few days. Why, you have to be driven away again, woo-woo. Go back to the hotel first. Liu shouted to Xiushu from a distance. The paper mask always wanted to be attached to Liu's face, but Liu tore it apart every time and stared at it. This means that apart from myself and the masked society, there may not be another existence at this moment. You, the paper mask replied. The last second, the hole was folded, and Liu was folded behind us. It was a large cave. There was an altar-like thing displayed in the cave, and there were more than a dozen people standing under the altar. The paper masks moved back and forth among the dozen or so people, weeping and talking. Fu Huan pierced the nails with nails one by one, and slowly nailed the dozen or so people under the cave wall, allowing us to fold them over and over again. But he still found a way. Get out of trouble. Why am I playing with you? The paper mask is extremely slow, flipping from one person's face to another's. What's going on with those underground altars? Finally, we came to a fork in the road. The unbroken tunnel on the cave wall was on the left. The other tunnel was tidal, and seemed to lead to some water supply channel. Why he is sad. Liu hasn't given up thinking about why the newly bought house of the big mine manager leads directly to the ground. Nor has he given up thinking about why there are cries coming from the ground. He just wants to know where the paper mask went, and who drove it there just now. Where's the bad image? The tunnel is very straight, going straight into the ground, judging from the fact that it would take half a day to walk through the entire iron ore town. If you walk straight up, it's actually not very far. The paper masks moved back and forth under our faces. The paper masks were there when everyone spoke. At other times, people cried soullessly and full of tears. This walk lasted a quarter of an hour. You should have waited for Xiaojia to spread the faith. The paper mask swayed randomly, like a paper crane trying to fly away. I found you, played with you, and then bullied you. Is it Norton? Liu paused for a moment, and heard some kind of sound coming from outside the tunnel on the left. And everyone didn't move at all. Just talking dryly. Chapter 640, Have I Become a Heretic? Liu can tear the paper mask into countless pieces, but there is really nothing he can do with the tiny scraps of paper. Liu was flooded with paper scraps. The next step was to block his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and drill in through every hole or gap in Liu's body. It was itchy when it first entered the nostrils, but the confetti soon showed its sharp side. They cut the nasal cavity, eyelids and ears, and kept moving inward. Why don't you cry? You should cry with me. The scraps of paper flapped like a tide, making a loud cry. You must not cry. Liu has been crying since he saw the paper mask. He guessed that once he cried, he would be assimilated by the mask-hiding society's beliefs, like the dozen or so people nailed to the wall. Then Liu thought of another question. The paper mask must be casting some kind of magic that can make you cry. Right. But why don't you feel like crying at all? Could it be that these people who were assimilated by it were beaten and cried? Soon, Liu felt that his body was heavy and inexplicable liquid began to leak out. Did you hear that? You accepted Hollard's commission and went out at night to investigate the situation at the fracture site. And then you came there. Liu pointed to the tunnel where he came. Haven't we been assimilated yet? Liu turned around, grabbed the chin of the white robe with one hand, grabbed my shoulder with the other, and tore it open. The remaining one was interrogating Liu, those who believe in it. Please tell me why he went together with the mask-hiding society? He cannot take away your life, but he can take away people's freedom to choose their beliefs. Those were supposed to be the weak outside of Protestantism. Since I can't kill this mask now, I might as well run away quickly. Go back and bring down the kerosene with a torch, and burn these scraps of paper together with the altar. Why? He has nothing sad. Does he need you to help him cry? Liu suddenly became vigilant. It's like someone shaving a layer of scalp with a knife. It's more painful than filling the body with confetti and cutting the nasal cavity and ear canal. But the man in the white robe said no more. With a dull face, he took out the light in his hand and projected it towards Huya. Then, as the light-bearing white robes continued to approach, they gradually disappeared. The light shone directly at Liu's head. Although Huya dodged, a lock of hair was still burned off. Liu was so burned that the tattoo under his scalp was exposed. If you are targeted by the Protestants, your movements will be restricted, and everything you do later will be in vain. How can you light up the Jinshan mountain and the holy city leisurely? Since he is not crying, it means that he is a human being and a heretic, and should return to faith. White Robe murmured, and the light in his hand suddenly weakened. Just when Liu was about to escape around the corner, the entire tunnel suddenly became dislocated and cracked. But Liu hasn't noticed yet. He just feels that the Protestant religion is not too overbearing. The next second, the confetti turned black and spurted out of the body in strands. There is no twisted faith here. Bai Bao seemed not to have heard Liu's explanation. He held the light and walked behind Liu, who was completely clothed. It is estimated that the believers patrolling the streets felt the vibrations in the ground and reported it to the young guys, asking us to come up and check it out. Why is he crying? Obviously all the paper masks have been collected. Why didn't even the white robe let go of that one? And he had to cry alone? Among the dozen or so people being stared at under the wall, our faces began to melt and fall off, gradually turning into skeletons. Liu also took the opportunity to take out Hollard's power of attorney, proving that his procedures were very compliant. When dealing with demons, there is always no way to use your strength. The tunnel cracked, the light receded, and the scraps of paper were ignited. The weeping mask is a kind of demon. They can arouse people's emotions and then complete the assimilation. Bai Pao finally explained a little, but his expression was very stubborn. Oh, it turned out to be a demon. No wonder it was so angry after tearing it off. Liu thought of the corpse-gathering demon he encountered in Hongyu Town, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be better at physical attacks, which was a bit embarrassing. But he still screwed on Bai Pao's head. Immediately afterwards, several people in white robes stepped forward on the light and surrounded the altar on 7 sides, also surrounding Liu outside. That paper mask ended the howl. The light in the tunnel suddenly weakened, and Huya felt pain all over his body. The already complete paper mask saw the light and reassembled its body, barely putting it back together into a 3-dimensional shape like a human face. Liu felt very sick, but he did not miss such a good opportunity to take action. He finally clung to the tunnel wall and evacuated outside. I obviously have all the procedures in place, and my logic is very vague. But yet, I am labeled as a heretic for no reason. Judging from our silence, we are obviously on the same level as those handing out leaflets on the street. Oh, is it your own fault for being assimilated? Yeah, Yes. Face masking meeting. Liu pointed directly at the paper mask next to the altar. Who yaffing? Fracture sight? Bai Pao seemed to be remembering something. Bai Pao thought for a long time. But he seemed to have understood what Liu meant. And instead asked a very strange question. There were 7 people in white robes who came up. And 8 of them walked to the altar, put away their masks, and looked around the altar. I believe they can go back to the fracture site by walking back there. Your horse is still here. Liu looked at those white robes and felt something strange. He wanted to interact with us. Too little interaction. Liu recalled the scene of the paper mask folding at the corner, and wondered whether the entire tunnel was occupied by it. Seeing that kind of exorcism method, Liu had to admit that he felt a sense of confusion that was both original and novel. It also brings very weak pain. That altar is also an altar for demons. Bai Pao walked closer. Based on the influence of the sacrificial texts and the altar, it should be more difficult for him to be assimilated. Small strands of white pulp burst. Although the tunnel has not broken yet, the fold lines of the misaligned tunnel on the opposite side can still be seen. Liu subconsciously wanted to use his speed advantage to get out of the tunnel and escape. But there was no light coming from behind either. The 8 people under the altar also took action. All that was left in the front was a large paper mask with scorch marks. Leaning against the altar, confetti was set alight. And these muddy excrements also faded to white, twisted and disappeared. Obviously this needs to be discussed. Go away. Liu tried his best to swim in the sea of paper, trying to get rid of the crackling sound. Huh? Have you become a heretic? Liu understood Bai Pao's logic and thought that listening to the leaflets and going to the church was indeed the right thing to do. But he might have died outside. Liu suddenly realized that there was no point in escaping. The only chance was now. Oh! Thank you very much. I thought that the fracture site was connected to the altar of the mask-making society. Of course Liu recognized those white robes as Protestant believers. If we don't have to, you can't even pull Norton, the scavenger, to testify for him. As for the face melting just now, it still gave Liu a big shock. The believers recruited by the paper mask. Once the paper mask dies, we will be in trouble. In the shape of mud. Liu heard the 8 men in white robes in front of him clanking and dismantling the altar. When he looked back, he saw that it was like several crazy beasts, beating and biting the altar, driving the light out of the altar itself. Did he understand what you meant? Bai Pao shook his head. Although he is a believer, he should have no emotions in his heart, and should be assimilated by the lamenting mask.